Luo Qiao said, Sister Chu, I finished my work. Thank you so much today. She then handed something over. This is a small token of my appreciation. It's nothing expensive, so please don't mind. Chu Lily replied, That's very kind of you. Luo Qiao smiled. You accompanied me this morning, taking the bus and wasting time. I really should thank you, Sister Chu. I'd feel bad otherwise. Seeing how sincere Luo Qiao was, Chu Lily accepted the gift. After exchanging a few more words, Luo Qiao said goodbye and left. When Chu Lily went upstairs, she happened to see Ding Xiangdong coming down. Because of some past disagreements with Jiang Shan, she usually helps anyone who has been bullied by Jiang Shan. Ding Xiangdong had just seen Luo Qiao's back and noticed Chu Lily coming up from below, holding something. Sister Chu, was that Luo Qiao just now? Chu Lily replied, Yes. She just left. She came to thank me, because the house was finalized. Ding Xiangdong immediately chased after her. Earlier, Luo Qiao had told Chu Lily that she was introduced by a friend to find Ding Xiangdong, and that the friend was a comrade of his. Ding Xiangdong, sooner or later, Jiang Shan will ruin his reputation. Today's incident will probably cause others to have opinions about him. Luo Qiao left the housing bureau very quickly because she saw Ding Xiangdong coming down from the building when she turned around. For some reason, Luo Qiao didn't want to deal with this person anymore. A man allowing his fiancée to cause trouble at work and not even apologizing to the victim, Luo Qiao decided to stay away from such a person. Besides, it was getting late. She didn't expect to meet Chu Lily today, and she was glad she managed to buy the house so smoothly. She thought that maybe the people from Gongshi Middle School would visit in the next few days, so she didn't want to waste more time in the city. She planned to come back after receiving the notice, have someone fix up the yard, and then arrange for her child to attend school nearby. When Luo Qiao took the bus back to the commune, she saw Lui Chen standing nearby. Lui Chen watched the bus stop, then looked at the people getting off. When he saw Luo Qiao step down, he pushed his bicycle and waited on the road back to the village. Luo Qiao approached him and asked, Big brother Lu, are you waiting for me here? Lui Chen glanced at her and said, Stop pretending. I saw the bus coming from afar, so I got off to wait for you, for a little while. Luo Qiao secretly made a funny face behind him, but Lui Chen, who turned around, caught her. He was amused by her little trick and, after suppressing a smile, asked, Did Ding Xiangdong tell you that you've bought the house? Luo Qiao didn't answer but asked back, How did he tell you? Hearing this, Lui Chen realized something was going on. He said everything was settled, the house was bought, and the paperwork was done. Luo Qiao sneered coldly, Is this person really your comrade? She thought Ding Xiangdong's character was questionable. Seeing Luo Qiao's unhappy expression, Lui Chen asked, We were in the same unit before, met a few times. I saw him when I was in Jisher City. He said he joined the housing bureau after retiring. He continued, When you said you wanted to buy a house, I thought of him. Did something happen? Luo Qiao didn't want to speak ill of others behind their back, so she said, Nothing much. I bought the house, but I didn't want to trouble him, so I don't acknowledge any favors. But she still mentioned it to avoid being tricked and then thanking someone foolishly. Luo Qiao and Lui Chen had been together for a while, so she knew his personality well. It seemed Ding Xiangdong not only failed to help but also made her angry. Luo Qiao hoped she wouldn't develop a bad opinion of Ding Xiangdong because of this. Jian Luo Qiao didn't want to talk, and he didn't press her further, but he secretly marked Ding Xiangdong as someone to be cautious about. Back in the village, Luo Qiao first went to the village head's house to let them know that the items had been delivered to the factory. She also told them that De Gij was doing well and would return to the village after his 3-month leave. Not far from the village head's house, she ran into Zhang Qiaoyan, the daughter of the party secretary. Luo Qiao remembered her. They had met once before on the road. Luo Qiao saw her with Zhang Degang's youngest son, Zhang Donglin, and greeted them. Zhang Donglin was quite a likable kid. What Luo Qiao didn't know was that after hearing Luo Qiao scored first in the city on her high school entrance exam, Zhang Qiaoyan had developed an inexplicable dislike for her. In the village, She was the only girl attending high school, while even Gao Baozhen from the village head's family had only finished middle school. She always thought she was the most outstanding girl in the village. But now that Luo Qiao had arrived, was taller than her, more attractive, and had scored so well, she felt very uncomfortable inside. If Luo Qiao knew, she would probably say, "What a fool." But Luo Qiao didn't care what Zhang Qiaoyan was thinking. She had things to do at home. Today, she was in a good mood. Since she now had a house, she wanted to celebrate with some good food. Passing by Lui Chen's house, she saw Shirtu standing in the yard and said, "Shirtu, come help me pick vegetables in the backyard." Shirtu happily followed her to Luo Qiao's yard. When Lui Chen came out of the house, he saw Shirtu being led away. Luo Qiao steamed some rice, greeted Shirtu, and then carried her basket toward Dakingshan. She noticed some small mushrooms under a tree. Since they wouldn't be enough for a full dish, she squatted down and tried to use her special ability to make more grow. Surprisingly, her abilities seemed to have strengthened recently, perhaps because of growing vegetables in the backyard. She realized she needed more practice to improve her skills. She looked into the deep mountains of Dakingshan, thinking that if she had time, she should go deeper into the mountains to try. If her ability improved a few more levels, she might even be able to help Lui Chen heal his leg. Seeing that it was getting late, she decided not to go too far and quickly picked the mushrooms, putting them into her basket. Then, thinking of something, she collected the remaining small mushrooms along with the soil and stored them in her space, placing them at the foot of the mountain. I found a fat rabbit in the woods, knocked it out, and returned home. As soon as I entered, I saw that Stone had already washed all the vegetables. Lui Chen was there preparing to cut the vegetables. Luo Qiao went into the yard, handed the rabbit to Lui Chen, and Stone's eyes lit up when he saw the rabbit. He asked, "Sister, where did you catch this rabbit?" Lui Chen looked at the rabbit. It was just unconscious, not dead. She also looked at Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao said, "I found it while picking mushrooms on the mountain. I knocked it out and brought it back." Lui Chen thought to herself that she was very lucky. She probably couldn't catch rabbits or wild chickens every time she set traps on the mountain. Sometimes she only caught 1 or 2 animals. Seeing him still lost in thought, Luo Qiao said, "Big brother Lu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and deal with it. If you're slow, we'll have to eat dinner under the stars." Lui Chen replied, "You start chopping the vegetables. The rabbit will be ready soon." He quickly cut 2 types of greens, asked Stone to wash the mushrooms he brought back, and Lui Chen also finished preparing the rabbit meat. He stewed the rabbit, then served the rice from another pot. He quickly stir-fried green beans and a mixed vegetable dish. When these 2 vegetarian dishes were ready, the mushroom and rabbit stew was almost done. After eating, Lui Chen cleaned the bowls and chopsticks. Luo Qiao checked Stone's homework. After washing the dishes, Lui Chen came out of the kitchen and remembered what Luo Qiao had said earlier. He was very curious about how Ding Xiangdong had upset her. Luo Qiao didn't want to say much before, and he couldn't bring himself to ask again, feeling a bit frustrated. He couldn't just go and ask Ding Xiangdong himself, but from Luo Qiao's words, it was clear that the house wasn't helped by Ding Xiangdong today. It seemed his company commander's words were true. Ding Xiangdong was quite good at scheming and always tried to take credit for good things. Seeing Stone reading a book to memorize the lesson, Lui Chen walked over to Luo Qiao and asked, "Does the house need repairs? I know some people who do construction work. If you need, I can introduce them to you." Luo Qiao looked at Lui Chen after hearing his words and tilted her head. "Forget it. The people you know aren't all reliable. I can't handle meeting another person who's clueless." This made Lui Chen feel very upset. What is going on? Ding Xiangdong really caused a lot of trouble. He had completely been removed from Lui Chen's list of trustworthy people. Lui Chen saw that Luo Qiao was not convinced and didn't say much more. Actually, she hadn't said anything wrong. From Luo Qiao's current expression, she was probably upset because of Ding Xiangdong. Over at Shida's place, he had just finished reciting his lesson and came over to check Luo Qiao's work. "Big sister Luo Qiao, I finished learning the first grade book in a week by myself. Today, I borrowed the second grade book from Gogo in the village. Luo Qiao asked, did he agree? Shirdu smiled and said, yes. Gogo said it was fine to lend me the book, but he asked not to laugh at him when I get the book. Luo Qiao was curious and asked, laugh at him about what? Shirdu chuckled and said, Ergo said he ate quite a bit of the book, but the words are still there, just very torn. Hearing this, Luo Qiao also smiled and thought of a classmate from her past school days. That was really frustrating. New books would often lose their covers within a few days. In less than 10 days after school started, the first few pages would be torn or missing pieces. The teacher often talked to the parents about it. But as soon as a new book was given, the parents would cover it with a cover, yet it still wouldn't last long, and the book would end up in that state. Maybe Ergo was the same, but she didn't know who was better at protecting their books. Luo Qiao said, you must take good care of your books, just like Ergo. Shirdu stood up seriously and said, Big sister Luo Qiao, I will remember. I will definitely keep my textbooks clean and whole. Lui Chen, watching the two talk enthusiastically, said, Shirtu, let's go. Shirtu smiled and chased after him. Coming, coming. Wait for me, brother Lu. As Lui Chen was about to leave, he said, by the way, tomorrow the county and the school might send people here. Be prepared. Luo Qiao looked up and asked, how do you know that? Lui Chen explained as he walked out, my friend from the Education Bureau, Jiang Feng, told me. In Jishir City, the Luo family was eating dinner when suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Jiao Jiao from the main house was a bit annoyed and said, who is that? Don't they know it hurts their hand to knock so loudly? Luo Tiankai from the main house was about to stand up, but Jiao Jiao said, they probably aren't looking for us. Our family is all here. Just eat your meal. Second son Luo Tianming heard the knocking and, feeling it was urgent, left the yard and headed toward the door. He casually asked, who is it? Outside the door, someone asked, is this Luo Bin's house? He wasn't sure, so he asked. Luo Tianming felt nervous whenever he heard someone looking for Luo Bin after the last debt-pressuring incident, but he couldn't deny it either. He opened the door and saw a young man in his 20s. Who are you? He asked. The young man replied, Uncle, I am the youngest son of Old Li from the alley ahead. I work at the cotton spinning factory. Just now, I saw Luo Bin from your family fighting with someone on Jianfang Road. Please go and check. Someone is bleeding. Hearing this, Luo Tianming was so scared he ran outside. After a few steps, he called out, thank you so much. Inside the house, Feng Hui hadn't seen anyone come in. When she looked out, she saw someone running away. She quickly left the yard and saw that Li's youngest son was about to leave. She hurried to stop him. Hey, wait. Are you Li's son from earlier? Li's son replied, yes, ma'am.
I Emily ku, Li's youngest son.
Feng Hui asked anxiously what happened. Why did Uncle Tianming run out? Li Ku said, ma'am, I just saw Luo Bin fighting with someone on Jianfang Road, and Uncle Tianming rushed over in a hurry. Feng Hui looked at Li Kuar and said, that can't be. Our Luo Bin is well behaved. He wouldn't fight with anyone. You must have seen it wrong. Li Kuo wanted to say more, but Feng Hui interrupted, hurry home and eat. Don't spread false stories. She waved her hand to dismiss Li Kuar and turned back into the yard. In her heart, she was also uneasy. Since Luo Bin returned home, he had been arguing with her. They often argued after a few words. Over the past few months, he had caused trouble and even owed gambling debts, which led to the second household dividing their kitchen. But all this was happening among neighbors. Fighting in public was not good. If the neighbors heard, it would ruin their reputation. Li's son was really meddlesome. Feng Hui was also a bit strange. Luckily, others didn't know what she was thinking. Otherwise, she might be laughed at. It was not a good time to care about reputation. Still, she was worried. She went inside, told her daughter and youngest son to eat first, took off her apron, and headed out. When she arrived, the area on Jianfang Road was a mess, with many bloodstains. She was truly panicked. She asked around and learned that one person had been taken to the hospital and several others had been taken away by the police. From passers-by, she finally found out that a fight had really happened there. I didn't bother asking further. I knew the police station was nearby. I decided to go there first to see what was happening. If no one was at the hospital, I wouldn't know if it was serious or urgent. Sweat was running down my face. When I arrived at the police station, I immediately saw my husband, Luo Tianming, standing there with a worried look. Inside, I saw 5 or 6 big boys squatting on the ground, including my eldest son, Luo Bin. I quickly asked softly, Tianming, what exactly happened? Luo Tianming looked troubled. I'm not entirely sure yet. When I arrived, they had just been stopped by the police. One of them was taken to the hospital. Feng Hui, with tears in her eyes, said, Tianming, it can't be serious, right? He's still young. We can't let him get a bad reputation by being in jail. Luo Tianming replied, don't worry too much. We don't know the full story yet, but it might cost us some money. Feng Hui's eyes filled with tears. Tianming, we're sorry for what our son did. We can't just ignore him now. Seeing his wife's distress, Luo Tianming felt uncomfortable inside. There's nothing he could do now but teach him better in the future. About half an hour later, they finally understood what had happened. It seemed this incident couldn't be easily resolved. Paying money was inevitable. Luckily, Luo Bin was under 18, so he was still a minor. The one injured in the hospital was hit with a brick by Luo Bin. Feng Hui felt faint and sat down on the ground. Her mind was overwhelmed. The boy Luo Bin hit was the son of Feng Hui's factory union chairwoman, so originally, this had nothing to do with Luo Bin. Here's what happened. A troublemaker named Wang Sanqiang, who played with Luo Bin, liked a girl named Su Rui from the nearby middle school. Su Rui didn't like Wang Sanqiang. Recently, the school was on holiday, and Wang Sanqiang hadn't seen her for days. He waited near Su Rui's house to find her. Today, Su Rui and her classmates went out to play and happened to come back with Geng Zhenyu, the youngest son of Union Chairwoman Ning Bianfang's family. Wang Sanqiang got furious. He and Luo Bin's friends rushed over to fight. Geng Zhenyu, whose mother was a shoe factory union chairwoman and whose father was a workshop director at a steel factory, was proud of himself. Wang Sanqiang started insulting him and even tried to hit him. Geng Zhenyu couldn't stand it. He argued for few words and then fought back. Just then, 2 children from Geng Zhenyu's aunt's family came by to deliver some things. Seeing my cousin being beaten up, those 2 guys also rushed in, and it turned into a fight. Geng Zhenyu's uncle is a soldier, and he often teaches his 2 sons some fighting skills during his free time. The 3 brothers fought hard against Wang Sanqiang and others, but the second fool, Luo Bin, picked up a piece of roadside brick and directly hit Geng Zhenyu's head, causing a serious injury. Luo Tianming and his wife couldn't care about other parents now. The child in the hospital is the daughter of Feng Hui, a leader at Luo Tianming's workplace. Her father is the workshop director, not in his own workshop, but if they want to cause trouble, they definitely have a way. Now, the couple couldn't even look after their own son. They went back home first, took some money and tickets, bought some things, and headed straight to the hospital, fearing that if they were late, their jobs might be at risk. They were truly scared. They had just moved to the city not long ago. The street had finally arranged a job for them, and they had just started a new family. They had to support a whole household. If they lost their jobs, their family would be in trouble. When they arrived, Geng Zhenyu was just being taken out of the emergency room. The doctor said he had a concussion, but everything depended on when the patient woke up for further checks. They also told the family that he had lost a lot of blood and needed to rest and recover. Geng Zhenyu's parents felt very uncomfortable seeing Luo's couple, but since they were leaders at their workplaces and it was their child who caused the trouble, they couldn't say harsh words publicly. However, their faces looked very grim. Geng Zhenyu's mother said, "Now that you see the situation, we don't have the time or mood to discuss this matter. Let's wait for the police's decision. You should go back now. We have other things to do." Luo Tianming followed and said, "Director Geng, I'll stay to help. If there's any errand to run, I can help with that too." Director Gung knew Luo Tianming wasn't to blame for this, but since his son was badly hurt, his mood couldn't be good. He said, "You should go back first. I don't feel like dealing with anything else right now." Luo Tianming also knew that staying longer might only cause annoyance, so he said, "We really are sorry for today's events. It's all because we didn't educate Luo Bin well." He handed over some items and said, "This is a small token of our apology. Please accept it. We're truly sorry." Ning Bianfang thought about what the doctor had just said, reached out to take the items, but still looked unhappy. Luo Tianming and his wife just left the hospital and made another trip to the police station. Because Luo Bin is under 18, their parents signed to take him home first. However, the police officer also told them Gung Zhenyu was injured by Luo Bin hitting him with a brick. This is true, so Gung Zhenyu's medical expenses must be paid by him and Wang Sanqiang together. Do you have any objections? Luo Tianming replied, "That's right." The police also sent someone to visit and learn about the people involved in the fight. They learned some details about Luo Tianming's family, including that his eldest son was switched at birth not long ago. But after dealing with many cases, the police officers didn't believe it was a coincidence that Luo Bin was switched at birth right after being exonerated and returning to Jishir City. It seemed suspicious. Luo Tianming and his wife returned home with their son from the police station around 9 at night. They looked worried and didn't even have the energy to scold Luo Bin. Luo Tiancheng came out and asked, "Tianming, are you okay?" Luo Tianming replied, "I'm fine now, but I need to stay in the hospital for a few days." The police said we'll discuss everything again tomorrow. Luo Tiancheng sighed and said, "All right, as long as you're okay. Hurry and eat some food and get some rest." Luo Tianming nodded. "Okay. Big brother, you should rest soon too.
I've been worried about you."
After they finished talking, the brothers closed the door and went to their own rooms. Luo Tianming's 9-year-old daughter, Luo Fei, came in and said, "Mom and Dad, the food is warm in the pot. Do you want to eat in the kitchen, or should I bring it to you?" Feng Hui said, "Go to sleep. If you're hungry, we'll serve ourselves." Luo Fei also overheard the neighbor's wife say that her brother caused trouble again today. Seeing her mother looking unhappy, she quickly left the room. Ever since her sister was sent away and their parents brought back their so-called older brother, their family had been restless. No one helped with chores anymore. She really disliked Luo Bin. Luo Tianming and his wife quickly washed up and lay on the bed, feeling worried. They didn't feel hungry even though they hadn't eaten that night. In the main house, Xiaowan whispered, "Look, it's a good thing they separated the family. Otherwise, someone might have been hurt badly. Just wait and see. Tomorrow neighbors will ask about Luo Bin. He's just a troublemaker." Luo Tiancheng listened to his wife and agreed silently. He also thought Luo Bin had caused a big problem and wondered how much damage he would have to pay. Whispering softly, he said, "It's enough for us to know. You should watch your expression tomorrow so it doesn't cause awkwardness between the two families." Xiaowan turned around and said, "I understand. I'm not stupid." The next day, just before dawn, the door of the Luo family was knocked loudly, disturbing the neighbors who couldn't sleep and feeling annoyed. Luo Tianming and his wife heard the noise and felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. They quickly got dressed, opened the door, and stepped out of the yard. When they opened the door and saw who was outside, Luo Tianming asked, "What are you doing here?" Wang Sanqiang's mother pounded her thigh and scolded loudly, "It's really heartless. The two kids played so well together, and when I asked your son to help with something, he just took a brick and hit someone into the hospital. Our family is already very poor, almost unable to make ends meet. So where would we get the money to pay for this? Your son is clearly a troublemaker. Everyone, come and judge." Luo Tianming was already upset because Luo Bin had caused trouble helping Wang Sanqiang, and now Wang's family was trying to shift blame. It made him furious. Feng Hui also understood now that Wang's family was trying to extort money. They couldn't let that happen. She started scolding. "If your son hadn't been dreaming about something impossible, this wouldn't have happened. If my son hadn't been pulled to help your son vent his anger, this wouldn't have occurred. We wouldn't have come to complain if it weren't for you. You came here before dawn to block our door and cause trouble. Do you think our Luo family is easy to bully?" Why should my son take the blame just because Wang Sanqiang caused trouble? He's really a coward. But Wang Sanqiang wasn't there now. He was being held at the police station. Although Luo Bin was the one who threw the punch, the main culprit was Wang Sanqiang. He was about to turn 18 soon. If the Geng family insisted on pursuing the matter and dragging it out, he might not end up in a juvenile detention center, but in a detention cell. Geng Zhenyu and his wife said everything depended on Geng Zhenyu's medical diagnosis today. Wang Sanqiang's mother just wanted to cause trouble at Luo's house today and force Luo family to pay the compensation because Luo Bin had hit her son and sent him to the hospital. Unexpectedly, Luo Bin's mother was not so simple either. She caused a commotion at Luo's gate, and several neighbors gathered around to watch, even delaying their breakfast. Unable to resolve it peacefully, they called the police. Both families went to the police station again to handle the matter. It wasn't until noon that Luo Tianming and his wife returned from the police station. Yesterday's events were a serious incident. The Geng family was involved because 2 children from the wife's sister's family were also caught up in it, so they had to make some concessions. However, Wang Sanqiang has a criminal record and was the organizer, so he must spend 3 months in juvenile detention for re-education. The hospital bills for Geng Zhenyu and the lost wages of the parents will be split between the 2 families and settled when Geng Zhenyu is discharged. Today, the compensation and nutritional costs for Geng Zhenyu must be paid in full, 50 yuan for each family. This was the result of a whole morning of mediation by the police officers. Wang Sanqiang's mother was crying loudly at the police station, acting pitiful, but Geng Zhenyu's mother works at the union and is used to such scenes, so she remained indifferent. In the end, Wang Sanqiang's older brother, worried about the delay, paid the money in advance from his salary after his son turned 18, fearing he might end up in detention longer. After returning home from the police station, the yard was very quiet. Only then did Luo Tianming burst out in anger. He pulled his belt and severely whipped Luo Bin. Feng Hui tried to stop him but couldn't, and she cried uncontrollably. Feng Hui cried and said, "Are you going to beat him to death? Our son didn't grow up with us. He was raised in the countryside and wasn't properly educated. We should just talk to him patiently." Luo Tianming was so angry he nearly lost his temper with his wife. Spoiling a child is harming him. You've only just brought him back, and look at what he's already done. Luo Bin, with his neck stretched out, said, "If you send me back to Qingshan village, I won't go with you. I want to go back. My parents never laid a finger on me. That's my real home." Feng Hui heard Luo Bin say this and cried even more sadly. "Tianming, do you really want our son to turn against us?" Luo Tianming shouted, "Does he even care about you? If he causes trouble again, can you still handle it or take responsibility?" The Luo family's main household heard the shouting when they returned from work. Luo Tiancheng came in and took the belt from Luo Tianming's hand. He looked at Luo Bin, who was crying in the corner, and showed no sympathy. This child really needed discipline. He threw the belt aside and said, "Punishing him won't solve the problem. You need to put more effort into guiding him. If that doesn't work, find him a place to learn a skill. He's still young and has a chance to change. We can't let him continue like this. If he causes more trouble, you might not be able to handle the consequences, and you'll regret it too late." Without waiting, he went straight into his house, ignoring his younger brother and sister-in-law. In Qingshan village, Luo Qiao finished breakfast in the morning and arrived at the riverbank. She saw a few bicycles crossing the bridge and entering the village together. Soon, the people crossed the bridge and approached nearby. The class teacher saw Luo Qiao from afar, and the group with her came directly over. The village secretary knew Principal Qin and asked Principal Qin, "What's going on here?" Principal Qin smiled and said, "Secretary Zhang, this is a good thing. We are here to bring a reward to Luo Qiao." Everyone around listened carefully, afraid to miss any words. The secretary said, "Principal Qin, why don't we all sit at the big team office and talk? We can also have some water." Principal Qin looked at the secretary and said, "That sounds good. Thank you." Luo Qiao followed her teacher Ning Lintian into the yard of the big team office, being the last to arrive. After everyone sat down, Luo Qiao helped pour water for everyone, then stepped aside, remaining calm and confident. Principal Qin introduced the visitors. These two are officials from the city. This is Director Gao from the Education Bureau. This is a teacher from the first high school. This is Director Jiang from the County Education Bureau. And this is our commune middle school teacher Ning, Luo Qiao's class teacher. After exchanging greetings, Principal Qin explained the purpose. Director Gao from the City Education Bureau and Director Jiang from the County Education Bureau are here to give awards. Director Gao said, Luo Qiao, you have made our city proud this time. On behalf of the City Education Bureau, I am giving you a reward of 300 yuan. Keep working hard and achieve even better results to bring honor to Jisher. Luo Qiao smiled and said, Thank you, Director Gao, for your encouragement. I will keep trying my best. Then Director Jiang stepped forward and said, Luo Qiao, congratulations. As Director Gao mentioned, we hope you continue to work hard. We look forward to your future achievements. On behalf of the County Education Bureau, I am giving you 200 yuan. Luo Qiao smiled and accepted the money. Thank you, Director Jiang. Finally, Principal Qin said, Luo Qiao, you have brought honor to Chaoyang Public School. Here is 100 yuan as a reward from our school. I hope you study hard and send us more good news. Luo Qiao smiled and said, Thank you, Principal Qin.
I will do my best.
After the bonus was distributed, a teacher from City Number 1 High School stepped forward. Hello, Luo Qiao. I am Chao Xingming from City Number 1 High School.
You can call me Teacher Chao.
I am here to deliver your admission letter. Our school has strong teachers and is among the best in the province. We welcome you to join us. Luo Qiao glanced at the admission letter in Teacher Chao's hand. Before she could accept it, someone interrupted. Director Jiang from the County Education Bureau spoke. Luo Qiao, our county high school also has good teaching quality, and we can waive your tuition fees. You might want to consider it. Teacher Chao smiled. Luo Qiao, City Number 1 High School will also waive your tuition fees. Plus, each semester, the top 3 students in our school get scholarships. Luo Qiao bowed slightly to Director Jiang. Thank you for your kindness, Director Jiang. Going to the city from Qingshan village is closer than going to the county, and I have relatives in the city who can help if needed.
I'm really sorry.
The buses from the commune to the county are all passing through buses. I will be in high school for 3 years, so I will take the bus quite often. The buses back to the county usually don't match my schedule well. If I go to high school in the county, I'd have to leave early or come back late, which isn't very convenient. Summer is okay. Leaving early means it's still daylight, and returning in the evening isn't too late. But in winter, it's more difficult. I'm sorry, and I hope you understand. Director Jiang smiled. Luo Qiao, you've explained the situation clearly. I wish you success at City No. 1 High School and hope you achieve even better results. Luo Qiao smiled. Thank you, Director Jiang. After seeing off the group, the villagers' work outside was almost done. Luo Qiao's task for the day was to the soybean field. Aunt Gao and Xiao Lanlan had already brought him a. When Luo Qiao approached, the villagers who hadn't left yet asked, What are those people here for? Luo Qiao smiled. They came to deliver the admission letters. All morning, everyone in the village knew Luo Qiao had been accepted by City Number 1 High School. The city, county, and the commune middle school all gave bonuses, and quite a few at that. The village suddenly became lively again. Gao Suhua heard the news and spent the morning being asked by many people if she regretted it. That stubborn girl really makes people angry. She seems to be here to cause trouble for the Zhao family. Her face darkened as she shot a sidelong glance at Luo Qiao far away, then squinted her eyes. Dream of going to school. Li Xiaolan also felt unhappy and quietly asked Gao Shuani, Is there no way out? Gao Shuani replied, What can we do? Only wait for things to happen naturally. His words sounded casual, but anyone who knew him well understood he was deliberately saying them. Hearing this, Li Xiaolan had an idea. Luo Qiao's place was very remote, so if something happened, the villagers wouldn't hear about it. As long as they had a lead, catching that girl would be easy. Moreover, Luo Qiao, being a girl, probably wouldn't dare to make a fuss. She sneered inwardly, thinking they needed to act quickly before she went to school and the prize money was spent. Luo Qiao didn't know their plans, but she was sure this wouldn't stay a secret forever. Someone would be unhappy, but she was not someone to be messed with. Zhang Qiaoyan, standing nearby, looked at Luo Qiao's back with a bad expression. She was thinking that no one should think they could step on her. Her eyes were full of scheming, which even her second brother, Zhang Dongning, was startled by. Luo Qiao never imagined that just receiving an acceptance letter would make so many people want to scheme against her. But she had spent a few months in the apocalypse, so she was not someone to be underestimated. If anyone really dared to come at her, she wouldn't hold back. At noon, after work, the villagers discussed Luo Qiao's situation. The Zhao family was probably regretting it, and many villagers were happy to see their misfortune, enjoying watching the Zhao family's embarrassment. Another week passed quickly. Luo Qiao was waiting for responses to her 2 submissions, but she hadn't received any letters back. Maybe they weren't interested. If she didn't hear from them in a few more days, she would have to think of other ways. She planned to go to the city soon to find someone to help her prepare her house according to her ideas, so she wouldn't be so rushed when school started. One evening, after dinner, Louis Chen and Shirtu left. A sneaky figure slipped past Louis Chen's house and came to Luo Qiao's yard from a small alley. The person looked around carefully but couldn't find a good way in. After circling the house, they thought about entering from the male youth side, which might be easier. Unfortunately, their plan was ideal but unrealistic. There was no one living on the male youth side, and parts of the wall had collapsed. But Luo Qiao's yard had been repaired when she arrived. Gao Hassan managed to climb over the wall from the male youth side. The wall between the young men and women in the knowledge youth camp was too high for her to climb. So she looked around the yard to see if there was a way to get over. She saw that her footstep had stepped on some firewood left in the corner by the young people. Luo Qiao was in the kitchen handling some things. Just as she was about to go back to her room to sleep, she heard a noise. She pretended not to hear, turned around, went inside, turned off the light, and lay on the Kong bed. She listened to the sounds outside. After a while, she heard someone jump into the yard. Through the door, she saw that the visitor was Gao Ruosan, the youngest son of Gao Shunyi. She sneered silently, thinking, "This is your own doing. Don't blame me for being rude." She gently unlocked the door, took out a sleeping drug she had prepared earlier, originally planning to use her skills to go into the deep mountains and look for good things. Unexpectedly, she could use it now. As soon as Gao Ruosan pushed open the door, Luo Qiao threw the drug over, held her breath, and entered the space, waiting for the noise outside. She heard Gao Ruosan say, "Wife, I'm here." But after a short while, she heard a thud. Luo Qiao knew she had succeeded. She picked a tomato from the space, ate it, then put on her work gloves and came out of the space. She kicked Gao Ruosan hard, hearing a crisp sound of bones breaking. She then pulled him into the space, cleaned up the traces at the spot where he had jumped down from the yard, and opened the door to the knowledge youth camp. Holding a flashlight, she found the path he had taken, used her special abilities to handle the entire yard, and then returned to her own yard. She also took care of the door in the middle. After everything was sorted out, she opened her yard gate and headed up the mountain. She threw the person into a water pond. Whether he was dead or alive was up to his own fate. When Luo Qiao returned, she saw a flashlight on the small path below the. She had an idea and didn't go to her house but instead walked toward the light. She picked up a few stones from the ground, hid, and waited for the person to come closer.
When he did, she threw the stones.
The narrow, steep path made her actions loud, and Li Xiulan's scream echoed through half the village. Seeing her fall hard, Luo Qiao quietly left, closed the yard door, and went home to sleep peacefully. The next morning, Luo Qiao was awakened by the noise outside. As she left her room, she heard someone knocking on the yard gate. Lu Qiao yawned as she opened the door and saw the village secretary standing outside with some people. She frowned and asked, "Secretary, why are you here so early? Is there something wrong?" The secretary looked at Lu Qiao, who had just woken up, and asked, Lu Qiao, did you hear anything last night? Lu Qiao pretended to think carefully and said, sound, oh right, when I was half asleep I think I heard a noise, just one sound, then I fell back asleep. Did something happen? The secretary replied, this morning, someone found Li Xiaolan lying at the bottom of the small hill on the path. She was unconscious. Lu Qiao asked, where is she now? The person behind them said, she was taken to the hospital. It looks like she fell there last night and was only found this morning. Lu Qiao said, no way. She didn't go home last night and her family didn't look for her? Hearing this, the people with her looked at each other in confusion. How could Li Xiaolan have fallen there in the middle of the night? And since Gao Shuani's wife didn't notice her missing all night, villagers started to imagine many stories. The secretary left Lu Qiao and knocked on Lu Yichen's door. Lu Yichen replied, I went to bed early last night and didn't hear anything. At noon, after work, villagers said that Li Xiaolan's face might be badly injured, covered in bruises, and she had a broken leg. Because she was found so late, it was feared she might be ill in the future. Now, everyone in the village was guessing what Li Xiaolan was doing. Some said she was meeting a man secretly. Others said she was trying to steal Lu Qiao's prize money. Then Gao's eldest daughter-in-law, Feng Xiaojun, spoke up, saying, everyone, please don't spread rumors. My mother-in-law went out to find my younger uncle. She didn't see the path clearly and slipped. That's how she fell. But after she said that, Li Xiaolan was cleared, yet Gao Rusen, Gao's youngest son, became a hot topic among villagers. People wondered where Gao Rusen had gone so late and how Li Xiaolan knew where he was. Some even said that Li Xiaolan might have faced karma for her actions. When Gao Shuani returned to the village, villagers gathered around him, asking questions. Someone asked, Shuani, your wife wasn't in bed last night. If she hadn't been found early in the morning, it could have been dangerous. Gao Shuani could only reply vaguely, before I slept, she said she was worried about our little son, and went out. I was tired from working all day, and fell asleep. Someone asked, where is Gao Ruisen? Gao Shuani didn't bother to reply. He quickly walked back to his yard and saw his eldest daughter-in-law feeding the chickens. He asked, Xiaojun, has Ruisen come back? Feng Xiaojun turned around and saw her father-in-law standing at the gate. She replied, no, he hasn't come back. How is my mom? Why do those villagers helping deliver things say her leg can't be treated? Gao Shuani didn't answer his daughter-in-law. Instead, he turned and left his yard to go to the village head's house. Soon after, village head Gao Jiefeng organized people to go up the mountain to find Gao's youngest son. They only found Gao Ruisen, who had just woken up, by the water pond near noon, just as the rest period was ending. Ruisen was still confused about what had happened. Gao Shuani, afraid he might say something wrong, scolded him harshly and kicked him several times. Ruisen let out a loud cry, startling the villagers who were helping to find him. Seeing that he didn't seem to be pretending, and noticing the sweat on his forehead from the pain, the villagers hurried to help him down the mountain. Dr. Gao from the health station examined him and said he needed to be taken to the hospital. 2 ribs were broken. When everyone heard this, they looked at Gao Shuani, thinking about how hard he must have kicked to cause such injuries. Gao Shuani had originally gone to the village to get clean clothes for Li Xiaolan. Now he was bringing a hurt person along. Gao Taohua was still recovering, and now there were 2 more injured. After the doctor from the cooperative health station helped Ruisen set his ribs and took him to Li Xiaolan's ward, she asked anxiously, Shuani, what exactly happened? Oh my goodness, how did he get hurt like this? Gao Shuani's face was dark. He thought he hadn't kicked him very hard, so how could his ribs be broken? But now it seemed the whole village might have already heard about it. He looked grim and said, how do I know he's so fragile? Li Xiaolan endured the pain and asked with tears, son, what exactly happened? A nurse, just about to change the 4, said, don't cry, your face can't see water, not even tears. If you do, your face won't look good. Hearing this, Li Xiaolan quickly stopped crying. After the nurse left, she asked, son, tell mom what really happened. Gao Rusen endured the pain, weakly saying, I think I bumped into a ghost. I clearly remember jumping into the men's youth village, but when I woke up, I was on the mountain. Maybe I hit something evil. Li Shilon asked, "Are you sure you didn't remember incorrectly?" Gao Rusen shook his head and replied, "I'm sure I didn't forget. I remember entering the yard and opening her room door, then I don't remember anything after that." Gao Shuni heard someone coming and said, "Someone's coming. Don't talk about those things now. We'll discuss it when we go home." Both Li Shilon and Gao Rusen fell silent. This situation was indeed strange. Gao Shuni was worried now. The medical expenses for the two of them were a big burden. The small amount they got from Zhang Digang's family wasn't enough for their treatment. Gao Rusen said to Gao Shuni, "Dad, I'm hungry." Li Shilon was also worried. The doctor said her leg might leave lasting effects even if it heals, which made her feel very angry. The doctor said her injury wasn't very serious. If she had been taken to the hospital earlier, it wouldn't have turned out like this. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She also resented the families living across the river. Despite calling out loudly, those families on the other side of the river didn't come out to check on her. They just waited for her to leave. In Jishir City, the Luo family was waiting for the final mediation result. Geng Zhenyu was about to be discharged soon. The medical and lost wages costs would be split into 23 yuan. The Wang family couldn't pay that much, so Wang Sanqiang's mother started causing trouble for the Luo family. She made 2 trips to the shoe factory and 1 to the steel factory, and even went to Luo Fei's school to find her. Wang Sanqiang's mother was determined now. She didn't care about losing face. Her younger son caused this problem, but Luo Bin was the one who had to pay for Geng Zhenyu. Their family had no money, so she kept bothering them again and again. That evening, Wang Sanqiang's mother went to the Luo family again, crying loudly, making the neighbors complain about the Luo family. Luo Tiancheng also told Luo Tianming to quickly resolve this matter and warned him not to lose sight of the bigger picture and let it affect his work. Luo Tianming and Feng Hui had no choice but to grit their teeth and agree. They paid another 46 yuan, and when they bought some supplements, they spent another 5 yuan, totaling 50 yuan. When they got home and saw their son doing nothing, the couple argued once more. Lobin really didn't want to stay at home anymore. The people in the yard were unfriendly to him. But now, he couldn't go back to Qingshan village either. He still owed money from the last time he took money from home. He had no choice but to get into bed, pull the blanket over his head, and try to sleep, pretending he couldn't hear anything. In the main room, Qiao Wan said, "When will these chaotic days end? Living in this yard is so annoying." Luo Tao listened and asked his mother, "Mom, how much money do we have left? It would be great if we could buy another yard. My fiancée said she won't marry me without a house." Qiao Wan sighed and said, "Not much. Only your grandfather had a formal job back then. Our family was affected and moved to the farm. Your grandfather passed away early, and when we returned to the city, we only got paid for those 2 years according to policy. We spent some money settling down and buying things. When your second uncle brought Lobin back, he also paid some money to Qingshan village. After we returned to the city, we gave some to your grandparents. When we divided the family, there wasn't much left. Recently, you both changed jobs, which cost some money. Now, I only have about 300 yuan. Buying a yard probably isn't possible." Luo Tao whispered, 300 is a little low, but it should be enough to buy a small house, right? I'll look into it when I have time, see if there are any suitable single-room houses. I can't have my siblings without a place to live when I get married." Qiao Wan thought about what her eldest son said. It's true, without a house, the girl probably wouldn't want to marry him. But for her son's marriage, she couldn't let her other children have no place to live either. She looked at Luo Tiancheng sitting nearby and asked, "Dad, what do you think?" Luo Tiancheng nodded. "Okay, let's look first. If we find something suitable, we'll buy a place. We have to take it step by step." Qiao Wan then asked her eldest son, Taozi, "Has your fiancé mentioned anything about the bride price?" Luo Tao thought for a moment and said, "Not specifically. She just said that whatever the other family has, we will do the same." Luo Tiancheng's brows furrowed even more. If they bought a house, they would run out of money. They wouldn't be able to afford the wedding later. Luo Tao understood what his father was thinking.
Dad, Mom, don't worry too much. We have to take it step by step. First, we need a house, then we can think about other things.
Besides, our family of 4 still has several months until the end of the year to save more money. In Qingshan village, Louis Chen received a message from his grandfather asking him to return to the capital. However, he hadn't figured out how to face the situation yet. After work, he sat alone in the courtyard, lost in thought. Thinking about the person responsible for his suffering, he felt like tearing him apart with his own hands, but he knew he couldn't do that. The reason he left the capital and came so far away was to give himself some time to calm down. He looked down at his leg and wondered what would happen if he went back. It might be better to stay here peacefully. He felt sorry for his grandfather, who was so old and still worried about him. Luo Qiao finished preparing the meal but didn't see Louis Chen come over. She looked at Shirtu, who was reading nearby, and said, "Shirtu, go see what Brother Lu is hesitating about." Shirtu received the order and ran outside, only to see the Sun family returning from the village entrance. When they entered the yard, they saw Louis Chen sitting there. Luo Qiao said, "Brother Lu, what are you staring at?" "Sister Luo Qiao asked me to come see why you haven't come over yet. The food has been ready for a while." Louis Chen snapped out of his thoughts, looked at the sky, and got up. He followed Shirtu out of the yard. Louis Chen and Shirtu entered the yard. Shirtu said, "Sister Luo Qiao, I just saw my second uncle and their family coming back." Luo Qiao replied, "They should be back now. They've been in the city hospital for quite a few days." After the Sun family returned, Sun's wife looked at the scar on her grandson's arm and said with concern, "My Xingyuan has suffered so much." Kong Yuru came back looking tired and sat down listlessly. Sun's wife asked, "How much did this trip cost?" Sun Baoqing said, "It cost quite a bit." Seeing her second son's indifferent attitude, Sun's wife was a bit upset and asked, "How much exactly?" Sun Baoqing replied, "A little over 100. Kong Yuru said, "Shenyuan really drained our family's savings this time. How will we get through the days ahead?" Sun's wife was furious now. She said, "Who can we blame? It's your fault. Not only did you ruin the family's reputation, but you also caused Xingyuan so much suffering." Hearing his mother-in-law's words, Kong Yuru lowered his head and dared not speak further. Instead, he thought to himself that all this trouble was caused by that wild child. If not for him, he wouldn't have been so impulsive. Sun Baoqing said, "Let's put this behind us and not talk about it anymore." Grandma Sun said, "You did something wrong and still won't admit it. Humph, you all are the ones living your lives. I, an old woman, can't control anything." Luo Qiao also learned from villagers' gossip that Sun Xingyuan had spent all the money from Stone Ma's inheritance in the city hospital and only barely saved his arm. Luo Qiao thought to herself, "This is karma." But karma was far from over. The next day, when Sun Baoqing went to work at the county, the director told him he was fired because he had taken too long leave. Since the position couldn't be left vacant, someone else was assigned to it. He wanted to argue with the factory leaders, but before he reached their office, he overheard some staff talking about him. They said he got his job by trading his sister's life, and his wife even used hot soup to scald their only little nephew, leaving him seriously injured. What made it worse was that they refused to treat the nephew. Sun Baoqing's brothers secretly took the compensation money meant for their sister, and they even pushed the little nephew onto others to raise. It was utterly heartless. Hearing this, Sun Baoqing's face turned pale. He didn't dare stay any longer and quickly left the office building. At a corner, he overheard an old gatekeeper talking about him. "Grandpa Chung, is what you said about Sun Baoqing true? How could it be false? Just a few days ago, people from our logistics and cafeteria overheard folks from Chaoyang Commune at the market talking about it. It's real. They said it's Sun Baoqing from Qingshan village. You say his conscience must have been eaten by dogs. He's really not a good person. He used his sister's life to get his job, and his wife even mistreated his sister's only son. It's just too much to bear. Maybe the factory will fire him. Our factory has hired temporary workers for long leaves before. His character isn't good. If the leaders personally decide, he'll be gone. Hearing this, Sun Baoqing felt too ashamed to listen further. He turned around and headed back to his dormitory, packing his things to return to the village. He truly believed he was suffering karma. He didn't even know how others would treat him once he returned to the village. He felt like he wanted to die. After packing, he headed toward the factory gate. His co-workers pointed at him and whispered. Sometimes he could hear someone curse, "Bah! Heartless scoundrel, so shameless." Only after he left the factory did he finally relax his tense body. He looked back at the place he once thought could help him succeed, sighed, then picked up his luggage and left. These days, the villagers in Qingshan village are talking about the Sun family and the Gao family. Sun Baoqing, the second son of the Sun family, lost his job because he took too long off work. His wife, Kong Yuru, cried and cursed Stone, calling him a bad omen. People in the village mocked Kong Yuru, saying she brought this on herself and that her bad heart caused Sun Baoqing to lose his job. As for the Gao family, the doctor from the local health clinic suggested Gao Shuani take Li Xiaolan to the city to see a specialist, hoping there might be a solution. After discussing with Li Xiaolan, Gao Shuani decided to discharge her from the hospital and bring her home to rest her leg. He also brought Gao Rusen back home. Now, the eldest daughter-in-law, Feng Xiaojun, is having a hard time. Her mother-in-law and sister-in-law keep arguing with her. Frustrated, she decided to leave and went back to her parents' house. Gao Shuani is quite clever. Since his son said strange things in the hospital, he went to the village the next day. While most people were working, he visited the youth educator's courtyard. But after walking around where his son said he saw something, he found no signs or traces. No one had been there. It seems his son might have been possessed or hallucinating. He then stopped doubting Luo Qiao and thought about secretly finding a fortune teller to check on his son and maybe his family, wondering if there was something evil in their home since many things had gone wrong lately. Luo Qiao had already noticed someone had entered the boy's courtyard. She didn't want to suspect her, so she just watched and waited to see how they would act later. If the Gao family didn't try to hurt her, she wouldn't do anything either. She hoped Li Xiaolan would be more careful this time. That noon, Luo Qiao was almost done cooking and was about to call Stone for dinner when she heard him crying. She quickly ran toward Lu Yichen's yard. When she arrived, she saw Kong Yuru rummaging through Lu Yichen's house. It was clear she had just started searching. Stone was desperately trying to stop her, but Kong Yuru pushed him into the corner. Luo Qiao signaled to Stone to back off and quietly left the yard, then hurried to the village head's house to tell him what happened. The village head came out with a few villagers and headed to Lu Yichen's house. Kong Yuru was still focused on searching and didn't notice anyone outside. She was still yelling, "You're just a bad omen. Your mother died because of you, and now you're hurting our Sun family. If it weren't for you, Xingyuan wouldn't have suffered so much. Where is that scar ointment? Tell me." She tried to hit Stone. Suddenly, the village head shouted, "Kong Yuru, what are you doing?" Kong Yuru was so absorbed that she didn't hear anyone coming into the yard. When she turned around at the sound and saw the person at the door, she was startled. She became a bit scared and said, "I didn't do anything. I just wanted to borrow some Stone scar ointment." That wild kid. Oh, this child refuses to say where he put it. I was just going to look for it myself. Really, I didn't do anything else. The team leader said, "Come out of the yard first." Kong Yuru glared at Shirtu and spat. "Bah, you bad luck charm." Someone outside made way and said, "Kong Yuru, do you realize you're breaking into the house?" Hearing this, Kong Yuru thought of something and somehow found the courage. She pushed past the person blocking her and ran out of the yard. The person she pushed almost fell and had to step back several steps to steady himself. By the time everyone reacted, Kong Yuru had already run outside. Someone inside shouted, "Is she planning to escape to avoid punishment?" Hearing this, Kong Yuru ran even faster. The team leader looked at Shirtu and asked, "Shirtu, are you hurt?" Shirtu shook his head and said, "Uncle, I saw Second Aunt putting something into her pocket earlier, but I didn't see what it was." Hearing this, the team leader ordered a few people to stay at the scene and took others to the Sun family. Kong Yuru returned home, closed the door, and found a place to bury the items in her pocket. No matter how loudly people knocked outside, she refused to open the door. The team leader sent someone to the fields to find Sun Baoqing and explained the situation to him. Sun Baoqing didn't expect Kong Yuru to cause trouble at Lui Chen's house. He felt like giving up, or maybe he already wanted to, or perhaps he just felt ashamed. He said that the woman had been distracted in the fields all morning and had come back early, saying she needed to cook. Since she couldn't finish her work, she stayed behind to help. Now that she was called back, he realized she was causing trouble again. Kong Yuru kept insisting she hadn't done anything wrong. The team leader asked her to open the door, but she refused. Sun Baoqing got anxious and shouted inside, "What are you trying to do? Do you want to give up, or do you want to spend a few years in jail?" He had worked at the factory for a few months, and the union often organized legal education for workers, so he knew a bit about the law. This woman was simply ignorant and naive. Coincidentally, at this moment, Lui Chen was driving back in a tractor, carrying several bags of fine grain, which he had someone buy for him. Everyone heard the sound of the tractor and naturally felt a bit nervous. Lui Chen was not from their village. The people at the commune's agricultural machinery station said he was from a big city with a strong background. Usually, villagers didn't dare to approach or bother him. They instinctively worried about Kong Yuru, fearing she might have taken something from him and that he could send her to jail. When the tractor was parked and the grain was unloaded, they heard a heartbreaking cry from the rocks on the opposite hill. It startled him so much that he forgot about the grain. He quickly locked the tractor room and ran home. Luo Qiao had just returned with the team leader to check on Shirtu and remembered she was still cooking at home. She hurried back. At the entrance of his house, Lui Chen saw Shirtu, who was crying and red-eyed. He asked what happened. Shirtu said, "Sun Xingyuan's mother came to our house. She first asked for the medicine for scars. When I said we had none, she didn't believe me and started searching inside. I couldn't stop her. She pushed me and even hit me. Later, I saw her put something into her pocket. When the team leader's uncle and others arrived, she ran away." Lui Chen was really angry now. He had a slight cleanliness obsession, and this woman dared to touch his things. Since she came to him willingly, he wouldn't let her get away with it. He took his bicycle from the room next door and said, "No one is allowed inside." He then told Shirtu, "Don't be afraid, Shirtu. I'll be back soon." He turned and went down the hill. The team leader saw Lui Chen coming down but didn't head toward the bridge. Instead, he left the village, sighing to himself. Sun Baoqing originally wanted to stop him, but Lui Chen was riding so fast that he had no chance to catch up. He thought to himself, "It's over." Sun Baoqing looked back at his tightly closed door. He told everyone to move aside. Then, he took a few running steps and kicked the door open, startling Kong Yuru, who was chopping vegetables in the kitchen. He saw his door was kicked open and cursed, "Who the heck is so disrespectful? Come out and face me. The door must be broken, someone better pay for it." Sun Baoqing rushed in and grabbed Kong Yuru, hitting her. "You idiot! How can you cause so much trouble?" Kong Yuru was not afraid of him. They started fighting, rolling around and hitting each other. "Sun Baoqing, you scoundrel! How dare you hit me?" Sun Baoqing was very angry when she scolded him like that. He said, "Who do you think you are, woman? Tell me clearly, who do you think you are?" Just then, Kong Yuru's sister, Kong Baoru, came over. She pushed aside the onlookers and rushed in. "Stop fighting. What kind of behavior is this? Can't you talk nicely? Why do you have to fight?" At this moment, Sun Huqing was tired from fighting and stood up. He said, "Kong Yuru, if you think I am useless, then let's get a divorce. Don't do things that shame us. Let me and the children not be embarrassed by you." When Kong Baoru heard her brother-in-law mention divorce, she looked at her sister, Kong Yuru. "Sister, what did you do this time?" Kong Yuru felt a bit guilty and said, "I didn't do anything. I just went to find that unlucky person, Stone, to get some scar ointment for Xingyuan. When I returned to the village, I found out that Lui Chen spent a lot of money to buy scar removal medicine for that wild kid. I just wanted to ask that unlucky person for some, but that heartless thing refused to tell me where the medicine was.
So I had to find it myself. Kong Baoru listened to her sister and felt speechless. She pinched her forehead and said, "You went to Louis Chen's house to rummage around?" Kong Yuru hesitated and said, "I was just looking for the scar ointment." As soon as she finished speaking, someone outside the yard exclaimed, "Louis Chen has reported to the police." Sun Baoqing went to the gate and looked out. Louis Chen was returning to the village with 3 police officers, but he didn't come to the Sun family. Instead, he went straight to his own house. The team leader quickly sent someone to invite the village secretary. He no longer cared about Kong Yuru and told Sun Baoqing to watch her carefully. The police would definitely come looking for her soon. Sun Baoqing turned to Kong Yuru and said, "Hurry up and return whatever you took." Kong Yuru was trembling with fear but still stubbornly said, "I didn't take anything. I was just looking for the scar ointment at his house, but I haven't found it yet. The team leader took people away before I could." Sun Baoqing glared at her fiercely. "You better tell the truth. If anything happens, I will divorce you immediately and cut off all relations with the children." After saying that, he turned and walked outside. He told his sister-in-law, who was standing nearby, "Keep an eye on her. If she runs away, don't expect to get rid of your ties." Then he headed toward Louis Chen's house. He had to go see for himself to prevent any problems. When he arrived, the police were there collecting evidence. They removed a few threads of cloth from the cracked door frame. After a preliminary inspection, the police asked Louis Chen to check if anything was missing at home. Louis Chen looked around and said, 300 yuan and a jade pendant are gone. The villagers watching outside became very worried. Sun Baoqing was even more scared, sweating on his forehead. If it was really Kong Yuru, she could be sentenced. After registering, the police followed the local party secretary to Sun Baoqing's house. When Sun Baoqing heard about the missing items, he ran home immediately. But when he arrived, the door was locked, and he felt very angry. He thought that if he just kept the door closed, the police wouldn't find her and she could stay safe. But now, even if she didn't steal anything, it was useless. Once they caught her, she would definitely be convicted. She was probably trying to escape to avoid punishment. He was so angry he spun around in place and kicked the big poplar tree in front of the door. The pain made him grimace and hop on one foot for a long time. When the party secretary and police arrived, they saw this scene. The police had also heard that Kong Yuru had previously gone home, and they asked Sun Baoqing to open the door so they could search inside. Sun Baoqing said he didn't have the key. The villagers looked at him with disdain. Whether he truly didn't have the key or was just pretending, no one believed him. He didn't have the key to his own door, and everyone thought he was just stalling. His wife was clever. She took a hammer from their eldest son's yard and broke the lock in 2 hits. The police searched inside but found nothing. Louis Chen made sure everything was in order at home and didn't let Shirdu come over, fearing he might get hurt again, so he stayed home. Luo Qiao brought some food in a basket for Shirdu to eat and then headed to the Sun family's house. She was curious about what Kong Yuru had taken from Louis Chen. When Louis Chen arrived, the police had found nothing and were about to leave. Louis Chen went straight into the yard, carefully walked around, and asked someone to bring aid to dig in several spots he pointed out. They dug in a few places but found nothing. Surprisingly, Kong Yuru was quite clever. She hadn't hidden in remote places, but had hidden her jade pendant under a stone pillar in the middle of the yard, where Louis Chen's missing pendant was found. Now, the villagers believed that Kong Yuru must have taken the money and was trying to escape to avoid punishment, hiding somewhere nearby. Actually, she was scared and, after being beaten by Sun Baoqing, wanted to go to her mother's house to hide and also to treat her wounds. An hour later, in Kongjia village near Qingshan village, Kong Yuru was taken away by the police in a panic. Her parents almost fainted when they learned their daughter had committed theft. It was also revealed that Kong Yuru had previously done bad things, taking her sister-in-law's compensation money, poisoning her nephew with boiling noodle soup, causing serious injuries, refusing treatment, and finally driving him out of the house and handing him over to others. Now, taking advantage of the adult's absence, she had broken into homes to steal and rob. Her family was also affected, and some people came to scold her parents for raising a mean-spirited daughter.
Her parents couldn't bear the shock and both fell ill. They didn't blame the villagers for criticizing them, knowing how big the trouble had been, but they also never tried to educate their daughter. Pretending to be sick to gain sympathy was useless now. The villagers scolded them even more. Even Kong Yuru's brother-in-law and sister-in-law dared not show themselves in public because it was too embarrassing. The two oldest granddaughters of the Kong family were most affected. The families they had arranged marriages with all withdrew their proposals, citing that the Kong girl was too wicked. This made Kong's brother-in-law and sister-in-law very angry. They even went to the local police station to curse Kong Yuru, saying she was worse than dead, and declared that whether she lived or died in the future had nothing to do with the Kong family. They told her never to come back to the Kong house again. Kong Yuru couldn't understand why, after simply taking a jade pendant, she ended up in such a situation. She grew more resentful toward the stone, blaming the unlucky star. She thought if that troublemaker had obediently handed over the scar removal ointment, she wouldn't have searched around and found the jade pendant, which led her to become greedy. Now, she was stuck in this terrible place, and she wondered if anyone could save her. As for the 300 yuan that Lu Yichen mentioned was lost, Kong Yuru still wanted to accuse the team leader and the villagers present at the time, questioning whether they had taken it. The police questioned those people one by one, but found nothing. In the end, the money was left unresolved. Lu Yichen demanded that everything Kong Yuru had touched be replaced with new items, otherwise, the matter wouldn't end. The Sun family also heard that Lu Yichen had connections and was worried about causing more trouble, so they replaced all the bedding in his house. As for the clothes, they felt helpless and couldn't do anything about them. Although Kong Yuru never admitted to stealing the 300 yuan because the jade pendant was very valuable, Sun Baoqing's efforts to persuade Lu Yichen were useless. Kong Yuru was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Now, whether it was the Sun family or the Kong family, they became well known in Chaoyang Commune. Every day, people pointed fingers at them. The eldest son of the Sun family almost had his marriage called off, but after adding 100 yuan in betrothal gifts, it was finally settled. However, the bride's family demanded a grand wedding, insisting that their daughter should not be treated unfairly. The Sun family's eldest household agreed, and the wedding feast was quite lavish. But unaware villagers still scolded them. They spent the bride's sister's money to hold a big wedding banquet, yet they couldn't even accommodate their sister's only child. The Sun family was seen as unkind and selfish, with no good qualities. On the day the new bride entered the house, she cried from anger. The eldest household emptied their savings to satisfy the in-laws, but instead of making the bride happy, it drew more scolding from villagers. The couple from the eldest household felt worried. They still had 2 sons. The second son was now of marriageable age. To marry off the eldest daughter-in-law, they also spent money on the second son's wedding. Since the second son found out that the money meant for his own marriage had been spent by his older brother, he looked at them with sharp eyes. Every day, he stared at his parents and his older brother and sister-in-law with disapproval, making everyone in the family afraid to provoke him. Sun's wife now felt a bit regretful. If she had valued the stone more in the beginning, maybe the Sun family wouldn't have ended up like this. Their once good life was ruined by her own actions. She thought, luckily, the third household wasn't involved. But as the saying goes, misfortune never comes alone. A few days later, the third household also faced trouble. Sun's son Baogun went to the county town for some errands. Unexpectedly, he overheard people talking about their Sun family. He didn't understand how the news spread to the county town. He had planned to leave quietly. But his second brother's former colleague from the factory recognized him. He had brought some things for his second brother during visits to the county, and that person worked in the security department. When the gossipers heard that this person was from the Sun family, they angrily surrounded him and scolded him. Then, they heard shocking news. The second brother's job was also obtained through the sister's sacrifice. The second brother hadn't told him or their older brother about it. His mood was already bad, and when a man saw him silent, he reached out and tugged at his sleeve. Tragically, something unfortunate then happened. Sun Baojun threw a punch, and the old man fell down immediately. Elderly people can't handle his punch. When taken to the hospital, it was found that his nasal bone was broken and 2 of his front teeth were knocked out. The compensation he received was not enough to cover today's incident. When the Sun family arrived in the county town, the old man's son was forcing Sun Baojun to sign a promissory note. Sun Baojun's impulsive action meant he had to pay for the hospital bills, dental repairs, nutrition costs during this time, lost wages, and compensation. You can't expect him to pay everything for free. All the family's money was used up to cover these costs. Sun Baojun's wife borrowed some from her relatives back home, and only then was the matter settled. However, when Sun Baojun returned to the village, he was not satisfied. He started teaming up with his older brother, Sun Baowen, to confront their second brother, Sun Baoqing. This caused a big fuss in the village, and everyone found out that Sun Baoqing's job was related to the accident involving Stone's mother, Sun Mei. Now, the Sun family's reputation in Qingshan village, and even in Chaoyang commune, was completely ruined. No one dared to marry into the family, not even their granddaughter, fearing that the family's bad name would affect them. The most anxious were the eldest branch. Their daughter was already 17 years old. It was as if they had ruined her future. They had to seek help from relatives back home to arrange a marriage for her far away. Luo Qiao didn't care about their quarrels. Recently, there hadn't been much work in the fields. The village secretary gave everyone 2 days off, mainly because the team leader and the secretary saw that the villagers were just chatting and wasting time in the fields. They decided to let everyone rest and relax freely. Luo Qiao was happy about this. She had been wanting to go deep into the mountains of Daqing Mountain for a while, and now her wish was fulfilled. The next day, after preparing breakfast early, Lui Chen and Stone finished eating and left. They didn't want passers-by to see them or spread any unpleasant rumors. Lui Chen and Stone were very careful about this, as they had plenty of experience. A few days ago, Lui Chen brought back a lot of fine grains. Yesterday, he also brought back a good amount of meat. So, Luo Qiao made pot stickers for breakfast, some of which she stored in her space, so there would be enough to eat at noon. Today, Lui Chen was going to work. Before leaving, Luo Qiao took Stone's lunch over, steamed flour rolls mixed with noodles from yesterday and pot stickers from this morning, along with green bean soup that she had cooked in advance yesterday. She told the Stone that she might not return at noon, so it should eat lunch here by itself. She poured water into the big pot, placed rice in the steaming basket, and lit a small fire with twigs. This way, the rice would stay warm until noon. Entering the mountain made her feel very comfortable. Because of her wood-type supernatural ability, she naturally felt close to these plants. Over the past 6 months, Luo Qiao had trained her skills to the point where she could fight 10 people at once. That's why she dared to go deep into the mountains. The further she went, the more relaxed she felt, as if every pore in her body opened up. She sat down under a large camphor tree. Without the crystal core from the end of world, she could only try to absorb the essence of plants to improve her abilities. Maybe plant essence is natural and easier to absorb than using crystal cores from the end of the world. When she finished practicing, the released supernatural energy nourished the surrounding plants, making them look even greener and more lush. She felt her abilities had grown stronger. It seems that to improve her powers, she should come to the deep mountains more often. Relying only on stimulating fruits and vegetables might never enhance her abilities in this lifetime. But how far she can go by absorbing plant essence, she isn't quite sure. Luo Qiao was about to get up when she smelled a strange odor. She saw a thin layer of gray mud on her body, which she guessed was impurities from within her. Usually, when she used her supernatural ability to promote plant growth, her body would feel sticky. That was probably her body expelling impurities. This time, she could clearly see a layer of dirt on her skin. She quickly confirmed her safety and entered her space. She teleported to the creek and took a refreshing bath. Her skin felt much smoother and whiter than before. Luo Qiao couldn't put down her hands, touching her skin for a long time. She was surprised that her abilities here had changed from those in her previous life. Such a thing never happened before. She casually washed her dirty clothes in the creek and hung them up to dry. Then she changed into the clothes stored in her space. Only then did she leave her space to tidy up and prepare to move forward. She took her military water bottle from her backpack, took a few sips, and then saw a large snake hanging from a tree nearby. Even after experiencing the end of the world, she was still a little afraid of this soft-bodied animal. Her hand trembled, spilling a lot of water from the bottle. Seeing the snake seem to move toward her, she was frightened. She quickly closed the bottle and put it back in her backpack, then hurriedly left. It was too scary. I didn't go far before I heard something approaching. Luo Qiao quickly put away her backpack and climbed a large tree. From this height, she saw that it was full of animals. There were even wolves and bears. Instinctively, Luo Qiao shivered and stayed quiet on the tree to avoid being noticed. She was worried that if she tried to enter her space from such a high place, she might fall again. So, she decided to wait. The animals kept circling around the area. Could her special power be attracting them? Maybe her ability had changed, which puzzled her. Not understanding it, she decided not to think about it. But if it was true, it could be quite troublesome. Girl, you're overthinking. Your power only affects plants. Those animals are just interested in the water in your water bottle. Haha. Someone teased. Luo Qiao chuckled at herself, feeling a bit embarrassed. The animals kept wandering nearby. Luo Qiao thought it would be great to catch a few and put them in her space, but they were too far away. She was worried she wouldn't be able to reach them. While sitting in the tree with nothing to do, she focused on trying to catch some animals. She didn't expect that big animals like wolves or bears were impossible to catch, but rabbits, pheasants, and similar small animals were fine. She happily caught quite a few and stored them in her space. She also caught a small leopard and some deer, but couldn't manage the larger ones. When she started feeling dizzy, she quickly stopped and entered her space. She couldn't stay outside too long, or she might fall again, which would be embarrassing. Inside, she drank some well water from her bottle, and her mind felt clearer. It was her first time trying to retrieve things from her space from a distance, and she realized it drained her mental energy. She promised herself not to do it recklessly again. After resting and eating a little, she left her space again. Looking down, she saw that the animals had scattered, leaving only a few wild pheasants scratching the ground. Luo Qiao skillfully climbed down the tree and casually caught 2 pheasants to put in her space, testing if she would feel dizzy again. Seeing she was fine, she took out a small knife and continued walking forward. Luo Qiao traveled along the way, collecting many herbs that weren't available on the outskirts, including high-quality medicinal plants. She didn't miss any opportunity to gather them. Along the way, she found seedlings of yellow rosewood, red pine, beech, and camphor trees, and she collected a few to plant on the mountain inside her space later. During this time, she also encountered several ornamental trees such as the 5-point maple, oak, ginkgo, silk tree, and red cedar. Luo Qiao collected a few young seedlings into her space, thinking that they might be useful someday. She planned to plant one in the front yard of her house in the city, where it would look especially beautiful in autumn. As she walked and gathered, she realized that Dakingshan was a natural treasure trove. She found many rare medicinal herbs and even discovered 7 or 8 ginseng roots that were 50 years old, along with several smaller ones that were just a few years old. Luo Qiao carefully dug out a few of these and stored them in her space, leaving 2 50-year-old roots in their original place. She didn't need many, but in case someone needed them urgently, they could come into the mountains to find some, and maybe they'd be lucky enough to find more. She also collected a few small ginseng roots into her space, planning to make ginseng wine later. She decided to let these roots grow here, so they wouldn't be destroyed. After checking the time, she decided not to go further, but to take a different path back. With her special ability, she wasn't worried about losing her way. Today was the happiest day she'd had in this place. As she walked back, she kept gathering herbs and plants. Suddenly, she came across several beehives. Without hesitation, she stored them in her space, so now she'd have honey to enjoy later. She wasn't worried about being stung because she thought about the flowers and fruit trees in her space and the mountain valley. The bees would have plenty of places to gather nectar, which made her feel very happy. Earlier, the fruits her friend Hyujia sent her were all varieties not found in the north, such as mangosteen, loquat, bayberry, lychee, and longan. These weren't available in her space. After eating them, she planted the seeds in an open area in the valley. Now, they had already sprouted, and she believed that soon she'd be able to enjoy those fruits again. Feeling joyful, she headed down the mountain. By sunset, Luo Qiao returned home. She took a chicken from her space and covered it with a basket, waiting for Lui Chen to clean it later. She felt more and more comfortable using Lui Chen's help. She chuckled to herself. She steamed some rice, thinking that if the villagers saw her, they might say she was wasteful and didn't know how to live frugally. After harvesting some vegetables from the backyard, she saw Lui Chen and Shirtu come in together. She didn't feel embarrassed and pointed to the basket, saying, "Help me deal with the wild chicken inside." Lui Chen approached and handed her a letter, saying, "Here's your letter. I brought it back for you." Lu Qiao looked at the letter in Lui Chen's hand and asked, "Where was my letter sent from?" Lui Chen replied, "From the BJXX editorial office." Lu Qiao was happy now. At last, she received a reply. She hoped it wasn't a rejection. She wiped her hands on her apron, took the letter, and opened it directly. After reading the reply, Lu Qiao smiled. It seemed her story had finally been accepted. Although some time had passed, she was glad it worked out. Along with the letter, there was a newspaper publishing her story. The editors thought it was a good idea to include illustrations with such short stories. They encouraged her to keep submitting her work. If possible, they wanted to start a special column, leaving some space for her stories. If daily submissions were too much, weekly ones would also be fine. They hoped to hear back from Lu Qiao soon. Looking at the newspaper in his hand and thinking about another letter he hadn't received yet, Lui Chen wondered what was going on. He hadn't heard anything so far. Lui Chen had already taken care of the chicken, but Lu Qiao was still lost in her thoughts. Lui Chen asked, "Did you submit your story?" Lu Qiao said, "Yes, I did. Now I've received a response. Since it's my first time submitting, I earned 4 yuan for 1,000 words, plus 1 yuan for each illustration. I sent a short story with 5 pictures, and I received a payment slip for 9 yuan. Lui Chen thought to himself that Lu Qiao was becoming more impressive. An ordinary worker might earn 20 or 30 yuan a month, but her story, with illustrations, earned her 9 yuan. That was really remarkable. He felt a bit of urgency but kept his tone calm and said, "Congratulations, that's great." He even gave her a genuine thumbs up. Lu Qiao said, "It seems like this path could be good for me, but I know I won't always be lucky enough to get published." In her mind, she thought maybe she should try writing novels instead, which could save some trouble. She could also add illustrations there, which might be good too. Feeling confident after this success, she happily decided to continue. She put the payment slip back into the envelope and kept working on her vegetables. Lui Chen asked, "When do you plan to fix up the house in the city?" Lu Qiao thought for a moment and said, "The village doesn't work tomorrow." "No, I'll go back tomorrow and check again." Lui Chen, helping her with the vegetables, said, "I'll go with you tomorrow. If there's anything that needs fixing, my friend can help out." Luo Qiao looked up at Lui Chen, knowing he meant well. However, after what happened with Ding Xiangdong last time, Luo Qiao really didn't want to rely on Lui Chen's favors anymore. She felt it was better to pay for things herself to avoid feeling burdened. So she said, "Really, there's no need. There aren't many things that need fixing. Besides, I feel bad about always using your connections." Lui Chen listened and felt truly annoyed with Ding Xiangdong. What a troublemaker. He said, "I'm going to the city tomorrow. If you don't want them to help, that's fine. I'll go and take a look myself. If anything needs fixing, I'll do it personally." Luo Qiao looked at Lui Chen, unsure why he was so determined to help her fix things. Since it was already this serious, refusing would seem rude. Besides, they were so familiar now. At worst, she could invite him to a nice meal to thank him. Lui Chen noticed a big change in Luo Qiao today. He knew she was becoming more beautiful, but today her face looked much fairer, and her skin was smoother and more delicate than before. Luo Qiao saw Lui Chen looking at her and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Lui Chen shook his head and said, "I just think your skin looks better today." Luo Qiao's heart skipped a beat. How could she forget about this? She replied, "Oh, I made some whitening moisturizer myself recently. Maybe it's starting to work." Lui Chen didn't doubt her much. He knew Luo Qiao had changed a lot over the past 6 months. She was completely different from when she first arrived in Qingshan village. And since she could make those ointments for Stone, making nourishing skin creams probably wasn't difficult for her. Before, she was just tall and thin, with little flesh on her body, and her hair was dry and yellow. But over the past 6 months, she had grown taller and gained some weight. Now, it wouldn't be wrong to call her graceful and elegant. Stone sat there looking downcast. Luo Qiao quietly whispered to Lui Chen, "Stone has been looking so gloomy these days. Is something bothering him?" Lui Chen nodded and said, "Yes, something's off. He's been hesitant to speak. I think he might be trying to plead for Kong Yuru." Luo Qiao didn't say anything. If Stone really spoke up about this, she'd have to reconsider his future. She didn't want to raise a wolf in sheep's clothing. When the dishes were ready, Luo Qiao asked Lui Chen to serve the food. She picked up the letter and headed into the house. Luo Qiao was thinking about why the newspaper office put the remittance slip inside an envelope. What if it got lost? But then she thought that next time she submitted an article, she should use a pen name to avoid trouble in the future. When she came out of her room, Lui Chen had already prepared the meal. Today, all three seemed preoccupied, so the dinner was not as lively as usual. After finishing the meal and waiting for Lui Chen to clean the dishes, Stone hesitated for a long time and said, "Sister Ruo Qiao, Brother Lu, I have something to tell you." Ruo Qiao and Lui Chen looked at each other. Stone's nervous hands didn't know where to put. Ruo Qiao went to the door, looked outside, then closed the gate before allowing them to come inside. Lui Chen looked at Stone and said, "Just tell us what's wrong." Stone, with tears in his voice, said, "I did something wrong, but I don't know what to do." Ruo Qiao said, "Don't cry first. Explain everything clearly. We can discuss how to solve it." Stone looked up and said, "Actually, Brother Lu, I didn't lose the 300 yuan. I hid it." Ruo Qiao asked, "What? You hid it?" Stone nodded and continued, "At that time, my second aunt was searching the house. I knew where the money was because I knew Brother Lu's habits. I was afraid she would take it, so I secretly hid the money where she had already looked. I thought she wouldn't find it and would leave. But then the team leader came and my second aunt ran away." He paused, then said, "There were others in the yard. I was worried the money would be lost again if I kept it inside, so I took it out and hid it in the storage room. Later, the police came and took my second aunt to Kongjia village." He sighed and said, "I wanted to tell Brother Lu that night, but he was busy for the next 2 days and didn't come back. I was planning to scare my aunt, but I didn't expect her to be sentenced. After that, I didn't dare to speak about the money." Lui Chen looked serious and said, "Stone, we can't ignore things like this. If you make a mistake, you should admit it bravely. Hiding won't solve the problem. Luckily, I didn't pursue the 300 yuan this time." He continued, "Kong Yuru also refused to admit she took the money. When she was sentenced, it wasn't directly related to that 300 yuan. But have you thought about the consequences of this matter?" Li Qiao listened, and also felt that Shirtu was indeed wrong. Fortunately, Kong Yuru refused to admit anything, and Lui Chen didn't want to be too harsh. The police judged the punishment based on the value of the jade pendant. If any part of this had gone wrong, it could have caused serious problems. Li Qiao had to carefully explain the reasoning and consequences to Shirtu. Although they were lucky this time and no major mistake was made, he had good intentions. Still, a mistake is a mistake. Shirtu cried and said, "Big Brother Lu, Sister Li Qiao, I know I was wrong. Do you not want me anymore?" Li Qiao looked at the nervous Shirtu and softly said, "Knowing your mistake and trying to fix it is very good. But this time, things are a bit special. So, tomorrow, no, actually now, Big Brother Lu will go with you to the local police station. Don't be afraid. Nothing serious will happen. But we need to correct the mistake and explain everything clearly to the police. When you come back, you should also tell the village secretary and the team leader about what happened. Originally, only the three of them knew about this, but Shirtu was still young. He needed to understand how serious his mistake was so he wouldn't do it again. Since they took responsibility for Shirtu, they had to ensure he learned right from wrong and developed proper values. He needed to grow into someone responsible. Because of this money, Kong Yulan and the villagers who helped that day were also affected. The police had questioned them, so they felt uncomfortable. The money hadn't been found, and although no one said anything openly, everyone felt uneasy.
Liu Yishen understood Li Qiao's intention.
Shirtu was still young, and this was a serious lesson. They couldn't let him think that as long as others didn't know or they didn't say anything, it was okay. Liu Chen stood up and said, "Shirtu, let's go. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it. This case is special, and we need to explain everything to the police. Otherwise, those 300 yuan might become a burden for the officers handling the case." Shirtu, still a child and a little scared, moved closer to Li Qiao and asked, "Will I also get taken away?" Li Qiao softly replied, "No, just need to explain things to the police. Once that's done, the case will be closed. If it stays unresolved, it will always bother the officers. Also, once the money is found, it's important to clarify everything so everyone involved can let go of this matter. Otherwise, everyone will feel uncomfortable and you will feel uneasy too." Stone listened to Luo Qiao's explanation, nodded, and said, "Got it. I'll go now." Liu Chen took Stone and left. Luo Qiao then closed the door, entered her space, and planted the herbs and saplings she had collected earlier today. The animals she had brought in had already adapted to this place. Luo Qiao had previously set up a mental barrier, so the animals on the mountain wouldn't come down to damage the crops. After planting everything, Luo Qiao did a set of martial arts and yoga exercises, then teleported to the downstream of the small creek to take a bath. Recently, she had been reading her first-year high school textbooks one by one and was now studying her second-year books. When Liu Chen brought Stone to the police station, only the director and a duty officer were there. After Stone explained everything in detail, the officer kindly advised him. Liu Chen then stood up, said goodbye to the officer, and returned to the village. They also went to the village head's house to explain the situation again. The village head stepped in and called the secretary and a few villagers who had been involved at the time to the village office. After clarifying everything and apologizing, the village head and secretary said it was understandable. Since the boy was honest, they decided to put this matter behind them. It hadn't caused any real harm to anyone. All the adults understood the seriousness of the situation and agreed. The matter was considered settled. The next day, Luo Qiao got up early, prepared her things, cooked some porridge, and headed to the village head's house. She wanted him to give her an introduction letter so she could go to the city. Luo Qiao also asked Gao Ant whether she should bring something for Gao Ge. Gao Ant smiled and said, "How can I always bring things for him? It would make him spoiled." After Luo Qiao left, Gao Ant was still lost in thought for a moment. Her eldest daughter-in-law, Song Jiao, came over and asked, "Mom, what are you thinking about?" Qiao Lanlan then said, "That girl Luo Qiao is getting more and more lively." Song Jiao smiled and said, "Mom, you're right. Luo Qiao looks much better than when she first came to our village. She's gained some weight and looks whiter." Qiao Lanlan said, "That kid also seems to have grown quite a bit. When she grows up, she'll definitely be outstanding. I wonder which lucky person will be blessed to marry her." Song Jiao laughed and said, "That Gao Ruisin really thinks he's a big shot. He's just a frog wanting to eat swan meat. Look at himself, he's not that great. And his mom even went to ask for her hand in marriage. It's hilarious." Since Gao Baozhu started working in the city, Song Jiao has become more outspoken than before. She knows her husband's job was only obtained because of Luo Qiao, so she is completely on Luo Qiao's side. Jiao Lanlan glanced at her eldest daughter-in-law and said, "In the future, don't talk nonsense outside. I think you want Li Xiulan to step in and scold you." Then she turned and left. Song Jiao thought her mother-in-law was right, but she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't say such things outside. In the capital city, old Master Yuan was reading the newspaper when he heard his youngest son Yuan Weiqing speaking. He turned his head and asked, "Why are you back today?" Yuan Weiqing looked unhappy and said, "I ran into Luo Fengyuan at the regiment headquarters. It made me feel sick, so I took leave and came back." Old Master Yuan's face didn't look much better after hearing that. He asked, "How could Luo Fengyuan appear at your regiment?" Yuan Weiqing replied, "He wants to rejoin the team." Old Master Yuan snorted coldly. The Gu family is not involved anymore. They think the Gu family is no longer powerful, but they are wrong. The Gu family is just hiding and waiting for the right moment. Yuan Weiqing nodded and said, "I still think there are many doubts about Luo Ziming saving Lu Xini back then." Old Master Yuan said, "That was so long ago. The people involved are gone and Luo Ziming just took advantage of that." Yuan Weiqing sharply tapped the armrest of the sofa and said, "He is really a cunning old fox. Sometimes I think Lu Xini's mind must be confused." He could describe the scene back then and still believe Luo Ziming was the one who saved him. He felt it was too hasty, but this time Luo Fengyuan plotted against Yichen. They should settle their accounts now, right? But what did he do? It's understandable that he didn't know the truth at first, but afterward? Because his stepdaughter was dating Luo Ziming's son, Luo Fengyuan, he had to sacrifice his own son's interests to support his stepdaughter. "I just can't understand this." Old Master Yuan looked at his younger son and said, "Maybe he has his reasons. Yichen hurt his leg, so he probably made that decision after careful thought." Yuan Weiqing said, "Careful thought means hiding the truth from his own son to help Luo Fengyuan? Old Master, I can't accept that. Now I understand why Lu Yichen wants to stay far away. Maybe he has lost hope in his father." Old Master Yuan put down the newspaper and said, "Yichen is more mature than you.
Just look at yourself now.
Luo Fengyuan hasn't even done much, but you've already lost control." Yuan Weiqing watched the old man walk out and felt that his self-control always failed when facing Luo Fengyuan. This was not good. Yuan Weiqing calmed down and slowly reviewed the events in his mind. Could there be some hidden secret he didn't know about? Why did Lu Xini change? Why couldn't he listen to others? In Yuan Weiqing's memory, he wasn't like that. But regarding the Luo family, he was very disappointing. Old Master Yuan came in from outside and asked, "Does Luo Qiao know how she did on the exam?" Yuan Weiqing dismissed his suspicions and said, "Luo Qiao said she plans to go to the city for high school. Judging by her confident expression, there shouldn't be any problem. Just wait for good news." Old Master Yuan smiled when he heard this. "You're right, that girl is quite tough and her mind is good too. Old Yang has often told me she's a promising student." When he mentioned the Yang family, Yuan Weiqing's good mood suddenly disappeared. Those troublesome Yang family members really caused headaches. Old Master Yuan turned his head and saw his younger son frowning again. "What's wrong? Are those troublesome ones causing trouble again?" Yuan Weiqing said, "I have a comrade whose family shares a large courtyard with the Yang family. I heard all three families went there this time, planning to split the wages owed to Yang Laoi and his wife as compensation for their hardships over the years." Hearing this, Old Master Yuan suddenly dropped the watering can he was holding and cursed. "What nonsense is this? When my wife and I had problems, we immediately announced on the newspaper that we severed ties. Now that I've finally survived the farm and returned to the city, these worthless people want to share the money? What kind of sin has Yang Laoi committed? These scoundrels are all over him." Yuan Weiqing said, "Yang Laoi said that if they come again to cause trouble, he will call the police. Anyway, they already severed ties publicly. He also said that if they push him too far, he will donate all that money." Old Master Yuan said, "You're right, that's a good idea. It's that money that caused all this trouble. Without it, maybe everything would be peaceful." Yuan Weiqing's anger subsided. "Old Master, is there anything to eat? I haven't had breakfast yet." Old Master Yuan said, "Aunt Chin left early this morning. There is porridge ready in the kitchen, and yesterday's buns are in the bread box. You can serve yourself." In Qingshan village, Luo Qiao took the introduction letter and hurried home. She was still boiling porridge on the stove. When she passed by Louis Chen's gate, the yard door opened just as Stone ran out. Stone rushed over and stayed close to Luo Qiao. Sister Luo Qiao, we explained everything at the police station yesterday. The director even praised me for being a good kid. Luo Qiao smiled. That's great. Stone, you're really good. In the future, think carefully before doing things. If you feel something isn't right, remember to talk to adults in time. Do you understand? Stone grinned. I understand. I won't make such silly mistakes again.
I was so scared I almost fainted.
From now on, I'll tell you everything. Louis Chen followed behind Stone. Hearing Luo Qiao's words, he thought, it's good to talk to adults in time, but you're just a kid too. They entered the yard. Luo Qiao quickly ran into the kitchen. Luckily, she didn't delay too long, or the porridge might have boiled over. Another pot was boiling eggs, and a steamer above was steaming buns. It was almost ready, so she quickly turned off the fire and took everything out. They made cold cucumber salad, added some spicy pickled radish from a few days ago, and each took an egg. The porridge and buns were ready. After yesterday's events, Stone had regained his energy. Stone took a sip of porridge and picked up a piece of spicy radish. Sister Luo Qiao, this radish is really tasty. Luo Qiao smiled. If you like it, eat more. You haven't been eating well these days. Stone chuckled. I used to think I couldn't eat because I was worried. My mom always said she couldn't eat either. I kept wondering why she couldn't eat. Now I understand, when you have worries in your heart, you really don't feel hungry. Luo Qiao couldn't help but smile. Stone, don't worry too much about yesterday. Everyone has to go through some things to grow faster. It's good that you bravely admitted your mistake and explained everything. That can help avoid unnecessary trouble.
You've done very well.
Remember this in the future. Stone nodded. I understand. Luo Qiao patted Stone's head. All right, let's put this behind us. Stone smiled. Okay. Louis Chen said, hurry up and eat. We have to go out later to handle some things. Rock said, what should we do for Stone's lunch today? Louis Chen replied, I have some malted milk drink. He can make a cup and drink it himself at noon. We also have steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Oh, I also have a can of beef, which is a good deal for you. Stone said, just having steamed buns and pickled vegetables is fine.
No need to make the malted milk drink.
I have hot water in the thermos, so I can drink some. Don't worry, Sister Luo Qiao. I'm drinking water from the thermos now. I remember what you said. He continued, let's wait until you come back to eat the beef. I don't enjoy eating alone. I want to eat with Sister Luo Qiao and Brother Lu. Louis Chen looked at Stone and asked, are you sure you want to eat with us? Stone firmly said, yes, I want to eat together. I can eat so well now. I have nothing to complain about. When I was with my mom before, I never had such good food. My mom used to make porridge and never cooked dishes. She just boiled vegetables in the porridge. Sometimes, we didn't have enough food, and our stomachs would growl loudly in the middle of the night. Later, we would prepare some water and put it on the bed. When we were hungry, we drank some water. That way, the hunger would stop. My mom said drinking water could make us full and help calm our stomachs. After speaking, he looked sad. He finished the last bite of his steamed bun and said, I've never eaten enough before. After my mom left, living at my uncle's house was even worse. That's why I feel so lucky now. I can read, eat, and wear clothes. You don't know how much the children in the village envy me. Little Mousy and Shanzi asked if Brother Lu could also ask their families for some things.
Haha, they envy me.
When I grow up, I will buy many things for Brother Lu and Sister Luo Qiao. I will buy the best and most expensive things. He clenched his small fists tightly, his eyes shining. This was because Luo Qiao had casually mentioned a future life to him. Stone knew that to live a good life, he had to study hard. In the future, he wanted to stand out and be able to repay Brother Lu and Sister Luo Qiao. He dreamed of earning a lot of money to buy things for them. That was his current dream. What Luo Qiao didn't know was that the words she intended to use to guide Stone had become his obsession. Seeing that Stone seemed a bit off, Luo Qiao asked, Stone, what are you thinking about? Stone's eyes sparkled as he said, I want to earn lots of money in the future to spend on Sister Luo Qiao and Brother Lu. Luo Qiao pulled Stone aside and said, Stone, no matter what you do, you need to be steady and work hard. You shouldn't aim too high too quickly. Brother Lu, and I just want to encourage you to change your situation through learning. In the future, knowledge can help you change your fate, broaden your horizons, and realize your self-worth. Of course, it's okay to want to earn a lot of money, but that's not the only goal. You must not focus only on money. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Stone lowered his head and said, I understand, Sister Luo Qiao. Now I just need to study hard. Luo Qiao replied, Yes, Stone. In the future, you should become an honest, kind, smart, brave, and responsible man. Lui Chen glanced at Luo Qiao and thought that she was very good at guiding him. He believed Stone was lucky to meet her. Without her, he didn't know what kind of person Stone would grow up to be. Stone was very clever. If he had grown up only in the Sun family without good guidance, he might have gone down a bad path. Lui Chen quickly finished washing the dishes and went to pack up. Luo Qiao prepared lunch for Stone, packed it into a small basket, and added a few pieces of fruit candy inside. The three of them left the house together. This time, Luo Qiao didn't bring a basket but carried her handmade shoulder bag, since she thought she needed some tools with her. Stone carried the small basket toward Lui Chen's yard. Luo Qiao told him to read for a while and then go play with his friends. She warned him not to stare at the book too long, or his eyes might hurt. Stone nodded in agreement. Then she took the small path downhill toward the village. Not long after leaving the village, Lui Chen rode up on his bike. They arrived at the intersection of the commune. Lui Chen went to find a place to park his bike, while Luo Qiao waited by the roadside for the bus. Like clockwork, the bus arrived just as Lui Chen finished parking. They got on the bus, which had 2 empty seats, but not next to each other. As Luo Qiao sat down, she heard Lui Chen and the man next to him say, Comrade, could you please switch seats? The man looked at them, but didn't make things difficult. He quickly moved to another seat. In the front row, a woman was holding a little boy who kept crying and fussing. Many people on the bus started to speak more harshly, but no matter how they tried to comfort the boy, he kept crying. Luo Qiao motioned for Lui Chen to get off and walked over. Ma'am, let me watch the child for a bit. It's hard for him to keep crying like this. The woman looked very anxious and was sweating. She said, Young lady, do you know medicine? Luo Qiao nodded and said, I know a little. Seeing the child look dizzy from the ride, Luo Qiao squatted down to help him press and massage some acupoints, the forehead, the inner wrist, and the foot 3 miles point. After a while, perhaps because of her help, the child gradually stopped crying and fell asleep in the older sister's arms. The older sister gratefully said, Thank you so much, young lady. Luo Qiao smiled and replied, It's nothing. Children crying is bad for their voice. Next time you take her on a ride, try pressing those acupoints, forehead, inner wrist, and foot 3 miles. She'll feel better. The older sister smiled and said, All right, I'll remember. Luckily I met you today, or I wouldn't know what to do. Luo Qiao smiled and said, I'm just glad the child is okay. She stood up to go back to her seat, but maybe because she squatted too long, her legs went numb. The bus was still bouncing, and Luo Qiao let out a soft cry of surprise. Her body tilted and nearly fell out, but she quickly grabbed the back of the seat to steady herself. If she hadn't been quick, she might have fallen out. The road was so bad that the bus kept bouncing, and with each bump, Luo Qiao almost sat on the leg of the person next to her. Lui Chen, quick as a flash, caught her and pulled her into his arms. Because he used some force, Luo Qiao's nose bumped right into Lui Chen's chest, hurting so much that tears came to her eyes, and her face scrunched up. Earlier, in the bus, a woman who disliked the child's crying and had spoken harshly said, Really shameless, cuddling in public like that. Lui Chen's face instantly darkened. Seeing Luo Qiao's slightly eased expression, he softly asked, Are you feeling better? Luo Qiao got up from Lui Chen, squatted down to rub her calves, then stood and stomped her feet a few times. The older sister who had been holding the child asked, Is your leg numb? Luo Qiao smiled and said, It's fine. It'll be better soon. Long squatting makes your legs numb. That's normal. Their voices were soft but loud enough for others on the bus to hear. Someone was glad they hadn't spoken too much, or they'd be embarrassed now. Once her legs weren't numb anymore, Louis Chen told Luo Qiao to sit inside. He stood up and walked over to the woman who had scolded earlier. The woman looked a little scared now and stammered, "Why you? What do you want to do?" "My son knows martial arts, so don't mess around." Louis Chen coldly said, "Apologize." The woman said, Hey, no need to apologize. I didn't do anything wrong. Everyone saw you hugging just now." Louis Chen glanced at the young man beside her and quickly pulled him out. "Punch that young man in the stomach," he ordered. The young man gasped and curled up like a shrimp, sweating on his forehead from the pain. The woman was upset. "How can you hit someone like that?" The older sister holding a child stood up and said, "Your mouth is so foul. Didn't you see how long that girl was sitting here? Did you feel the bumps of the car just now? I think you must have eaten something bad this morning. You speak without thinking and try to blame others. You're not a good person. If your son has a mother like you, he's unlucky." People on the bus also started criticizing the woman. When her son calmed down, he turned and said, quickly, "Apologize to her." The woman, feeling embarrassed and ashamed as everyone pointed fingers at her, saw her son's angry look and had no choice but to say, "Sorry, I shouldn't have said those things." Louis Chen looked at her coldly. "Stand up and say it louder." Reluctantly, the woman stood up and raised her voice. "Sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken nonsense." Louis Chen then threw the young man into the aisle and turned back to his seat. He looked at Luo Qiao, whose nose was still red, and asked with concern, "Does it still hurt?" Luo Qiao shook her head. "It's fine now." Louis Chen glanced out the window and said, "We're almost in the city." After saying that, he looked ahead, and in a quick motion, he jumped out. Luo Qiao hadn't reacted yet when she felt the bus shake. When she saw what was happening in front, the mail ticket collector shouted, "Master Qian, what's wrong?" They sat in a spot where they could clearly see the driver's actions. The driver suddenly seemed to have a health issue, with his arms slowly hanging down and his head tilting toward the door side. The car twisted and wobbled on the road for a while before Louis Chen managed to steady it and pull over to the side. This was very dangerous. Fortunately, there weren't many cars on the road in this era. If this had happened in later times, it would have caused a traffic accident. The ticket collector was also panicked and ran forward to ask, "Master Qian, what's wrong?" Louis Chen said, "He's having a health issue. We need to get him to the hospital quickly." Louis Chen shouted to the passengers in the car, "Could some of the big brothers help out and help the driver lie flat?" The woman who was yelling earlier said, "This just delays our time. Besides, who dares to help? If he accuses the helpers, it will only cause trouble for himself." Luo Qiao stood up, ready to move forward, but after hearing her words, she turned and looked at her. "Shut up. I hope you never need help from others." After she finished speaking, a few big brothers in front helped Louis Chen lift the driver out of the seat and laid him flat on the aisle. Luo Qiao quickly checked him and said to the mail ticket seller, "He might have a heart problem. He needs urgent help." The ticket seller said, "But I don't know how to do that." He was sweating nervously. Luo Qiao told everyone to sit back in their seats and asked them to open the windows to let fresh air in. While speaking, she started performing CPR on the driver and told the ticket seller, "Listen to my instructions and give the driver mouth-to-mouth breathing. Whether he reaches the hospital depends on this." While helping, she asked Louis Chen, "Can you drive this car?" Louis Chen understood her meaning and turned to go to the driver's seat. He knew the driver needed to get to the hospital immediately, so Luo Qiao was just doing first aid. The same woman as before said, "Hey, you can't joke about our lives like this. Is anyone allowed to drive this car?" The ticket seller was annoyed and shouted, "Can you shut up? Do you think you can? Have you ever done a real job? Besides talking nonsense, you can't do anything. I really don't know what kind of unlucky guy married someone like you." The woman wanted to reply but was stopped by her son, who didn't want to cause more trouble. Louis Chen smoothly drove onto the highway. Since they weren't far from the city, they quickly reached the nearest hospital. Everyone realized that this young man's driving skills were just as good as an experienced driver. Luo Qiao also guided the male ticket seller to perform mouth-to-mouth on the driver. After about 10 minutes, there was still no response, but Luo Qiao didn't give up. When the car finally stopped, Lui Chen ran inside to call for help. When the hospital staff brought the stretcher, the driver finally showed some signs of life. Luo Qiao finally relaxed. She was thinking that if he didn't wake up soon, she would give him a sip of water from the well in the car. She was really worried he wouldn't recover. The ticket seller saw the driver being carried away by the doctor and said to the people on the bus, "We're not far from the bus station. I'm really sorry, everyone. Please get off here. Sorry about this." After saying that, she bowed to the passengers. Then, prompted by Luo Qiao's reminder, she pulled out the car keys. She didn't care what the people on the bus thought and hurried into the hospital. The woman who had been about to curse earlier was scared by Lui Chen's cold gaze and kept quiet. She muttered softly to her son, "What kind of situation is this? We haven't even reached the station yet." Luo Qiao and Lui Chen stood by the car, watching everyone get off. Then they helped close the car door and left. As they passed the bus station ahead, they planned to send a message to inform the station so they could send someone to take the car away. Leaving it here wasn't good. After leaving the hospital, they heard the strange woman still complaining about losing money today. Her son said, "Are you done yet? Getting off here is more convenient, right? If we get off at the station, we'll have to go back again. We're just crossing the street now." The woman replied, "But I only remember the road coming out of the station. I don't know how to get here from that side." Luo Qiao couldn't help but laugh softly, thinking to herself that she was like a stubborn donkey sticking to one path. But then she remembered that the woman on the bus still wanted to splash her with dirty water. She looked at the road ahead, then secretly added a small stone seed to her hand. There were many ox carts coming to pick up people at the station, so she seized the chance and threw it. Lui Chen noticed Luo Qiao's movement and turned to look at her, about to ask what she had just done. Suddenly, they heard a scream, "Ah!" followed by more screams, "Ah!" Seeing the woman's reaction, Luo Qiao burst into laughter. The woman kneeled on the ground, her knee landing right on the fresh cow dung. But that wasn't the worst part. To find a support point, she pressed her hand onto a pile of cow dung, causing her to scream repeatedly. Luo Qiao snorted and said, "Serves you right. Such a precious thing, and you ruined it." She turned and walked in her direction, ignoring the woman. She was just a passerby. The woman behind was still crying out, but they had already walked far away. Lui Chen looked at Luo Qiao and said, "You got your revenge. Are you happy now?" Luo Qiao replied, "That woman deserved it. She's clearly a wicked person. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so disgusting." Lui Chen withdrew his gaze and walked forward. "You're quite skilled." Luo Qiao smiled but didn't answer. It was also time to go to the bus station. The two of them approached the duty room, briefly explained the situation, and then left. Luo Qiao said, "Big brother Lu, if you have something to do, go ahead. I can handle things here later." Lui Chen replied, "It's nothing urgent. I just want to check which parts of the house need fixing, so I know what to prepare. While I'm on the way to buy materials, I can also take care of my own matters." He had some business in the city today, but he could go later. When they arrived at the house, Lui Chen said, "This place is very close to number 1 middle school, and the environment is nice." In his mind, he thought it was most important that it wasn't too far from his own house, so he could visit for meals. Since eating Luo Qiao's cooking, he no longer wanted to eat his own. They opened the yard gate and carefully looked around. Luo Qiao was right. There weren't many repairs needed. It was clear the original owner loved this house very much. In the backyard, there were various vegetables growing. Grandpa Ali had said that the vegetables in the backyard were reserved for her. Before she left that day, she specifically went to the backyard. She had sprinkled some stream water on the vegetables, worried that after the elderly couple left, no one would water them, and they would wither. It now seemed that the elderly couple had watered the vegetables before leaving. They were truly kind-hearted. Luo Qiao said, "Big brother Lu, there's not much that needs fixing in this yard. But I want to build a dry toilet in the backyard. She took out a drawing she had prepared earlier from her bag and handed it to Louis Chen. Louis Chen took it and looked at it carefully for a while. All right, leave this to me. I'll make sure it gets done. Luo Qiao took out 5 big notes and handed them over. Big brother Lu, take these first. When the time comes, you can settle the rest. Louis Chen hesitated briefly, but accepted the money. They chose a spot in the backyard. Louis Chen then left to buy materials, while Luo Qiao stayed behind to clear the area so they could bring the materials back and start work. In the corner, she planted some celery and spinach. She first used her supernatural power to make them grow faster, then harvested everything and stored it in her space warehouse. She also placed some in the kitchen at the front yard. She collected the celery roots and planted them along the creek bank in her space, as her powers couldn't be used there. She didn't want to waste these resources. She plans to collect and store these vegetables to sell at a good price during winter. Louis Chen returned quite quickly, not only bringing back the materials, but also 2 workers. According to Louis Chen, each worker is paid a daily wage, and the project will definitely be finished today. These materials were obtained with the help of a comrade, but not for free. They were conveniently pulled from the large warehouse of their 3rd construction team, making it a one-stop purchase. The 2 workers were also recommended by his comrade. Today, these 2 workers are off work and just happen to come out to earn some extra money, but this can't be openly discussed. These workers are from the 3rd construction team. After looking at the blueprints, they started working, which was very easy for them. Luo Qiao thought about providing a meal at noon so that the workers could rest briefly after eating and then continue working. It would be best to finish early so they could catch the afternoon bus home. She went to the backyard to tell the workers and master craftsmen before leaving the house. When she returned, she was carrying some rice, flour, oil, and a chopped chicken. Items that couldn't be taken from the kitchen were left behind. They could still make a meal with what was available. She cleaned the kitchen utensils and cooked a big pot of stew with chicken pieces, green beans, celery, and tomatoes, along with some flatbread. She also made a spinach and egg soup. Just as the backyard finished work, Luo Qiao's meal was ready. The workers in the backyard had already smelled the delicious aroma and were very eager to eat. Since the kitchen supplies were incomplete, the 2 master craftsmen used clay bowls to serve the food and flatbread. Regardless of how they ate, both masters praised the meal highly. After eating and resting for a while, the masters resumed work. If it weren't for the wall blocking some of the sun, the hot weather would be hard to bear. Luo Qiao boiled a pot of water with sugar and served it in a clay basin to the backyard. She picked cucumbers and tomatoes, washed them, and handed them to the workers to quench their thirst. Then she returned to the front yard to visit the scrap yard, hoping to find something useful. After greeting Louis Chen, Luo Qiao left the yard. When passing by the post office, she thought she should tell Grandpa Yuan and Grandpa Yang about her plans to attend No. 1 middle school in the city. They must have been worried about it. After mailing the letter, she hurried to the scrap yard, but unfortunately, she didn't find anything this time. Thinking about the missing items for the house, she went to the black market again. When she returned, most of the kitchen supplies she needed had been bought. I put down the things, checked the time, washed my hands, and then turned around to leave the yard. I crossed the street to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a ruler. I planned to measure the bed size and make the mattress and quilt in the next few days. After tidying up the front yard, I went to the backyard. 2 workers were sealing the cement joints, quite luxurious, but they will finish soon. Louis Chen had already helped clean the yard, leaving only a few remaining bricks. He laid a small path from the front yard to the dry toilet door, so it wouldn't be muddy when it rained. After everything was cleaned up and the payment was settled, I asked the 2 workers to help carry away the broken stones from the yard. As for the soil, Luo Qiao didn't ask to have it removed. First, the truck couldn't hold that much, and second, the foundation of the dry toilet was built high. The soil could be thrown into the vegetable garden later, making the soil layer thicker. We locked the door and hurried to the bus station. Fortunately, we caught the bus just in time. If we were a little later, it would have left. We met outside the station and bought tickets on the bus. When we sat on the bus, it was already after 6 o'clock. Louis Chen went to get the bicycle, and we headed to the village. Not far from the village, Luo Qiao got off the bus. Her eyesight was very good now. She saw some villagers walking on the road ahead and whispered, "Big brother Lu, you go back to the village first. I'll walk back. It's not far anyway." Lui Chen thought it was a good idea. If someone with a big mouth found out, it would be troublesome. He wasn't afraid as a man, but Luo Qiao was still a young girl. Luo Qiao took the small path up the hill, so she didn't hear what was being said by the bridge. Lui Chen returned, parked the bike, and then went to Luo Qiao's yard. He handed her the remaining money for today's expenses. The materials cost 13 yuan, and the wages were 2 yuan. That makes 15 yuan in total.
Here's the change.
Luo Qiao smiled and took it. "Today, I guess I owe you a favor." Lui Chen chuckled. "It's nothing. My comrade works at the third construction company. I asked him to help." Luo Qiao picked up her basket, ready to go to the backyard to pick vegetables. "I dried a lot of honeysuckle earlier. You can take some to give to others later." Lui Chen smiled. "All right. If I go to the city again, I'll ask you for some." Luo Qiao was like that. She didn't like owing favors to others. "First, I made some millet porridge in the kitchen. I also prepared some dough from the morning's flour, chopped green onions, and made into flower-shaped rolls, which I steamed in another pot." Meanwhile, Lui Chen had already selected the vegetables, green beans, eggplants, and a small piece of marinated meat, to stew into a dish. I also sliced a cucumber. Everything was almost ready. As the meal was about to be served, Shirtu came back quickly like the wind. "Sister Luo Qiao, Brother Lu, I'm back." Lui Chen turned to look at Shirtu. Hearing what Shirtu said earlier, a faint smile appeared on his face. It really felt like a family. Luo Qiao said, "Wash your hands. We'll eat soon." Shirtu washed his hands with water, then ran behind Luo Qiao and whispered, "Sister Luo Qiao, today I heard Comrade Ji's daughter, Qiaoyan, talking badly about you." Luo Qiao paused with her hand holding a flour roll. "What did she say?" Shirtu rubbed his head. "She said you're an unwanted orphan girl, not earning work points in the village properly, and still thinking about going to school. She said she doesn't know where the money came from, maybe from some bad sources." Luo Qiao's face darkened. That Qiaoyan really dared to say anything. Lui Chen, who was sitting outside, also heard Shida's words, and his expression turned cold as well. Luo Qiao handed the flour roll she had taken out to Shirtu.
Who was she talking to when she said that?
Shirtu frowned, thinking for a moment. Daughter of Ergu, daughter of Shanzi, and Aunt Kaifeng from the accounting family. There were also a few others nearby who might have heard her. Luo Qiao was never one to suffer losses easily. She hoped she wouldn't be embarrassed in front of others, or it would make her whole family unhappy. After finishing the meal and tidying up, Lui Chen and Shirtu left together. Luo Qiao went into her space to prepare some bedding from the city, making extras in advance. If she couldn't come back one day, she could still use them when staying in the city. At the Ji family's house, Zhang Dijing's wife, Wang Chunyi, was scolding her daughter. "You, as a girl, why are you gossiping about others? Listen to what people are saying about you outside. Did Luo Qiao cause you trouble or offend you? You're damaging her reputation like this. People might not know, but if they find out, our family will also suffer." The rest of the Zhang family remained silent. The village head looked at his daughter with some disappointment and said, "Qiaoyan, if studying hard only results in this kind of behavior, you might as well not go to school. It's better than ruining the Zhang family someday." Zhang Qiaoyan looked up at her father with disbelief and said, "Dad, I only said a few words to Luo Qiao, and now you want to criticize me? I am your daughter." Shang Hongying, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, quietly snorted. She usually couldn't stand this younger sister-in-law, thinking she was the only girl in the village to go to high school, with her nose almost in the air. Now that Luo Qiao is attending high school in the city, she felt unbearable. Recently, she kept talking behind Luo Qiao's back, criticizing her. She believed she was doing nothing wrong, but these days, the women in the village all made fun of her. They never argued with her face to face, but secretly said she had poor character. If her father-in-law, who was the village secretary, hadn't been there, someone might have already spoken out openly. Zhang Dezhen said, "How did I, Zhang Dezhen, have a daughter like you? You keep criticizing Luo Qiao every day. What do you hope to gain?"
What do you want?
Luo Qiao still goes to high school in the city, but what about you? Your parents and brothers are all in this village. Not only are you risking your reputation, but you're also damaging the family's name. Are you deaf? Can't you hear what others are saying about you, about me, about the Zhang family? If Luo Qiao hears this, do you think I can still sit comfortably as the village secretary? Unwilling to accept, Zhang Xiaoyan said, "What can she do to you? I don't believe she can turn the world upside down." Wang Chunyi, angry, walked over and punched her daughter. Zhang Xiaoyan winced, tears welling up. She said angrily, "Mom, are you trying to hit me to death?" Wang Chunyi replied, "If hitting someone to death wasn't illegal, I'd really want to do it. Look at what you've done these days. Listen to how others are mocking us. They say your character isn't good, that you can't stand seeing others do well, that you're mean and bully others because your father is the village secretary." Shang Hongying also stood up and said, "Qiao Yan, Mom and Dad are doing this for your own good. What you said doesn't hurt Luo Qiao, but it damages your reputation, Dad's reputation, and our Zhang family's name." Zhang Xiaoyan was already unhappy with her parents' scolding. Now her sister-in-law also started criticizing her. She was still a high school student, while her sister-in-law, who hadn't even finished elementary school, dared to lecture her. She glared fiercely at her sister-in-law and said, "My parents are still alive.
Who are you to teach me?
You didn't even finish elementary school, and you dare to lecture me, a high school student." Now Shang Hongying also refused to stay. She directly threw the bowls and chopsticks she was about to take to the kitchen into the yard. "Yes, our family is poor and can't afford my schooling.
Can you handle that now?"
Shang Hongying didn't give Zhang Qiaoyan a chance to speak. She continued, "If you don't like me, I can go back to my parents' house to make space for you. With a capable sister like you, your brother can find a high school or college girl easily. I won't serve you anymore." Then she turned and went back to her room. This move shocked everyone in the yard. Usually, Shang Hongying never dared to provoke her little sister-in-law, Zhang Qiaoyan. Zhang Dongzi reacted quickly. He stood up, glared at his sister, and rushed into his room. He couldn't let his wife go back to her parents' house. If those big brothers-in-law found out she was mistreated at her in-laws, they would come to fight with the Zhang family. Unfortunately, this time Shang Hongying wanted to make a big fuss. She saw this as a perfect chance to split the family. She was definitely going back to her parents' house today. When Zhang Dongzi arrived, she had already packed her clothes into a bundle. She also put the few dozen yuan she had saved over the years into her pocket. Ignoring Zhang Dongzi's advice, she left the yard. Wang Chunyi saw that her daughter-in-law was serious and really carried her bundle out of the yard. She quickly chased after her. The neighbors nearby had heard everything clearly just now. Since it was hot, most villagers were eating in their yards. Zhang Dezhen spoke to his daughter. "If your sister-in-law really goes back to her parents' house today, you are responsible for bringing her back. If you can't, you won't need to continue studying." Zhang Qiaoyan said, "She wants to go back to her parents' house herself. I didn't chase her away. Even if she doesn't come back, it doesn't fall on me. Did I say anything wrong?" Zhang Dezhen replied, "Let me tell you, Zhang Qiaoyan, if your sister-in-law doesn't come back, I really won't support your schooling anymore. You did finish high school, but your books are like garbage now. You can't tell right from wrong and always think you're better than others. Just look at what you've been saying these days. It makes me blush." He continued, "Starting tomorrow, if you keep talking badly about Luo Qiao outside and someone punishes you, don't come back to me. I can't afford to lose face." After speaking, he turned and left the yard. "This girl is really too annoying. She causes trouble every day. It feels like I owed her in my past life." Zhang Dongzi and Wang Chunyi didn't manage to persuade Shang Hongying to come back. As it was getting dark, Zhang Dongzi was worried about accidents on the road and decided to send someone ahead. Soon after, a shadow quickly disappeared into the night. Not long after, stones were thrown at the village party secretary's house, some hitting the windows, but not causing much damage. The windows were shattered, and everyone inside was frightened. The house and yard were covered in dirt. Before anyone inside could come out, the people outside had already left. The loud noise was heard by all the neighbors. The next day, everyone in the village knew about the incident at the secretary's house. Zhang Dong's wife was sent back to her parents' home after an argument with her younger sister-in-law. Zhang Xiaoyan looked down on those who hadn't gone to school, and now her reputation was ruined. That night, someone also threw dirt at the secretary's house. People guessed that Zhang Dong's relatives from his wife's family were responsible. Zhang Hongying's family had 3 brothers and 2 younger brothers, so it was likely someone came to stand up for her. This caused trouble for the Zhang family. They also suspected Zhang's family was involved, especially since the dirt throwing happened last night. They hadn't offended anyone in the village, so it was confusing. Still, they couldn't just go to ask Zhang's family directly. Plus, their own daughter had been rude and caused trouble for Zhang's daughter. Zhang the secretary felt he didn't have the face to go and ask. Only Zhang Qiaoyan happily said, the Zhang family is really powerful. Let Zhang Hongying stay at her parents' home. I don't believe Zhang's family can keep her forever. If they can, that just saves us some grain. Zhang Dongzi looked at his sister in disbelief. He never thought that someone who claimed to have finished high school would say such cold words. He didn't realize how hard it was for his parents and brother to be caught in the middle. Even now, she was still talking nonsense. He remembered what his wife said yesterday. She wanted to split the family. Otherwise, life would be impossible. His younger sister-in-law did nothing at home and kept causing trouble. She was tired and didn't want to stir the pot anymore. He stood up with a cold smile and said, Dad, Mom, aren't you going to do something? Do you think it's comfortable to break up my small family? After saying that, he took 3 steamed buns from the table and walked out. Zhang Qiaoyan said, Big brother, if you took the buns, what am I supposed to eat? Zhang Dongzi replied, These are what I earned working for the family. If you want to eat, you can work and earn your own. Aren't you a high school student? Can't you handle this small problem? After saying this, he left without looking back, leaving the village head and his wife stunned. Zhang Zhishu couldn't eat anymore and sighed as he said to Wang Chunyi, Today, bring some things and go to Zhang's house to invite the daughter-in-law back. You and Qiaoyan go together. When Zhang Qiaoyan heard, she also had to go. She was a bit unhappy. She slammed her chopsticks down and said, Why do I have to go? If she wants to come back, she will. Hearing this, Zhang Zhishu got really angry. He slapped Zhang Qiaoyan and shouted, Your older sister-in-law won't come back, and you won't have any books to read. You're only 16 or 17 and you don't understand anything. Qiaoyan covered her face and shouted, If she doesn't want to come back, she won't. After shouting, she ran out of the yard. By the bridge, the villagers were talking about dividing the land into individual plots. Recently, the village leaders had been preparing, saying that after harvesting the autumn grain, they would divide the land. Each person could get about 1.5 mu of land for their grain. But right now, everyone was discussing this responsibility land. Luo Qiao heard the villagers talking about land division and looked up at Dakingshan. Before entering the mountain, there was that was overgrown and abandoned. It was near the big mountain, so large animals often visited. The land there produced little, and during heavy rains, most of the crops would wash away. There used to be a small forest on that, where villagers gathered firewood all year round. But over the years, most of the big trees had been cut down, leaving only thorn bushes. She had thought about contracting that mountaintop if possible. Then she could use the water from the pond on top and build a pipeline to bring water down from the mountain. These days, everyone was eager for land division and couldn't focus on work. Some places had already finished dividing, and villagers had been talking about it constantly. Luo Qiao was listening intently when she suddenly felt a gaze on her. She quietly observed and saw it was Zhang Qiaoyan from the village head's family. She didn't know what was going on with her. She had never offended her before. What was she trying to do? Did she really think that because her father was the village head, she could do whatever she wanted? The work division had started. Today, Zhang Qiaoyan was sent out to work by her mother. She didn't want to do heavy labor, so she was assigned to herding cattle. Luo Qiao's task today was to follow the women's team leader to pick plums on the ahead. There was a plum orchard there, and it was the season for ripening. Everyone was happily picking plums. Near the edge, there was a plum tree that had been damaged by heavy rain, which washed away much of the soil. The tree leaned to one side, with most of its branches hanging down. To pick the plums, one had to go underneath. Below was a small path, overgrown with grass because few people used it. No one wanted to go down, fearing snakes in the grass. Luo Qiao thought she was flexible enough. If she couldn't do it, she would go down herself. After all, she was going to pick the fruit either way. Zhang Qiaoyan, who was tending cattle on the below, watched the crowd picking plums above. She initially wanted to call out for a taste, but seeing the female team leader nearby, she hesitated. Just as she was about to herd the cattle away, she saw Luo Qiao come down and stand on the narrow path, reaching for the plums on the crooked tree. Now, she no longer seemed in a hurry to leave. Zhang Qiaoyan stared at Luo Qiao, lost in thought. The people picking plums in the field noticed her staring, and some asked, "What is Secretary Zhang looking at?" Aunt Kai Feng from the accountant's family said, "It looks like she's watching Luo Qiao. That girl is so petty. She can't stand seeing others do better than her." After Luo Qiao picked a large bunch of plums, she pulled up her basket with a hooked rope, then switched to a small basket and continued picking along the small path. Suddenly, a young girl asked, "What is Zhang Qiaoyan doing?" The adults looked up and were startled. The daughter of the village secretary was holding a stone, hitting a cow's rear end, but her other hand seemed to be holding something else. The cow, hurt, desperately ran toward Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao was standing in a narrow spot with no place to hide. The only options were to jump onto the dirt cliff below, which was at least 7 or 8 meters high. As the cow charged toward her, everyone shouted, "Luo Qiao, grab the rope. I'll pull you up. Luo Qiao, it's dangerous.
Run."
Luo Qiao, run now." While they were shouting, Luo Qiao also saw the cow rushing toward her. She quickly looked around and spotted a tall elm tree growing on the dirt cliff about 2 meters away. She had no choice. Amid their shouts, Luo Qiao chose to run forward and then jump off the cliff. This was the best option available. Even if the small elm tree couldn't support her weight, it would give her a moment of cushion. At least, even if she fell, it wouldn't be from a great height. Li Qiao's action may have scared the cow even more. The cow panicked and ran straight for about 10 meters before falling off the dirt road. Everyone was stunned. This was a collective property of the village. Falling from such a height, it wouldn't die, but would likely be injured. Li Qiao was still swinging on that small elm tree when suddenly someone rushed down from the other side, moving quickly toward the tree where Li Qiao was swinging. Lui Chen's anger was not directed at Li Qiao because he had just been on the behind Zhang Qiaoyan, cutting locust branches to weave more baskets. When he saw Zhang Qiaoyan from the village secretary's family taking a large nail from her pocket and trying to nail it into the cow's rear, and then saw the cow rushing out in that direction, he broke out in cold sweat. Zhang Qiaoyan was too malicious. It seemed she wanted to deliberately harm the cow. Lui Chen struggled hard to pull Li Qiao back up. Seeing blood on her sleeve, he quickly asked, "Are you hurt anywhere else?" Li Qiao replied, "It's fine. Just some scratches. I'll find some medicine to apply later." Lui Chen whispered to Li Qiao, "I saw the village secretary's daughter nail the cow's rear with a nail. This won't end well." He glanced at the woman leader who was coming down and whispered to Li Qiao, "Go back to the village first. Let them carry you back. Understand?" Li Qiao thought about what Lui Chen said and immediately looked upset.
"Got it."
"No more talking to them. Just report to the police." Lui Chen nodded. The women's team leader and others had already come down the front path. Seeing Li Qiao sitting on the ground with blood on her sleeve and pants, she hurried over and asked, "Li Qiao, how do you feel?" Lui Chen helped her reply, "It looks like quite a few scratches." She's frightened. As for internal injuries, we'll only know after a check at the city hospital. The woman leader quickly squatted down. "Come, Auntie will carry you back. Let's have Dr. Gao check you first." Li Qiao felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Let me rest for a while. You can help me up and push me in the cart. The village road is far, and you'll get tired." Zhang Xiaoyan didn't expect the cow to fall and was also frightened. This was a collective property. If it died, her family would have to pay compensation. Suddenly, she thought of something, ran over to Li Qiao, and said, "Li Qiao, what are you running for? Look, the cows were so frightened that they fell off the cliff. If anything happens to the cows, you'll have to pay for the damages." Luo Qiao sneered and said, "Don't worry, I will take responsibility for this. The police will figure out who is right or wrong." Zhang Xiaoyan, hearing Luo Qiao mention calling the police, became nervous and said, "Police officers are busy every day. You think every small thing needs to bother them? That's a waste of resources." Luo Qiao shot her a sarcastic look and said, "Nice acting. Your mental strength is impressive. Only someone who's been to high school would think like that. You've even committed what looks like intentional harm. Do you really think the police won't care?" Just then, the village secretary and the team leader, who had received the message, arrived and overheard the conversation. The team leader asked, "What do you mean by intentional harm?" The women's team leader explained what had happened earlier, including everyone seeing Zhang Xiaoyan nail something to the cow's rear. They saw her doing it, but didn't know exactly what she nailed. Now Zhang Xiaoyan was also scared and said, "Don't spread false rumors. My dad is the village secretary." Luo Qiao suddenly laughed, thinking of the phrase from later times, "My dad is Li Gang." The team leader told the women's leader, "Take Luo Qiao back to the village first. We'll discuss anything else when we get there." The women's leader said, "All right, go check on the cow. Falling from such a high place, it's probably..." She didn't finish her sentence and sighed. As they were about to leave, Luo Qiao called out, "Secretary, team leader, I don't feel well all over. I want to go to the city for a checkup. I'm worried I might have internal injuries. Is that okay?" Seeing the scratches on Luo Qiao's neck and the blood on her sleeves and pants, the team leader looked at the secretary, knowing this was caused by their daughter. The secretary said, "Go ahead and get checked. Don't worry." Luo Qiao asked, "Thank you, secretary. Who will pay for the checkup?" Now Luo Qiao didn't want to show respect to the secretary anymore. Her daughter almost committed a serious act, so why should she care about his pride? The secretary was furious and wanted to slap his own daughter. He knew Luo Qiao was probably doing this on purpose. The injuries were real, but there was no need to go to the city for a checkup. But could he really say no now? The secretary said, "The money will come from the team fund first. We'll see who is responsible in the end." Luo Qiao looked like she couldn't hold on and said, "That's best. Thank you, secretary." Luo Qiao was taken back to the village health station. Since the team leader and secretary weren't there, they couldn't issue a referral letter, so they had to wait here. The woman director hesitated to look when applying medicine to Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao's skin was very tender, and the wound looked quite serious. The accountant's wife, Ding Kaifeng, who was helping nearby, also gasped in shock. The cow was quickly brought back. The village secretary tried to step forward several times, but was stopped by Lu Yichen. Once back in the village, they sent a man who had conflicts with the secretary's family to report the incident at the commune police station. The story about Zhang Xiaoyan had already spread. The secretary approached Lu Yichen and asked, "Do you really have to be so strict?" Lu Yichen replied, "I am a retired soldier. Even though I've left the army, I still carry its spirit. Don't forget, you're the secretary of Qingshan village and a party member. Just because your daughter did this, do you think you can bend the rules for personal reasons?" Lu Yichen looked cold. Zhang Dizhen's forehead was covered in sweat, and he worried that his position might really be at risk. Soon the police arrived, 2 officers from before. They asked about what happened, started collecting evidence, and sent someone to find Zhang Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, they couldn't find her in the village. Everyone said she had run away. Dr. Gao helped remove a large nail from the cow's rear end, which served as evidence. They also found 3 identical large nails in Zhang Xiaoyan's room at the secretary's house. They interviewed villagers who had been picking plums on the hillside today, confirming they saw Zhang Xiaoyan's actions. Lu Yichen even directly, said he saw her nail the large nail into the cow's rear. The secretary turned to Louis Chen and asked, since you saw her take out the nail, why didn't you stop her? Louis Chen calmly replied, I did see her take a large nail from her pocket, but she was just playing with it at the time. Your daughter, Zhang Qiaoyan, is usually quite normal and is a high school student. Who would think she would do something like that? I thought she was just playing, so I kept cutting locust tree branches. Later, when she looked up to wipe the sweat from her forehead, I accidentally saw her move. I shouted and ran over, and the cow ran straight toward Luo Qiao. A woman stepped forward and said, Secretary, Qiaoyan really is your daughter. She also questioned Luo Qiao earlier on the hillside, asking why she ran. She said it was because Luo Qiao ran that the cow was scared, and she even told Luo Qiao to compensate for the cow. Your family really knows how to cause trouble. As soon as she finished, voices of mockery and contempt arose. Zhang Dizhen's face turned red with shame. The team leader had no choice but to send villagers to find Zhang Qiaoyan. The police officer said to the secretary, Secretary Zhang, considering how many years we've known each other, I'll give you some face. Let your daughter turn herself in within 2 hours as a voluntary confession. Your daughter is still young, and as her parents and guardians, you are also responsible for this matter. At this moment, Luo Qiao entered and asked, Team leader, can you now give me a certificate? Luckily, my injury isn't very serious. If it had been worse, I might have died. I'm an orphan, yes, but I am still a person. The team leader suddenly remembered something important. Without an official letter, he couldn't go to the city, and the official seal was still locked in the team office. Only he and the secretary had the key to the office door. Now, he was worried Luo Qiao might think they were deliberately hiding something. He looked at the secretary and asked, What should we do now? The secretary replied, We'll cover it from the team fund first, then deduct it from my year-end bonus. The team leader quickly prepared an introduction letter. He paid 50 yuan to the accountant and asked the women's director to accompany Luo Qiao to the city. They took the afternoon bus. Nowadays, people with minor illnesses rarely go to the hospital for checkups. At the hospital, Luo Qiao registered and sat on a bench in the corridor to wait. The women's director was also visiting the city for the second time and wasn't familiar with the hospital. She obediently sat in the corridor. Initially, the doctor examined Luo Qiao's injuries and planned to prescribe some medicine. But Luo Qiao wanted a full checkup, which made the doctor a bit annoyed. Luo Qiao didn't hide anything and explained what happened today. The female doctor, upon hearing this, looked sympathetic and directly gave her a form to pay for the tests. Back then, medical tests were simple. The doctor prescribed a few medicines, all in paper packages, costing just over 6 yuan. After the procedures, they took the return bus home. When they arrived back at the village, some people were still at the team office. Seeing Luo Qiao and the women's director, the team leader asked, How is it? The women's director handed over the diagnosis report, which stated multiple soft tissue bruises, mild concussion, and recommended hospitalization. She said, Luo Qiao is a good girl. She knew there was nothing serious inside and didn't want to spend unnecessary money on hospital stay. That's why she urged me to catch the bus back with her. The team leader and the village committee members all said that Luo Qiao was sensible, mainly to save money for the party secretary's family. The women's director asked, Why isn't the party secretary here? Everyone looked displeased at this question. It turned out that today, Zhang Qiaoyan's mistake was exposed, and she ran away directly. Since she's just a young girl, she probably just wanted to hide at her grandmother's house for a while. At first, they thought Luo Qiao hadn't done anything wrong. Her father was the party secretary, and they could just pay her some money. But this was clearly a case of intentional harm, and it wouldn't be easy to settle quietly. Their thinking was too simple. The police gave the party's secretary face and asked him to find his daughter. When they found Zhang Qiaoyan at her father-in-law's house, she refused to go back with her father, accusing him of being obsessed with official titles and saying he only cared about being a village party secretary, even at the cost of betraying his own daughter. Party secretary Zhang Dizhen was furious when he heard this. He hit Zhang Qiaoyan in front of her relatives. As a result, her grandmother was pushed accidentally while trying to protect her granddaughter and was injured. She is still in the hospital now. The women's director asked, and what about Zhang Qiaoyan? The party's secretary sighed. She was taken away by the police officers. The accountant nearby said, such a good girl, she's really lost her mind. Not only has she harmed herself, but she's also dragged her family into trouble. Luo Qiao, standing nearby, listened and thought, jealousy really kills people. She's mentally twisted. Her resilience is too weak. She's just petty and resentful for no reason. She then said, I'm not feeling well, so I'll go home first. The people inside finally reacted. The team leader hurriedly said, go back and rest. Don't worry about this matter. You're the victim. Qiaoyan, that girl, well, she brought this on herself. Who asked her to be so petty? Luo Qiao nodded to everyone inside, exchanged greetings, then turned and left the team office. Watching Luo Qiao walk away, the team leader sighed, I really can't bring myself to say those words. Accountant Sun Guichong lowered his head and said, it's indeed a bit too much. I can't say it either. The women's director asked, what are you all talking about? The security director nearby said, the old master of the Zhang family came by. He wants us to pressure Luo Qiao so she won't pursue Zhang Qiaoyan's blame anymore. Otherwise, she won't have a good time in the village. The women's director immediately smiled and said, he thinks this is still old society. Not to mention that Luo Qiao has made no mistakes, and even if she did, he thinks Luo Qiao is easy to upset. If he angers her, we might all suffer the consequences. The accountant agreed and said, Luo Qiao's younger uncle doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Also, old man Zhang's words might scare our villagers, but Luo Qiao is about to go to the city for high school. We can't control her. Just then, the Zhang family members arrived again. Before they entered, someone asked, is Luo Qiao back? The women's director replied, yes, she's back. She's injured quite badly and has gone home to rest. We'll talk about other things tomorrow. It was Zhang Dijin's uncle, Zhang Yinwen. He looked around at everyone and said, this is our village's matter. You can't just ignore it. She's an orphan girl. If she doesn't listen to us, she won't be able to stay in the village. Seeing that no one responded to him, Zhang Yinwen continued, she doesn't have broken arms or legs. She went to the hospital and still wants to do something. It was just a moment of mischief by that girl, Cui Yan. We all grew up in this village and watched her grow up. You shouldn't just stand by and let her get into trouble. Please say something. The team leader looked up and said, Uncle Yinwen, you should go back now. This matter has already been reported to the police. It's not something we can handle. Zhang Yinwen said, that's why I'm worried. We need to get Luo Qiao to change her story quickly. That's why I came rushing over as soon as I heard she was back. You all can't just ignore this. The team leader replied, Uncle Yinwen, the girl just went through a big shock. The hospital recommended she stay in bed, but she felt she wasn't seriously hurt inside. To avoid unnecessary expenses, she chose to go home and rest. Right now, your Zhang family hasn't brought her any nourishing food or checked on her. Instead, you want us to pressure her together. That's not right. As a village leader, I can't support this. Let's wait until the branch secretary returns. For now, let Luo Qiao rest peacefully. What we do is watched by the heavens. You're older, and I, as a younger person, shouldn't have to say more. Zhang Yinwen was a bit annoyed and said, you should act quickly while the matter is hot. We can't delay this. Everyone in the room fell silent. It was clear they couldn't reason with him. It was obvious he just wanted to bully her. Zhang Yinwen saw no one was speaking and wanted to say more, but his grandson Zhang Yuan tugged at him. Grandpa, let's go home first. The team leader is right. We should wait until Uncle Dijingde returns to discuss this. It's not good to cross Uncle Dijingde now. We might offend everyone. We are all surnamed Zhang, but some things shouldn't be done by ourselves. This is Uncle Dijingde's family matter. If Luo Qiao reports us to the village officials later, what should we do? Maybe Uncle Dijingde will blame us for meddling. Zhang Yinwen was very angry at his grandson's words. Your Uncle Dijingde's family matter is also our Zhang family's matter.
This is not a small thing.
If Qiaoyan really gets into trouble, the whole Zhang clan will be ashamed. Our village's reputation will be ruined. Before he finished speaking, his grandson Zhang Yuan hadn't replied yet. Suddenly, a clear female voice sounded. So, your Zhang family cares about reputation, and your Qingshan village cares about reputation, but my life as a lonely girl doesn't matter? Or, am I not from Qingshan village? Everyone turned to look outside and saw Luo Qiao standing there with a cold face, her eyes empty of warmth. The people at the door and the village officials inside felt very awkward. Zhang Yinwen's face turned red with shame. He quickly adjusted himself and said, "Since you heard that, go to the police station and get Qiaoyan out." Luo Qiao replied with a faint smile, "Why should I?" Zhang Yinwen's face darkened. "You little girl, why are you so unreasonable at such a young age? You're not hurt, so why can't you show kindness and let her go? That way, our Zhang family can look after you a bit more, and the villagers will be grateful." Luo Qiao didn't respond to him. Instead, she walked into the house and took back the medical certificate issued by the city hospital. Ignoring everyone's gaze, she went to the phone table and looked at the team leader. "I want to make a call. Is that okay?" The team leader was a bit worried and asked, "Who do you want to call?" Luo Qiao asked back, "What do you think, team leader?" Hearing Luo Qiao's tone, the team leader felt a twinge of unease. Seeing her distant expression, he clenched his teeth and said, "All right." He took out his keys and wanted to walk toward the phone box. The phone was a valuable item in the village, so it was locked inside the box. Currently, the phone couldn't be dialed directly. Calls had to go through the operator first. Zhang Yinwen said, "She can't make the call." He then rushed inside, trying to stop Luo Qiao from making the call. He reached the cabinet where the phone was kept, spread his arms to protect the box, and said, "Jiefeng, are you confused?" Luo Qiao snorted coldly and said, "I have an idea that might save Zhang Qiaoyan." "Do you want to hear it?" Zhang Yinwen asked. "Go ahead." Luo Qiao said, "Let your grandson or granddaughter take responsibility for Zhang Qiaoyan. I would really respect you if you did that." Zhang Yinwen thought he misheard and asked again, "What did you say?" Luo Qiao repeated, "I said if your grandson or granddaughter takes responsibility for the daughter of the party secretary today, Zhang Qiaoyan will be safe." Zhang Yinwen shouted, "You little brat, how can you be so vicious?" Luo Qiao stepped back and looked at Zhang Yinwen, saying, "I'm vicious? From the beginning to the end, are you blind or deaf? Don't act like you're so wise. Your Zhang family's reputation isn't bigger than the law. If you're so powerful, go cause trouble at the police station. Bullying me, an orphan girl, what kind of ability is that?" Zhang Yinwen was so angry, he almost scolded Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao said, "I won't make the call anymore, so you can't pretend I fainted from anger.
I've seen how thick-skinned the Zhang family is."
She turned to leave, walking out while saying, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I'm an orphan girl, but if you mess with me, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Don't act like a fool thinking you're so powerful. Being used by others and not knowing it, I'm worried about your intelligence." Luo Qiao walked away, but those remaining looked at each other, all wondering what Luo Qiao had just said. Some didn't even understand the meaning of her words. A man from the Zhang family looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "Yuan, you read a lot. What did Luo Qiao mean just now? Explain it to uncle." Zhang Yuan didn't want to speak, but since his grandfather was also watching him, he said, "Luo Qiao means that now we live in a society ruled by law. If you do something wrong, you have to face the law. It's not like the old days when the clan's decisions mattered." The phrase "do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself" means that if you don't want to accept something, you shouldn't impose it on others. I don't need to explain the last part. I'm sure you all understand. The tall man frowned and asked, "She said she's worried about our intelligence. What does that mean?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Today, among those here looking for Luo Qiao, are there any from Uncle Zheng's family? If something happens, who will be held responsible by the police?" Everyone thought about this and agreed that Luo Qiao was right. The actions of Secretary's family member Qiaoyan, unless Luo Qiao voluntarily said not to hold her responsible, would likely lead to her being sent to the detention center. But now, after such a big incident, no one from the secretary's family has appeared. Instead, these people have been running around. Now that Luo Qiao has pointed this out, everyone is starting to change their minds. Yes, these people have been causing trouble. To put it nicely, it's for the family's reputation, for the village's reputation. But we live in a society governed by law. No matter how powerful you are, you can't override the law. Moreover, no one from the secretary's family has shown up. The only thing they did was ask for help to suppress the matter when the secretary left. Now they realize that they all live in the same village and are all Zhang clan members. Perhaps Luo Qiao was right. These people have been used by Zhang Dezhen. Since something big happened to his family, even if they're trying to make connections or care for someone in the hospital, they can't be constantly busy. At this moment, a man from the Zhang family, who had been thinking, turned and left. This made Zhang Yinwen very angry. He shouted at the person leaving, "You guys are easily swayed by that little girl's words. Have you thought about what will happen to your family if something goes wrong? Will the clan members just ignore it like this? What will you do then?" A Zhang family member who had attended school for a few days stepped forward and said, "Second master, this isn't like a usual fight between families. Qiao Yan broke the law. Luckily, she's not yet 18, or she would be sentenced. Actually, Luo Qiao was right. She just asked if your family Yuan or Rian could take responsibility for Qiao Yan, so she wouldn't be punished. But you didn't want to, so why should we force Luo Qiao to not hold her accountable? Think about it. If someone used such cruel methods to harm your family member Rian, could you forgive them? Qiao Yan was really wrong this time. She's not a child anymore. She's in high school. Because Luo Qiao was accepted into Yizhong, some people wanted to harm her. This is not just a simple prank, it's serious. Think about it. My family has other matters, so I won't stay any longer." After saying this, he turned and left. Once he left, others also started to leave one after another. Actually, the real problem was with Zhang Qiaoyan, the secretary's daughter. It's unfair that a group of grown men would bully a young girl. Seeing everyone leave, Zhang Yuan was truly angry. His anger made him feel unwell, and he fainted immediately. Zhang Yuan was so frightened that he quickly helped his grandfather. The village office was in chaos as everyone hurried to help take him to the health station. At the health station entrance, many villagers were chatting. After learning what happened, they felt embarrassed for Zhang Yuan. They wondered, how could you think of something so reckless? After such a big incident, you didn't even ask how the person was hurt, and you just wanted the police to take her away. They thought your face is really bold. But if the news about Qiaoyan got out, it could harm the village's reputation. Who would have thought that a usually cultured person like her could be so malicious? If Luo Qiao hadn't helped herself, things might have gotten worse. They also said, you can't just ignore the fact that she's not seriously hurt and pretend nothing happened. That's bullying. The secretary's daughter is treated as special and can do whatever she wants. Dr. Gao gave her a shot, and Zhang Yuan slowly woke up. But Dr. Gao said, "Yuan, your grandfather's condition isn't right. Hurry and send him to the hospital. I think he might have had A." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was very scared and asked, "How could it be A?" Dr. Gao explained, "It's likely he had some health problems before." The anger triggered it. It's best to send him to the hospital quickly and not delay anymore. Zhang Yuan quickly asked someone to call his father and uncles. A few aunts came over, and they also pushed the village's ambulance over. They went back to his house to get a blanket so his grandfather could lie comfortably. When Zhang Yuan's children and daughters arrived and learned that their father had A, the daughters immediately ran to the ambulance and started crying. The village chief couldn't stand watching anymore and said, "Hurry up and take him to the hospital." "Why are you still crying at this time?" Watching the convoy drive away, the villagers were all joking about Zhang Yinwen. They thought he was just being nosy, but Zhang Qiaoyan had committed a serious crime. It was illegal, and he still wanted to act important and cover it up. How bold he was to even think that way. Meanwhile, what was Zhang De doing? He was indeed trying to use connections, but all the leaders at the commune refused to see him. They acted as if they were avoiding a plague. Some, worried about their reputation, only exchanged a few polite words before making excuses to leave. Louis Chen was worried that Zhangde was trying to use connections. He also feared that if he intervened, it might hurt Luo Qiao, since he was one of the witnesses. So, he directly called Yuan Weicheng. Yuan Weicheng was impatient. He immediately called the commune secretary and demanded strict punishment for the case. If he was not satisfied, he said he would come from Beijing himself. He also asked his older brother, Yuan Weizhou, to call Ji City and ask about the case. Within half an hour, the commune received calls not only from the Beijing military district, but also from local county and city leaders. Finally, they even got a call from the provincial government. At this point, no one in the commune dared to get involved anymore. They knew they couldn't really handle this case. Someone had been killed, and who would protect her? In the end, Zhangde had to return to the village in a sorry state. But once back, he felt everyone's eyes on him were strange, and some people were whispering about him. When he got home, he found the door was locked tight. Only then did he remember to tell his family to stay at his father-in-law's house to avoid trouble. Today, his daughter had done something serious, and the villagers would surely talk badly about her. He was worried that his wife and son might get into a fight or be upset, so he told them to stay at his father-in-law's place. Anyway, everyone knew his mother-in-law was in the hospital, so they could understand. After Zhang Qiaoyan was taken away by the police, she was held in a detention room at the police station. Because the commune's secretary personally intervened, the police officers questioned her again. Since she was young and inexperienced, she honestly explained everything again. After they thought she had said enough, they returned her to the detention room. Inside, there were two middle-aged women. One of them asked, "Girl, what did you do wrong?" Zhang Qiaoyan suddenly broke down and started crying. The woman said, "Why are you crying now? I didn't bully you." Zhang Qiaoyan feels she has no face to see people anymore. Not only do the villagers laugh at her, but she is also being held here. Now she just wants to go home, but her father hasn't come to rescue her yet. Her crying annoys the other woman in the same cell, who yells, "Stop crying, you're so annoying. Crying is useless. If you cry again, I'll beat you." This scares Zhang Qiaoyan into silence, and she quietly hugs her knees, tears streaming down her face. She now regrets her impulsiveness. She didn't mean to harm anyone, but the cow fell off the mountain and most importantly, she got herself involved. In Beijing, Yuan Weicheng is rushing to his older brother's place. Today, he planned to visit his grandfather, but before leaving, he received a call from Louis Chen, which made him almost want to go there himself. However, Louis Chen said someone was watching over there. Since the old man is getting old, he can't be told about this. If it upsets him, it would be very bad. So, to handle both things, Yuan Weicheng finished his call and told his older brother to do the same, worried that Luo Qiao might be bullied by others. After leaving the military district, he didn't go straight home, but stopped by his brother's place. Seeing his younger brother arrive, Yuan Weizhou knew what he was here for and poured him a glass of water. "I already called. Why are you here?" Yuan Weicheng took the water and took a sip. "Nothing's wrong. I can't just come by for a visit?" Yuan Weizhou smiled but ignored him, continuing his work. Seeing his brother busy, Yuan Weicheng didn't want to stay long and said, "Big brother, keep an eye on Luo Qiao. No matter what, she still calls you Uncle Yuan. Haha, calling you that makes you sound old. Look, Luo Qiao calls me Little Uncle Yuan and she calls second brother Uncle Yuan too. Haha, thinking of calling you Uncle Yuan makes me laugh." Yuan Weizhou looked at his silly younger brother and said, "If there's nothing else, go back. The old man has been thinking about you for days." Yuan Weicheng looked at his older brother. "Big brother, isn't that funny? Why don't you laugh? You're really hard to read. Always serious. You should smile more. It would make work easier." Yuan Weizhou said, "Hurry up and leave. I have a lot of work to do, and I don't want you bothering me." Yuan Weicheng stood up and said, "Big brother, you really are." Yuan Weizhou looked at the documents in his hand and said, "Luo Qiao is much smarter than you. She definitely wouldn't be as silly as you. Yuan Weiqing replied somewhat defensively, Big brother, no personal attacks, okay? I was just joking and you can't even handle that. You're not funny at all. Yuan Weizhou shot a sidelong glance at his younger brother. I told you to read more books before. You seem to have a grudge against books. Do you misunderstand what humor means? Yuan Weizhou finished organizing his materials, carefully checked them again, then called the secretary to send the documents out. Yuan Weizhou finally said, stop joking around. Go home early and spend time with the old master. How long has it been since you last visited? This time, Yuan Weiqing didn't make any more jokes. Big brother, about Luo Qiao, can you call again and check the situation? This is a serious crime, murder. He said he heard from Lui Chen that the girl who harmed Luo Qiao is the daughter of the village head of Qingshan village. The village head also hinted that relatives pressure Luo Qiao to cover up the case. Yuan Weizhou thought for a moment, looked at his watch, and picked up the phone. Please connect me to Wangshan County Committee. The person on the other end asked, hello, where would you like to be connected? Yuan Weizhou replied, this is Yuan Weizhou. Please connect me to Guo Zijing at Wangshan County Committee in Jishur. The other side said, please wait a moment, I will transfer you now. Soon, the call was transferred. Hello, this is BJ, Wangshan County in Jishur, right? The reply was, yes, this is Wangshan County in Jishur. Where would you like to be connected? Yuan Weizhou said, please connect me to Guo Zijing. The operator from Wangshan County responded again, please wait a moment. I will connect you now. After a few minutes, the call finally connected. Yuan Weizhou said, this is Yuan Weizhou. As soon as he introduced himself, the other side quickly responded, Minister Yuan, you're asking about that case, right? Don't worry, I will keep an eye on it. Yuan Weizhou said, yes, I just want to know the progress of the case. Please handle it fairly and justly. We must not wrong an innocent person, but we also must not let any bad person go. Guo Zijing replied, understood, understood. The suspect admits to the crime. Rest assured, we will be fair and just, and we won't bend the law for anyone. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Weizhou looked at his younger brother. You heard that too. Now you can rest easy, right? Yuan Weiqing smiled and said, brother, you go ahead with your work.
I'll go home to see the old man.
Yuan Weizhou waved him off and suddenly called out, don't say anything about this to others.
You know how the old man is.
If he finds out Luo Qiao is involved, he might get too upset. Yuan Weizhou said, brother, do you really think I'm that simple? After saying that, he turned and strode out of the office. As he left, he pulled the door shut. Their workplace couldn't interfere in local affairs, and Yuan Weizhou understood the real reason behind his brother making that call. A village party secretary with a lot of scheming wanted to use family members to bully a lonely girl, thinking it was like the old feudal times. Such a person isn't suitable for that position. Luo Qiao had just returned home when someone knocked on the door. She came out and saw that Lui Chen was there with 2 police officers, 1 man and 1 woman. She knew they must be here to take her statement. The female officer said, young lady, don't be afraid. We're just here to ask about what happened. Tell us what you know. We also just found out you went to the city for a health check. Luo Qiao smiled and said, please have a seat. I'll tell you everything I know. After the officers finished asking their questions, the female officer said, Comrade Luo Qiao, I need to take a few photos to add to the case file. Is that okay? Luo Qiao stood up and said, yes, come inside with me. Then she thought for a moment and added, actually, let's do it outside in the yard. It's too dark inside, and the outside has better light. Luo Qiao turned to look at Lui Chen. He cleared his throat and said, I'll take this officer outside to keep watch. He then called the male officer, and they left the yard, walking to a spot a little farther away. Lui Chen kept his eyes on the road, worried someone might pass by at this moment. Seeing Luo Qiao's several bruises, the female officer was deeply shocked. Luo Qiao's skin was so tender that even a small bump could turn purple, especially in her current condition. The female officer's sympathy for Zhang Qiaoyan, who was still detained at the police station, disappeared. She thought to herself that Luo Qiao was lucky. If she had fallen off a cliff or been hit or trampled by a cow, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After saying goodbye to two police officers, Louis Chen's eyes showed clear affection that anyone could see. He took a moment to calm himself and then said, "Tonight, I will cook. You just try a bite, and later I will learn to cook from you." At this moment, Louis Chen deeply regretted not thinking earlier to learn cooking from Luo Qiao. He used to think only about how he regretted not studying enough, but now he realized that regret should have been about his cooking skills. What a joke. Shirtu rushed in quickly and saw Luo Qiao, rushing over and asking with tears in his voice, "Luo Qiao's sister, are you hurt anywhere?"
Luo Qiao replied, "I'm fine."
"Where did you go? Why are you so sweaty, and your clothes are so dirty?" Shirtu looked down at his clothes nervously and said, "I'll wash them later." "Luo Qiao's sister, I went to Wangjiago. I saw Zhang Xiaoyan being taken away by the police. I wanted to come back with the villagers, but I heard the village secretary and Aunt Chun and I talking about letting them stay there for a day or two before returning. I just wanted to see what they were doing there." It turned out that after Shirtu learned about Luo Qiao's trouble and ran down from the mountain, Luo Qiao had already gone to the city. Later, the adult said that Zhang Xiaoyan caused trouble, which made Shirtu cry. Seeing the police and many villagers following the village secretary to Wangjiago to find someone, he also went along, wanting to see Zhang Xiaoyan, the troublemaker, being taken away by the police. He saw Zhang Xiaoyan hiding behind her mother and grandmother, refusing to let the police get close, and even scolding his father. But no matter how wild she was, she couldn't stop the police. They still took her away. He also took a handful of dirt from the roadside and threw it hard at Zhang Xiaoyan, then ran away. Zhang Xiaoyan turned around, wanting to find whoever threw the dirt, but she couldn't find him. Luo Qiao patted Shita's head and said, "Shirtu, these are grown-up matters. Luo Qiao's sister understands your feelings, but you're still young. In the future, don't run off with others. What if someone tries to kidnap you on the road?" Shirtu lowered his head and said, "Okay, I understand. I will eat well and grow up quickly to protect Luo Qiao's sister." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Good. I look forward to when Shirtu grows up and can protect me." Hearing Luo Qiao say this, Shirtu eagerly climbed higher and asked, "Can I just call you sister from now on? It would be closer if I call you Luo Qiao's sister." Luo Qiao suddenly laughed and said, "You little guy, you even know about closeness."
Haha.
Stone frowned and asked, "Sister, are you really okay? Do you want to go inside and lie down for a while?" Luo Qiao gently tapped Stone's forehead and said, "I'm really fine. Don't worry. I have a few scrapes, but sitting is better than lying down." Stone frowned again and asked, "All right. Do you want some water? I can pour some for you." Luo Qiao immediately smiled, and her eyes unexpectedly welled up with tears. She pulled Stone aside and said, "Stone, I'm fine. Don't treat me like I'm hurt, and don't be so nervous. Look at your frown. You're like an old man. You're not cute at all." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Stone said, "Then you sit here. I'll go help Brother Lu light the fire. The meal will be ready soon." He turned to walk a few steps away, but then felt something was wrong. Before he finished speaking, he turned back and said, "The village secretary isn't a good person either. I overheard him telling Auntie Chun and I to stay away and not come back to the village. Auntie Chun and I also said, Luo Qiao is hurt. I have to go check on her first." Later, that bad village secretary said, "What trouble can a girl like her cause? If something happens, the villagers will talk. You and Dong, you should stay here for a day and see how things go." "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Stone kept looking at Luo Qiao's face, worried she might be upset. Luo Qiao saw Stone's serious expression and gently touched her forehead, saying, "Okay, I'm not that fragile. I won't be knocked down by such a small thing." Seeing that Luo Qiao was truly fine, Stone happily ran to the kitchen to help. Louis Chen asked, "What were you fussing about just now?" Stone sat by the stove with a serious face and said, "I'm worried about sister being sad. But I can tell she's very strong. The village secretary's daughter, Zhang Xiaoyan, is a real troublemaker. She talks badly about my sister every day, and today she even tried to hurt her. I will never forgive her and won't talk to her again. I heard from Shanzi and Ergo that she might get locked up. Serves her right. She should stay locked up forever. Louis Chen looked at Stone and asked, when did you two get so close? Now you call her sister directly. Stone's eyes lit up at this and said, Brother Liu, you heard right. Calling her sister makes us closer, right? I think so too. It feels really good. Stone was still showing off, but he suddenly realized something was wrong. He smiled and said, I think calling her sister sounds closer. Look at Shanzi. He calls Ru Fong and Ru Lan directly sister. It's more convenient and makes us seem closer. Louis Chen asked, where did you learn that word? Stone looked up confused and asked which word. Louis Chen narrowed his eyes and said seriously, close or close-knit. Stone immediately stood up and said, my older sister Shanzi told me. One day, we were playing by the river, and Shanzi's older sister gave Shanzi's younger cousin some candy. Shanzi was a bit upset, and his older sister Ru Fong said they were real siblings and very close. No one else could compare. Shanzi was happy, and I said that my sister and I would be like real siblings too, and our relationship would be very close. Louis Chen kept working with his hands. You are adopted by me. Stone was surprised and blinked at Louis Chen. But, well, then our relationship is close too. You can be my older brother from now on. Is that okay? Louis Chen gave him a look that said, you're smart. Stone saw the fire in the stove and quickly sat down, pushing some firewood inside. After finishing, he said, Brother Liu, that secretary isn't good. He talks badly about Sister Luo Qiao behind her back. I won't call him uncle anymore. Louis Chen placed the chopped vegetables on the stove and glanced at Stone. It seems you're closer to your sister than to him. When Stone heard this, he covered his mouth with his hand, then scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. I just forgot. County head Guo Zijin hung up the phone and left his office. Secretary Liu, prepare the car. We're going to Chaoyang Commune. Secretary Liu asked, Secretary, should we call them first? Guo Zijin looked at his watch and said, that's a good idea. Call Chaoyang Commune and tell them. It's better than arriving and not finding anyone. At Chaoyang Commune, Wang Taijun was about to leave work when the receptionist called him. Director, there's a call from the county. Wang Taijun quickly parked his bike and hurried over. This is Wang Taijun. He didn't expect the county head to come personally to ask about this case. Who is the victim? So many people are paying attention to this case. I thought that Secretary Zhang Dezheng probably wouldn't succeed in his position. The higher-ups didn't say anything specific. Everyone just called to ask about the progress of the case.
Sigh.
After hanging up, Wang Taijun quickly went out to call the local officials and police officers. Stay a little longer. The county mayor just called, and he will come over soon. The police station chief, Lu Jun, asked, Director, what is the background of the victim? Wang Taijun replied, we don't know her background. We just need to handle the case fairly and justly. That's enough. The higher-ups only asked us to be fair and honest. He thought that the person calling probably knew Zhang Dezheng's identity and was worried we might be biased. The only female officer at the station, Wang Xiaoru, whispered, the girl from Secretary Zhang's family is really not a good person. Today, Cheng Ping and I went to Qingshan village to take a statement from Luo Qiao. While taking photos to gather evidence, I saw her injuries really shocking. I kept thinking how lucky she was to avoid being hit or stepped on by a cow, and she also managed to grab onto the elm tree on the edge of the cliff to avoid falling. The area below the cliff is full of thorns. If someone falls, the consequences could be terrible. It's truly unfair that she suffered such a hardship without reason. Cheng Ping, standing nearby, said, this woman's jealousy is really frightening. There's no connection between them. Just because she got into the city's top high school, she was attacked so harshly. It's truly an unjust disaster. Wang Xiaoru looked at Cheng Ping and said, don't judge everyone the same way. Not everyone is as malicious as her. Lu Jun, the police station chief, said, now that we have the statements and evidence, we should send the person away early tomorrow. After waiting over an hour, they finally arrived. Several officials from the commune and police officers together received County Mayor Guo and Secretary Liu. Guo talked briefly about the commune's daily work before bringing up today's case. He learned that all evidence had been collected and the suspect had confessed. She would be taken to the county detention center tomorrow. He then carefully asked about the details of the case. He learned that the suspect was a 17-year-old girl whose father was the village secretary and also understood her motive for the crime. After a moment of silence, he said, "Seeing how the child was raised, it seems she's not suitable to stay in her current position. Her daughter has become so spoiled. It's better to focus on fixing the family first." Wang Taijun said, "Yes, such party members and officials are also a mistake on our part. Our commune officials should reflect and review themselves." County Mayor Gui said, "If you can't clean your own house, how can you clean the world? He can't even manage his own family well, so how can he handle village affairs?" This also reminds us that our team of officials needs to reflect on itself. After seeing off the county mayor, Wang Taijun said, "Everyone, disperse now." After Luo Qiao finished eating and the stones went back to Louis Chen's place to study, he hadn't read any books all day. Louis Chen told him to catch up on today's lessons because school would start in a few days. After washing the dishes and tidying up, Louis Chen said, "Later, go to bed early and lock the door. Don't open it if someone knocks. I'm worried the Zhang family might come looking for you again. The police station has already collected all the evidence. Tomorrow, Zhang Xiaoyan will be taken to the detention center. She's not yet 18, but she will definitely go to the juvenile detention center. The Zhang family probably wants you to stop pursuing the matter. If you find them annoying and can't stand it, you can stay in the city for a few days. The house there is already prepared, and you can get some peace." Luo Qiao said, "I understand. First thing tomorrow, I'll go see the squad leader for an introduction letter. Can you help me make a chicken cage? I want to bring those chickens along." Louis Chen replied, "Okay, I'll bring it to you tomorrow morning. Rest early." After seeing Louis Chen off, Luo Qiao closed the door securely and went back to her room to enter the space. At the secretary's house, Zhang Dejing was smoking dry tobacco, the room filled with smoke, making it hard to breathe. His eldest son, Zhang Dongzi, said, "Dad, say something." Zhang Dejing's eyes were red, and his expression looked frightening. "If we wait a bit longer, we'll go find Luo Qiao. This time just the two of us will go." Zhang Dongzi said, "Dad, isn't the old master asking you to bring more people? Just the two of us might not be able to handle the situation." Zhang Dejing said, "You know what happened to your second uncle today. Xiaoyan's matter isn't small. The people in the clan don't want to get involved. They have their reasons. They're all afraid of getting into trouble. Besides, we already caused a scene today. If we go out again tonight and make a big fuss, that girl might get angry, and we might not end up well either. It's better if just the two of us go. It won't attract too much attention. At worst, I can give her some things. The most important thing is to get your sister out of the police station first. As for what happens afterward, I can make her spit out whatever she has swallowed. She's just an orphan girl. She can't turn the world upside down." Zhang Dongzi feels a bit conflicted. He knows what they're doing isn't right, but right now the only way to get Luo Qiao to agree is to do so. Otherwise, his sister's life could be ruined forever. By around 8 p.m., the father and son left to go to Luo Qiao's house. There's no entertainment in the village, and everyone goes to bed early. Today's incident in the village made everyone believe that the village secretary wouldn't let anything happen to his daughter. They also thought he would go look for Luo Qiao. So many families in the village kept an eye on the secretary's house, even if their lights were off. As soon as the father and son left, people started following them from a distance. Zhang Dejing knew that someone was definitely watching their house tonight, but he had no choice. If Luo Qiao doesn't come out tomorrow, his daughter might be taken to the detention center. Trying to rescue her then would be even harder than climbing to the sky. He thought today's situation was simple, but he didn't realize that the officials from the communes didn't dare to get involved. He couldn't understand where the problem was either. Usually they got along well, but today everyone was making excuses to avoid responsibility. So, the only way to save his daughter now was to ask Luo Qiao for help. As an orphan girl, she needed to consider carefully if she wanted to stay in this village. Little did he know he was being too naive. Why wouldn't the officials from the commune dare to handle this during the day? Could a lonely girl like Luo Qiao really do something about it? Seeing that Luo Qiao's house had already turned off the lights, Zhang Dongza hesitated and suggested, Dad, maybe we should come back tomorrow morning. It's so dark now, and people in the village might gossip about us. Zhang Dijing replied, No, if we wait until tomorrow, it'll be too late. First thing in the morning, Luo Qiao must go to the commune before she starts work at the police station. As long as she doesn't pursue the matter, it can be fixed. Let's go knock on the door. More and more people follow behind them, whispering, Secretary, this is really too much. Coming to find Luo Qiao in the middle of the night. Are they trying to ruin her reputation? It's just too much to bully her for their own daughter. Li Chen had been listening outside his yard. When he heard the others walking away, he finally opened the gate and headed to the village captain's house. Wang Jiago, Wang Chunyi, was sitting at the head of the Kong, sighing heavily. Wang's wife said, I really can't rest easy. Let's go back and check tomorrow morning. Hiding from it isn't the answer. Who asked you to raise your daughter so selfish and narrow-minded? Tomorrow morning, let your eldest brother take you back. That girl has suffered so much, and you can't show any concern? Are you even human? Wang Chunyi nodded. I understand, Mom. Tomorrow morning, I will go back and prepare some nourishing food to send over. I'll try to speak kindly and ask for her understanding. Wang's wife continued sewing the shoe sole in her hands. That's right. Dijing is the village secretary, but he can't use his power to bully others. After all, Qiaoyan made a big mistake. Tears started to well up in Wang Chunyi's eyes again. She spoke with a crying tone. Mom, I'm just afraid that when I open my eyes tomorrow, I'll hear that Qiaoyan can't be saved. That would be devastating. Wang's wife sighed, wiping away her tears. She patted her daughter's shoulder. Mom is also worried, but what good does that do? She's living a good life, but insists on doing something bad. What can we, ordinary people, do? Girl, you need to think positively. Dijing said he would handle it. I believe that girl is reasonable too. If not, tomorrow I will go with you. We will sincerely apologize to her and try to persuade her to forgive Qiaoyan. I hope this lesson will help her change her unpleasant personality. In Qingshan village, no matter how Zhang Dongza knocked on the door, no one came out. Finally, the village secretary got annoyed and personally pounded on the door loudly, shouting inside, Luo Qiao, I know you can hear me. Please open the door. Just consider this, uncle begging you. Luo Qiao was sewing the bedding in her space before coming out. She opened the door and stepped outside the yard. Secretary, if you have something to say, just tell me. I'm just a girl, and it's late at night. It's really inconvenient for me to open the door for you. Zhang Dejing clenched his fists tightly. He knew he had lost his temper just now. The villagers watching from afar probably saw everything clearly and might have ruined the good image he had worked hard to build over the years. But now, under pressure, he had to hold back. He patiently said, Uncle wants to talk to you about Qiaoyan. But in his mind, he thought, just wait and see. This matter will be over soon. You'll see how I deal with you. Dream of living peacefully in this village? Keep dreaming. Zhang Dejing was about to speak when he heard someone approaching. He turned around and saw Captain Gao and his wife. The captain glanced at the closed door and asked, Party secretary, what are you doing? Seeing Gao Jiefeng coming, Zhang Dejing inwardly cursed, I just spent the whole day outside, just got back to catch my breath, and now I come to check on Luo Qiao. Qiao Lanlan said, Party secretary, you weren't in the village this afternoon. The women's director said the hospital suggested Luo Qiao stay for treatment, but the girl, being kind-hearted, saw she hadn't hurt her internal organs and decided to rest at home to save money. Hearing this, Zhang Dejing could only reply, it's all my daughter-in-law Qiaoyan's fault. That's why Luo Qiao got hurt. Today, my mother-in-law also fell and was busy going to the clinic for a checkup. Chun and I and Dong Yu stayed in Wangjiagu. He continued, Dong Zhe and I just returned to the village not long ago because of Qiaoyan. We felt bad for Luo Qiao, so we came to see her. A woman who didn't get along with the party secretary's family shouted from a distance, Party secretary, you're really funny. First, Luo Qiao is just a girl living alone, and you come here in the middle of the night. Isn't it wrong to visit someone who's sick empty-handed? Dong Zai's face was burning with embarrassment, and Zhang Dezheng looked uncomfortable too. Suddenly, Luo Qiao from inside the yard said, "Party secretary, let's talk about this tomorrow. I'm aching all over, and just want to rest early." Hearing this, Zhang Dezheng quickly spoke up, "Luo Qiao, since the captain is here too, could you open the door?"
I have a few things I want to say.
Luo Qiao thought to herself that Zhang Dezheng really had a thick skin. She had already said no, but he still asked her to open the door. Since she couldn't avoid it, she opened the yard gate and said, "Fine, come in and talk." She didn't invite them inside the house, just let them sit in the yard. Zhang Dezheng thought for a moment and said, "Luo Qiao, I know what happened today. Qiaoyan was really in the wrong, but she's still young. Can you give her a chance? I promise she won't cause trouble again." Luo Qiao looked at Zhang Dezheng and asked, "If I died today, what would you do?" Zhang Dezheng didn't expect her to act differently and asked back. He was silent for a moment and replied, "That hasn't happened. There are no what-ifs." "Don't you think so?" Lu Qiao said, "The village secretary's words are so easy to say. No wonder she raised a daughter like Zhang Qiaoyan." Hearing this, Zhang Dezheng realized Lu Qiao was mocking him. He was already upset today, feeling frustrated about asking for favors, and now Lu Qiao was teasing him. He said unhappily, "Lu Qiao, you need to know your place. Yes, Qiaoyan did something wrong, but she is still young. You are about the same age. Can't you give her another chance? You will still live in Qingshan village and need to deal with the villagers. You should learn to be flexible." Lu Qiao thought, finally, she's not pretending anymore. She said, "Secretary, I don't quite understand. Zhang Qiaoyan didn't just make a mistake. She broke the law. You tell me to give her a chance, but I am not a law enforcement officer. I'm not a government official either. I can't do that. Even if I were, I wouldn't break the law. Everyone is responsible for their actions. No one is above the law." Zhang Dezheng was shocked by her words. It was a serious warning. Hearing Lu Qiao say this, his sharp mind returned. He realized that dealing with his daughter might be impossible now. If he kept arguing, he might end up losing more. He said, "I was wrong. Sorry, Lu Qiao." Lu Qiao replied calmly, "It's okay. You're a village leader and a party member, so you can't break the law. Since the village secretary is here today, the hospital reports a mild concussion and multiple soft tissue injuries. They suggest hospitalization. I thought, since money doesn't grow on trees, I came back early. She probably can't go to work for now. Do you know how the village plans to handle this?" Village head Gao Jiefeng saw the secretary looking at him and said, "We'll hold a small meeting with our village officials later. We'll give you an answer tomorrow morning. Is that okay?" Lu Qiao had no objections and nodded in agreement. The onlookers then dispersed. Lui Chen watched everyone leave and quietly went back to his yard. After closing the door, he turned around and saw Stone standing in the yard. Lui Chen asked, "Not sleeping? What are you doing outside?" Stone looked at Lui Chen and said, "Just like my brother, I'm worried about sister. But sister is so strong. She's not afraid of that mean village secretary." Lui Chen reached out and patted Stone's head. "You can't say that outside." Stone said, "I'm not stupid." At Gao Shuni's house, the neighbors on both sides were awakened by the sound of breaking dishes. Recently, Li Xiulan and Gao Rulin had spent a lot on hospital bills, and their savings were gone. Li Xiulan wanted Gao Taohua to marry early so they could get the bride price sooner. Gao Taohua didn't like the man and, outside the door, overheard Li Xiulan telling Gao Shuni that the family was short of money and that the dowry could no longer be counted on. Angrily, she stormed inside and knocked over the dishes and bowls that had just been washed after dinner. Gao Taohua had only recently been able to walk on her own. She originally wanted to go see what was happening but felt her ankle hurt after crossing the bridge. Gao Daifu had specifically told her not to walk long distances these days. So she turned back, but just as she reached her parents' door, she overheard their conversation inside. Gao Taohua glared at Li Xiulan. "If you want me to marry him, I won't." "What do you think of me? Finding some ugly guy and now wanting me to marry with nothing? Are you my mother? My real mother?" Ignoring whether her ankle was okay, Gao Taohua ran out directly. People outside the Gao house, curious about the commotion, saw her run across the bridge. Some villagers who had come from Luo Qiao's house to watch the scene gathered by the bridge and saw Taohua crying as she ran up. Curious, they followed her. From afar, they saw Gao Taohua banging on the door of Lui Chen's house, crying and shouting, "Lui Chen, open the door and save me. I beg you." Everyone was stunned. How shameless Gao Taohua was, causing such a big fuss without regard. What was she trying to do? Blackmail someone? Soon, villagers from outside Gao Shuni's yard, who had followed Taohua, said, "Taohua's family is making a big fuss. They must have argued with her parents. But why did she run to Lui Chen's house?"
Haha, I don't know.
Gao Taohua is quite bold, quite gutsy.
Bah. Gutsy?
Why don't you become a son-in-law for Gao Shuani and Li Xilan? Haha, forget it. My family isn't rich enough. I dare not provoke the Gao family. Too many brothers-in-law, not something an ordinary person can handle. Are you afraid Li Xilan will drain your family's savings? No, that's not the main reason. It's just that I really can't stand someone like Gao Taohua. I can't bring myself to do it. Gao Taohua was also shameless enough. Didn't the Gao family tell her something? I heard that the engagement is happening in a few days. Why is someone still causing trouble at Lui Chen's house? Do you think Gao Taohua and Lui Chen are involved? Lui Chen's taste is quite strong, haha.
Don't talk nonsense.
Have you ever seen Lui Chen interact with villagers? Or have you seen him with Gao Taohua? Just stop spreading rumors. Although he's not very mobile, he wouldn't be so blind. Didn't you hear what Gao Taohua just said? I think Gao Taohua is upset because she doesn't like her mother's chosen match and ran out after a fight at home.
What does she mean now?
She wants Lui Chen to save her. Is she trying to get something from him? What could he do? Surely not just persuade her parents. She probably has feelings for Lui Chen. Honestly, this explains why Gao Taohua left her home and went straight to Lui Chen's house. That woman is really shameless. Luckily, so many people are watching today. If they didn't know the full story, this scene could be misunderstood. No matter how Gao Taohua knocked, the door at Lui Chen's house wouldn't open. She called out inside, "Lui Chen, I know you can hear me. Are you just watching me die?
My parents want to sell me.
I don't want a bride price now. I just want to live with you. What else do you refuse? I work hard every day at the commune, earning full points. I don't mind that you're lame. Please open the door and help me." As soon as she finished speaking, water was poured over her from the wall inside, drenching her completely. Lui Chen coldly said, "Go away." People watching from a far side, but they thought Gao Taohua brought this on herself. After being soaked, Gao Taohua realized what she had done. She was dazed and started to walk back home. Just then, her older brother Gao Romu came over. Seeing his sister's state, Gao Romu asked, "What's going on?" Gao Taohua, as if she hadn't heard him, limped back and said, "It's all your fault. None of you are good people." Everyone lost interest and, seeing it was getting late, they made some jokes and then left. It had been quite a show today. Only the room at the head of the commune office kept the lights on until late into the night. The next morning, Luo Qiao woke up early to prepare breakfast. She first visited the captain's house and then went to the village office to get an introduction letter. The captain immediately approved her for half a month, but since she now had a house in the city, it didn't matter much whether she opened this or not. However, since her household registration was still here, she thought it might be wise to get some insurance. With school starting in about 20 days, she figured it wouldn't hurt to take this opportunity to go out and explore. After successfully obtaining the introduction letter, she heard Gao Jiefeng say, "When you leave later, come to the village office and ask accountant's son to give you 80 yuan. This is compensation from the party secretary's family. After the harvest and when the grain is divided and work points are calculated, they will deduct it from his account. Also, the village gave you half a month off, and during this time, your work will be covered by the party secretary's family." The captain didn't explain that this was something they fought hard to get for her. The party secretary initially only wanted to give 50 yuan, but since the women's director said Luo Qiao was seriously injured, he and the women's director managed to negotiate an extra 30 yuan for her. Luo Qiao didn't refuse. After thanking them, she left. She believed she deserved this. If she hadn't been skilled with her hands, she might have gotten into trouble. She saw it as a way to calm her nerves. However, she didn't know that the captain and the women's director had worked hard to get more money for her. Previously, Luo Qiao had planned to wait until the land was distributed, then leave the village and transfer her household registration. Her main goal was to take over the thorny forest at the foot of Qing Mountain, hoping to clear it and plant fruit trees. But now she was unsure. Should she transfer her household registration now and say goodbye to this place, or leave it for now and wait until the land was divided and she went to college before transferring? She needed to think more about it. Today was destined to be an unsettled day. No one expected that early the next morning, shocking news would spread. Gao Taohua and Li Dai, who was married to the village's widow, had gotten together, and it was all witnessed by others. The gossiping villagers were so busy that they seemed to have grown extra mouths, unable to keep their chatter quiet. Some women had no time to even prepare breakfast and gathered under the big willow tree by the bridge, discussing eagerly. Gao Shuni, with a grim face, pulled Gao Taohua back home and shut the door. He then started to beat her. All they could hear was Gao Taohua wailing loudly, and the commotion in the yard was quite loud. But the situation was already set in stone. Gao Shuni could only accept it. In this era, Gao Taohua's only options were to marry Li Dai or be drowned in gossip and insults. In a time when even going out required an introduction letter, Gao Taohua didn't dare stage a runaway or oppose arranged marriages. Since Lui Chen was not suitable, she decided to choose someone else for herself. Anyway, she would never marry that ugly man. The situation was still developing, and then the commune officials arrived. Zhang Dezheng had planned to tidy up and go to the commune, but he didn't expect the officials to come to the village so early. Village leader Gao Jiefeng and party secretary Zhang Dezheng received the news and hurried over to the village committee. Upon entering, there was no small talk. They directly announced the decision to dismiss Zhang Dezheng from the party, revoke all his party positions, and temporarily have Gao Jiefeng take over as village secretary. Villagers outside the main group, upon hearing this, were all shocked. They heard Zhang Dezheng say, "Director, my daughter made a mistake. I accept the responsibility, but how can they remove my party membership?" The commune director, Wang Taijun, replied, "You asked a good question. Originally, you shouldn't have been punished so severely. But as the secretary of Qingshan village, you not only failed to handle the matter fairly at first, but also used your position to try to get connections and help your daughter. As a party member and village secretary, you didn't fulfill your duties and lost your party spirit. You didn't handle things fairly and justly, nor did you give the victim a proper explanation. Your actions yesterday were abuse of power and bullying. That's why the party committee decided on this punishment." Zhang Dezheng sat there speechless, looking embarrassed, and didn't speak for a long time. Wang Taijun said, "Hand over your work. From today, Comrade Jiefeng, you will work harder. After the harvest, we will hold a new election." Gao Jiefeng replied, "It's not hard. I will do my best to finish the work before the new village secretary is elected." Gao Jiefeng's attitude pleased the officials from the commune. After giving instructions, they left together. The village was in an uproar. The secretary was dismissed, and families with conflicts with the secretary were overjoyed, quickly spreading the news. Wang Chunni got up early, ate a quick breakfast, and returned to the village with her older brother. Once inside, she noticed the villagers looking at her differently, some with sympathy, others with schadenfreude. Her sister-in-law ran over and said, "Sister-in-law, you're finally back. Is your mother okay?" Wang Chunni said, "It's nothing serious, just that I fell yesterday and need some time to recover." Zhou Xiaomei, Zhang Digang's wife, said, "Sister-in-law, someone from the commune just came. They expelled Big Brother from the party and removed his position as branch secretary. They also said he used his power for personal gain." Hearing this, Wang Chunni almost fainted. Her legs went weak. This was a huge accusation. Things had been better in recent years, but if this had happened a few years ago, how would their family survive? She knew how much her husband cared about his position as branch secretary. She had hoped that in a few years, he could work his way up to a local office, which would be a stable job. But now, she never expected he would be punished and expelled from the party, branded with a stain. She hurriedly asked, "Where is my brother?" Zhou Xiaomei replied, "He is at the brigade office, handing over his work." She then asked, "Did Big Brother say anything about Xiaoyan?" Zhou Xiaomei shook her head. "I haven't seen him since yesterday. It was dark when De Gang and I went to look for him, but we didn't find him. Later, I heard Big Brother and Dong Zhe went to find Luo Qiao, but someone must have notified Gao Jiefeng. When De Gang and I arrived, they had already left Luo Qiao's house. Later, they went to a meeting at the brigade office. It was too late, so we didn't wait and went home instead." Wang Chunyi took a deep breath, turned around and headed home. Zhou Xiaomei followed and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" The eldest brother behind Wang Chunyi also looked worriedly at his sister, knowing that her husband was ambitious and eager to climb higher. He was good at pretending in front of others, but he loved his wife and children deeply. Wang Sihai also spoke up, "Little sister, are you alright?" Wang Chunyi sighed and said, "I'm fine. You don't need to worry. I'll go home, tidy up, and then visit Xiaoyan at the commune." She forced herself to finish speaking, but inside, her heart was like a knife. She now knew her husband had been removed from his position because of their daughter. That meant their daughter probably couldn't come out of her mistake from yesterday. When she returned to her yard and entered the house, she burst into tears. She simply couldn't hold on anymore. Luo Qiao finished eating and tidied up. She told Shirtu, "You can't fall behind on your lessons these days. If you have questions, ask Brother Lu at night. The school will open in a few days." Shirtu looked a bit down and asked, "Sister, when will you come back?" Luo Qiao touched the head of the stone and said, "I will definitely come back before school starts." Stone replied, "There are still more than 20 days left. I'm worried my stomach will miss you before I do." After saying that, he burst into laughter. Luo Qiao handed the key to the big door to Lui Chen, asking him to water the backyard vegetable garden every few days, then locked the door, carried her basket, and headed to the brigade office. When she arrived, Zhang Dejin and his younger brother Zhang Digang had just come out. Zhang Digang looked at Luo Qiao with mixed feelings. Honestly, this matter had nothing to do with her, but now his brother had been dismissed, and his niece probably couldn't come out for a while. He didn't fully understand the official rules, but from his brother's words, if Luo Qiao didn't agree, Qiao Yan would have to stay in the detention center for several years. Qiao Yan was a girl, and if she stayed inside for years, her proud and confident nature might be ruined when she came out. He couldn't bring himself to ask Luo Qiao to forgive her, especially since Qiao Yan's actions had almost caused harm to Luo Qiao. No one would be so generous in her place. Now, Zhang Dejin's eyes were full of hatred when he looked at Luo Qiao, and her initial sympathy disappeared completely. Since that was the case, Luo Qiao decided not to greet them anymore, not wanting to make things awkward. She walked straight toward the brigade office. As she passed by Zhang Dejin, she heard him say, "Luo Qiao, I've been dismissed from my position. Are you satisfied now?" Luo Qiao stopped and sneered. It's impossible for a commune official to be dismissed without a proper reason. And what does uncle mean by saying that? He should ask your daughter if she's satisfied or not. Luo Qiao didn't want to give him any face. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why should she be harmed or made difficult by this father and daughter? Did they think she was easy to bully? Then she went directly into the brigade office, collected 80 yuan from the accountant's son Guichang, and left the village. From afar, she saw Lui Chen waiting near the village entrance. Lui Chen said, "I called Yuan Weiqing earlier." Luo Qiao jumped onto the back of his bicycle and said, "I don't know why the secretary was dismissed so quickly, and he even dared to glare at me." Hearing this, Lui Chen slightly furrowed his brow and replied, "You don't need to worry about what's happening here. It's better to stay in the city for a few days and have some peace." Soon, they reached the entrance of the commune. Lui Chen watched her get into the car before turning around and riding his bike to the agricultural machinery station. Zhang Dejing returned home and saw his wife coming back, with her eyes red from crying. He knew she must have learned what had happened. He walked over and reached out to comfort her, but thought there were still many people inside, so he withdrew his hand. He simply said softly, "Our daughter might have gotten into trouble this time. I can't do anything to help her now," and Luo Qiao still refuses to speak. Wang Chunyi, crying, said, "I prepared some things. We should go find her again later." Xiaoyan's actions were indeed too much, but she's still young. We can't just watch her be taken to juvenile detention. That would ruin her life. Zhang Dezhim couldn't bear to see his wife upset. He took a deep breath and said, "All right, I'll go with you to find her again." If his wife could persuade Luo Qiao to change her mind, what would his pride matter? Unfortunately, hopes are often bigger than reality. When they arrived early at Luo Qiao's house, they saw the door guarded by a soldier. Wang Chunyi panicked and asked, "Didn't you say the village told Luo Qiao to rest?" Zhang Dezhing replied, "We saw someone at the brigade's entrance earlier. Maybe we should go ask there." They left with their things. By the riverbank, everyone was working. A woman who had a conflict with Zhang Dezhing's family said, "Oh, they're going to see Luo Qiao. She's gone to the city to rest. She's covered in bruises, and just looking at her makes us feel sad." Seeing the change in the Zhang family's expressions, the woman sneered silently and continued, "Her injuries are serious. No one is taking care of her in the village. Applying medicine is a big problem. She's gone to the city to find relatives. Looks like your trip was pointless." This statement sounded reasonable, but it was actually gloating. Hearing this, Wang Chunyi was suddenly flustered. She looked at Zhang Dezhing behind her and asked, "What should we do now?" Hearing this, Zhang Dezhing wondered silently if this was the end of their hope to save their daughter. If she was in the city, where could they find her? He had earlier asked his eldest son to go to the commune and buy some time. They had planned to split up, one group to go to Luo Qiao's house to plead. Now it seemed that even if his son delayed, it wouldn't help. Wang Chunyi, holding back dizziness, said, "Let's go to the commune first. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to see our daughter." A few people didn't bother arguing with the person speaking. They quickly returned the items and hurried to the commune. When they arrived, Zhang Xiaoyan had just been brought out and was about to be sent away. Unlike later times when every police station had patrol cars, the current commune leaders didn't have dedicated vehicles. The police officers from the local station borrowed a bullock cart from the Chaoyang Brigade. Seeing her parents, Zhang Xiaoyan was so excited she wanted to rush to them, but a female police officer scolded her. She cried out, "Dad, Mom, help me. I don't want to be taken away." Her face was covered with tears and runny nose. Wang Chunyi ran over, hugged her daughter tightly, and also started crying. The person who had been waiting on the bullock cart, Qingping, grew impatient and said, "Are you done yet? First, your eldest son was wasting our time with his nonsense. Now you're crying endlessly. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. We should be on our way. We've already been patient enough. You can't keep delaying our work." No matter how pitiful Zhang Qiaoyan acted or how much she cried, she was still taken away. Wang Chunyi fainted immediately, unable to imagine what her daughter's future would be like. Zhang Dezhing was called aside secretly and told a few words. After he finished, he turned and left. Hurrying, Zhang Dezhing called his eldest son over to carry Wang Chunyi back to the village. Zhang Digang asked, "Brother, what did that person just say to you?" Zhang Dezhing whispered, "Before sending her to the juvenile detention center, there was still some room for negotiation. Now, we should go back to the village and find Zhao Pulin and his wife to ask for the address of Luo Qiao's foster parents. We need to find Luo Qiao. Only she can help now." When they found Zhao Pulin in the fields and shared their plan, he said he didn't know Luo family's address because they had no contact. Last time Luo been returned, they were too busy dreaming about the future and never asked where his biological parents lived. Disappointed, Zhang Dezhing was about to leave when Zhao Pulin said, "I remember the Luo family said Luo Qiao's foster father probably works at the steel factory. You can try looking there." Hearing this, Zhang Dezhing felt like he had found a lifeline. "Oh, thank you, Brother Pulin. We'll go look now." They asked some more questions about the Luo family before leaving. After Zhang Dijin left, everyone gathered around, asking Zhao Pulin loudly, "What did Zhang Dijin want from you?" Zhao Pulin also did not hide anything and said, "Asking Luo Qiao's foster parents for their address is probably to find Luo Qiao in the city." Now, a group of strong men in the field started gossiping. "That girl from Dejing's family is spoiled. She doesn't know her limits. Now she not only harmed herself, but also her father." Exactly. I heard before that the commune wanted to transfer Zhang Dijing to work there, but it didn't happen. Now he's lost his position as party secretary, and most importantly, his party membership is gone. It'll be hard for him to recover from this. But it's not others' fault. His daughter caused trouble, and he even looked down on Luo Qiao. This morning, Zhang Dijing was still making things difficult for Luo Qiao at the village entrance. Many people saw it. The party secretary's position was taken away by the commune. He must be very upset, probably furious. Maybe he's blaming Luo Qiao. But it was Zhang Dijing's mistake. Luo Qiao has always been the victim. If anyone is to blame, it should be his daughter who caused trouble. He's not thinking clearly. When Luo Qiao arrived in the city, she first found a place to change into different clothes and went to the black market. This month's fish needed to be delivered. Since He Yujie was not there, she told Ning Rui that they would meet at the abandoned house outside the city for the trade in the evening. Ning Rui was curious and asked, "How did you bring the fish here?" Luo Qiao said, "Didn't your boss tell you? Curiosity kills the cat. I'll wait for you there at 9 o'clock tonight." Early this morning, before dawn, Luo Qiao went up a mountain and prepared the fish. This time, she deliberately caught 10 times more, carefully picked out the small fish, and threw them back into the pond. Only fish over 1.5 pounds were kept. With a letter of introduction, she wanted to go out and look around for a place to sell her goods. Maybe she could sell well in the big city's black markets. She had 2 goals for this trip. First, to go south and use her money to see if she could trade for some goods and build up starting capital. Second, to go to Jing City and reveal her identity as a stand-in. What her biological parents do is not her concern. She wandered around the black market, but didn't find what she needed. In a quiet corner, she saw a young boy selling medical books, all bound in string. Luo Qiao approached and carefully looked at the books, then asked softly, "Are you selling these for money or trading them?" The boy looked up at Luo Qiao and said, "I want to exchange them for some grains and red sugar." After saying this, he seemed to remember something and awkwardly added, "I know these aren't worth much. If you like, you can take some of these things." Luo Qiao asked, "Where are your parents?" The little boy, hearing Luo Qiao's question, looked at her cautiously and said, "That has nothing to do with them." He then tried to gather the books on the ground to leave. Luo Qiao reached out and held his arm, saying, "Don't be afraid. I don't mean any harm. I want these books. I can give you 10 pounds of fine grain and 1 pound of brown sugar. Is that okay?" The boy's eyes widened in disbelief and asked, "Really? I can exchange for so much?" Luo Qiao replied, "These books seem to be passed down in your family. Are you sure you want to trade them? Won't you regret it?" The boy looked longingly at the medical books, tears forming in his eyes, and said, "My mom and sister are waiting for food to save their lives. If these books can save my sister, it's worth it." Hearing this, Luo Qiao felt a strange, touching feeling inside. She looked at the people in the black market and said, "Put away these books. Let's find a better place to trade. Even if I give you the grain now, you might not be able to leave the black market safely. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I will give you 10 pounds of fine grain for each of these books, plus 1 pound of brown sugar and some red dates. If you agree, let's leave here now." The boy thought for a moment, then seemed to make a firm decision. He quickly packed up the torn cloth, stood up, and followed Luo Qiao out. He didn't know why, but his intuition told him that the person in front of him was not a bad person. Now, his grandma had hurt her arm and couldn't go out. If they didn't get some more grain soon, his mother was afraid she would run out of milk, and his sister cried all day from hunger. The last batch of grain his grandma exchanged could have helped his mother for a few days, but unexpectedly, his second aunt and second uncle took all the leftovers. Grandma hurt her arm trying to stop them. Luo Qiao, and the boy left the black market together. Luo Qiao asked, "Where do you live? I can take you there and give you the stuff. You're still young, and you can't carry it all." The boy was holding 4 old medical books. If one book equals 10 pounds of grain, that's 40 pounds total. He looked to be about 8 or 9 years old. 40 pounds might be too heavy for him to carry very far. If they encountered dishonest people on the way, that would be very dangerous. The boy asked, "Do you have so much grain now?" Luo Qiao pointed to the large basket behind her and whispered, "I'll take you near your home so you're safe and it's easier for you to carry the grain." The boy said, "Sister, my name is Hui Yuhao." Luo Qiao was surprised but then smiled softly, saying, "Never tell your name to strangers when you go to the black market. It's very dangerous." Hui Yuhao looked at Luo Qiao and said, "You're a good person, so I trust you." As they walked, Luo Qiao said, "Bad people also can't tell if someone is good or bad just by their face. Don't come to the black market often. You're still too young." She also thought to herself that she was still young, but she was tall, so she looked older. Haha. They stopped in a quiet workers' dorm area. Hui Yuhao said, "Sister, we're almost at my house." Luo Qiao looked around and whispered, "I'll give you 20 jin of flour now. When you take it home, come back for more. If you take too much, it will be hard to carry and might attract attention." Hui Yuhao nodded. They found a quiet spot. Luo Qiao took 20 jin of flour from her basket and handed Hui Yuhao 2 books, saying, "No need to change the bag.
Just give me your bag."
Both of them suddenly froze. They had the same bag. Luo Qiao suddenly remembered something. What a coincidence. What kind of fate was this? Hui Yuhao glanced at Luo Qiao, feeling excited inside but didn't say anything smart or revealing. He carried the 20 jin of flour and turned to leave. Luo Qiao thought to herself that he had only traded grain with an old lady at the black market before, and this bag was obviously the one she provided that day. She didn't expect to meet her relative again at the black market today. Their connection was truly deep. Luo Qiao didn't wait long before Hui Yuhao ran back, handing her 3 books and a cloth bag. Luo Qiao said, "Give me the bag in your hand too." After saying that, she took out 2 more cloth bags from her basket and said, "Hurry back home and hide the grain well." Luo Qiao put the returned cloth bags into her basket and was about to leave when she saw Hui Yuhao bow to her and say, "Thank you." Then he carried the 2 bags on the ground and left. She could feel that what was inside those bags was definitely more than before. Tears started to fall uncontrollably. Since Dad had an accident, relatives at home have been avoiding them like snakes and scorpions. Second uncle and second, and even came to Rob once. Although neighbors felt sorry, life at home was hard, and help was limited. This sister is the one Grandma mentioned last time. Grandma kept talking about her for several days. I didn't expect to meet her today. Although I don't know who she is, I remember this kindness and I, Hui Yuhao, will keep it in mind. In Jishir City, at the factory gate, Zhang Dijing and his eldest son Zhang Dongza are asking the security guard about Luo Tianming. Zhang Dijing can't say exactly which workshop Luo Tianming is in, so they have to wait at the factory entrance. I've seen Luo Tianming before. When I went to pick up Zhao Guibao Luo Bin, I even mediated once. So if I see him, I will recognize him. He and his son didn't catch the bus and came by bicycle. It's almost noon now, and they are tired and hungry. Finally, when the workers finish their shift, they stand at the factory gate, watching for the workers coming out. They don't dare blink, afraid of missing Luo Tianming. At last, Zhang Dijing spots Luo Tianming in the crowd and quickly pushes through to stop him. Luo Tianming was feeling upset recently because of his son. When he saw the person holding him, he was momentarily stunned. Zhang Dijing asked Guibao's dad, "Do you remember me?" When Luo Tianming heard the name Guibao, he frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Are you Secretary Zhang from Qingshan village?" Zhang Dijing hurriedly said, Yes, Brother Luo, you really have a good memory." The two moved to a nearby open space to talk. Luo Tianming asked, "Secretary Zhang came to find me?" Zhang Dijing replied, "Yes, mainly to find Luo Qiao. We don't know where your family lives, so we came to the steel factory." When Luo Tianming heard the name Luo Qiao, he asked confusedly, Luo Qiao came to the city. Zhang Dejing said, she took the bus to the city this morning. I thought she has no other relatives, so she must have come to see you. Luo Tianming was not stupid. Why did Luo Qiao come to the city? Did something happen to her? He still had some feelings for his adopted daughter, Luo Qiao. After all, they had lived together for 15 years. Although she spoke little day to day, she was obedient and well-behaved, much easier to manage than Luo Bin. Earlier, he wanted to keep Luo Qiao at home, but Feng Hui strongly disagreed, saying the girl was still his own and that they shouldn't raise someone else's child with their spare money. Zhang Dejin felt a bit shy to speak, but had no choice. He simply explained the situation, trying to make it sound like an accident, without mentioning how the cow went mad and charged at Luo Qiao. When Luo Tianming heard that Luo Qiao was this year's top student in the city exams, his heart beat faster, and his expression changed unpredictably. He felt happy for Luo Qiao but also a little sad, thinking that such honor didn't belong to their Luo family. He didn't catch all of Zhang Dejin's words afterward, only that Luo Qiao had a work injury and the village had given her a break, so she came to the city. Luo Tianming asked more about Luo Qiao, and Zhang Dejin told him everything honestly. He was very anxious to see Luo Qiao soon, so no matter what Luo Tianming asked, he answered quickly. Luo Tianming then learned that Luo Qiao was now living on her own, and that Zhao's family was not her real parents. He couldn't help but worry about her future schooling. He also heard Zhang Dongzi, who was nearby, say that the city, county, and commune had all given her bonuses. The 3-year high school expenses were enough, and the city's #1 middle school even said they would waive her tuition and fees. Hearing this, Luo Tianming relaxed and felt happy for Luo Qiao. But Zhang Dongzi, who had said this, was disappointed. He had deliberately said those words to Luo Tianming, hoping to make him think about Luo Qiao's money and to stand up for his sister. However, seeing Luo Tianming's expression, he seemed quite happy. Luo Tianming asked, "Why did you come here today? What do you want?" Zhang Dongzi replied, "We want to ask Luo Qiao to give my sister a chance. She's still young and acts impulsively. We will teach her properly in the future." Luo Tianming didn't understand the real meaning of one chance and thought it was just the village secretary wanting to quickly settle things, worried Luo Qiao might come to complain, so he hurried over. He said, "You might be disappointed. Since we sent her back to Qingshan village, she hasn't contacted us. We made it clear then that we have no further relationship with her. She's a proud girl and would never come to our house. If you don't believe it, you can come with me to check." Hearing this, Zhang Dongzi interrupted, "That's not right. She also brought back quite a few things from the city, saying they were from her relatives there. I remember there were also blankets and bedding." Luo Tianming frowned as if he had remembered something. "I know now. She definitely went to the Yao family." Zhang Dejing immediately asked, "Who are the Yao family?" Luo Tianming replied, "The Yao family used to work on the same farm as us, not far from each other. The Yao family often took care of Luo Qiao, and most of the relatives she mentioned were probably from the Yao family." Zhang Dejing said, "Can your noble father take us there?" Hearing the words noble father, Luo Tianming felt a bit uncomfortable. Every time he heard that name, it reminded him of the foolish things he did with Feng Hui in the past. So he simply said, "He has changed his name now. His name is Luo Bin." He didn't even want to say he or mention the 2 words noble father. Zhang Dejing, being clever, quickly changed the subject when he saw Luo Tianming's unhappy expression. "That's a good name, much more stylish than before. It sounds like it was given by a cultured person." Hearing this, Luo Tianming felt a bit better and looked at Zhang Dejing. "I haven't been to the Yao family either. We returned to Jishir just after them. I only know they used to live near the Grand Theater in the staff housing area. When they were on the farm, because the Yao couple often protected Luo Qiao and caused many conflicts with Feng Hui, Luo Tianming's relationship with the Yao family was not very good. Now he didn't want to go there and get scolded. If the Yao family found out what he and Feng Hui had done, they might scold them harshly." But thinking about what Zhang Dongzi had said earlier, Luo Tianming was worried that the Yao family might already know. So he decided not to go and face their anger. He pointed in a direction for Zhang Dejing and his son to go themselves. Zhang Dejing was not stupid. He knew Luo Tianming wasn't lying. Given Luo Qiao's quick way of cutting ties with Zhao's family, it was unlikely she would have any dealings with the Luo family anymore. This outcome was expected. The purpose of coming to him was to get information about Luo Qiao's relatives and to tell them about Luo Qiao taking the entrance exam for the first high school, which could cause her some trouble. The father and son bid farewell to Luo Tianming and headed straight to the Grand Theater he mentioned. After finally finding out where the Yao family was, Wu Piling was washing dishes and preparing for a nap when she heard someone knocking on the door. She wondered who might be visiting at this hour. She opened the door and saw two unfamiliar men standing outside. Wu Piling asked, "Who are you looking for?" Zhang Dongzi looked into the yard and asked, "Auntie, is Luo Qiao here?" Wu Piling, upon hearing that these two were looking for Luo Qiao, became alert. "What do you want with her?" Hearing this, the father and son exchanged glances, thinking Luo Qiao was at Yao's house. Zhang Dongzi quickly said, "Auntie, please let us see Luo Qiao. We need to talk to her about something urgent." Wu Piling, being very clever, immediately sensed something was wrong and asked, "Tell me first, what do you want with her?" Zhang Dejin replied, "Can we come in first and talk?" Wu Piling shut the door and said inside, "If you won't tell me, then forget it. Luo Qiao isn't at her house. You should look somewhere else." But she was feeling uneasy, thinking about whether her husband should take the afternoon off to visit Qingshan village. She didn't know what had happened to Luo Qiao, and the girl hadn't sent any news for such a long time. Outside, Zhang Dejin and his son saw the door close. Zhang Dongzi quickly said through the door, "Annie, can't we just talk? Please open the door, so we can speak through it." In the meantime, Wu Piling hurried into the house, pushing her husband Yao Qingxian, who was taking a nap. "Wake up, Qingxian, wake up." Yao Qingxian, deeply asleep, was roused by her and asked groggily, "Is it time?" "I didn't hear the alarm." Wu Piling said urgently, "There are two men outside looking for Luo Qiao. I asked what they wanted, but they were hesitant. I think something might have happened to Luo Qiao. Hurry, and don't sleep anymore. Those two are still outside the gate. If we can't figure out soon, you should take the afternoon off and go to Qingshan village. I really worry about that girl." Hearing Luo Qiao's name, Yao Qingxian immediately woke up and sat up quickly. "Someone's looking for Luo Qiao outside?" Wu Piling nodded. "Yes, two men, an older man and a younger one, like father and son." Yao Qingxian didn't delay and quickly got out of bed, putting on his shoes. "How could they find us here?" Wu Piling frowned and said, "I think we should ask first before saying she's not here." Yao Qingxian headed outside while saying, "All right, let's act accordingly." Just as he left the room, there was a knock on the door again. He quickly went to the door and said, "Stop knocking. Don't you see what time it is? Open the door and see the person outside." He looks a bit unhappy and says, "It's lunchtime now. This is a residential area. What are you doing? Making such a big fuss. Do you think that's appropriate?" Zhang Dejing feels a bit embarrassed and bows, saying, "Sorry about that. We were too impatient and we apologize." Yao Qingxian listens to their apology, but doesn't get angry. He simply says, "Come in." Instead of letting them into the house, he asks them to sit under the magnolia tree in the yard. "Tell me, what do you want with Luo Qiao?" Zhang Dejing looks up at the yard and asks, "Where is Luo Qiao?" Zhang Dongzi stands up and tries to look inside the house. Wu Piling says, "Sit down first. I'll get some water for you." After saying that, she exchanges a quick look with Yao Qingxian. He nods slightly, so she goes to the kitchen and brings 2 bowls of water. Then she turns and enters her 2 sons' room. Seeing they are sleeping soundly, she steps out again. Finally, she enters her youngest daughter's room. The little girl seems to have been woken up by the noise and is rubbing her eyes. Wu Piling walks over and says, "It's still early. Lie down and sleep a bit more. It's summer vacation now." They signed up their daughter for an art class in the afternoon, so she has to go later. During lunch break, it's hard to focus on class and she might get sleepy. Wu Piling stays in the yard, sitting with her daughter, but she keeps listening to the conversation outside. In her mind, she thinks, luckily, the eldest daughter isn't home today.
Otherwise, she might give us away with her personality.
Yao Qingxian asks, how do you know about my family? Zhang Dejing directly admits, we went to find Luo Tianming. He gave us this address. Yao Qingxian narrows his eyes. Why did you go through so much trouble to find Luo Qiao? Zhang Dejing thinks that the Yao family man is much more formidable than Luo Tianming. Now, hearing Yao Qingxian ask this, he suspects Luo Qiao hasn't told them everything yet. He realizes they can't hide it anymore. Once Luo Qiao comes out, she'll expose them easily. The man in front of him doesn't look like someone easy to deal with, different from Luo Tianming. So, he honestly explains everything this time and hopes Yao Qingxian can help mediate. He promises many benefits in return. Yao Qingxian stood up and grabbed a wooden stick from the corner of the wall, which he usually used to discipline his young son. Before Zhang Dejin and Zhang Dongzi could react, he started hitting them heavily. He didn't care about disturbing the neighbors and chased the father and son out of the residential area, beating them all the way until they had no strength to fight back, and they were crying out loudly. Seeing that Yao Qingxian had no intention of stopping, the father and son quickly ran away in embarrassment. Yao Qingxian didn't hold back at all. His punishment was much harsher than usual, and both of them were probably covered in bruises. After the people ran far away, Yao Qingxian picked up his stick and walked back home. The commotion had woken up many people in the neighborhood, and now several families' doors had people standing outside. Some friendly neighbors approached and asked, what happened? Yao Qingxian simply said, nothing serious, just taught two troublemakers a lesson. Many people gathered at the Yao family gate, asking what exactly had happened. Yao Qingxian thought there was no need to hide anything, especially since those two might come back again. Some neighbors had already seen the father and son earlier, so sharing what they did might help others recognize them and possibly help if they returned. This way, if Yao Qingxian wasn't at home, his family could handle it better. He then explained the full story, filling in the missing parts that Zhang Dejin had left out, and even added some details from his own memory. Surprisingly, it was quite accurate. After Yao Qingxian finished explaining, everyone started criticizing the father and son. Yao Qingxian told Wu Piling, Luo Qiao left us the village phone number. I need to go to the post office and make a call to find out if those two lied to us. I don't think they told the whole truth. Inside the yard, the gossip-loving old lady Qiao said, Qingxian, don't bother going to the post office. You can call old Mia's place instead. It's the same cost. Yao Qingxian took some money and headed to the place Qiao old lady mentioned. It was closer than the post office, which was located in their grand theater, originally in an upstairs office. Later, as more phones were added in the neighborhood, the office staff grew impatient. They felt they weren't operators and had to shout out for calls all day. Eventually, the staff directly reported the issue to the leaders. After some discussion, the leaders decided to run the phone line down to the guardhouse at the entrance, making it easier for residents to use. Today went smoothly. It took about 10 minutes to get through to the other side. Captain Gao was at the headquarters, and when he heard that Luo Qiao was a relative in Jishur, he explained the situation again in detail. After Yao Qingxian hung up, many gossipers gathered around. Someone asked, Qingxian, what exactly is happening? Yao Qingxian didn't want to reveal the truth about the father and son, especially the main point that her daughter was harmed out of jealousy.
She almost got tricked by them.
So she told everyone what she just found out and said, maybe these two will come again. When that happens, I hope everyone can help my daughter Piling. I'm worried she might get hurt. Everyone nodded in agreement. Since they had to go to work in the afternoon, they all left. Yao Qingxian went home to tidy up and told Wu Piling, let's wait a little longer. Maybe Luo Qiao has something to do in the city, and will come later. If she doesn't come tonight after work, we can discuss it then. I need to go to work now. Wu Piling said, okay, you go first. I won't go anywhere this afternoon. I'll just wait at home. Luo Qiao returned to her city home at noon. She hung the bedding from her space in the yard. During lunch break, she moved a ginkgo tree from her space and chose a spot in the yard to plant it. She thought that when the tree grew tall, she would ask a carpenter to make a rocking chair. She could sit under the tree and read, feeling very relaxed. While she was dreaming of the future, She didn't know that Zhang Dijin and his son were being beaten badly by Yao Qingxian, looking very embarrassed. At this moment, she was eating leftover food from her space, thinking about visiting the Yao family in the afternoon. She planned to leave for the south tomorrow, and the timing was tight. She had already counted her money. She used to have over 600 yuan, plus the 2,100 yuan from selling ginseng and buying a house, and the money from city, county, and commune awards. Now she had about 3,300 yuan. Tonight, she would sell her fish for the month, and she would have about 3,500 yuan. That was a lot of money in this era, but it was still not enough for Luo Qiao. She wanted to prepare enough startup capital before the full policy was released. She didn't necessarily have to do her own business. Finding good investment opportunities for profit sharing would be good. The South had probably changed dramatically by now. She wanted to experience it, so her schedule was quite tight. After eating and tidying up, she took the sun-dried quilt back into the house to rest for a while. When she woke up, she planned to go to the train station to buy tickets and then visit the Yao family. In the evening, she finished selling the goods, so tomorrow she could safely head south. When she returned, she would stop by Jing City to handle her original matters. At least the girl from Zhao's family should now know who her biological parents are. As for whether she would stay in Jing City or return to Qingshan village, that was not her concern anymore. Perhaps her foster parents loved her deeply and wished things could stay the same, but she couldn't be sure. All she could do was reveal the truth about her past. The rest was up to fate. She had already outgrown her longing for parental love. Since her previous life, she no longer expected it. Lying on a sunlit quilt, she fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Zhang Dijing and his son, who had been chased away by Yao Qingxian, were sitting dejectedly in a street corner. Zhang Dongzi said, "Dad, what do we do now? We got beaten up and didn't even see Luo Qiao's face." Zhang Dijing, looking somewhat defeated, rolled a dry cigarette. "I was thinking maybe Luo Qiao wasn't even at the Yao family just now." Zhang Dongzi looked at his father in confusion, and Zhang Dijing continued, "With such a big commotion, she wouldn't stay hidden. Luo Qiao wouldn't hide away or let others stand up for her." Hearing this, Zhang Dongzi suddenly realized, did that Yao man set us up? Maybe he never even saw Luo Qiao? Zhang Dijing nodded and lit his cigarette. Zhang Dongzi asked, "Where could she have gone?" Zhang Dijing looked at the busy street and said, "Let's find a place to eat first. Later, we'll wait nearby. I believe Luo Qiao will come to the Yao family." With how protective that Yao couple was today, she must be moving around in the city. Zhang Dongzi asked, "Could it be that Luo Tianming tricked us? Maybe Luo Qiao is at his house." Zhang Dijing took the last puff of his cigarette. No, Luo Qiao wouldn't seek trouble. If her foster mother treated her well, she wouldn't have been sent back to the countryside to suffer. "Let's find somewhere to eat first, then we'll go wait outside the Grand Theater staff quarters." Seeing his father's confident expression, Zhang Dongzi stood up and asked, "All right, where should we look for a place to eat?" Zhang Dijing said, "When I came over earlier, I saw a state-run restaurant around the corner. Let's head that way." Now, news about Chaoyang Commune is spreading across the various teams. It is said that Zhang Dijing, the party secretary of Qingshan village, was expelled from the party and removed from his position. His daughter, jealous of others' good exam results, harmed someone. No one knows why this news spread so quickly. By just one morning, it was all over. Many people who went to school with Zhang Qiaoyan find it hard to believe. However, some people who didn't get along with Zhang Qiaoyan say she often pretends to be nice and has deceived everyone. Now, they worry she might accidentally reveal her true nature. Shang Hongying, when she heard the news at her mother's house, didn't know whether to feel happy or angry. Her sister-in-law had often targeted her before, bringing up her limited education. At first, she felt a bit pleased about the trouble, but now she heard that her sister-in-law might be sent to a juvenile detention center, and she started to worry. She couldn't understand why Luo Qiao, who is a good person, was still taken by the police. Now she hears her sister-in-law has been sent to the county detention center. While she was thinking about this, someone opened the curtain and walked in. She looked up and saw her mother. She stood up and said, "Mom, I was planning to go back today. Our family has had a big problem." Anyway, my mother-in-law has always been kind to me. I want to go back and see her. Shang Hongying's mother, Cui Aiching, said, All right, go back. Your sister-in-law is proud and looks down on you, but now she's in trouble. It's the right time for you to go. When Shang Hongying returned to Qingshan village, the villagers looked at her with strange expressions. Lazy woman Sun Yushan, who had a conflict with the Zhang family, loudly said, Oh, isn't this the daughter-in-law of the secretary's family, Hongying? Oh, no, I almost forgot. Hongying, you haven't been in the village these days. A lot has happened at your home. You should go back and check. Shang Hongying didn't like her sister-in-law's attitude, but she respected her mother-in-law. At least her mother-in-law was kind and treated her well. She ignored Sun Yushan and went straight home. As soon as she entered, she heard her mother-in-law talking. Xiao Mei, what will happen to Qiao Yan? The county official said that in cases like hers, she might be sent away within a week. She sounded upset. Shang Hongying felt a little worried when she heard this. She wasn't worried about Zhang Qiaoyan herself, but about her damaging the family's reputation. If her children had such an aunt, they would be teased by others, which made her very angry just thinking about it. Zhou Xiaomei heard a noise at the door and looked up to see Shang Hongying coming in. Hongying is back. Shang Hongying nodded and said, I heard about what happened at home. I just packed up and came back. Mom, Dad, and Dongza, where are they? Wang Chunyi saw her daughter-in-law had returned, and her tears started to fall again. Hongying went over and looked at her mother-in-law. Mom, crying won't solve the problem. It will only make the villagers laugh at us more. Zhou Xiaomei listened to her niece-in-law's words and thought that her niece-in-law was the right kind of person. Her older sister-in-law was probably panicking now. Since returning from the county today, she had been crying, and Zhou had never seen her like this before. Wang Chunyi also felt she was being too impulsive. Crying wouldn't help at all. She said, Hongying, your dad, and Dongza went to the city. I don't know if they can find Luo Qiao, or if they can persuade her to agree. Shang Hongying thought to herself that she wouldn't agree either. Luo Qiao was trying to harm them, so why should she listen just because they asked nicely? But she still said, Dad and Dongza will think of a way. Mom, don't worry too much. Sit with second aunt first. I'm going to tidy up. After saying this, Shang Hongying turned and left the house. She thought that people like her sister-in-law needed to be taught a lesson so they wouldn't cause bigger trouble for the family later. But just thinking about how this might affect her children in the future, she hoped her father-in-law and her own husband could persuade Luo Qiao to change her mind. In Jishir City, Luo Qiao woke up and tidied herself up. First, she went to the train station. Since there was no direct train south, she had to go to Jinan first, and then transfer. Holding the referral letter she got from Gao Jifeng, she bought the earliest train ticket for tomorrow, leaving at 8 a.m. After securing her ticket, she headed to the Yao family. She had already prepared everything she wanted to bring there while she was at home. When she was close to the Yao family, she found a quiet spot to transfer her things into a basket. There wasn't much valuable, just 2 fish, 10 eggs, and the rest were vegetables from her own garden. Luo Qiao did not expect that Zhang Dijing and his son would be waiting outside the family compound of the Grand Theater, almost getting sunburned. Zhang Dongza borrowed a bowl from somewhere, drank some water himself, then brought a bowl to his father. At this moment, Luo Qiao entered the theater's family building. Meanwhile, the eldest daughter of the Yao family was arguing with her mother in the yard. The reason was that after she returned today, she found out that her father had hit someone because of Luo Qiao. She was unhappy and said, Why are you all so eager about Luo Qiao's matters? What if she wants to take revenge on us? Where can we argue with her? We are not related to Luo Qiao. Why should she bring this trouble to our family? Wu Piling was a bit angry and said, Yao Lily, what's wrong with you? Why do you have such a big opinion about Luo Qiao? Yao Lily replied, Yes, she did bother me. From when we were young, you always protected her. It was okay on the farm, because you were close. You felt sorry for her and protected her. But now she's far away from you, so why do you keep meddling in her affairs? Wu Piling, angry, grabbed a broom nearby to hit Yao Lily. Yao Lily, afraid of being hit, turned to run outside. As she opened the door, she saw Luo Qiao standing at the gate. She was stunned at first, then shouted loudly, "What are you doing here?" Luo Qiao calmly said, "I came to see Uncle Yao and Auntie." Wu Peeling hurried over, heard her daughter talking to someone, and lowered her broom. She asked, "Who are you talking to?" "That's so rude." She peeked out and saw Luo Qiao standing outside the gate. She quickly pushed her daughter, Yao Lily, aside and said, "You ungrateful girl. You didn't even send a message. If 2 people hadn't come looking for you today, we wouldn't have known you were hurt. By the way, where are you hurt? Let me see. How did you happen to meet that mean girl?" Neighbors nearby heard Wu Peeling and gathered around. A woman asked, "Peeling, is that the girl who almost got hit by the cow?" Wu Peeling finally realized she was still standing outside the gate. She smiled and introduced Luo Qiao to everyone. "This is Luo Qiao, the top scorer in this year's city entrance exam." Luo Qiao also greeted everyone with a smile. Everyone started praising Luo Qiao, saying, "This girl looks so lively and smart. She's doing so well in her studies. Who do you think she'll marry in the future? Lucky guy, I bet." A kind lady nearby asked, "I heard you almost fell off the cliff. Are your injuries okay?" Luo Qiao didn't want to talk about it much, but the friendly neighbors were hard to resist, so she briefly explained what happened. Wu Peeling saw that things were calming down and said, "Everyone, disperse now. Let her rest a bit." Everyone then left. Just as Wu Peeling was about to take Luo Qiao into the yard, Yao Lily blocked the way and said, "So, I heard your village gave you half a month off. Are you planning to stay lazy at my house all this time?" This was Luo Qiao's first time meeting Yao Lily. In the original owner's memory, Yao Lily always disliked her, upset that her parents shared their love with Luo Qiao and often picked fights with her. Luo Qiao replied, "I'm just here in the city for some errands. I came by to see Uncle Yao and Auntie. Please don't speak so harshly." Yao Lily refused to move aside at the door and sneered, "You say I speak harshly? Then don't come here. You've eaten so much grain from our farm over the years, and now you're afraid I'll say something harsh?" Luo Qiao really couldn't stand such a person, but the original owner had received a lot of help from Yao's family, and she had to accept this kindness. Luo Qiao put down her basket and said, "Then I won't go inside. You find a basket and empty out the things. I'll be on my way." Yao Lily sneered and said, "We don't need your stuff. Do you think these few things can make up for all the grain you took from us over the years? Dream on." Luo Qiao was truly angry now. Respect from Yao's family didn't mean she had to put up with Yao Lily's attitude. Aunt Yao, frustrated, looked around for something to hit Yao Lily with, but Luo Qiao stopped her. Luo Qiao asked, "So, what do you think I should do to repay this kindness? Return the grain, give money, or do something else?" Yao Lily snorted coldly. "Look at you, acting so proud. People might think you're something special." Luo Qiao said, "When I was at the farm, Uncle Yao and Annie treated me kindly. I will remember that. Since you now think I owe you, I'll pay you back. I'm giving you a chance. Whether you want money or grain, just say the word." A woman nearby, who hadn't left, teased, "Lily, you better take this chance. Your brother still doesn't have a wife, right? This girl looks lively and pretty, so why not?" To be honest, Luo Qiao is a bit naive and doesn't understand teasing. "I really dislike people who cause trouble just by moving their lips." She then looked at the woman speaking. The woman, seeing Luo Qiao's unkind look, said, "Oh, don't look at me like that. If a girl from our village can marry into the city, that's like a carp jumping over the dragon gate. It's better than staying in the countryside." Honestly, Luo Qiao hasn't eaten much at the Yao family. The children there often go hungry, and they can't support Luo Qiao much either. But in those years, they did protect her a lot. During those years, Luo Qiao spent quite a bit of time at the Yuan and Yang families. Old Master Yuan moved to the farm voluntarily because he was a brave man, and his treatment was different from others. The Yang family was better off because Old Master Yang knew how to see a doctor, and the farm leaders were former soldiers of Old Master Yuan, so life was better than other families on the farm. Wu Peeling, ignoring Luo Qiao's protests, reached out to hit Yao Lily, but Luo Qiao stopped her. Auntie, you can't hit Lily today. If you do, I definitely won't come to see you again. I don't want my presence to cause trouble at home. You all protected me on the farm, and I remember that kindness. When I have the ability, as long as I don't break the law or do anything wrong, I, Luo Qiao, will repay your kindness. Wu Piling was very disappointed after hearing Luo Qiao's words. She knew that their relationship might never go back to how it was before. After all they had done, only the memory of that kindness would remain. Luo Qiao looked at Yao Lily. Since you think I ate a lot of your family's food, Lily, just tell me the amount now. I'll pay it all at once. I was planning to pay it back slowly, but now it seems unnecessary. Yao Lily said, That's what you said. I didn't force you. Luo Qiao replied, Yes, I said it. Yao Lily said, Over these years, there have been a few times each year. Although the amount wasn't much, and we didn't eat well back then, we saved your life. I'm not wrong about that, right? Wu Piling shouted. Yao Lily, are you trying to die? Yao Lily said, Mom, since Luo Qiao wants to pay us back, and we're going through hard times now, why not talk about it? Wu Piling angrily said, Lily, you're already grown up. Can't you understand things? Are you trying to make me angry? Luo Qiao was determined to settle this matter today. She didn't want Yao Lily to keep bothering her about it in the future. Yao Lily looked at her mother and said, You know our family situation. My dad and my brother are the only ones working to support so many of us. My brother is now working as a temporary worker at a pharmaceutical factory. Since Luo Qiao can now repay the kindness she received over the years, why should we refuse? You should consider not only others but also your brother and sister. Wu Piling stood there, unsure of what to say. Her daughter was right, but back at the farm, Luo Qiao rarely ate at their house. That stubborn girl actually wanted their money and grain. Nearby, people watching the scene laughed and mocked. She's the one forcing others to repay kindness, and now she claims she can pay it back. Who would have thought Yao's daughter would be like this? Yes, we haven't spent much time together before, but now I see she's so petty. Yao Qingxian and his wife aren't like that. How did Yao Lily turn out to be such an odd person? Maybe she heard that Luo Qiao has money and wants it. What else could it be? Luo Qiao tightly held onto Wu Piling, knowing she didn't want Yao Lily to get her in trouble. Wu Piling understood that Luo Qiao might be trying to settle everything clearly, but no one likes being accused directly like that. Luo Qiao then said softly, Tell me, how much grain do you think is fair? Yao Lily replied, Let's count 2 meals per month. That's 24 meals a year, and over 15 years, that's 360 meals. I won't ask for much. Luo Qiao wasn't short of grain or money, but she wouldn't let Yao Lily think she was an easy target to be taken advantage of. She softly said, 15 years. I remember my foster grandmother said that you left when I was 4. Do you mean you ate at our house during those 4 years too? Yao Lily suddenly remembered. Yes, she only remembered that Luo Qiao's younger sister was the same age as her, but she forgot that their family went to the farm when her sister was already 4. She saw the mocking expressions of the neighbors nearby. Uncomfortably, she said, Then let's count it as 11 years. It's not a big deal. Someone whispered, This Yao family's girl really knows how to talk. If she hadn't brought it up, we would have had to give her 4 more years' worth of food. Now that it's pointed out, it's no big deal. Wu Piling kept struggling to free Luo Qiao, but Luo Qiao absolutely couldn't let Aunt Yao interfere, because she couldn't stand being upset. Finishing this matter was a good thing. Yao Lily clearly wasn't someone easy to deal with. She didn't want any more trouble with her. Loudly, Luo Qiao said to Wu Piling, Annie, today Lily and I have already talked things through. Please don't interfere anymore. You know my temper, unless we never see each other again. As long as I still come to see you and Uncle Yao, this can't be avoided. But I don't want to be reminded of this every time. So, this issue must be resolved today. Please forgive me. After Luo Qiao finished speaking, Wu Piling's eyes turned red. She nodded gently and looked up at her daughter with anger. How could they have such a selfish, shameless daughter? Luo Qiao then asked Yao Lily, So, how much food or money do you think is fair to compensate for these 11 years? Yao Lily initially wanted food, since their family still couldn't eat freely every day. But thinking about her recent job search, which required a lot of effort, she said, then just give money. Luo Qiao nodded in agreement and asked, all right then. How much do you think I should pay for 11 years? Yao Lily thought for a moment and said, now, a pound of white flour costs about 1.7 If I count 2 meals a day, that's 1 pound a day. In a year, that's 12 pounds, so over 11 years, it would be 132 pounds. Luo Qiao suddenly smiled. She wasn't unable to pay that amount, but Yao Lily really thought she was a fool. Just then, Wu Piling completely lost her temper. She rushed forward and punched Yao Lily. Are you crazy? We've only had a few meals with plain flour at the farm. You dare to say that? Half a pound of flour per meal? You really dare to open your mouth. Aunt Yao was so angry she was gasping for breath, then cursed. Even if you go back to the city now, you've only eaten a few meals of pure white flour. You're obviously crazy. How dare you talk nonsense? I'll beat the out of you, that useless girl who only eats and doesn't work. Wu Piling was determined and hit Yao Lily hard, leaving her unable to fight back. She said through her teeth, that was to save her life. If she wants compensation, she should use good things. I didn't say anything wrong. The neighbor next door heard Yao Lily's words and looked at her with strange eyes. It was clear that the daughter of the Yao family was difficult to deal with and quite calculating. Luo Qiao saw that the fight was almost over and stepped in to stop Auntie Yao. Auntie, stop hitting her. If you hurt Sister Lily, I won't feel comfortable visiting your house anymore. Yao Lily saw Luo Qiao hold her mother back and, feeling stubborn, said, Luo Qiao, yes, at the farm. All I had to eat was cornmeal porridge, but that was life-saving food. Do you admit that? Luo Qiao replied, yes, I admit it. Even if it was just a thin vegetable porridge, it saved my life.
You're right about that.
Yao Lily continued, since you say you'll pay back, you should do so with double the effort to show sincerity. Luo Qiao nodded to show she agreed. Yao Lily asked, so, do you agree with what I proposed? Luo Qiao said, you want me to pay back 132 jin of white flour for the kindness over these 11 years? So, the Yao family's debt to me is wiped clean? Yao Lily replied, yes, but we need money. Anyway, you can't get that much flour now. Flour costs 1.7 yuan per jin. You give 22.44 yuan, and our accounts will be settled. Some people watching the scene couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted, Lily, don't go too far. Your family gave her a meal during her hardest times, saving her life. But that bowl of vegetable porridge probably didn't even need half a jin of flour. That's exaggerated. And you're making her pay with pure white flour? Lily, that's really unfair. And if you're calculating at 1.7 yuan per jin for refined flour, your daughter is being too stingy. Yao Lily said, whose sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense. If I asked her to pay with flour, she'd need tickets. I prefer to take money directly, which might cost a bit more. Of course, I'd charge the best price for the flour. Luo Qiao thought for a moment and decided not to argue anymore. What they said was true. She decided to settle everything for the original owner. So she said, all right, I agree. I'll give you 22.44 yuan and we'll call it even, okay? Yao Lily replied, yes. Luo Qiao then said, you need to give me a receipt. If you don't, and you bring it up again later, I won't be able to explain myself even if I'm right. Yao Lily said, there's no need for that. I can't deny it. Liang Qiao said with a half smile, I don't trust you that much. If you want money, write a receipt. Otherwise, I won't give it to you. Yao Lily was very angry, rolled her eyes, and said, fine, I'll write it. She turned around and went back inside, writing a receipt. However, Liang Qiao didn't agree and insisted she specify today's calculation. Otherwise, she wouldn't get the money. Thinking about what the person said yesterday, Yao Lily rewrote the receipt, following Liang Qiao's instructions. Liang Qiao looked at it and was somewhat satisfied. After reviewing, she turned to the people watching nearby and asked, would any of the ladies or sisters like to be a witness? A sister stepped forward and said, I'll be a witness for you. She had long disliked the Yao family girl, Yao Lily, because she was too selfish. Soon after, 2 more women came forward to witness and signed their names on the receipt. A kind lady went home and brought back ink paste, and finally, Liang Qiao asked Wu Piling to sign and stamp it. Liang Qiao was clear about her stance. She would remember the kindness Yao Qingxian and Wu Piling showed her. If she ever needed help in the future, she wouldn't refuse. But right now, she had to make Wu Piling also stamp her handprint. After all, Yao Lily was still a minor. Since she came from another time and the receipt had no legal effect, she refused to accept it. Since the matter was done, she wanted to make everything proper. After the receipt was signed, Liang Qiao said, I only have 18 yuan. The rest will be covered by what's in this basket. Yao Lily was upset and said, Liang Qiao, stop fooling around. Didn't you get quite a bit of bonus? How come you have no money? At this, the people watching became even more disdainful of Yao Lily. It was obvious they knew Liang Qiao had money and that she was trying to trick her. Wu Piling was now full of shame and anger, feeling sorry for Liang Qiao. But she also thought Liang Qiao shouldn't have stopped her from getting involved today. She worried about how old Yao would be angry when he returned and how this story would be told. Liang Qiao said, There's more in my basket than just that money. Are you sure you can't use it to cover the 4 yuan and 44 cents? Yao Lily replied, I only want cash.
No tricks.
Luo Qiao turned around and spoke to the lively crowd nearby. Ladies, aunts, older sisters, and sisters-in-law, I have some vegetables, eggs, and 2 fish in my basket. If anyone needs them, we can exchange for money. Let's help each other out. A lady asked, Girl, what do you have in your basket? My son and daughter-in-law are coming for dinner tonight, so I don't have to go out again. Luo Qiao smiled and said, Lady, I have 2 fish and 10 eggs. The rest are vegetables. The lady happily replied, That's great. I'll take all 10 eggs to help my grandson. Oh, these eggs are quite big. I'll go get a basin. She turned and went home to get a basin. Her house was right next to the Yao family. Soon, she returned with a large basin and a basket. Yao Lily was surprised to see eggs and fish in Luo Qiao's basket. She was so angry her eyes turned red. The lady quickly put the 10 eggs into the basin. Seeing the vegetables, she asked for some more, saying these vegetables are really fresh. The sister-in-law who had earlier vouched for Luo Qiao also said, I might as well take some too, since I'm not going out. They quickly divided the vegetables from the basket. The nearby people looked at the fresh vegetables, wanting to buy some, but they were all gone. At the bottom, there were 2 large fish, each about 2 pounds. The lady and the sister-in-law each took one. All the vegetables were priced at 10 cents per jin. They had about 10 jin in total, so the vegetables cost $1. The eggs were 8 cents each, 10 eggs costing 80 cents. The total for vegetables and eggs was $1.80. The 2 fish, each roughly 2 pounds, were priced at 7 cents per pound, so 2 fish cost about $2.80. Together, the total was $4.60. Adding the $18 in Luo Qiao's pocket, the total was $22.60. She took out a penny and put it in her pocket. She counted the money in front of everyone and handed it to Yao Lily, saying, We're even now. Yao Lily took the money, counted it again, and said, You're smart. Luo Qiao turned to everyone and bowed, saying, Thank you all for helping me today. Then she spoke to Wu Peiling, Auntie, I'll leave now. I have some things to do. Wu Peiling's mood was complicated. Are you going back to Qingshan village today? Those 2 people are still looking for you. I feel like they might come again. Lu Qiao said, It's okay, Auntie. Once you arrive, just send them away. They only want me to give in and stop blaming me. But people are trying to ruin me completely, so I can't just pretend nothing happened. Don't worry, Auntie. We live in a society ruled by law, where everyone is equal. I can't decide everything myself. If everyone just apologized and everything was fine, then what's the point of having laws? Wu Piling said, Lu Qiao, today's matter. Before Wu Piling finished, Lu Qiao interrupted, Annie, that's fine. I know you're nervous now. I will remember the kindness you and Uncle Yao have shown me, but only for you and Uncle Yao. For Lu Qiao herself, this is good enough. If money can solve the problem, then it's not a big deal. Of course, only if I have the money, haha. After saying this, Lu Qiao carried her basket and left the Yao family home. She was just passing by to check on things. Since everything was done, staying there would only be awkward in this situation. As she was about to leave the residential area, she overheard two people talking. Look at those two at the corner outside. Are they the father and son that Yao Qingxian sent out today at noon? Lu Qiao looked in the direction the person was pointing. It was indeed Zhang Dizhen and his son Zhang Dongzi. Lu Qiao didn't want to criticize a father who cares deeply for his daughter, but she looked down on people who ignore others' feelings just to protect their own children. Such behavior only makes Zhang Qiaoyan more confident and encourages her to hurt others even more. Lu Qiao approached a group of children playing nearby. Hello, kids. Would you like some candy? The older children stopped the younger ones from reaching out for the candy. Who are you? Lu Qiao smiled gently. I'm not a bad person. I just want to ask something. The older children asked cautiously. What do you want to ask? Lu Qiao glanced around and asked, in our residential area, besides the main gate, are there any other exits? One of the children asked, why do you want to know? Lu Qiao wasn't hiding anything. There are two men standing at the corner outside. They stopped me there. I don't want to meet them, so I want to know if there's another way out. The child ran outside to look and then believed what Lu Qiao said. Follow us. A group of children led Luo Qiao out of the courtyard, making a crooked path, then took her inside. The house nearby was under renovation and faced the street. Next to it was a narrow passage only wide enough for one person, which was not yet sealed off. The children crawled out from under a wooden frame with Luo Qiao. After she emerged, she reached into her pocket and took out a handful of fruit candies. She divided 2 candies to each child and said, thank you all today. Go back now and in the future, don't accept candies from strangers outside, to stay safe. The children laughed happily and ran off, saying as they went, we'll remember that. Luo Qiao checked her direction and then turned to leave the courtyard. After Luo Qiao left, Wu Piling suddenly slapped her thigh, realizing she had let Luo Qiao go. Earlier at noon, Yao Qingxian had said that the village leader from Qingshan village mentioned Luo Qiao was in the city to get help with her medicine. This made Wu Piling angry, and she argued again with her eldest daughter. Luo Qiao had also bought her train ticket, and the Yao family had gone with her. There was nothing else urgent, so when she passed by the post office and saw it was not crowded, she went inside. She asked the staff, hello, do you have any old stamps? I want to buy some. The woman saw that Luo Qiao was a pretty young girl and asked, how many do you want? Luo Qiao replied, do you have a whole set? Or just some loose ones? The woman stood up and went to the back storage room. Soon, she brought out a large box and said, there are some here. We found them when we were organizing the storage behind the building. Take what you need. Luo Qiao selected some stamps she wanted and paid. Then she asked the woman, are there any complete sets of monkey stamps? The woman looked at her and turned to check. After a moment, she said, there are 3 complete sets. Luo Qiao quickly said, please give me all of them. Each set has 80 stamps, costing 8 cents each. Since there are 3 loose stamps left, she didn't want to miss out. These were valuable. Last time she sent a letter in the city, they had no monkey stamps. She had also asked at the postal bureau before, but they had none. Today, she was lucky to find some, so she bought them all. The woman, hearing she wanted all, kindly asked, are you sure you want all 80 stamps in each set? Luo Qiao nodded. Yes, I want all of them. I'm sending them to friends. I was very happy inside, not expecting to encounter such good news today. I had previously thought about collecting used notes from the scrapyard, but I never found the right opportunity. Feeling in a good mood, I returned home, locked the door, and entered my space. She is leaving for the south tomorrow, so I need to prepare some food to store for later use. Then I started busying myself inside the space, making meat pies, scallion pancakes, steamed buns, and flour rolls. I also steamed some mixed flour for future needs. I caught a small wild boar weighing about 100 pounds on the mountain, processed it directly, and made a lot of dried meat, some 5-spiced, some spicy. I also made plenty of meat sauces, spicy sauces, and mushroom sauces to store in the warehouse. Finally, I cooked 8 treasure porridge, rice porridge, and millet porridge, which I stored in the warehouse. After finishing, I felt exhausted. I boiled a pot of water with space well water and took a hot bath. After tidying up, I left the space. Looking at the time, it was almost 8 p.m., so I quickly disguised myself and headed toward the yard outside the city. When I arrived, I first circled around to check safety. Once confirmed, I entered the house. Just as I was moving things around, I heard someone approaching. I immediately saw Ning Rue. The transaction was quick, earning me 216 yuan. Watching the car drive away, I packed up quickly and headed home. Near my house, I saw 2 elderly women wearing red armbands come out. Not wanting trouble, I found a triangular spot in the space, removed my disguise, and returned to my original appearance. I thought the people had already left, so I exited the space. However, when I reached the alley in front of my house, I saw a bicycle fallen at the entrance, and I heard people exclaiming, "Sounds like a bad fall." Although it was late, I couldn't just ignore it. Since I have strength and am not afraid of troublemakers, I approached and asked, "Do you need help?" The person seemed to have recovered a bit and said, "Please help me to the 5th house ahead, the one with the redwood door. Just get someone to come and help me up." I replied, "Okay," and ran over to knock on the door. Inside, I heard someone say, "Why are you so late today? We've been waiting for you half the day. If you don't come back soon, the noodles will be overcooked." When I opened the door, I found it wasn't my husband outside, but a pretty young girl. She asked, "Miss, who are you looking for?" I said, "Auntie, there's an uncle who fell at the alley entrance. He asked me to find someone to help him up." Chu Meimei was feeling a bit nervous now. She shouted to the courtyard, "Jiang Bo, Jiang Hong, come out quickly. Dad fell at the alley entrance. Go see if he's okay." 2 young men ran out of the yard, and a group headed toward the alley. Chu Meimei approached and asked, "Old Jiang, are you hurt? Why did you fall?" The man on the ground said, "I don't know which kid put a stone at the alley entrance. I turned the corner, and there was so I just fell." Jiang Bo asked, "Dad, can you move? If you can, I'll carry you to the hospital. If not, I'll borrow a stretcher to carry you." The man on the ground, Jiang Dongli, who is Chu Meimei's husband, said, "It's nothing serious. I just twisted my ankle, and my knee might be scraped. Nothing else." When Chu Meimei saw her husband was fine, she turned to Luo Qiao and said, "Miss, thank you so much. Otherwise, old Jiang might still be lying here." Seeing that her husband was okay, Luo Qiao said, "It's just a small favor. I'll go now. You should take uncle to the hospital quickly." She turned to leave, but Chu Meimei stopped her. "Miss, which house do you live in? I'd like to visit and thank you later." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Annie, it's nothing big. No need to thank me. I'm going on a long trip tomorrow, so it's not convenient now. If you have time in September, I'll be living at the 3rd house on the alley behind. You're welcome to visit." Chu Meimei asked, "Did you buy old Li's house?" Luo Qiao smiled faintly and said, "Yes. Auntie, we can talk about it later. You should take uncle to the hospital first." Chu Meimei said, Right. "Oh, my name is Chu Meimei, and my sister's name is Chu Lily." Luo Qiao understood why Chu Lily had brought her directly to buy the house. She smiled and said, "So your sister Chu's older sister. I was calling you all mixed up earlier." Just as Chu Meimei was about to say something, she heard Jiang Dongli cry out in pain. "Ah." Luo Qiao initially wanted to leave, but then realized that the injured person was Chu Lily's brother-in-law. She turned back and said, "Don't move him anymore. I've studied some traditional Chinese medicine. I'll take a look." Jiang Bo and Jiang Hong also didn't dare to move their father anymore, making way for Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao said, "I need to check him first. Uncle, I'm sorry to bother you." After speaking, he reached out and touched Jiang Dongli's ankle. After asking a few questions, he said, "It might hurt a little later. Uncle, please bear with it." Before he finished speaking, his hand moved again, and Jiang Dongli let out another cry of awe, startling Chu Mimi and her 2 sons. Luo Qiao said, "Uncle, Try moving your ankle. Jiang Dongli had just experienced intense pain and was doubtful, but he moved his ankle slightly. It was indeed able to move, though still a bit uncomfortable, and the sharp pain was gone. He had his son help him stand up, and he said happily, "Good, it's really not as painful as before." "Little girl, you really know what you're doing." Luo Qiao replied, "That's good. If you're okay, you should go to the hospital for a checkup." "I'll go now."
Chu Mimi said, "All right."
"By the way, this is my husband Jiang Dongli, who works at a pharmaceutical factory. This is my eldest son Jiang Bo, who works at the police station. And this is my youngest son Jiang Hong, who just graduated high school and will soon go to university in Tianjin." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Luo Qiao. I'll be attending the city's #1 high school soon. The house I stayed in was introduced to me by Sister Lily." Chu Mimi smiled and said, "What a coincidence. You should come visit us when you have time." Luo Qiao then bade farewell and turned to leave. Back home, she tidied up a bit, soaked her feet, and prepared to go to bed as she had to wake early tomorrow to catch a bus. Luo Qiao went to sleep early, but what she didn't know was that Zhang Dijin and his son waited until nearly 5 o'clock. They hadn't seen Luo Qiao come in or out of the family courtyard of the theater, so they decided to go in again to look for her. Unexpectedly, before they reached the Yao family's place, someone in the courtyard saw them and reported it to the police station. They were almost taken away. After questioning the reason, the police lectured them for a long time before letting them go. But by then, the last bus had already left. The father and son thought that even if they found Luo Qiao, it would be useless. To save money on lodging, they hurried back on foot. They remembered that they had already paid Luo Qiao 80 yuan earlier. They also heard that the old ox hadn't eaten or drunk all morning. His leg was broken, and Dr. Gao said he probably wouldn't be able to work even after healing. They still had to pay for the big team's ox. This year, their family had lost a lot. In Qingshan village, the villagers usually went to bed early at night. But tonight, it was already past 10, and Gao Shuani's family was still arguing. Gao Taohua was supposed to marry Li Dea, and that had been settled long ago. The main issue now is that the Gao family wants 150 yuan in bride price, but the Li family cannot afford it. The Li family has said that they will either gather 50 yuan or pretend the matter doesn't exist. This made the Gao family very angry. Gao Shuani looked down on Gao Taohua and beat her up again. Li Dea felt a bit sorry, but his mother said, "The Gao family will agree. Anyway, we won't lose out." Li Dea couldn't do anything about it and decided to wait until Taohua got married to treat her well. However, Gao Shuani was still upset and went out in the evening. When he returned, he told Gao Taohua, "The wedding is the day after tomorrow at the same house. They are offering 200 yuan in bride price and giving her 50 yuan as a dowry." Gao Taohua started causing trouble at home again and even went to Li Dea's house to tell him about it. Li Dea wanted to offer 100 yuan, and he didn't care whether the Gao family gave a dowry or not. But his mother strongly disagreed, saying that since he was sleeping with his mother, he had to marry her, and their family didn't have money. Gao Taohua closed her eyes tightly and told Li Dea, 150 yuan. If you can bring it by 10 p.m. tomorrow, we will get married. If not, I will listen to my family. After this, Gao Taohua decided to stop worrying too much. She thought Li Dea was a good person and capable, but he always listened to his mother. She was afraid that even if she married him, she wouldn't have a good life. When Zhang Dijing and his son Zhang Dongzi got home, it was already past 11 p.m. Wang Chunyi heard the noise and came out to ask what was going on. She found out they hadn't met Luo Qiao today, and she immediately started crying. Zhang Dijing was already tired and hungry. He had been beaten up earlier that day and was feeling very upset.
He said, "Stop crying."
"Are you tired of crying?" "Dongza, and I haven't even had dinner yet. Is there anything to eat at home?" That night, Wang Chunyi didn't cook. Her second brother's wife, Zhou Xiaomei, had prepared food and brought it over. When she heard her father and son hadn't eaten, she felt sorry and quickly went to the kitchen, crying as she cooked. In Jishir City, Yao Qingxian finished work at night. He always felt strange eyes watching him in the residential area. A kind aunt who got along well with his family said to him, Chengxian, Lily is no longer a child. You need to take good care of her in the future. Today, what happened has made the neighbors laugh all afternoon. My daughter is grown up and about to get married. If this happens again, her reputation might be ruined, and she may not find a good family to marry into. Yao Qingxian didn't know what had happened at home. Hearing this, he hurried back home. He saw the children were all there, and the sound of cooking came from the kitchen. His obedient younger daughter brought over a basin of water. Dad, wash your hands first. Dinner will be ready soon. Yao Qingxian asked, what happened at home today? His second son, Yao Pingrui, looked at his older sister, who just entered. I heard from Grandma Wang next door that my sister did something big today. She stopped Sister Luo Qiao from coming into our house and said she was worried Luo Qiao would stay here. Luo Qiao said she was just passing by to see you and Mom. But my sister said Luo Qiao ate a lot of our grain at the farm. To be honest, she also said that Luo Qiao was the top student in the city's high school exam this year. She probably wants the prize money Luo Qiao has. Tonight, we're eating fish, and Grandma Wang told me that the fish and eggs were originally sent by Luo Qiao to us. But my sister forced her to pay back 11 years' worth of grain. Luo Qiao didn't have that much, so she sold the fish to make up the money and gave it to my sister. Also, Grandma Wang said my sister paid 22.5 yuan. No, Luo Qiao paid 22.5 yuan and 5 cents, settling her debt with us. From now on, she won't owe us any favors. Yao Qingxian understood and remembered how people looked at him on the way home. He called out, Lily, come out. Yao Lily, seeing her father return, quickly hid inside. Hearing the call, her heart sank. She thought her little brother was too talkative. She had just overheard him telling their father everything. She hesitated and came out of the yard. Yao Qingxian shouted, Yao Lily, you're quite capable now, huh? I heard you replaced me and your mom in settling accounts with Luo Qiao today, right? Yao Lily said she wanted to settle accounts with us, not me. Next door, Grandma Wang said through the wall, kids these days tell lies so convincingly. I really can't believe it. Hearing Grandma Wang's words, Yao Qingxian was furious. He walked up and slapped his eldest daughter. You're already so grown up. In a few years, you'll be getting engaged. You're ruining your future. Yao Lily said, I wonder who I am doing this for. You called around noon, didn't you? The head of Qingshan village said that Luo Qiao was here in the city to rest. She carried a basket of vegetables in the afternoon, so I naturally thought she wanted to stay at our house and not leave. It's just you and my brother earning money at home. My brother is a temporary worker, and supporting all of us is hard enough. Why should we support someone who isn't related to us? I am doing this for our family. I'm just worried that if we get involved, we won't be able to let go. Yao Qingxian said, have you thought about how much good food Luo Qiao secretly shared with you when you were at the farm? The Yuan family and the Yang family gave her tasty food, and she shared it with you and your brother. She gave you some a few times a month. Have you ever counted how many bowls of wild vegetable porridge that could buy? Lily, you really know how to count. If Luo Qiao is compensating you, then by this logic, maybe you should compensate her. You drank wild vegetable porridge, but she gave you white rabbit candies, beef canned food, and steamed buns. I've even seen you sharing fruit cups. Why don't you pay her back? Yao Lily whispered, those things aren't even hers. They were given by Old Man Yuan and the Yang family. Sharing some with us isn't a big deal. If she took them back to Luo's family, she probably wouldn't get to eat any herself. It's better to share some with us, so she can have a bite too. Yao Qingxian didn't expect his eldest daughter to become like this, so narrow-minded and unreasonable. He was truly disappointed. Wu Piling finished cooking and came out to see her husband, Yao Qingxian, with a bad expression. She knew he was angry with Lily, probably also upset with her. But today, it wasn't that she didn't want to stop her. Luo Qiao kept holding on to her and wouldn't let her interfere. Besides, Lily is her daughter. She couldn't just hit her. Luo Qiao also acted a bit harshly today. Lily did wrong, but after scolding her, it was enough. She shouldn't let others' opinions in the community affect her daughter's feelings. Today afternoon, she didn't dare go out, feeling like someone was pointing fingers at their family. It made her uncomfortable. So when she saw Yao Qingxian, she didn't mention what happened that afternoon. She had already heard him scold Lily. Lily was indeed wrong, but after scolding her, it was enough. She couldn't just ignore her daughter's feelings for the sake of others. She also understood in her heart that today's matter was not Luo Qiao's fault. It was Lily's greed. However, Luo Qiao was a bit too resolute. After all, in those years, her husband and wife had protected her many times. At night, Yao Qingxian waited for Wu Piling to come in. "Why didn't you stop Lily today?" Wu Piling was also angry. "I tried to stop her, but Luo Qiao kept telling me not to interfere. She said it was better to settle things clearly now, so Lily wouldn't bring up the farm again later." Yao Qingxian looked at his wife. "You know very well that when we were at the farm, besides protecting Luo Qiao a little, she didn't eat much at our house. Why do you still let Lily do such things?" Wu Piling's eyes turned red. "I wanted to control it, but Luo Qiao kept pulling me, saying I shouldn't interfere. She said she didn't want to keep suffering like this. It's better to settle it now. What can I say?" Yao Qingxian sighed. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked you like that. But you know very well, if we hadn't been kind to Luo Qiao back then, old Master Yuan wouldn't have protected us so much. Honestly, Luo Qiao helped us in a hidden way. The food she brought from the Yuan and Yang families had long exceeded the few meals of wild vegetable porridge we gave her. Today, Lily's actions must have hurt Luo Qiao. Go to sleep." Yao Qingxian closed his eyes and lay on the bed, thinking that if old Master Yuan and the Yang family knew what happened today, they would probably look down on him. He was clever enough to hide his little thoughts, but how could they not see through him? The next morning, Luo Qiao cooked a big pot of tea eggs in her space. Only then did she leave the space to tend to the vegetables in the backyard. She harvested everything that could be collected and stored it in her space warehouse. This yard had one good thing. Whether in the front or back, the walls were built higher than others, so no one could see what she was doing inside. After harvesting some vegetables, she planted new seeds and watered the entire vegetable plot. She also didn't forget to sprinkle the space's stream water. After tidying up, she had a bowl of porridge and a tea egg. She locked the door and headed to the train station. When she arrived, ticket checking had already begun. Not far ahead, a big sister was carrying a large bundle, holding a child with one arm, and had two big bags beside her. She was walking quickly but had to stop to rest now and then. Luo Qiao stepped forward and said, "Big sister, let me help you carry your bag." The big sister smiled gratefully. "Thank you so much, young lady. I really don't know what to do." Luo Qiao said, "It's okay. Let's go now and don't delay getting on the train." Since the train was already stopped at the platform, Luo Qiao picked up her bag and moved forward. After confirming the carriage number with the older sister, Luo Qiao handed her belongings to her. She was about to leave when she saw the sister was still holding a child. So, Luo Qiao helped her arrange her things again before saying, "Sister, I need to go ahead. My seat isn't in this carriage." The older sister held Luo Qiao's hand and expressed her gratitude. Luo Qiao then learned that the sister was traveling with the military. Her husband had planned to come back and pick her up but had to leave suddenly for a mission. They had already bought tickets, and only after arriving in the city did they find out that her husband hadn't taken the train last night to pick her up but had gone on a temporary assignment. Her family could only send her onto the train like this, and today she was transferring here. Luo Qiao asked which station she should get off at, planning to come early to help her with her belongings. She also told her not to worry, and that she would come to help with her luggage when she got off. Then she prepared to say goodbye. Luo Qiao deeply respects soldiers and the quiet dedication of military spouses. They take care of their small families while their husbands serve the country, which allows for peaceful lives. As she turned to leave, Luo Qiao took 2 eggs from her shoulder bag and gently placed them in the child's hands before quickly walking away. When Luo Qiao reached her own carriage, she saw a girl slightly older than her sitting in her seat. She approached and carefully checked again to confirm it was her seat. Only then did she speak, "Hello, this is my seat." The girl looked at Luo Qiao and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, I saw no one was here, so I sat here.
Sorry about that.
Luo Qiao smiled and said, It's okay. The girl stood up with a smile and asked, Is my seat over there? She pointed ahead, where an elderly woman was sitting with a nearly grown child. Luo Qiao immediately understood that the girl's seat was taken by the child. She gave a faint smile and said, That child probably won't sit there. Why don't you go over and sit for a while? The girl nodded happily and went over. Luo Qiao sat down and looked over, noticing the elderly woman glancing sideways at her. The elderly woman refused to let her grandson give up the seat, insisting she arrived first. She said her grandson had been sitting there and that he was too big for her to hold. This story made the people around burst into laughter. An older woman then said, Lady, you think holding on to something is wrong, but you're too old for this. You didn't buy a ticket, and now you're occupying someone else's seat with such confidence. The older woman replied, Mind your own business. It's none of your concern. Hearing this, the other woman wasn't willing to back down. You did something wrong, and you don't want anyone to say anything? You're a grandmother now, but you have no manners at all. This caused trouble. The older woman stood up and said, Who are you calling impolite? How is my grandson impolite? The other woman refused to give in. Taking someone else's seat and causing trouble, if you're sensible and polite, you should move aside. Soon, the train attendant came over, listened to the situation, and said to the elderly lady, Ma'am, if your grandson won't give up his seat, you should buy an extra ticket. Hearing this, the elderly lady immediately refused. She asked her grandson to give up the seat. The girl who had been looking conflicted stood there, and the woman who had spoken for her earlier understood the situation. She told her husband nearby, You switch seats with this girl. You sit in the front. The man looked at his wife with some helplessness and said, Fine. No matter where we go, I can't change your kind heart. After thanking her, the girl turned around, smiled at Luo Qiao, and then sat down. The train sped past, whistling loudly. Near noon, Luo Qiao remembered the mother and son. Thinking it was inconvenient to go to the dining car with the child, she took a prepared lunchbox from her shoulder bag. She got up and went to the carriage where the mother and son were. Passing the connecting corridor, she paused at the door since no one was there. The lunchbox contained plain rice porridge, and she held a paper bag with a scallion pancake and 2 steamed buns. She didn't want to take more good food to avoid drawing attention. The military wife saw Luo Qiao approaching and quickly smiled, saying, Girl. When she saw what Luo Qiao was holding, she didn't know what to say and awkwardly asked, Sister, what are you doing? Luo Qiao replied, Sister-in-law, it's not easy for you to get food with a child. I brought some for you. Please don't refuse. Without the sacrifices of soldiers, we wouldn't have our happy life. You deserve respect, and I do this as my duty. The military wife was moved to tears. It was the first time someone had said such words to her. In the village, some people still teased her for marrying a soldier. Though she received a stipend, her husband was often away for important or small matters. But now, hearing this girl speak made her feel at ease. She believed her husband was defending the country, and she needed to take good care of her small family. A sense of pride filled her heart. She gratefully said, Thank you, young lady. My name is Tianfeng. This is my son, Gung Jingjun. My husband chose his name. Luo Qiao smiled at the child and asked Sister-in-law, Did you bring a lunchbox? Tianfeng replied, Yes, I did. It's in my bag downstairs. Luo Qiao placed her belongings on the small table, squatted down, and pulled out her bag to find the lunchbox. Then she pushed the bag back under her seat. Luo Qiao took the lunchbox to the front to rinse it. She poured in some porridge. Seeing it was plain rice porridge, Tianfeng wanted to say something worriedly, but Luo Qiao gave her a look to stop her. Tianfeng glanced at the people in the carriage and kept quiet. Luo Qiao softly said, Sister-in-law, feed the child a little first. Traveling is hard enough, and we don't want the child to get sick from not eating well. Tianfeng looked grateful and could only say, Thank you. On the train, Luo Qiao took good care of the mother and son. When they arrived in Jinan, she reminded Tianfeng quietly to stay alert, to keep the valuables and the child safe. After washing their lunchboxes and boiling some water, she left. Back in her own carriage, she took out her own lunchbox to eat. It contained plain porridge, some rice mixed with noodles, and her homemade mushroom sauce. She didn't dare to take out scallion pancakes again, let alone meat pies. Earlier, a big boy had been staring at others' food. His older brother brought some braised meat, and his grandmother actually asked for some. The others didn't give her any. That old woman even said that her granddaughter, a young girl, eating so well wouldn't shorten her life, and the man had to tell her off to stop her. If she weren't so old, the older brother might have fought her. What kind of people are these? She was almost ready to curse. The train finally arrived in Jinan the next day. Luo Qiao helped Tianfeng carry her things off the train. She saw soldiers coming to pick her up, so she handed over her belongings and said goodbye to Tianfeng. Tianfeng asked the young soldier to give Luo Qiao their address and told her to visit when she had time. Then everyone parted ways. Luo Qiao went to buy a train ticket heading south. There was a train in half an hour, so she bought a ticket and came out. By then, a long line had formed for ticket checks. She took a quick look at the long line, then went to the bathroom before lining up to enter the station. Behind her was a couple carrying a pair of baskets, one filled with things, and a child sitting in the other. The child was very cute, and Luo Qiao played with him for a while. To make it easier to get into the station, they held the child up and took off the shoulder pole. Just then, a woman shouted, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" Suddenly, a young man ran forward. Luo Qiao quickly grabbed the nearest empty basket and said, "Can I borrow your basket?" She threw the basket at the running young man, who was knocked to the ground. People behind quickly caught up and restrained him. They found the woman's lost handkerchief and money wrapped inside the basket. The young man kept begging for mercy, but was taken away by the police. Luo Qiao went over, picked up the basket he threw down, and returned it to the couple. She felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Sorry, I used your basket without asking." The couple said it was okay and praised Luo Qiao's quick reflexes, showing admiration. Luo Qiao took 2 candies from her pocket and handed them to the woman's child, saying, "Here are 2 candies. Consider it compensation for borrowing your basket." The child didn't immediately take the candies, but looked at his mother. The woman said, "You're too polite. The basket isn't damaged, so no need to give her candies." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "It's fine. Let the child hold them." The woman then smiled and said, "Thank you, sister, for the candies." The child softly said, "Thank you, sister." Luo Qiao replied, "You're welcome." Soon it was their turn to check tickets. Luo Qiao boarded the train and found her seat. Only then did she realize how hungry she was. The train was scheduled to depart at noon and wouldn't arrive until tomorrow night. After settling in around her, she took out her lunchbox to eat something. In Qingshan village, Zhangda and his family had already gone to the county town early in the morning. They received news that their daughter would be sent to the juvenile detention center in the city tomorrow. Today, they went to visit her. When they reached the county town, it was still early. Zhang Dongzi wanted to take his parents to eat something, but Zhang Dejing and his wife couldn't eat, so they waited early at the police station entrance. When it was time to go to work and Zhang Qiaoyan saw Wang Chunyi, she burst into tears. Zhang Qiaoyan also cried and asked, "Dad, Mom, are you here to pick me up?" Zhang Dejing looked at his daughter and said, "Dad couldn't find Luo Qiao. You stay inside and study well, behave properly, and try to get out early." Hearing her father's words, Zhang Qiaoyan cried heartbreakingly. "Isn't she fine? Why does she want to get me into trouble? She's so vicious. She's just a girl no one wants." The guards inside shouted at Zhang Qiaoyan, "Be quiet, no loud noises." In the end, Zhang Qiaoyan paid a heavy price for her actions, sentenced to 3 years in a juvenile detention center. The Zhang family felt like the sky was falling. After Luo Qiao got off the bus, she spent the day in the city. There was already a small wholesale market with all kinds of daily necessities. Clothes and shoes were trendy, and surprisingly big items like bicycles, watches, radios, and sewing machines could be bought without tickets and were cheap. Luo Qiao shopped for 2 days before making her move. With her limited money, she bought mostly clothes, shoes, and daily necessities, only 2 big items. She kept 20 yuan for emergencies, bought a train ticket to the mainland, and after getting off, she sold some goods at a black market. Then she headed south, selling everything using the same method. She kept doing this back and forth for over 10 days. Her money grew like a snowball to over 30,000 yuan. With little time left, Luo Qiao disguised herself in different ways and exchanged all her money for goods. Previously, she rented a warehouse in the suburbs for 5 yuan, planning to use it for only half a month. When her last batch of goods arrived, Luo Qiao moved her profits into her space, then went straight to the train station and bought a ticket to Beijing. She rested in the waiting room, but she didn't expect that someone was watching her. Luckily, she ran fast. When those people found her warehouse, it was already empty. They just wanted to see who was making such a big move. 3 days later, Luo Qiao arrived in Beijing. She found a place to stay and wondered whether to go directly to the door herself or ask the police station for help. She had already prepared for both options. The biological father of the original owner was in the military station nearby, which is why the original owner's mother, Ning Shuling, gave birth at a hospital in Jishir City. However, during the birth of Luo Qiao, an accident occurred and she had to be transferred to another hospital. On the day of delivery, because the original owner's father was on duty, only the grandmother and a soldier's wife from the military family housing accompanied her to the hospital. The grandmother was initially happy to have a granddaughter and had just placed a small jade pendant on the baby when she learned that the mother needed to be transferred. Only the grandmother knew about the small jade pendant on the baby. At that time, there was no emergency medical service like 120, so they had to call a car from the military and also go home to get some things. The grandmother handed Luo Qiao to the soldier's wife and asked the soldier to help with the transfer procedures. Unexpectedly, while the soldier's wife was briefly away, Gao Suhua took advantage of the moment. They hurriedly transferred the baby without noticing that she had been switched. After arriving in Beijing, the baby was taken to her grandmother's house. Once the mother recovered and was discharged, she went straight back to her mother-in-law's house to rest and recover. When the grandmother saw the baby again, she was already a month old. The grandmother noticed that the original owner was not wearing the small jade pendant around her neck. That day, when the baby was 1 month old, some unpleasant things happened, making it difficult to ask directly. The grandmother only mentioned the jade pendant to her eldest son. Sadly, 6 months later, the grandmother passed away due to work-related reasons. Only the eldest uncle knew about this matter. Luo Qiao had previously gone to the hospital in Jishir City, where she was born, to investigate. She used some tricks to obtain the hospital records from that year, which only listed the hospital and the name, with no other details. Luo Qiao also contacted a doctor from the obstetrics and gynecology department from that time to learn more. Putting all these clues together, Luo's family would surely investigate further. Even if they didn't verify at the military, they wouldn't be afraid of being exposed. Luo Qiao spent a day learning about the Luo family. The original owner's biological father, Luo Haotian, was previously in the military in Jishir City. After retiring, he returned to Beijing and worked at a machinery factory, where he is now the deputy director of sales. The original owner's mother, Ning Shuling, was the head of the finance department at the Postal and Telecommunications Bureau branch. Besides her, there were 2 twin brothers, actually 4 brothers in total. The mother of the original owner had 2 sets of twin sons. Big brother and second brother are also twins. Unfortunately, due to poor care, something happened when they were 3 years old, resulting in one having intellectual disabilities and the other physical disabilities. They were taken away by the original owner's grandparents and have not seen each other since. In the original story, these 2 characters are briefly mentioned. It seems they were placed in a rehabilitation center. The third brother, Luo Xian, is 20 years old and now serves in the Beijing military, where he is a platoon leader. The fourth brother, Luo Xiyuan, works at a water company. Just as Luo Qiao was preparing to take action, the original owner's father, Luo Haotian, also discovered a problem. Luo Haotian's colleague at work was seriously injured in the workshop and needed a lot of O-type blood. At that time,
Luo Haotian was with the person delivering blood, and during the blood draw, they happened to meet the nurse who had previously drawn blood from Ning Shuling. Because Luo Jining was very delicate during her hospital stay and often lost her temper with the nurses in the station remembered her well. One nurse's cousin was a nurse in the same ward, so she would sometimes visit after her shift and knew some details about Luo Jining. Today, when Luo Haotian was drawing blood, he ran into that same nurse who had helped Ning Shuling before. For some reason, the nurse suddenly remembered the last blood draw and said, "You really treat your stepdaughter well." Luo Haotian was stunned and asked, "What did you just say?" The nurse replied, "Isn't Luo Jining, who was hospitalized last time, your stepdaughter?" Luo Haotian, a former reconnaissance soldier, asked calmly, "How do you know I am her stepfather?" The nurse smiled and said, "Your blood type is O, your wife's is A, and your daughter's is AB. That definitely isn't biological. But you treat her so well, so she must be your stepdaughter. People say love extends to the whole family. Since you treat your wife so well, you probably treat her daughter well too. By the way, that day your wife wanted to give her a blood transfusion, but unfortunately, their blood types didn't match. It was an emergency, so they had to use blood from the blood bank." After finishing speaking, the blood draw was complete. Luo Haotian's mind was in a mess. Outside the operating room, he repeatedly reviewed what the nurse had said. His final conclusion was that Jining was not his biological daughter, and Ning Shuling also knew this. He then remembered that day outside the operating room, Ning Shuling seemed off, hesitant, evasive, hiding something. Now it all made sense. At the time, he thought his wife was worried he would blame her niece, Ning Lingyu. But now he realized she was trying to hide the blood type issue. Luo Qiao didn't have much time, so the next day she went to find two cleanly dressed women. She gave each of them 10 yuan and asked them to pass a message at the mechanical factory's residential area. Unexpectedly, within half a day, the rumor that Luo Jining was not a member of the Luo family spread everywhere. Additionally, when Luo Haotian was having blood drawn, some people organized by the factory who heard the young nurse's words confirmed the rumor was true. That night, Luo Jining heard her parents arguing. She wanted to go and stop them, but instead learned that she was not really part of the Luo family. She was so scared she almost fainted. Thinking about how the people in the residential area pointed at her during the day, Luo Jining was so frightened she almost cried. Luo Haotian glared at Ning Shuling. "You knew about Jining being in the hospital, so why didn't you tell me?" Ning Shuling started crying. "I was scared too. I was afraid you'd blame me and that my parents-in-law would look down on me even more because of this. Our relationship has only just started to improve these past few years. I thought I would tell you once I found out the truth. I didn't expect you to find out on your own." She looked pitiful, making Luo Haotian feel too upset to get angry. The next day, Luo Qiao put on makeup and went to the mechanical factory's residential area. She set a fire and mentioned the Zhao family whenever someone talked about Luo Jining's background, making the neighborhood even more lively. Luo Qiao looked around satisfied and then finished her work. She first went to the train station to buy a ticket for the morning train back to Jishir City. Then she visited a few black markets. She arranged the delivery points and sent out 3 batches of goods. She only returned to her hotel late at night. Luckily, her train was at 9 in the morning. When she woke up, it was already past 8. She hurriedly washed up, ate breakfast in her space, and then checked out to head to the train station. She left casually after sending a message, but the Luo family was now bustling. Luo Haotian was already in a bad mood. He didn't eat breakfast and was about to pack up for work. Unfortunately, before he left, his father and grandmother came over. Luo Haotian asked, "Dad, Mom, why are you here?" Grandpa Luo snorted coldly and went into the yard. Grandma said, "If we hadn't received that message, when were you planning to tell us?" Luo Haotian replied, "Mom, Dad, this needs to be investigated. We can't just listen to what others say." Old Mr. Luo said, "It's not easy to say. We should go to the hospital now and do a blood type test first." Ning Shuling then came out of the room and said, "Dad, Mom, there's no need to go to the hospital for testing.
She handed over the medical record book from Luo Jianning's last hospitalization, which clearly states that Luo Jianning has blood type AB. Ning Shuling said, I called there early in the morning. When I first found out about this, I asked a friend to investigate. Now we have some clues. But we still need to go there ourselves to confirm. Since this happened, I think we should go quickly and see where the mistake was. Grandmother looked at Ning Shuling and asked, Why didn't you tell us about this earlier? Ning Shuling felt a bit wronged and said, I was afraid it would cause more misunderstandings. But I've thought it through. It's not something secret. Since we know the child was switched, we should find our daughter and Hao Tian's daughter as soon as possible so we can bring her back to Beijing. At this moment, old Mr. Luo spoke. Why was the child switched back then? I remember when we brought the child home, the package was ours, made by your mother herself. That shows someone deliberately swapped the child. So, we still don't know if our Luo family's child is alive or dead. My point is, you should ask for leave and go there quickly. If work is too busy to take leave, let the police handle it. I want to know the result as soon as possible. While eavesdropping in her room, Luo Jianning accidentally knocked over the soap dish on the washstand, which made the people outside in the yard turn their heads. Ning Shuling felt a bit sad and went over. She pushed open the door and saw Luo Jianning kneeling on the ground, picking up soap, tears streaming down her face. Ning Shuling walked over and helped her daughter up. Jianning, since you've heard everything, I don't want to hide it anymore. Don't worry, no matter when, you are still my daughter. I raised you myself, and I will respect your choice. Luo Jianning couldn't hold back anymore and cried out loud, Mom, if we find that daughter, then I won't be Jianning anymore? Ning Shuling hugged Luo Jianning and said, That will never happen. You will always be my daughter. Outside, Grandma Zhou Guifang snorted coldly. After enjoying 15 years with my granddaughter, how can you still want to take her away? Luo Haotian also looked troubled. All signs pointed to the child being deliberately switched. The clothes and the bag were prepared by them, so it's impossible for such a coincidence. Luo Haotian said he needed to visit his workplace today to handle some matters, then he took leave and went there himself. Despite the chaos in the capital city, Luo Qiao had already boarded the train back to Jishir City. She calculated that she would arrive around midnight, then return to Qingshan village tomorrow and go to school the day after. When Zhang Jianjun received Luo Haotian's call from Jishir City, he was surprised. Luo Haotian didn't waste time and told him again about the matter of the child being swapped. After Luo Haotian finished work and went home, he asked his wife, Zhong Xueping, if there had been any strange incidents at the hospital when their child was born. After hanging up, Zhang Jianjun was no longer calm. He remembered that he and his wife had gone to the hospital together, and his wife had been the one taking care of the child. Now he was told the child might have been swapped. He couldn't wait for work to end and, feeling anxious, hurriedly packed his things and went back to the family residence. As he entered the yard, he called out, Xueping, where are you? Seeing Zhong Xueping come in, Zhang Jianjun quickly said, something happened. Zhong Xueping asked, why are you shouting? What's the matter? Zhang Jianjun said, Luo Haotian called just now and said that her little daughter was swapped. He wants us to remember if there were any unusual things at the hospital back then. Zhong Xueping's mind suddenly went blank. If they really had been swapped, they would be the culprits. She felt cold all over, and her legs went weak. Seeing his wife's reaction, Zhang Jianjun hurried to support her and told her to sit down. Don't be afraid. Since this has happened, there's nothing we can do now. We can only try to remember if anything went wrong back then. Zhong Xueping's mind was a mess. She couldn't recall anything. She only knew that her child had been swapped right under her nose without her noticing. How could she explain this to others? After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't find where the mistake was. When her younger daughter came back and asked about the situation, she said, Mom, did you leave the ward at any point? Zhong Xueping thought for a moment and suddenly remembered. Yes, I did leave for a little while. I went to the bathroom. Oh my, could have been during that time? Suddenly, she said, Jianjun, the couple who shared a ward with Ning Shuling was from a village in Chaoyang Commune. I remember we even talked to them once. Zhang Jianjun suddenly realized something, looked up at his daughter, and both of them widened their eyes. Zhang Xiao said, "Could it be a coincidence?" Zhang Jianjun replied, "In that case, I will go to the team office now to borrow a car. Later, we will go to the city." Cui Ping, is your cousin Hui Fong working at that hospital? Zhong Cui Ping thought for a moment and said, "Yes, that hospital. I will call her right now." The people in the records room knew it was another search for Ning Shuling's hospitalization records. They muttered softly, "What's going on?" Several groups are looking for Ning Shuling's records. Luckily, these records haven't been destroyed. Cui Ping's cousin Cheng Huifong works at the hospital. They asked someone to help find the records from the days around her hospital stay in that ward. To their surprise, they found records of Gao Suhua from Qingshan village and Feng Hui from the city. Thankfully, these records still existed. Now, Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Xiao, the father and daughter, were no longer calm. Luo Qiao was actually the child they had been searching for. Seeing their expressions, Cui Ping asked, "What's wrong with you two?" Zhang Xiao hugged her mother and said, "Mom, this fate is truly amazing. The girl who saved us last time, Luo Qiao, is the same child we've been looking for from back then." Cui Ping looked at her husband in disbelief. Zhang Jianjun said, "If nothing unexpected, she is that child. When we met Luo Qiao on the road last time, she did tell us about her background." Cui Ping said, "Then what are we waiting for? We should call Luo Haotian and tell him about this." The family didn't bother to call the army again. They went directly to the post office near the hospital and called Luo Haotian, telling him everything they knew and guessed. When Luo Haotian heard about Luo Qiao, his eyes reddened with pain. He instinctively felt that Luo Qiao must be his daughter and wished he could fly there right now. After hanging up, he immediately called his parents, explained the situation roughly, and arranged for someone to buy train tickets to Jishur for tomorrow. He was anxious and restless. After hearing Zhang Jianjun's brief story, he understood how difficult the past 15 years had been for his daughter. A grown man started crying, which startled his brother-in-law Ning Hongda, who came in and was surprised. Ning Hongda came over because a friend called him about the Luo family's situation. His workplace was near the machinery factory, so he came to ask what was really going on. When I arrived, I saw my brother-in-law Luo Haotian with red eyes. The grown man was actually crying. Luo Haotian quickly composed himself, took out a handkerchief, and wiped his tears. "Big brother, why are you here?" Ning Hongda said, "I heard people say that Jiajing's blood type doesn't match, and that she's not really your daughter. I just came to ask what's going on." Luo Haotian told Ning Hongda everything that happened at the hospital yesterday, and also mentioned that Ning Shuling already knew about it. After hearing this, Ning Hongda said, "Shuling is really confused. She knew, but didn't tell the family. If she had told us earlier, maybe that child could have been found by now." Luo Haotian replied, "That child was found by my comrade. She's had a very hard 15 years. I've booked a ticket for tomorrow. I want to go personally and bring her back. I feel sorry for her. I wasn't there on the mission back then, and I never thought she would be swapped like that." Ning Hongda thought for a moment. "No wonder. Our old master always said it was strange that the jade pendant was never found." Luo Haotian looked up confused. "What jade pendant?" Ning Hongda explained. That year, the old master went to the eastern province for work. On the way, he stopped in Jishur to see Shuling. But she went into labor early. The old master and your comrade's family took her to the hospital. When the doctor handed over the baby, they knew it was a girl. The old master was happy and put a jade pendant he carried around his neck on the baby. He thought the early birth, a few days before, was a good sign, so he wanted her to wear it. But not long after, they heard Shuling was unwell and needed to be transferred to another hospital. Later, when Shuling was discharged and they held the full moon celebration, my old master noticed the girl's neck didn't have the jade pendant. He wanted to ask Shuling and your family, but that day, because of the incident with Xuyan and Xuyuan, they argued and couldn't ask. He didn't want to cause more trouble, so when he got home, he told me he had put the jade pendant on the girl's neck, but he didn't see it anymore. Later, when the old master had his accident, He never mentioned it again. But this is a clue. You've seen the jade pendant too. It's shaped like a crescent moon. Luo Haotian nodded. I remember. I didn't expect that the jade pendant was given to that girl by my father. Ning Hongda said. Maybe it was fate. The two talked for a long time before Ning Hongda prepared to leave. He stood up and said, Hao Yen, if that child is found again, how will Jiani and you handle it? There are some things you need to think about carefully. That child has suffered a lot outside and may feel insecure. If you keep Jiani, I worry the child might not be able to accept it. You should consider these things in advance so that the child doesn't get hurt again. When Luo Qiao returned to Jishur City, it was already very late. She went straight into her space after arriving home because she hadn't yet counted the income from the goods shipped from BJ. This time, she made quite a bit of money. She still had some goods left, but she would need to find someone else to sell them. She couldn't just send everything to Hyujia. That would be too obvious. Once all the goods are sold, she will have enough starting capital. During the summer holiday, she plans to go back and buy a yard in BJ so she can live there when she starts college. She must buy the house during the summer holiday to save money. She really likes those traditional courtyard houses. Besides exchanging 2 small boxes of jewelry, she earned over 60,000 yuan this trip. That's a huge amount of money in today's world, not counting her initial investment. After washing up, she set an alarm for herself and then went to sleep. In Qingshan village, Lu Yichen said to Shirtu, Shirtu, we will leave the village tomorrow afternoon. Pack your things. I've already arranged a school for you, not far from Luo Qiao's school. Shirtu looked at Lu Yichen and asked, Brother, where will we live in the city? Also, I heard from Shanzi's mom that when you get to the city, you have to buy everything. Even a vegetable costs money, so expenses will go up. Maybe I should just stay at the village elementary school. Lu Yichen replied, but I will be working in the city, and Luo Qiao's sister will be studying there too. Are you sure you want to stay alone in the village? Shirtu hesitated because he had already cost his brother and sister a lot of money. Moving to the city would mean spending even more, and he felt a bit embarrassed. He said, but I won't be able to help much once we're in the city. Lu Yichen understood what Shirtu was thinking. Just focus on studying well. Get into a good university, and when you start working, you can help us just like now. Shirtu nodded but still said, but that will take a long time. Lu Yichen did not speak again. He just started packing his things. He had already completed the formalities yesterday and reported to his new job. Today, he was tidying up to prepare to move to the city with Shirtu. Gao Suhua sat in the yard, stringing dried chili peppers she had picked from the field onto a string, hanging them under the eaves, which looked quite nice. Zhao Xiaomei, sitting nearby and lost in thought, put down the chili peppers she was holding. Mom, are we just going to let Luo Qiao go like this? Gao Suhua kept working without stopping. Why are you in such a hurry? There's still time. Zhao Xiaomei said irritably, Mom, the school opens the day after tomorrow. If Luo Qiao starts high school, what chance do we have? Gao Suhua said, Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Since Luo Qiao threatened her last time, Gao Suhua had been planning how to deal with her. She expected Luo Qiao to come back sometime in the next few days. Even if she didn't come back now, she would return to pick up her things once school started. That would make it easier for her to act, and no one would suspect her. If Luo Qiao didn't come back, the villagers wouldn't notice. They'd just think she was at school and didn't want to return to the village. Her scheming was obvious in her eyes. She thought, as long as this plan succeeded, she would gain 200 yuan. Just thinking about it made her happy. She was determined not to let Luo Qiao leave Jishur City. She had heard from Luo Qiao's family before that they lived in Beijing. If Luo Qiao went to school in Beijing in the future and met her family, it would cause trouble for her daughter. Thinking this way, she sped up her work. She looked up at her second daughter, who was still angry. Hurry up and string the chili peppers. Ever since the last incident, her second daughter seemed like a different person, always with a sour face. The next day, Luo Qiao got up, washed up, ate breakfast, and arrived early at the bus station to return to the village. Unexpectedly, she met Zhang Xiao on the bus. Zhang Xiao immediately approached her enthusiastically, excited and not knowing what to say. She wanted to tell Luo Qiao the truth, but was afraid it would be too abrupt and scare her. So, she patiently chit-chat with Luo Qiao for a while and even said she could visit her sometime. Luo Qiao just smiled and didn't say much. They weren't very close. The last time they rode the bus to the city with their unit, they hadn't seen each other since. When the bus reached Chaoyang Commune, Luo Qiao got off and headed toward the village. She happened to meet Aunt Ding Kaifeng, the accountant's wife. Luo Qiao is back. Is she feeling better? Qiao smiled and asked, Yes, Auntie, where have you been? Ding Kaifeng smiled and said, Tomorrow is the start of school. My nephew from my family will begin middle school. He's doing well in his studies. I went back to my family to bring some notebooks and pens for him. Qiao chuckled and said, Having an aunt like you is really lucky. Ding Kaifeng smiled and replied, My nephews and nieces are very close to me. Since my family only has Jianxiang and no siblings, I think it's good for them to be close cousins. Maybe in the future, someone will help them out. They talked as they entered the village. When Zhao Xiaoyan, the youngest daughter of the Zhao family, saw Qiao entering the village, she ran home quickly. Mom, Qiao is back. She just entered the village with Aunt Kaifeng from the accounting office. Gao Suhua heard her daughter's words and forgot about the simmering tomato sauce. She took off her apron, washed her hands, and went outside the yard. A few steps out, she remembered something, turned back, and told her third daughter, Zhao Xiaxing, put the tomato sauce into bottles. Then she hurried away. Qiao returned home, closed the door, and first checked the vegetables in the backyard. She harvested what was ready and planted another batch. After a quick harvest and some tending, she stopped. She tidied up the house, then started preparing dinner. Seeing there was still a lot of flour in the kitchen, she decided to make stir-fried vegetables and scallion pancakes and began boiling mung bean porridge. She took out a fat rabbit from her space, ready to prepare it, when Lui Chen came over. Seeing the rabbit in Qiao's hands, he paused. Where did that rabbit come from? Qiao replied confidently, It came to me on its own. Just then, Lui Chen arrived and took the rabbit from her. Since you're here, you handle it. Lui Chen said nothing, but felt that Qiao was hiding something. He wasn't in a rush, so he took the rabbit to process it. Qiao placed the vegetables she brought from the backyard on the stone table and started sorting them. While preparing the rabbit, Lui Chen said, Zhang Xiaoyan was sent to the detention center for 3 years. If you see Zhang's family in the village today, avoid them to prevent conflicts. Qiao snorted coldly. I was the victim in this whole thing. What did I do wrong? Why should I hide? Lui Chen replied, I'm just worried you'll get hurt. Qiao said firmly, I can handle anything except being taken advantage of. Lui Chen didn't bring up the topic again. He thought to himself that he could just keep an eye out, since school was starting tomorrow, and he would have fewer chances to visit Qingshan village. Shirtu rushed in excitedly. Sister, you're back? Luo Qiao looked at Shida's energetic state and asked, Where did you go? You look like a little wild monkey. Shirtu grinned and said, I went up the mountain to pick mushrooms for sister. Look, I picked quite a few. I thought since sister is coming back today, I should come down early. He continued, On the way down the mountain, I heard from the villagers that you returned, so I rushed down. I didn't expect to fall in a dip earlier. Hee sister, I'm fine. Luo Qiao replied, All right, since you've picked mushrooms, I'll stew some for you at noon. Go wash up and change your clothes. At noon, they made a simple meal. Sliced cucumbers, a pot of mixed vegetables with potatoes, carrots, mushrooms, and rabbit meat, along with baked flatbread and mung bean porridge. The 3 of them ate until they were full. After eating, Shirtu whispered to Luo Qiao, Sister, tomorrow we're also going to the city. Brother helped me contact a school there. I'll register tomorrow, and I also have an entrance exam. Luo Qiao looked over at Lui Chen washing dishes in the distance. When did he get transferred? Why didn't he say anything earlier? She looked away and asked, How much have you learned from 2nd grade so far? Shirtu said, Sister, I finished 2nd grade a long time ago. Now I'm studying 3rd grade books. Brother gives me extra lessons every night. Luo Qiao looked at Shirtu and asked, When did you get so close? Why do you call each other so affectionately? Shirtu turned to look at Louis Chen, who was still washing dishes. That's what brother asked for. He said he can't favor one over the other. Luo Qiao touched her nose. Louis Chen, a grown man, doing such playful things. What's going on? It seemed Louis Chen sensed her gaze. He turned and looked at her, smiling slightly. Luo Qiao almost got scared. She quickly looked at Shirtu and asked with her eyes, "What's going on?" Meanwhile, the family was happily enjoying themselves, but the Gao family had a big fight. The reason was that Li Dai couldn't come up with 150 yuan. Previously, Li Xiaolan had agreed to a shameful matter involving Gao Taohua, but as long as the person was innocent, it was fine. They liked Gao Taohua's tall stature and capability, and said that once they got married and settled down, everything would be fine. Today, I came to deliver the bride price. When the Li family found out, they were very upset. Li Dai's mother brought people to surround and scold Gao Shuani's family, using very harsh words. Several villagers gathered around, watching to see how the Gao family would respond. Li Xiaolan looked at the young man named Zhang Guoqing, who was interested in her, and said to Gao Taohua, "Taohua, I know you don't like me, but I truly like you. Our family just wants to find a taller wife, hoping that maybe our next generation can grow taller and escape being short. So I won't mind your reputation." She paused, seeing that Gao Taohua didn't look angry, and continued, "I can't do farm work or earn farm points, and I don't look very good, but I can make clothes. Maybe you'll laugh at me for this, but I can process clothes for others. I can earn a little money from each piece, and in a month, I make as much as those workers. I will treat you well in the future." Gao Taohua listened to Zhang Guoqing's words. Although she still didn't like him, she was somewhat moved. She looked up at Li Dai's mother, who was still shouting, then turned to Li Dai, who stood silently. She said to Zhang Guoqing, "Fine, I agree. 200 yuan bride price, and I also want 2 sets of clothes. Can you come tomorrow to pick up the bride?" Zhang Guoqing smiled and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I brought the bride price today. As for the clothes, don't worry. I will make them overnight." Seeing Zhang Guoqing's sincere smile, Gao Taohua felt relieved. This person might not be handsome, but at least he didn't look down on her. Marrying someone like Li Dai, who is decent enough but has a very annoying mother, would be difficult. It's better to be realistic. This is her fate. Li Dai, who was inside the yard, stared in disbelief at Gao Taohua's words. "Taohua, didn't you say you liked me?" Gao Taohua chuckled twice. "Yes, I liked you before, but I don't anymore. Look at what your Li family has done. I haven't even married you yet, and your mother dares to come to our Gao family to scold me. And you? What have you done? You just stood there silently while she scolded me. No matter how good-looking you are, it doesn't matter. Besides, I would have to be your stepmother if I married you. Your family not only made me feel wronged, but now they are openly causing trouble at my house. I can't marry into such a family. I used to think too highly of them. My mother was right. Being good-looking doesn't matter if they can't protect me. Our situation was just a misunderstanding. I haven't done anything shameful with you." Now, Zhang Guoqing still doesn't dislike my reputation, and he offers a high bride price. What else do I have to complain about? Mrs. Li originally came to show off her power, thinking that Gao Taohua no longer has a good reputation. She also liked her son's appearance. But she didn't expect that causing trouble would actually help the people of Zangshuken. Li Dai felt very embarrassed. He turned around and pulled his mother to leave. Mrs. Li wanted to scold him again, but she couldn't free herself from her son's grip. Frustrated, she walked away cursing. The villagers watched the big scene. Once they saw the Gao family go inside, there was no more entertainment, so they gradually dispersed. No one expected that the supposedly certain event could turn around. Still, everyone was imagining how dark and strong Gao Taohua is and how ugly the man she chose is. They wondered what their children would look like in the future. Luo Qiao finished packing and carried her basket up the mountain. She needed to go deep into the mountains. Thinking about the past 3 years of high school, she planned to return every week. Her special ability definitely couldn't recover to its former level. But if she didn't work hard, she might not have any chance to improve. She also hoped to reach level 3, so she could help Lu Yichen heal his leg injury. This time, she chose a different path into the mountains, hoping to find some valuable medicinal herbs. Villagers nearby rarely entered the deep mountains, so she was more likely to find rare plants. Luo Qiao's speed was much faster now. Since it was already afternoon, she didn't waste time collecting common herbs. She found a spot to sit and rest after entering the deep mountain. Luo Qiao sat for over 2 hours, absorbing the essence of the surrounding plants to improve her special ability. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the herbs around her had become even more lush and vibrant, benefiting from her powers. She checked her internal energy. It had increased, but she was still far from leveling up. It seemed she needed to go deeper into the mountains more often. Otherwise, she wondered when she could level up. It looks like upgrading her ability is a long and difficult journey. I checked the time and realized it was already past 3 o'clock. I couldn't go further inside, so I chose another path to head back. Along the way, I collected medicinal herbs that were high in quality or lacked space, storing them in my space for planting at night in the medicinal field. I also gathered many types of mushroom mycelium. The last batch I collected has already grown into a small patch. With the help of a nearby stream, Luo Qiao has harvested a lot and stored them in the space warehouse. In winter, I can find a good opportunity to earn some extra money. Even small insects are still food, huh? I also collected a good amount of wild vegetables from the mountain below. I plan to plant a patch so I can eat whenever I want. Living in the city later, these wild vegetables will be hard to find and inconvenient to eat. Unexpectedly, I came across a small valley along this path. It looked like a meadow, with a sound of flowing water. The area wasn't very big, but when I looked inside, I saw it was incredible. There were quite a few small animals living there. Looking at the sun, Luo Qiao thought there was still enough time. She put her basket into the space and took out a small dagger. She slowly walked inside. Since no one usually came here, the small animals weren't as alert as in the forest. Using the space to hide, Luo Qiao spent over an hour collecting rabbits, wild chickens, wild ducks, mountain goats, roe deer, and muntjac into her space. She also caught a few deer, including some sika deer and red deer. She moved along the water's edge, and sometimes in the grass, she saw nests with wild eggs, chicken eggs and duck eggs. She looked at them for a long time but didn't pick any, unsure if they had already hatched. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a loud noise. Following the sound, she saw a group of wild boars entering the valley. Their noise scared the small animals into all directions. Luo Qiao quickly moved to a spot along their path and hid. Last time, she caught small wild pigs in her space, and this time she was lucky. She couldn't miss this chance. From about 2 meters away, she collected more than 10 wild boars into her space and threw them onto the mountain inside. She felt very satisfied. While the pigs went to drink water, she took the opportunity to slip away. Even though she had her space and strength, she didn't dare underestimate these wild boars. If they fought back, she might not be able to leave the mountain quickly. The sun was already setting in the west. On the way back from the valley, she found some persimmon trees, chestnut trees, and walnut trees. She collected a few of each and stored them in her space for easier eating later. While descending the mountain, I found some wild grapes. I tasted one, it was sweet and sour, and decided to take 2 small ones back to the space. This area is already on the outskirts. Luo Qiao thought that villagers who often go into the mountains probably know about this place, so she decided to leave it for them. Just before it got dark, Luo Qiao finished descending the mountain, carrying a wild rabbit and a wild chicken. Unexpectedly, she saw Lu Yichen waiting at the main path back to the village. Luo Qiao was surprised and asked, "Big brother Lu, why are you here?" Lu Yichen took the basket from Luo Qiao and said, "Try to go up the mountain in the morning next time. There's more time then. In the afternoon, it gets dark early in the forest, which isn't safe." Luo Qiao knew he was worried about her and didn't argue. She felt warm inside and said a little shyly, "Got it." Back home, Luo Qiao took some mushrooms from the basket and washed them. She planned to cook mushroom and meat sauce at night, so she could also pack some for Louis Chen and Stone to make it easier for them to eat. Suddenly, Luo Qiao wondered if she was too used to worrying and caring for others. But then she thought of Stone and decided she still needed to make the sauce. Louis Chen watched Luo Qiao's changing expressions and saw the rabbit and wild chicken on the ground. He asked, "How do you plan to cook these?" Luo Qiao snapped out of her thoughts and said, "Let's clean them all. Tonight, we'll make chicken soup. The rabbit, you handle it later, cut into pieces. After dinner, I'll make some meat sauce, and you can take it with you tomorrow." When Stone returned and saw Louis Chen preparing the chicken, he asked, "Big brother Lu, where did you get this?" Louis Chen looked up at Stone. Stone suddenly remembered something and said, "Brother, I didn't mean to. I just got excited when I saw the meat and blurted out." He then chuckled foolishly at Louis Chen. Louis Chen's face remained calm and said, "In the future, try to stay calm. You can't be so impulsive." Stone smiled and said, "I won't. I'll remember to be careful. From now on, I'll call you brother." Luo Qiao called out to the two in the yard, "Are you done? I want to start cooking." Louis Chen washed the chicken in the yard and went into the kitchen. "Hand me the knife. I'll cut it into pieces so you don't have to touch it." Luo Qiao stepped aside and watched Louis Chen skillfully cut the chicken into even-sized pieces. After washing them, he handed the bowl to her. Luo Qiaoxin thought this person was very attentive, becoming more thoughtful in their actions. Gao Suhua had been acting strangely since last night. Today at noon, Zhao Pulin even asked, "You've been restless all morning. Did something happen?" Fearing Zhao Pulin might become suspicious, Gao Suhua replied, "Nothing much, just about the land division after the harvest. The officials have started preparing, but I don't know if we'll get good land." Hearing this, Zhao Pulin shifted his focus. Indeed, everyone in the village had been talking about land distribution lately. He wondered how much grain land each person could get, and whether they could get better land. Then Zhao Pulin said, "The village officials said the good and bad land are mixed together. Why worry so much?" Only Zhao Xiaomei, among the girls in the yard, knew that her mother had definitely made plans today. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so distracted. After Luo Qiao and the others finished eating, Louis Chen cleaned up the dishes. Luo Qiao started frying sauce. Since Shi Tu and Louis Chen liked spicy food, she added a lot of chili. The main ingredients were mushrooms, diced rabbit meat, and chili. As soon as the aroma wafted out, even people sitting by the bridge to cool off could smell it. Someone said, "Whose stir-fried meat is that? It smells so good." Next to them, someone teased, "You have a dog's nose." I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, smell carefully. Someone is definitely frying meat. It's so fragrant, it's almost intoxicating. Luo Qiao let the cooked meat sauce cool down before pouring it into clean, pre-washed canning jars. It took 5 jars to hold all of it. Originally, Luo Qiao planned for everyone to take some, but Louis Chen and Shi Tu insisted on leaving 2 jars for her. They agreed to take the bus to the city together tomorrow morning before leaving. Luo Qiao closed the door, tidied up, then went to the kitchen to put the 2 jars of mushroom meat sauce back into the storage space. After locking the door, she entered her space. At night, 2 shadows entered from the village entrance, spoke with someone they were meeting, then came along the small path toward Luo Qiao's yard. The person they met saw that these 2 had found the right place and left along the same path to wait below. Luo Qiao finished boxing and yoga in her space, then enjoyed a warm bath. She went upstairs to her study to read, letting her hair dry naturally. Halfway through reading, she sensed some movement outside. She quickly changed clothes and left her space. Because of her special abilities, her hearing, eyesight, and sense of smell were sharper than others. Carefully opening the door and stepping out into the yard, I heard someone outside say, "How are we supposed to get over this tall wall?" Another voice replied, "Why don't you step on me? You go in first and open the gate, then I'll follow." That woman didn't tell us anything about the yard beforehand, and she ran off so quickly. Maybe we should circle around and see if there's a good way in. We can't risk making noise and alerting the people inside. What's there to be afraid of? That woman said there are only 2 households here. Before anyone notices, we can take her away. She's just a young girl. She can't be that capable. Better if we can take her quietly. We already paid that woman. If we can't take her, it would be a loss. It's better to be cautious. Maybe I should go down and find that woman. Ask her to bring a ladder. Luo Qiao heard this and frowned. She thought that the woman they mentioned was probably Gao Suhua. Recently, that woman had been very quiet. She didn't have many enemies in the village. Only Li Xiulan, who was busy with her own affairs and likely wouldn't cause trouble. As for Zhang Dixing's family, Wang Chunyi wouldn't dare. The two outside had said it was a woman, so it could only be Gao Suhua. That woman was bold and ruthless, so she might be the only one capable of doing this. Quickly, Luo Qiao her loose hair and slipped out through the back garden. Since they were being unkind, she wouldn't hold back either. Luo Qiao didn't know whether the place they mentioned was the alley below or the path leading to the small bridge in the village, so she headed toward the village. Not far past Lui Chen's gate, she heard footsteps and quickly found a hiding spot. When she saw who was coming, she was pleased. These were the people she had been waiting for, and she couldn't blame them. After they passed, she struck one of them with a quick chop to the neck, and the person collapsed softly. Luo Qiao took the person into her space and returned the same way, avoiding the two others still searching for a good way into the yard and making no noise. She went back to the yard, rolled up her bedding, and entered the house. She placed the person on the bed, lying flat, and muttered in her mind, "If you want to blame someone, blame your reckless mother." Lying on the bed was none other than Gao Suhua's second daughter, Zhao Xiaomei. She had pretended to be asleep early on. When she heard her mother leave, she waited a while before sneaking out, but unfortunately, she and her mother took different paths. Lu Qiao carefully settled the person, then stood up and stored some of the more valuable items inside the space. She then went to the kitchen to put away the grains, knives, and bowls. Afterward, she went to the backyard to look for Gao Suhua, who was probably still nearby. As Lu Qiao reached the backyard, she heard someone jump into the front yard. She sneered and jumped over the wall. Sure enough, Gao Suhua had not left. She was hiding under the small path, near the village exit. Lu Qiao quietly approached and stopped a few meters away. She took out a small packet of her homemade sleeping powder from her space, which she carried for self-defense. Now was the perfect time to use it. Soon, Gao Suhua fainted. Lu Qiao moved closer and found 200 yuan on Gao Suhua. She was surprised that this woman was so bold. She even wanted to sell her, and she chose the night before she was leaving. How reckless. Lu Qiao ignored her and left directly. She had planned to take the small path home, but when she heard someone walking down, she thought those two had succeeded and decided to go around and head back home. As she reached the bridge, ready to turn toward her house, she heard someone across the bridge say, "Old man, how are you? You can't have an accident." In the quiet night, Lu Qiao heard this clearly. She frowned and turned a corner, following the sound. She saw Grandpa Lin sitting on a stone, sweating from the pain. Grandma Lin was anxiously around him, not knowing what to do. Lu Qiao approached and asked Grandma Lin, "What happened to Grandpa Lin?" Grandma Lin, whose full name was Du Mylin, replied, "He started having diarrhea this morning. After dinner, his stomach hurt. He's been enduring it until now, but it's too painful. We were about to go to the health station." Lu Qiao said, "Let me help you carry Grandpa Lin there." Grandma Lin gratefully said, "Thank you so much." The two helped him toward the health station. Du Mylin asked Lu Qiao, "It's so late now. Why are you outside?" Lu Qiao replied, "I lost something earlier today. I only realized it when I was about to sleep, so I came out to look for it. I happened to hear your voice." When they arrived at the health station, they knocked on the door. Dr. Gao, who lives nearby, was home in the evening. They were worried someone might need urgent help, and Dr. Gao's family had grown, so their house was crowded. This was a good solution for everyone. Luo Qiao guessed that Grandpa Lin had appendicitis. Dr. Gao, dressed, opened the door and saw them. "What's the matter?" Grandma Lin quickly explained her husband's illness. Dr. Gao examined him carefully, asking questions as he checked. Then he said, "We need to take him to the hospital quickly. It's probably appendicitis. Don't delay any longer. Dr. Gao told Luo Qiao, go to the village committee yard and bring the handcart. Erlingzi is staying in the side room there. Just tell him. Grandma Lin said, it's late at night. I'll go with Luo Qiao.
Dr.
Gao suddenly remembered and said, oh, I forgot. After pushing the handcart out from the village committee, Luo Qiao told Grandma Lin, you take the cart to the health station first. I'll go call someone for help. Luo Qiao thought she needed a respected person to witness what was happening, so she went to the village head's house. She knocked on the door and heard someone ask inside, who is it? Luo Qiao replied, Aunt Gao, it's me, Luo Qiao. Aunt Gao thought something was wrong and hurried to open the door. Luo Qiao, what's the matter? She looked her over carefully, and when she saw Luo Qiao was fine, she relaxed. Luo Qiao said, Aunt Gao, I'm fine. Grandpa Lin from the east side is sick. Dr. Gao said, he needs to go to the hospital. I came to tell the village head. Xiao Lanlan shouted from inside, Dad, you'd better go see him quickly, so nothing worse happens. The village head, Gao Jiefeng, hurried out of the house. When they arrived at the health station, Grandpa Lin was in pain, sweating heavily and looking pale. Several people quickly pushed the handcart to send him to the commune health clinic. The on-duty doctor said he needed surgery. Everyone rushed out, and no one had money on them. Luo Qiao said, I'll cover the cost first. Grandma Lin, with tears in her eyes, gratefully said, thank you, girl. Luo Qiao patted her hand and said, it's good that you're okay. Then she turned to leave and pay the bill. Originally, Gao Jiefeng said that if it was really urgent, they could first put it on the village account and settle it later. Since Luo Qiao had money now, it was better to pay directly to avoid debt, though she felt a bit embarrassed about it. After everything was finished, they took the person to the hospital room. Once they knew the person was safe, they left Lin Posey to watch over them. The others then headed back to the village. When they arrived, it was already past 2 a.m. The village chief and Dr. Gao were worried, so they personally took Luo Qiao to her doorstep. When they saw the gate wide open, Luo Qiao said, there are thieves. The village chief and Dr. Gao exchanged a quick look. They told Luo Qiao to step back and went inside first. Seeing the door wide open again, they moved further into the house. Luo Qiao turned on her flashlight and realized she was right. The thieves had taken even the blanket from her bed and the porcelain basin inside the house. They also carried away half a bag of coarse grains from the kitchen. Luo Qiao thought these two people were quite clever. They seemed to be planning to take the household items as part of a bride price. Indeed, that was their plan. Since the items belonged to Luo Qiao now, and her family was here, they couldn't just leave them behind. These were her dowry. If they had paid 200 yuan for them, it would have been a loss. Luo Qiao told the village chief, it looks like I need to report this to the police. This is all I have. It's really unfair. So, the village chief didn't go home and instead went to the commune police station to report the theft. Originally, he didn't want to report it, planning to investigate door to door after dawn. But Luo Qiao explained that such obvious theft probably wasn't done by someone from the village. If they waited too long, it might be hard to find the culprits. Gao Jia was already having a terrible headache. He was caught between the health clinic and the police station. The village was truly restless. Fortunately, before Luo Qiao arrived, there had been a few incidents of reporting to the police and hospital before the new year. Otherwise, all these troubles might have been blamed on her. The police arrived quickly. Seeing the empty house and checking around, they confirmed that the thief was probably not from the village, especially since Luo Qiao had gone out earlier. Luo Qiao also noticed that the sweet potatoes piled next to the kitchen stove were gone, likely taken by the same two thieves. It wasn't the season for digging sweet potatoes yet, as most families wouldn't harvest and eat them now. Luo Qiao was different. She had used her special abilities to grow sweet potatoes in her own land, so they were ready to eat. They were quite large. In the evening, she asked Shirdu to dig a few from the field, planning to make sweet potato pancakes the next morning. The police quickly found a sweet potato that had fallen on the small road. They also found another one near the turn towards the mountains. The sweet potato on the small road was thrown by Luo Qiao, but the one near the mountain turn was not thrown by her. Captain Gao was now worried too. It's not acceptable for outsiders to come into the village to steal. They must fully support the police officers. Luo Qiao explained that she needed to go to City Number 1 High School tomorrow to report, so she entrusted everything to the captain. After several hours of effort, the police officers left, promising to continue the investigation tomorrow. Since this was a case of breaking into a house and stealing, it was a serious matter. After sending everyone away, the sky was beginning to lighten. Luo Qiao closed the door, entered her room, set an alarm, and went to sleep because she had to get up early to catch a bus. She stayed awake all night, so she wouldn't be tired during the day. She was awakened by a knocking at the door. Still groggy, she left her room and, after waking up a bit, went outside. She saw that the visitor was Aunt Gao. Luo Qiao asked, "Aunt Gao, why are you here so early?" Aunt Gao replied, "I heard about what happened last night from your uncle. I brought you some things just in case you didn't have enough to eat this morning." Luo Qiao felt grateful and said, "Thank you so much, Aunt." Aunt Gao patted Luo Qiao's shoulder and said, "I don't know who came into our village to steal, but luckily you weren't home last night. If you had been, something bad might have happened. Just thinking about it makes me nervous." Luo Qiao nodded and responded, "Yes, I agree. This whole thing seems strange. The thief was clearly targeting my family. Why didn't they steal from others in the village? Why steal now, right before I go to the city for high school? Luckily, I wasn't home. If I had been, it might have hurt my reputation." Hearing this, Aunt Gao thought Luo Qiao made a good point. She took some food out of her basket and said, "I need to go home quickly. We can't let this go easily. You've brought honor to our village before. Everyone around here admires our Qingshan village because we have a top student going to the city. If your reputation is ruined, it would also damage our village's name. We must catch whoever did this." When Lui Chen arrived, he overheard this conversation. Seeing the hurried departure of the captain's wife, he asked, "What happened?" Lui Chen's family and Luo Qiao's family are about 500 meters apart. Since there was no commotion and they are separated by a cornfield, Lui Chen didn't hear anything, which is normal. Even the police officers entered the village along the small path and didn't cause any big disturbance. Luo Qiao briefly explained what happened last night, only sharing what needed to be said. All the necessary actions had been taken. Even if the police couldn't catch those two people, Gao Suhua woke up knowing she hadn't been taken away, and Zhao Xiaomei hadn't returned yet. She naturally understood what had happened. Haha, plotting against others backfires. The last time, that family failed because the man was injured. They caught it in time. This time, humph, Zhao Xiaomei probably won't be so lucky. Knowing Zhao Xiaomei's personality, she would definitely try to run back. The real drama is still to come. She considers herself kind, but Gao Suhua is too vicious. This time, she will definitely end up in jail. Lui Chen asked, after the report, "Do we need to come back again?" Luo Qiao said, "I'll discuss it when I get to school. If there's any issue, just ask the village chief to call. I'll ask for the school's phone number today." Lui Chen replied, "Then leave me the phone number of my unit. I'll come to find you. Anyway, it's not far from your school." Luo Qiao glanced at Lui Chen. "Which unit are you transferred to in the city?" Lui Chen said, "It's at Hongqi Police Station, not far from your school." Luo Qiao said, "Brother Lu, you're really capable. I haven't heard you mention it before." Lui Chen went into the kitchen to help. It's because Stone is going to school. A few days ago, his cousin said a lot of hurtful things about him, and even said if he went to the village primary school, he would team up with the local kids to bully him. I happened to overhear that.
Stone looked pretty down that day.
I had already been asked to transfer there before, but I hadn't agreed. Since you're also going to the city for school, Stone probably doesn't want to leave you either. So, I decided to handle the paperwork. After they finished eating, the village became lively. Gao Suhua was found sleeping by the roadside. It was the village fool who discovered her and even went up to pull and hug her. When Zhao Pulin passed by, Gao Suhua finally woke up. The first thing she did was check her pockets for money. She felt around but found nothing. She kept searching, still nothing. Then she checked her whole body, but there was no money anywhere. Then she scolded and hit the simple-minded person, accusing him of stealing her money. The mother of the simple-minded person was also fierce and argued loudly with Gao Suhua. Someone asked, "Suhua, how much money did you lose?" Gao Suhua looked embarrassed, but didn't say how much she lost. Another person asked the Pulin family, "Why are you sleeping here?" Fearing shame, Gao Suhua replied, "I wasn't sleeping here. I fainted here this morning. If you can't speak properly, don't say anything." The questioner sneered, "Look at your clothes, they're wet with dew. You say you fainted here? Who would believe that?" Zhao Pulin, feeling ashamed, pulled Gao Suhua and headed home. When they reached their yard, Zhao Pulin looked at Gao Suhua and asked, "What exactly did you do this time?" Gao Suhua replied, "What could I have done?" Zhao Pulin said, "Your story might fool others, but it won't fool me. Just tell the truth." Gao Suhua said, "There's really nothing wrong. Don't you believe me?" Zhao Pulin, with a dark face, said, "It's best you don't do anything out of line, or I'll teach you a lesson." Gao Suhua was upset about the money she had just received. It made her furious. She didn't know who had stolen it, but she couldn't tell anyone about it. She was so angry. However, thinking that Luo Qiao probably wouldn't be able to leave the mountain in her lifetime, she felt somewhat relieved. At least she wouldn't ruin her daughter's future. Losing the 200 yuan hurt her a lot, but she had to accept it. When Luo Qiao left, she specifically asked the team leader to call Lu Yichen's office if there was any need. The team leader knew about Lu Yichen's situation, and yesterday, the agricultural machinery station had sent someone over to handle the handover. That person was from the neighboring village, so in the future, using the village's vehicle might not be as convenient as before. Luo Qiao left the village committee and headed out of the village. Not far ahead, she saw Stone and Lu Yichen waiting for her. Gao Suhua finished cooking and called her daughters to eat. Everyone was seated, but she didn't see her second daughter, Zhao Xiaomei. She asked, "Xiao Chao, where is your second sister?" Zhao Xiaochao said, "I don't know. I didn't see her when I woke up this morning." Gao Suhua looked at her younger daughter and asked, "Xiao Yun, did you see your second sister this morning?" Zhao Xiaoyun stared at the bun on the table and said, "No, I haven't seen her since I woke up." "Mom, can I eat now? I'm hungry." Gao Suhua angrily said, "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat." Gao Suhua stood up and went to the backyard. After walking around, she didn't see her second daughter. At this moment, Zhao Pulin said, "Let's eat first." She might have gone out for something. Leave her 2 steamed buns. She'll be back after a while when she's hungry. Gao Suhua always felt something was wrong. Since that incident, her second daughter rarely went out. She stayed at home tidying up and cooking, and even when she went to the river to wash clothes, she avoided crowded times. If she went out, she would definitely say so. But after finishing the meal, she still hadn't come back, which made Gao Suhua worried and gave her a bad feeling. Hearing noise outside, Gao Suhua got up and went out. It was almost time to start work, and she wanted to find her second daughter again. Zhang Guiqing from Zhongshu village came to pick up his bride. According to Gao Taohua's wishes, Zhang Guiqing brought 2 sets of clothes and lots of fruit candies. Gao Shuni also kept his promise this time and gave Gao Taohua 50 yuan as savings. Li De stood behind the crowd with red eyes, watching Gao Taohua. He didn't expect that his mother's fuss yesterday would actually help Zhang Guiqing, allowing Gao Taohua to marry him without hesitation. In the city, Lu Yichen took Shirtu to a nearby elementary school close to No. 1 middle school to handle registration, mainly because there was a pre-enrollment exam that might take some time. The teacher smiled warmly and said, "Finally, you're here. We've been wondering when the top scorer would arrive." Luo Qiao didn't reply, just stood there smiling. The teacher was about to say more but was interrupted by another teacher in the middle, who said, "All right, don't scare Luo Qiao." Then she looked up and asked Luo Qiao, "Are you boarding or commuting?" Luo Qiao softly replied, "Teacher, I'll be a day student." The procedures were completed quickly. A senior girl from the second year nearby led Luo Qiao to the door of the first-year classroom and smiled, saying, "Luo Qiao, this is the classroom for first-year students." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Thank you for bringing me here, classmate." The senior girl replied, "You're welcome. It's what I should do. Go on and now." Then she turned and left. When Luo Qiao entered, the classroom was noisy. Everyone was greeting each other. When they saw Luo Qiao, they all quieted down. A male student called out, "New student, please introduce yourself." Luo Qiao smiled gently and said, "Hello everyone, I am Luo Qiao." Her introduction was simple, but everyone was surprised. They didn't expect the top scorer to be so beautiful. A girl sitting closest to Luo Qiao said, "You're Luo Qiao, the top scorer in this year's city exam." Luo Qiao nodded with a smile and asked, "Is it okay to sit anywhere now?" The girl replied, "Yes, find a seat and sit down." Luo Qiao chose a seat in the second-to-last row. There weren't many options, and that was the only empty seat left. After sitting down, she realized why no one else wanted that seat. The desk was a bit old and wobbly. A male classmate beside her said, "Luo Qiao, would you like to switch seats with me?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "No need. This desk just needs some fixing later. It's fine. Thank you." The boy looked a little embarrassed and rubbed his head, saying, "No problem, no problem." In Qingshan village, it was surprising to see that the police officers really knew their stuff. By noon, they had found the two men who worked with Gao Suhua. It turned out those two were brothers from Zhuang, about 10 miles from Qingshan village. Since the village was on a mountain with little farmland, it was very poor. Most families didn't want their daughters to marry into the mountains. The Cui brothers had saved some money and planned to buy a wife for their older brother. Luckily, Gao Suhua had heard about this, so she took the initiative to contact the family. They had been planning to act earlier, but Luo Qiao had gone to the city. The Cui brothers were very satisfied with Luo Qiao's conditions. They felt assured that she wouldn't cause trouble and could live peacefully with them. That's why what happened last night occurred. Fearing she might be away on a business trip, last night they hurriedly brought her back and quickly completed the marriage to prevent any unexpected problems during the night. Yesterday, Zhao Xiaomei was taken home by them and woke up shortly after. However, she was not as lucky as last time. She kept shouting that they had mistaken her for someone else. She is not Luo Qiao. But Chui's eldest son didn't care what she was shouting and directly took her into the house to complete the marriage. When the police arrived, Zhao Xiaomei was still crying on the bed. Upon hearing that the police had come, she ran out barefoot, disheveled, claiming she was knocked out and brought there by them. The Cui brothers quickly explained, "Comrade police, don't listen to her nonsense. We paid bride price and have a note from her mother." The eldest Cui hurried back inside to find the hidden note and handed it to the police. The police took the note and saw that the name on it was Luo Qiao. It also stated that 200 yuan was paid as bride price, signed by Gao Suhua. The police officer's anger flared. This was no longer just a case of breaking into a house. It involved human trafficking. Ironically, they had mistaken the person. The police took Zhao Xiaomei and the Cui brothers back to Qingshan village for investigation, instead of going to the local police station to facilitate the case review at the village committee. The case was quickly clarified. Gao Suhua wanted to sell Luo Qiao to Chui's eldest son in the mountain village of Chui's family for 200 yuan. Coincidentally, Luo Qiao was out looking for something that night. At the same time, the village elder from the East Village fell ill. To send him to the health clinic, the plan was accidentally disrupted, which turned out to be a fortunate turn of events. The Cui brothers, by mistake, thought Zhao Xiaomei was Luo Qiao and took her away, completing the marriage that night. There are several suspicious points here. First, Zhao Xiaomei said she was knocked out. Second, the Cui brothers claimed they jumped into the courtyard and saw someone on the bed, then carried her away without noticing anything unusual. Gao Suhua also said only one girl lived in that house. No matter how they explained, it was clear that Gao Suhua had schemed against Luo Qiao and ended up involving her own daughter. The timing of Luo Qiao's rescue and their kidnapping matched perfectly. Luo Qiao's innocence was confirmed. It was impossible for a girl to switch Zhao Xiaomei so easily. The Chui brothers were also frightened and forgot to mention that the main door was locked with a latch. Once again, Qingshan village was in chaos. Luo Qiao is just a poor girl, often targeted for intentional harm or secretly plotted against, almost sold. Luckily, she always manages to escape danger. The police believe this case is serious, so they took all involved people to the detention center. The captain asked Luo Qiao to come back quickly to help with the investigation. Now Gao Suhua has become famous. This is considered human trafficking. Qingshan village and Chaoyang commune are in turmoil. Luo Qiao also gained notoriety. People don't know what to say about her. She is good at studying, but why are so many people trying to hurt her? Honestly, if she keeps escaping danger, it makes you wonder if she's a lucky star or a troublemaker. Haha. After school at noon, Lui Chen came to find Luo Qiao. He said the captain called and asked her to return to the village. To be safe, Luo Qiao went back and asked her homeroom teacher for another day off. She was worried she might not make it back in time tomorrow. Lui Chen wanted to go with her, but Luo Qiao didn't want to trouble him. However, Tu also insisted on going, so they hurried to the station to catch the noon train. When they arrived at the commune, they went straight to the police station. Luo Qiao gave her statement. The case was very clear now. Gao Suhua was also re-interviewed in the afternoon and admitted to the crime. As Luo Qiao was heading back, Luo Haotian arrived at his old unit and found his comrade Zhang Jianjun. They didn't rest but went directly to Qingshan village. After arriving, they heard Luo Qiao had gone to report to the city's No. 1 high school. Someone asked, "Who are you?" to Luo Qiao. Luo Haotian, a bit excited, said, "I am Luo Qiao's biological father." He then took out a pack of cigarettes and shared them with everyone. Luo Haotian asked, "Can you tell me about Luo Qiao?" People on the bridge, cooling off, started talking about Luo Qiao one after another. Luo Haotian listened and grew angrier, his fists clenched with a cracking sound. Just then, Zhao Pulin returned from the commune. Someone who didn't get along with Zhao Pulin quietly warned Luo Haotian. That's Zhao Pulin. Luo Haotian's eyes turned red. He stepped into the middle of the bridge and blocked Zhao Pulin's way. It was noon in August, hot and irritating, but Luo Haotian's eyes were icy cold. Zhao Pulin looked at the man in front of him and asked, "What's the matter?" Hao Tian Luo said, 15 years ago, Gao Shuhua gave birth to a daughter at Jishir Hospital. Do you know about this? Zhao Pulin immediately felt a bad premonition.
Who are you?
Hao Tian Luo replied, "Do you want to meet your biological daughter?" Zhao Pulin's heart skipped a beat.
What are you talking about?
I don't understand. Hao Tian Luo initially wanted to give him some face, since she was his adopted daughter's biological father, but after learning from others what Zhao's family did to Luo Qiao, he no longer wanted to show them any respect. Hao Tian Luo said, "Your biological daughter has been cherished and well cared for in our family for 15 years. Meanwhile, your family sold my daughter again and again. You are not human." Zhao Pulin's mind went blank. Eventually, he couldn't hear what Hao Tian Luo was saying. His head was buzzing non-stop. Behind Zhao Pulin, Zhao Xiaoxing and Zhao Xiaohua listened clearly. They knew Luo Qiao's biological father had come, and their family was in trouble. Hao Tian Luo looked at Zhao Xiaoxing and Zhao Xiaohua and said, "I will think carefully about how to make up for the suffering you've caused my daughter." Hao Tian Luo punched Zhao Pulin 3 times in the stomach. Before anyone could react, he said, "This is just the beginning. I will settle the account with you properly. My daughter, Luo Qiao, is not someone you can bully." Everyone looked at Zhao Pulin again. He was bent over like a shrimp, sweating heavily from the pain. Despite the hot weather, he was cold all over. They had angered the wrong person. Hao Tian Luo left, and the villagers started talking again. It was clear now, he had made it very clear that Zhao Pulin's daughter was not dead. It turned out Gao Shuhua had found a good family to take her in and live happily. Some nosy people said to Zhao Pulin, "Pulin, you and your wife did wrong. How could you do such a cruel thing? Changing the baby at the hospital was one thing, but not raising the child properly and then swapping her for another son? That's bad enough. But sending Luo Qiao back and refusing to raise her, claiming she died, is terrible." And saying she was abandoned by her parents? You two are too unkind. No wonder you can't have a son. It's probably karma. Zhao Pulin didn't dare to argue. Feeling a bit better, he hurried home with his two daughters. An older woman nearby said, "What a sin." Zhao Pulin returned home with a dark face. He was now furious at Gao Suhua. He felt ashamed and embarrassed, as if he had brought disgrace to his family. He worried that he and his daughters would be judged by others for the rest of their lives. Good news doesn't spread far, but bad news travels quickly. The incident from this morning had already caused a big stir. However, what just happened was even more widely known in the shortest time. When Zhang Jianjun took Luo Haoyan to the commune police station, Luo Qiao and the others had already finished giving their statements. After learning about Gao Suhua's actions, Luo Qiao decided to report her. At that moment, Luo Haoyan came in to ask about Gao Suhua. Luo Qiao looked up and saw Zhang Jianjun. He said, "Luo Qiao, I thought you went to the city?" Luo Qiao was a bit confused and asked, "How did Uncle Zhang know I went to the city?" Zhang Jianjun explained, "We just visited Qingshan village and heard it from the villagers." He then said excitedly, "Haoyan, this is Luo Qiao." When Zhang Jianjun called out Luo Haoyan's name, Luo Haoyan's eyes turned red. He stared at Luo Qiao intently, his lips trembling and unable to speak for a moment. After a while, he finally said, "Luo Qiao, I am Luo Haoyan, your biological father." Luo Qiao looked at the man beside Zhang Jianjun when she heard him call Luo Haoyan's name. The man's eyes and nose looked exactly like the original owner. They had only seen him from afar once in Beijing. The two looked at each other in silence, and the room fell quiet. Luo Haoyan, with tears in his eyes, said, I'm sorry. I just found out too." Luo Qiao responded coldly and distantly, "How do you know I am your daughter?" Luo Haoyan looked up and said, "Intuition. Can I talk to you alone for a moment?" Luo Qiao stood up and walked out of the police station yard. She continued to a large open space ahead, where there was a big ginkgo tree in the middle. She stopped under the tree and said, "Say whatever you want." Luo Haoyan didn't know where to start. He asked, "Do you have a crescent-shaped jade token?" Luo Qiao was silent for a long time. She then took out a small crescent-shaped jade token from her pocket, actually from her space. Luo Haoyan took it from her hand, trembling slightly. He examined it for a while and said, "This was given to you by your grandfather when you were born. Sadly, he is no longer with us. This has always been his concern." So Luo Haoyan told Luo Qiao everything that happened after she was born. It turns out that the original owner's grandfather suspected the substitute's identity until he died, but he had no proof. Back then, besides the original owner's grandfather, only his eldest uncle knew about the jade pendant on the original owner, and now there was also his biological father. After finishing the story, Luo Haoyan looked at Luo Qiao and said, Qiao, come back to Beijing with Dad. I will never let you suffer again." Luo Qiao didn't speak for a while. Luo Haoyan looked at her nervously and softly called, Qiao. Luo Qiao replied, "If I go back, what will happen to the daughter I raised with love for 15 years? Luo Haoyan said, "I raised a daughter for my enemy for 15 years. She enjoyed my daughter's happiness all that time. I don't owe her anything. Let her go back to her real parents. I have no obligation to raise her anymore." Luo Qiao was somewhat satisfied with this answer. She said, "Let's wait until you settle the family matters first. Now let's talk about Gao Suhua." Luo Haoyan didn't expect his daughter to be so rational. He held back his excitement and said, "All right, let's handle the immediate issue first." After the father and daughter reached an agreement, they returned to the police station. Some officers, through Zhang Jianjun, learned the full story and felt even more disgusted by Gao Suhua's actions. After a whole afternoon of questioning, Gao Suhua finally told the truth about her motives and the details of her crimes. She also explained her reasons for committing the crime. This was beyond what their police station could handle alone. They immediately contacted higher authorities at the county and city levels. Gao Suhua was taken away overnight. That night, Luo Qiao and the others took a car arranged by Zhang Jianjun and returned to the city. The next day, Luo Qiao had to go to school, so Luo Haotian took full responsibility for handling everything. Back in the city, Lu Yichen directly called Yuan Weiqing and gave him instructions on what to do, emphasizing that it must be done within a few days. Luo Haotian didn't return to the city. He stayed behind to handle the aftermath. He wanted to see the Gao Suhua case resolved. He was determined not to let that vicious woman go easily. That night, Luo Haotian called Beijing. The next day, the officers handling Gao Suhua's case received orders from their superiors to treat it as a typical case. Soon after, the legal process began. This case caused a big stir. Gao Suhua's case was used as an example of double punishment and was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Zhao's family was also ordered to pay compensation to Luo Qiao totaling 1,500 yuan. Zhao Pulin's hair turned gray overnight from worry. Zhao's daughters were so ashamed they didn't dare to leave the house. In the end, Zhao Xiaomei couldn't follow the eldest of the Cui family back to Cui village. In Qingshan village, everyone was talking about Zhao's family. People all said Gao Suhua was very mean. After Luo Haotian finished handling Gao Suhua's case, he went to Jishir City to see his daughter. Luo Qiao didn't want to go back to Beijing with him. Luo Haotian had no choice but to agree. He wanted to leave some money for his daughter, but Luo Qiao didn't ask for anything. They agreed he would go back to Beijing first to handle city affairs. Meanwhile, in the factory yard in Beijing, everyone was talking about this. Luo Jianning's biological mother had her daughter changed at the hospital to find a good family for her, then quickly swapped the girl for a boy from another family. 15 years later, the boy's real parents came to take him away, but they returned the girl. Luo Jianning's biological parents refused to acknowledge her, saying she was not their real daughter. They claimed their real daughter had died, and they had abandoned the girl at 15, ignoring her. They also said they feared her good grades might affect their real daughter, so they conspired to sell her. By mistake, they harmed their own daughter. Now, they faced the consequences and were sentenced to 20 years in prison. But that wasn't the end. The day after the verdict was announced, the news was published everywhere. The whole country was shocked and condemned Gao Suhua and Zhao's family. Some officials from the county and city even came to Zhao's house in Qingshan village to cause trouble. The news story was very detailed. Except for Luo Qiao, who used a fake name, everyone else was named openly, including Luo Jianning. For a time, Luo Jianning was seen as a shameful person. Even Ning Shuling, who loved her dearly, started to avoid her because she couldn't accept the situation. She realized she wasn't caring for her own daughter, but was being tricked. Luo Jianning locked herself in her room and didn't dare to go out. She was very scared. She wondered what she had done wrong. She was just a baby at the time. Why should she pay for this? She hates the people of the Zhao family and also the Luo family. Why don't they stop such reports? They don't love her or think about her. Is blood relation really that important? These 15 years she stayed by their side. Why is everyone treating her like this? No one at home came to comfort her. After crying all day and night, Luo Jianning thought of something and quickly got out of bed to search through her old belongings. She had over 300 yuan, all saved by herself. She carefully kept this money and also put some valuable items into her small bag, thinking that if she left, she would take everything with her. These were her future tools for survival. Luo Haotian didn't expect that, just after arriving in Beijing, this matter would be reported in the newspaper. It was first spread in the residential area, and the next day, it appeared in the paper. Who was responsible for this? It was obvious that someone was helping Luo Qiao, even helping the Luo family. Since entering the factory gate, people have been discussing his family's affairs, and some have come forward to greet him, congratulating him on finding his biological daughter. Back home, the house was very quiet. Luo Jianning heard the noise and came out. With red eyes, she stood on the second floor, watching Luo Haotian enter. She asked tearfully, "Dad, this isn't real, right? You won't abandon me, will you?" Luo Haotian looked at his adopted daughter, whom he had raised for 15 years, with complicated feelings. Still, he said, "Jianning, come down. I have something to tell you." Slowly, Luo Jining went downstairs and stood in front of Luo Haotian, her eyes red and pitiful. She called out, "Dad." Luo Haotian let out a breath and spoke calmly. "You probably already know what happened. I won't say more. I understand that you're not to blame for this, but you are involved. Now that the truth is out, everyone should go their own way. Pack your things. You can take whatever you want from your room. I will arrange for you to leave in the next few days. I will help you get your household registration and student status sorted out. This is the last thing I, as your adoptive father, can do for you. I hope you live well and study hard. From now on, we will each live our own lives." Luo Jining cried and asked, "Dad, after 15 years of love, isn't it better than just being related by blood to a daughter who isn't even around you?" Luo Haotian coldly replied, "You enjoyed 15 years of her love, didn't you? Shouldn't you return it? Besides, that was arranged by your biological mother. Shouldn't everyone go their own way? Do you know how your biological parents treated my daughter? Do you know what kind of life she has had over the past 15 years? You don't know because you are enjoying everything she deserves. Now, what right do you have to question me? For the sake of these 15 years, I don't want to hurt you, but you must face reality. Some things that are not yours you should not wish for." Luo Jining looked at Luo Haotian with disbelief. "Dad, are you really going to be so heartless? I am your daughter, who has loved you for 15 years. I never expected you to be so cold." Luo Haotian looked at Luo Jining's twisted face and said, "Is it so bad for everyone to go their own way? I don't want my daughter to suffer anymore, but I can't keep you here either. You should understand why I am doing this." Luo Jining cried as she ran upstairs, shouting, "I hate you all." Luo Haotian listened to her crying, picked up the phone, and informed the family members to come back that evening. He also notified the older brother, the younger brother, and their wives, as well as the 2 brothers-in-law. He didn't forget to tell his parents. After hanging up, he sat on the sofa, thinking about Qingshan village. He tapped the table with his fingers, then went out to a tea house. He stayed there for over an hour before leaving. That night, everyone from the Luo family arrived at Luo Haotian's residence in the machinery factory compound. Except for Ning Shuling, who felt reluctant and distressed for Luo Jining, all relatives agreed to send Luo Jining away. Ning Shuling sadly said, "Can't we let her stay? I mean, not in our house, but find her another place. After all, she hasn't suffered in the countryside." The old lady of the Luo family snorted coldly. "Are you out of your mind? Do you know how her biological parents treated your own daughter? Now you're feeling sorry for someone else's daughter? I don't even know what to say to you. To put it nicely, you are kind and compassionate. To put it bluntly, you are just foolish. You're worried she'll suffer? Then go with her. Our Luo family doesn't want a daughter-in-law who doesn't know her place. You have ruined my 2 grandsons, and almost ruined my granddaughter too. People like you are rare in this world. I really don't know if you are ignorant or just stupid." Ning Shuling didn't expect her attempt to defend Jining would cause the old lady to scold her again. She looked at Luo Haotian with tears in her eyes, but he responded with a cold, icy expression. She could only look at her 2 older brothers from her mother's side, receiving only disappointed and disapproving looks. Her 2 sisters-in-law looked at her with contempt. That was when she realized she had been isolated. At that moment, Luo Jining rushed downstairs and said to Ning Shuling, "Mom, you don't need to plead for me with them. They are cold-hearted. I can't believe how they turned against me after all these years. I never expected them to be so unkind. Mom, don't worry. I will study hard and live well. When I grow up, I will take good care of you. Thank you for loving me all these years. I will remember it." Luo Jining had already made up her mind that her departure was certain. Usually, she wasn't close to others, relying on her mother's love and her own cleverness to get by among these people. So she had to hold tightly to her adoptive mother's heart. Only then, even if she left the Luo family, with her adoptive mother's support, she could live a good life and not suffer in the countryside. Ning Shuling stood up, wanting to hug Luo Jining, but seeing her 2 sons' disdainful looks and thinking of her mother-in-law's words and her own family's attitude, she quietly sat back down. She said to Luo Jianing. Jianing, what are you talking about? They have spoiled you for years. Luo Jianing, with red eyes, said, they only care about the daughter of the Luo family, not me. Over the years, I at least called them grandpa, grandma, eldest uncle, aunt, younger uncle, aunt, uncle, aunt, brother, sister. But now, when something happens, look at how they treat me. Even if my biological parents did something wrong, I am innocent. It has nothing to do with me. Why can't you accept a little me and send me back to the countryside? The old lady of the Luo family angrily said, because your biological parents are enemies of our Luo family. You took the place of our granddaughter and enjoyed 15 years of love and care. Because of you, your biological parents had bad intentions, causing my granddaughter to suffer so much outside. Who are you to shout at us and call us cold-blooded animals? This is the result of raising you for over 10 years. You not only lack gratitude, but are still stirring trouble. Ning Shuling's mind isn't clear, but that doesn't mean we are all fools. Let me remind you, the place you're standing is Luo's family. Why are you acting so boldly here? Luo Jianing looked at everyone in the room, and no one spoke up for her. She was annoyed and said, you're bullying people. After saying that, she turned and went upstairs. Ning Shuling watched Jianing run upstairs, feeling a bit sad. She looked toward the stairs, only to hear her third son, Luo Xian, say, Mom, I hope you can face this issue honestly. This isn't like when we were kids, and Jianing was upset. A little comfort was enough. It's not just about us feeling wronged and wanting her to be happy. Someone has schemed against you, and you're still protecting her daughter. If you want your younger sister to come back and not want to be close to you, or if you can't stand how we treat her, then keep doing what you're doing, keep spoiling her. Or, if you can't accept how we treat her, you can leave this family. Tears appeared in Ning Shuling's eyes. Xian, how can you talk to Mom like that? Luo Xian sneered. Am I wrong? Don't you remember how you've treated us all these years because of Jianing? Now that you know she's not your biological daughter, don't you regret it? Her biological parents schemed to give her a better life. Her real parents sold her once, and now they want to sell her again. Are you heartless? You don't feel sad for your own daughter, but instead feel sorry for the daughter of an enemy. Mom, you're really too much. Ning Shuling didn't expect her third son to have always resented these things. No wonder he had been less and less home since joining the army. It turns out he had been resenting her all along. She turned to look at her fourth son. Luo Xiuan said, My thoughts are the same as my third brother's. I find it strange that since we entered the house, you haven't asked about our sister once, but you're thinking of keeping Jianing here. Have you ever considered how our biological sister feels? You haven't. Your mind and eyes are full of your enemy's daughter. Your precious girl. Mom, you're really disappointing me. At this moment, Ning's eldest brother, Ning Hongda, said, Shuling, I know emotionally. Jianing was raised by you since she was young. But now the facts are clear. Her biological parents schemed against you. Jianing is innocent, but Luo Qiao is even more innocent. Big brother hopes you won't be so naive anymore. In the past, you always let everyone spoil Jianing. But now it all seems like a joke. Over these years, all these children have suffered some grievances for Jianing.
But what are you doing now?
Big brother hopes you won't do foolish things. Since everything has become a fact, everyone should go their own way. Do you know how much suffering your daughter has endured outside? Ning's eldest sister-in-law, Zhang Yuehua, said, Xueling, don't be silly. I know you have feelings for Jiajing, but remember, you can't have everything. Luo Haotian could no longer hold back. He said after my daughter was replaced in the hospital, she was immediately moved to another family. That family is about to be relocated, so they can find a good home for their son, so he won't suffer with them. Our daughter has lived on the farm for 15 years, never attending school. When she was just over 3, she went to dig wild vegetables with older kids. By 6, she was helping with cooking and collecting firewood. Usually, if she did something wrong, she was either scolded or beaten. Luckily, Luo grandma was a kind person and raised our daughter. Sadly, good people don't live long, and she passed away early. Since then, our daughter had no one to protect her. Luo Qiao's adoptive mother would often hit or scold her. Last year, she was finally sent back to Qingshan village after her case was cleared. As soon as the new year started, they settled down, but then they threw their daughter back to Qingshan village. The family wanted to bring their son to the city to enjoy life, but her biological parents refused to accept her. During the push and shove, she was injured and unconscious for several days before waking up. In the end, the Zhao family also refused to take her in. They made it clear she was not their daughter, but abandoned by her biological parents. They said they wouldn't care for her. Do you understand? Luo Qiao is only 15. A young girl living alone and managing on her own. Have you thought about how hard her life is? Now, you want Jiajing to go back to live with her biological parents, and you think that's tough? Do you know that before, the Zhao family even considered marrying her to Eh? She's only 15. But because she did well in school and was accepted by #1 middle school in the city, the Zhao family wanted to sell her again, so she wouldn't have the chance to go to university in Beijing. They were afraid she might get into Beijing University and be recognized by our family, ruining her happiness. Wake up, Xueling. If you keep being stubborn, we won't be able to live like this anymore. Xueling started crying, not sure if it was for herself, Jiajing, or Luo Qiao. She just cried softly there. It was getting late. Once everything was decided, everyone dispersed. The elderly couple from Luo's family didn't stay. Their younger son's family was passing by and kindly took them back. Once a few family members left, only Luo Haotian's family of 4 remained sitting in the living room. Luo Xiyuan said, "Luckily, I have a day off. I'll go pick up Jiajing this time and also visit my sister." Luo Haotian replied, "All right, I've taken quite a few days off already. If you have a day off, it's good for you to make the trip." Luo Xiyuan asked, "Dad, when will my sister return to Beijing?" Luo Haotian didn't know how to answer. He couldn't tell his son that he hadn't yet sorted things out with his daughter. So he said, "Qiao Qiao just arrived at #1 middle school in the city and hasn't been here long. She doesn't want to move now, so she probably won't return to Beijing soon." Ning Shuling listened to Luo Haotian and asked, "Since Luo Qiao won't return to Beijing soon, when will she go back? Can't Jiajing go back to the countryside instead? We've raised Jiajing for over 10 years. Luo Xiyuan said, "Mom, do you really not understand the situation?" Luo Haotian said, "Do you know why my daughter didn't come back with me? She thought about Jiajing. I wanted to bring her back, but she said if she did, what would happen to Jiajing?" Ning Shuling said, "I know you're upset about Jiajing staying at home, but her parents' actions have nothing to do with her. Jiajing grew up here. If she goes back to the countryside, she won't feel comfortable. Plus, her biological mother was sentenced, so no one will take care of her now. We can afford to support one more person. Jiajing has lived here for over 10 years. Do you really want to see her suffer?" Luo Haotian couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "If you don't want her to suffer, you can take her and move out. From now on, we go our separate ways." Ning Shuling didn't expect her usually obedient husband to say such harsh words. She was so angry she almost cried and looked at her 2 sons. Luo Xiyuan said, "I agree with Dad." Luo Xiyuan also nodded and said, "I have no opinion. Mom, do as you like." Ning Shuling was furious and almost died from anger at these 3. Ning Shuling got up and went upstairs. She then walked to Luo Jiajing's door, wanting to comfort her foster daughter, but heard Luo Jiajing shouting inside, "You're all good-for-nothings, a bunch of cold-hearted people. You just want me to leave. Do you think I care about you? If it weren't for the little use you still have, I wouldn't want to be part of this family. I curse you all to have bad luck." Ning Shuling did not expect Jiajing to say such words. Just now downstairs, she thought she was impulsive, which she could understand. But now, there was no one else in the house. Were those her true feelings? How could she curse her family like that? She raised her hand but then lowered it again and turned back to her room. She didn't turn on the light and simply lay on her bed, wrapped in her clothes. She felt differently about Jiajing. Years ago, her eldest and second son suffered because of her neglect, almost causing a big fight with her in-laws. She and Luo Haotian also nearly fell apart. But could she blame herself? She didn't want those things to happen. It was just that the incident occurred after she took them out that day. In the following years, her relationship with Luo Haotian cooled to freezing. If it weren't for her youngest daughter, they might have been bitter rivals for life. But after her daughter was born, the family's tension eased again. So she poured all her love into Jiajing. Now, she was told that her child had been replaced, which was something anyone would find hard to accept. Thinking about her husband's words, that her daughter had never had a good day since she was young, her eyes welled up with tears. She also remembered what Jiajing had just said inside the room, and her heart felt cold. She didn't know how much time passed before she heard someone knocking on the door. "Mom, are you there? Can I come in?" Hearing Jiajing's voice, Ning Shuling instinctively didn't want her to come in, so she stayed silent. But unexpectedly, Luo Jiajing opened the door and stepped inside. The room was too dark. Ning Shuling was about to ask what she wanted, but Luo Jiajing said, "This is your fault. Don't blame me. If you had cared about me, I wouldn't have done this." Luo Jiajing thought Ning Shuling was still downstairs, but she didn't realize Ning Shuling was just upset and silent. When she came in, afraid of being seen, she didn't turn on the light. Instead, she quietly walked to the desk, found the key in the dark, and fumbled to open the drawer. At this moment, Ning Shuling realized what Luo Jiajing was trying to do. She sighed inwardly and asked, "What are you doing?" Her voice startled Luo Jiajing. For some reason, Luo Jiajing picked up a desk lamp and threw it. The sound of the crash made the people downstairs rush upstairs. When I entered and turned on the light, I saw Ning Shuling still shaken and shielding her eyes from the bright light. On the ground, Luo Jiajing was standing, and the drawer of the desk beside her was open. Luo Jiajing was holding a small metal box she usually used for money and tickets. Everyone could understand now. Luo Siyuan stepped forward and slapped Luo Jiajing, snatching the metal box from her hand. "You really are bold, trying to steal things before leaving. You're such a treacherous person." Luo Haotian also looked disappointed. "Go back to room and pack. We'll send you away first thing tomorrow morning." Luo Jiajing didn't expect Ning Shuling to be inside. She thought Ning was still downstairs, so she boldly entered, planning to take some money and tickets from the drawer. But she was caught by the family and ran out feeling very ashamed. Ning Shuling, lying on the bed, stared blankly at the disappearing figure at the door. She thought about Luo Jiajing's quick actions earlier and felt her heart turn cold. This was the child she had always wanted to protect. She had intended to hurt her, but she looked at the lamp that had lost its lampshade, feeling very lonely. The lamp had a sturdy metal base. The next morning, Luo Siyuan went to transfer Luo Jiajing's household registration and school records. Her surname was changed to Zhao Jiajing. Luo Siyuan also took leave from work, planning to go to Jishur City with his brother to see his sister. They arrived early at the train station and bought tickets for the train to Jishur City at 11 a.m. The two brothers took down Zhao Jiajing's belongings. Zhao Jiajing was quite ruthless. Except for the furniture, she had packed everything in her room. Her clothes, shoes, daily necessities, and even the bedding on the bed were all packed up. When the Luo brothers saw this, they couldn't help but feel annoyed inwardly. Luo Siyuan borrowed a tricycle, loaded it full, and when the residents saw, the brothers openly said they were taking Zhao Jiajing back to her biological parents. Luo Siyuan emphasized that they also felt reluctant. They weren't just taking her belongings, they even patted the items on the tricycle. The residents of the community praised the Luo family for their kindness. Even though they knew how Zhao Jiajing's biological parents treated her badly, they didn't blame her for being adopted. They also worried she might struggle living in the countryside, so they took everything with her. Luo Siyuan added, "From now on, Jiajing will revert to her biological father's surname, Zhao Jiajing. Please don't call her by any other name." Now Zhao Jinning's face looked very embarrassed. She hurriedly walked outside, ignoring anyone who greeted her nearby. Tears of sadness filled her eyes. Some girls who usually disliked Zhao Jinning said, "Oh, she's leaving now. She looks down on everyone every day. Turns out she's a fake. Her real parents are really shameless." They swapped their daughter just to give her a better life. That's so mean. Someone else said, Jianing, if you go back to the countryside, don't lose your pride from the city. We don't know when we'll see you again, but we will miss you. Another person said, wow, Jianing, you've taken all the things from the Luo family. Your parents really care about you. So many nice things. Someone added, oh, you even brought your bedding. Now you can have a better life back in the countryside. Vice Factory Director Luo and Section Chief Ning are really good to you. Someone else said, Jianing, come back and visit us often. But Zhao Jianing couldn't hear what they were saying anymore. She was full of tears and looked up accidentally. She saw Qiu Xiaoyang standing outside the housing area. This was the boy she had secretly liked for a long time. Haha, a 15-year-old girl secretly admired Xiaoyang for quite a while. Last time, she played a little trick on Ning Lingyu because Xiaoyang had given ice cream to Ning Lingyu, her cousin. She was upset and wanted to get back at Ning Lingyu, but she didn't expect to get hurt so badly and lose so much blood. She thought Xiaoyang was waiting for her there, so she wiped her tears with her sleeve and hurried over, asking, Xiaoyang, are you waiting for me? Xiaoyang looked at her with some dislike and said, you misunderstood. I'm not waiting for you here.
But I saw what you did that day.
Lingyu didn't push you. You deliberately stepped back and fell. Hearing this, Zhao Jianing's face turned very embarrassed. Her eyes quickly turned red. You're talking nonsense. Only Ning Lingyu and I were upstairs that day. How could you see what happened? Xiaoyang replied, I happened to be in Dongchen's room. His window faces the corridor on the second floor of Ning Lingyu's house, so I could see what you were doing, but I couldn't hear what you were saying. He continued, I didn't expect you to act so gentle and fragile normally, but when you want to scheme, you have many tricks. It's really eye-opening. Just as he finished speaking, someone called from afar, Xiaoyang, I'm coming. The person was Yan Dongchen, whom Xiaoyang mentioned earlier. Oh, isn't that our beautiful Luo Jianing? Oh no, I was wrong. I heard from the people at the machinery factory that your name is now Zhao Jiajing. It seems you are going back to the countryside. I wish you a safe journey. From now on, Lingyu won't need to frame you anymore. Zhao Jiajing didn't expect everyone to side with that hateful Ning Lingyu. She shouted, you are all fools. After saying that, she turned and ran away. Qiu Xiaoyang didn't look at her much, then turned to Yan Dongchen and said, let's go. It's getting late. Yan Dongchen chuckled and looked at Qiu Xiaoyang. That Zhao Jiajing, or should I say Ning Jiajing, finally left. Honestly, she was so disgusting, always acting like your fiancé. Qiu Xiaoyang glared at Yan Dongchen. Say less of that. Yan Dongchen grinned. Got it, got it. Zhao Jiajing walked away, then looked back at the direction of the factory housing area and at Qiu Xiaoyang and Yan Dongchen walking away. She felt very upset. She was no longer the proud Zhao Jiajing. Thinking about returning to live in the countryside, she truly hated her biological parents. If they had done it, why not be more decisive, handle things properly, and deal with people early? She didn't know what kind of life awaited her in the countryside now. She only knew she could no longer live the way others envied. No, she was not willing to give up. She secretly vowed to work hard to come back here and not let anyone who bullied her go unpunished. At the train station, she checked her luggage and then got on the train to find a seat. Zhao Jiajing looked out the window at the platform, tears uncontrollably falling. But the brothers Luo Xiyuan and Luo Xiang sitting opposite her didn't look at her at all, which made Zhao Jiajing feel even more angry. When they were old enough for school, their mother couldn't take care of them, so they went to live with their grandparents. Later, when they started middle school, their father was transferred to the machinery factory, and they returned home to live with their parents. But this so-called sister of theirs, Zhao Jiajing, repeatedly made them look bad, often causing their mother to scold them. Sometimes, because of her meddling, they even got beaten by their father. Since then, they only cared about appearances and feelings. No wonder they couldn't get close. They had always thought she wasn't really their sister. The train clattered forward, moving steadily. Zhao Jiajing, tired from crying, fell asleep. The Luo brothers, as time passed, became more nervous. They didn't know what to expect when they saw their real sister. When they arrived in Jishir, it was just midnight. They collected their luggage and found a hotel to check in, but none of the three slept well. Zhao Jining didn't want to return to the countryside at all, but now she had no other choice. Her household registration and school records had been transferred out by the Luo family. Without returning, she had nowhere to go, and she couldn't support herself. She didn't know what kind of life awaited her, so she kept tossing and turning all night. She felt quite disappointed in her biological parents. The Luo brothers didn't know if their sister would be upset with them. They were excited to see her, so they kept busy until dawn. Today is Sunday. Luo Qiao got up early to prepare for a trip back to the village. The deadline to deliver goods to Hiyujia was approaching, and she also needed to go deep into the mountains to meditate and improve her supernatural abilities. After October, the plants on the mountain would start to prepare for winter. If she overused her powers by drawing too much energy from them, they would surely die. Only when her abilities reached level 3 could she do things she wanted, like extracting energy from plants or trying to treat Lui Chen. But right now, her powers could only help her grow new life. After breakfast, Luo Qiao carried a shoulder bag, locked the door, and went to the station. She bought a ticket at the ticket office and then headed to the parking lot. Just like before, she sat in the front passenger seat, took out a bag of dried fruit as a snack, and waited for the bus to depart. When the bus started moving, she heard someone shout, "Please wait a moment." Luo Qiao turned her head and saw 3 people running toward the bus. Seeing this, her face suddenly lit up with a smile. It seemed they had changed their original plans. The usually smooth and lucky young lady of the Luo family was now struggling with a big bag, running toward them. The other 2 she didn't recognize, but judging by their looks, they were probably her half-brothers. The young lady of the Luo family was truly favored. She had even moved all her belongings back home. It showed how much they cared about her being wronged or upset. She sneered slightly and turned away, ignoring them. The group placed their things on the hood of the bus, catching their breath. Luo Siyuan said, "Comrade, 3 tickets to Chaoyang Commune." When they got on, there were no seats left. The ticket seller gave them small stools so they sat in the aisle. Zhao Jining was reluctant and kept standing there. The corridor at the back was also filled with things, leaving only the front area clear. She took a quick look ahead. Near the engine hood, 2 people were sitting, but their seats were sideways. Moreover, these weren't proper seats, just a very narrow wooden bench.
She didn't want to sit there.
Looking further ahead, the only suitable place for her was the front passenger seat. The ticket seller said, "Hurry and sit down, or you'll have nowhere to hold on when you stand. The road isn't easy to travel, so don't fall again." Zhao Jining asked, "Comrade, could you help me change seats? I get carsick, and am afraid I might." The ticket seller replied impatiently, "The aisle is packed now."
"Who do you want to swap with?"
Zhao Jining pointed to the front passenger seat and asked, "Can she swap seats with me?" The ticket seller looked hesitant. From Zhao Jining's clothes, it was clear she wasn't an ordinary person. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Xian said, "Zhao Jining, stop causing trouble. You arrived late and now want someone to give up their seat? Are you 70 or 80 years old? I haven't heard that you get carsick. It's not good to lie at such a young age. Sit down quietly." Hearing this, the ticket seller said, "Comrade, the bus is about to leave. You should sit down now. When we turn, you might fall if you're standing." His tone was no longer friendly. Zhao Jining bit her lip and had to sit down feeling wronged. She hated Luo Xian so much. He always disagreed with her. Even now, she still found him annoying. Ao in front snorted coldly. Luckily, someone spoke up to stop her. Otherwise, she wouldn't mind embarrassing Zhao Jining just after she returned.
"She really spoiled you."
The bus jolted badly all the way. Sitting on a small stool, Zhao Jining kept shifting her position. Sometimes, she was jolted up and down, suffering greatly. She had to make space for others to get off, which made her face sour with anger. Once, she even said someone bumped into her when getting off, but the person behind her scolded, "Why are you sitting on this crowded bus? Do you think it's your family's car?" Zhao Jining was so angry she almost cried. But everyone on the bus thought she was being overly sensitive. Finally, they arrived at Chaoyang Commune. After getting off, she heard they still had to walk several miles. Several people looked at the things on the ground, worried. Ao got off and saw Louis Chen waiting for her there. "Why are you here?" Louis Chen smiled and said, "I'm here at the commune to handle some matters. It's a good chance to wait for you here." Luo Qiao smiled and asked, "How did you know I would come back today?" Louis Chen got on his bike and said, "Your vegetables in the yard are about to die from drought if you don't come back soon. I guess you'll definitely return this week." Luo Qiao sat on the back of the bicycle and asked, "What about Stone? Has he come back, or is he still in the city?" Louis Chen replied, "He came back with me. Yesterday afternoon, their teacher had to go to a training organized by the Education Bureau. The students just stayed at school and did their homework. Stone took leave from the teachers on duty." Luo Qiao asked, "So you guys came back yesterday?" Louis Chen nodded and said, "Yes, we took the car to the county to handle some cases yesterday afternoon. It was on the way." What Louis Chen didn't say was that he wanted to come back first to see the village atmosphere. He also had some things to do, so he decided to return early. Just as he was about to pedal away, he heard someone behind him catch up and ask, "Comrade, which way to Qingshan village?" Louis Chen turned around and looked at the person. "Are you heading to Qingshan village?" Luo Xiyun replied, "Yes." Louis Chen glanced behind him and said, "It's not far from here. Just go straight in, about half an hour, and you'll get there." Luo Qiao chuckled inwardly. Half an hour on foot without any luggage is possible, but with all the things they carried, it probably wouldn't take less than an hour unless they were lucky enough to be carried by a bull cart or donkey cart. After saying this, Louis Chen pedaled his bike away. Once he was far enough, he said, "Those two probably came for you, right?" Luo Qiao looked at the yellowing crops in the distance and said, "That's hard to say." "You didn't see they came to send my sister." Louis Chen said, "Look carefully, they do resemble you about 4 or 5 points." After Louis Chen's bike disappeared into the distance, Luo Xiyun said, "Third brother, don't you think that girl just now looks a lot like us?" The two brothers exchanged glances. Luo Xiyun said, "I've been wondering why this girl looks familiar. She might be our sister Luo Qiao." Luo Xiyun quickly stomped his foot and said, "How could we not recognize her? Anyway, forget it. Brother, you better go find a cart to help us carry these things. We can't manage all this." Luo Xiyun hurried into the commune's team headquarters. Soon, he managed to borrow a donkey cart. The team wouldn't have lent him one if they hadn't seen he was dressed in a neat military uniform. However, Luo Xiyun said he wouldn't waste the effort and wouldn't make things difficult for the villagers. He immediately left a yuan and, with a smile, helped load the carriage. He also found a fellow villager to accompany them on the trip. They loaded the items onto the cart. There were so many things that it was full and no more people could sit. They had no choice but to follow behind the donkey cart toward Qingshan village. A villager who was seeing them off asked, "Where are you headed?" Initially, Zhao Jiajing didn't want Luo's brothers to say anything, but Luo Xiyun couldn't follow her wishes. He replied, "We're going to Zhao Pulin's house in Qingshan village. That's her daughter, Zhao Jiajing." The villager clapped his thigh and said, "Is that the girl who swapped her bride?" Luo Xiyun said, "Yes. We're a bit worried, so we're personally bringing our adopted sister back." The villager looked at the cart full of things and said, "You really treat her well, bringing so many gifts." Luo Xiyun replied, "These are things she uses daily. We've raised her for over 10 years, so we have feelings for her. My parents are worried, so my brother and I made a special trip to bring her back." The villager turned to look at Zhao Jiajing with some disdain and said, "Once she goes back to our countryside, life won't be easy. Someone her age can already work in the fields for points." Hearing this, Zhao Jiajing's face turned pale. Luo Xiyun suddenly said, "It's okay. My sister has money, enough for her to get married. She won't need to work in the fields or go hungry." Luo Xian glanced at his brother, thinking that the fourth brother was really a heartless scoundrel. Before long, they arrived at Qingshan village. The driver had relatives there and was familiar with the village. When they entered, they saw someone resting on the bridge and called out, "Can anyone tell me where Zhao Pulin's house is? His daughter from the city has returned." Hearing this, Everyone sitting by the bridge stood up, curious to see what Zhao Pulin's daughter looked like. Someone pointed in a direction, and the driver drove the donkey cart straight to the Zhao family's gate. He called out toward the courtyard, "Zhao brothers, your city girl is back. Come out quickly and unload the things." Zhao Pulin was at work. He hadn't gone to work for several days because of Gao Suhua's matter. If he didn't go back to work soon, his family would be in trouble. But his little daughter, Zhao Xiaoyan, was at home. When she heard someone outside calling her city sister back, she quickly opened the door. Seeing the pile of things on the donkey cart, a big smile appeared on his face. He said, "My dad has gone to work. I'll go call him back." Then he ran quickly toward the field where he was working today. Soon, the Zhao family members returned. Zhao Pulin looked at his sixth daughter, who resembled his second daughter, and his eyes turned red. She was the daughter he had seen only once when she was born. At that time, because she was a girl, he took her from the doctor without looking carefully. Later, to save money and leave the hospital early, he borrowed a village donkey cart to pick them up from the city. He didn't expect that while borrowing the cart, the child would be swapped out. When he returned to the city later, Gao Suhua excitedly told him she wanted to exchange her son. He thought it was a good idea to have a son to take care of him, especially since they were in the city and the villagers wouldn't know. After the swap, he quickly left the hospital, unaware that his biological daughter had already been replaced by his wife. He never thought that the family who swapped their child with them didn't want a caring daughter, but just didn't want their son to suffer on the farm. They wanted to find a good family for him. Thinking about how naive he and his wife were, he didn't consider that no one would willingly exchange their son for a daughter. At first, he thought it was good luck, but it turned out they had been tricked. When the villagers heard that Zhao Jiaqing's daughter had returned, many felt curious and wanted to see what she looked like. But she had already worked most of the day, and if she left now, she would lose work points. So everyone hurried to finish their work early, hoping to earn enough points and go see the girl. The team leader, Gao Jiafeng, came back from the fields and was immediately invited by the Luo brothers. They carefully explained Zhao Jiaqing's situation. The Luo family had returned her safely, and they had no further connection. The Luo brothers handed Zhao Jiaqing her household registration and school records in front of the team leader, saying, "Take care of yourself from now on." Then they turned and left the Zhao family's gate and went to the team office. The Zhao family members looked at the scattered belongings with different thoughts. Zhao Pulin said, "It's good she's back. Let's go inside." Zhao Jiaqing kept a cold face and followed into the yard. The Zhao sisters helped carry the things into the yard. Zhao Jiaqing told them, "Be gentle with those things, or you'll break them and won't be able to pay for the damage." Zhao Xiaxing is straightforward. "If you're worried about us damaging things, just move them yourself. We don't owe you anything." After speaking, she pulled her sisters back into the house. Zhao Jianning's belongings were left outside the door, and feeling wronged, she suddenly had tears in her eyes. Zhao Pulin had no choice but to say, "You go inside first. I'll help you move." The items were moved in, but the Zhao family only has 3 rooms to live in. The couple shares one. A room used to be for their son, and another for the daughters. Since the son was taken away, the daughters moved in. Now, there are no extra rooms in the yard for her to live alone. Zhao Pulin said, "There's no separate room for you at home. You and Xiao Yun can share a room." Her room is small, but now she lives alone there. The previous room housed eldest Zhao Xiaotao and second Zhao Xiaomei. Now that Zhao Xiaotao is married and Zhao Xiaomei has moved back to Chui's village after what happened, only Zhao Xiaoyan lives in that room. Zhao Jining disliked the yard very much. For her future life, she didn't say much. After moving her things in, there was no empty space left in the room. When work ended, villagers gathered outside Zhao's yard, wanting to see the 6 daughters of Zhao who had returned from the city, especially since they heard she brought a cart full of belongings. Some teased Zhao Pulin, saying he had become rich, and praised Luo Qiao's parents for being kind. They said that adults' matters shouldn't involve children, and the couple was very generous. Zhao Jining, who was inside the house, felt very upset. She kept throwing things and making noise, which made Zhao's sisters dislike her even more. If it weren't for her, the family wouldn't be in this situation. Her mother wouldn't have gone to jail, and the sisters' resentment grew. At noon, the house was never quiet. Women would come in groups to visit Zhao Jining. At first, she pretended to be polite, but eventually, she just kept a cold face and ignored everyone. Everyone envied the cluttered house, but they didn't think highly of the newly returned sixth daughter of Zhao. She was far from Luo Qiao. It's true, born into wealth, but inside, she was petty and unrefined, not suitable for a noble family. In less than an afternoon, villagers knew that Zhao's daughter from the city was rude and looked down on the villagers. The adoptive parents of the Luo family brought back many good things. I heard Zhao Jiajing also carried a lot of money home, so Zhao Pulin was quite lucky this time. After a whole afternoon of fermenting, the Zhao sisters gathered in Zhao Jiajing's small house after dinner. At first, they asked subtly if she brought any gifts back, but later they started grabbing things. Zhao Jiajing couldn't stop them alone. Because Zhao Pulin had something to do, he finished his meal and went to his older brother Zhao Chonglin's place. Unexpectedly, someone ran to tell him that there was a fire at home and he needed to come back quickly. It turned out that when the Zhao sisters were grabbing things, the house was too small. They bumped into a kerosene lamp on the table, which fell onto the package they brought back. Inside were some quilts and clothes, and the lamp had just been refilled with oil. Suddenly, the fire started to spread. When the villagers arrived to put out the fire, only a few things were saved, and most of the belongings were burned beyond use. Luckily, the fire didn't spread to the neighboring houses. When Zhao Pulin ran back, he saw a crowd standing outside. The small house where the youngest girl lived was already blackened by the fire. Several girls, with messy hair and dirty faces, stood there foolishly. The sixth girl, who had just come back from the city, was crying her eyes out. Zhao Jiajing saw Zhao Pulin return and stood up, shouting, "Are you all satisfied now? You're just a bunch of bandits, shameless and heartless. You see nothing but trouble. You didn't give anything, so you started stealing. Now it's all burned down. Good riddance." Then she started crying again. The villagers pointed fingers at Zhao's daughters. The Zhao sisters didn't expect things to turn out like this. They all lowered their heads and said nothing. Zhao Pulin stood there, feeling lost and overwhelmed. Things hadn't gone his way lately, and he even thought about dying right there. The village chief told the onlookers, "Everyone, disperse now. It's getting late, and tomorrow you all have work." After everyone left, Zhao Jiajing shouted at the Zhao family, "I hate you all, shameless people." Zhao Xiaoxing sneered, "Who do you think you are to be ashamed? Are you afraid of starving back in the countryside? Robbing Luo's family, what a white-eyed wolf you've raised. It looks like Luo family cares for you a lot, even sending 2 brothers to bring you back. I guess they came to see Luo Qiao. If they truly cared about you, they wouldn't have left you here with just a few words and walked away. What are you showing off for in front of us? It's just because the Luo family no longer wants you, so they sent you back to the countryside. We thought you were still the young lady of the Luo family. You and we are both just ugly ducklings from the countryside." Zhao Jining shouted, "It's not just because of you that I am like this today. You have no right to say that." Zhao Xiaoxing was not someone to be easily bullied. The person who has no right to say that is you. If not for our mother wanting you to have a good life, we wouldn't be living like this now. You're just a bad luck charm. Zhao Jining looked at these unreasonable people. Clearly, it was their fault that tonight's incident happened because they went to steal things. Yet they are blaming her. It's really unfair, and she felt very wronged. She looked at Zhao Pulin with tears in her eyes and asked, "Is that what you think too?" Zhao Pulin didn't speak. He just looked at her, feeling a mix of emotions inside. Zhao Jining sneered coldly, "My foster parents gave up on me because of what you did to their biological daughter. They said they didn't want to raise the daughter of an enemy anymore. Now you're saying it's because of me that you ended up like this. What did I do wrong that makes you treat me this way? Did I ask you to switch the babies? Or did I make you harm my foster parents' daughter? All of this was your own decision. Why does it all end up on my head?" Why do you all think it's my fault? I believe I am the most innocent one. After speaking, she hugged her legs and started crying softly. Luo Qiao returned home today with a basket on her back and went up the mountain. She handed over the vegetable garden in the backyard to Lui Chen and Stone and said she would come back in the evening to cook something delicious for them. Today, she hiked into the mountain and first found a place to sit for over 4 hours. Only after her body absorbed enough plant essence did she start wandering around. She found a persimmon tree and a chestnut tree deep in the mountain, which she could come back to harvest later. Seeing that it was getting late, she headed back. Along the way, she collected some mature medicinal herbs, picked many mushrooms, dug up wild vegetables, and also caught some small animals. Today, because it was getting late, she didn't go to the small valley. She also planned to stop by the pond on the way back to catch some fish. The ones she caught last time, besides delivering to Hyujia, she sold the extra ones when she traded in the south. Hurrying towards the water pond, I looked around and saw no one nearby. I then found a slightly hidden spot and poured some well water into the pond. After about 20 minutes, I saw a school of fish arrive. Last time in the south, I bought many buckets and breeding tanks. Now, catching fish is very easy. I skillfully collected the fish and then carried 2 fish home. By the time I reached the foot of the mountain, it was already dusk, and I saw Lui Chen standing there. Lui Chen came over and took the basket from Luo Qiao. Your 2 brothers have been waiting for you in the yard all afternoon. Luo Qiao remained calm and replied softly, We'll have braised fish for dinner. I'll save one for fishball soup tomorrow morning. Lui Chen couldn't guess Luo Qiao's thoughts, so he said simply, Okay, I'll handle the fish in a moment. When Luo Qiao entered the yard, she saw Luo Xiyuan and Luo Xian sitting there. She wasn't very surprised and only gave them a brief glance. Luo Xiyuan stood up, dressed sharply in a military uniform, looking quite impressive. Now Luo Qiao understood why the original owner, despite often going hungry, still grew tall. It's in the genes. The 2 Luo brothers are both tall, at least over 183 centimeters. The original owner's biological father, Luo Haotian, is also tall, so it seems to be a family trait. Luo Xiyuan and Luo Xian looked a bit nervous. Luo Xiyuan was the first to speak. Qiao Qiao, I am the 3rd brother, Luo Xiyuan. Dad probably told you about me last time he visited. At this moment, Luo Xian, the 4th brother, stepped closer to Luo Qiao. Qiao Qiao, I am the 4th brother, Luo Xiyuan. It's finally nice to meet you. Luo Qiao didn't want to pretend to be polite and responded confidently, Hello, I am Luo Qiao. She then asked, Have you eaten? If not, you're welcome to stay and eat together. Lui Chen had already cooked the rice and brought back some vegetables from the backyard. Luo Qiao handed those vegetables to her brothers and said, If you want to eat, help yourself and pick out what you like. Lui Chen didn't speak for them. After all, it was Luo Qiao's matter. He just watched quietly, placing 1 fish in a water basin to raise and taking another to prepare. Luo Qiao didn't care what her brothers thought. She simply took out the things from her basket. There was a chicken and a rabbit underneath. The Luo brothers didn't expect their sister to be so calm, with no signs of emotion. They didn't know what to say, but unexpectedly felt that this was just right. They happily took the vegetables and started preparing the meal. Vegetable salad, cucumber with dipping sauce, stir-fried bok choy with mushrooms, garlic oil lettuce, dry-fried green beans, braised fish, spicy rabbit meat, clear chicken stew. I also made vegetable pancakes and cooked some millet porridge. When Stone returned, he brought back the latest gossip about Zhao's family from the village. Seeing the dishes on the stone table, he said, I really missed this so much. Sister is the best. This week, I've been craving her cooking. Luo Qiao asked, So, how did you all eat this week? Stone glanced at Lui Chen and said, I better not say. Luo Qiao smiled, Come on. Is there something you can't tell me? Stone replied, My brother bought food outside in the morning, and for lunch and dinner, we mostly brought food from the cafeteria. Sometimes, it gets cold when we get home, but now that it's hot, it's okay. Seeing Stone's expression, Luo Qiao said with a smile, I brought some mushroom meat sauce for you. It's good with rice or dipping bread. Stone said, Sister, if it weren't for the mushroom meat sauce you brought us, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. My brother and I have become spoiled by your cooking. Luo Qiao laughed and reached out to pat Stone's head, saying, It's a pity we're far apart. If we lived nearby, you could come over to eat. Stone looked up and asked, Really? Actually, we live quite close to you. Luo Qiao said, Really? Then why didn't you come to see me? Stone pouted. Brother said that since you're already tired from school, he didn't want to add to your burden. Anyway, there's a cafeteria now, and he said we can come back on weekends to eat better. Luo Qiao looked at Lu Yichen busy serving rice in the kitchen, thinking that this guy was very thoughtful. But then she remembered she also had to eat, and besides, they didn't eat plain rice. Every time they prepared vegetables and washed dishes, it was them doing the work. So she said, if you're not far away, you should come to my place to eat more often. I don't enjoy eating alone. Later, I'll give you a key, so whoever gets home first can prepare the food and cook. Stone, still a child, jumped up excitedly. Finally, we don't have to eat cafeteria food anymore. Lu Yichen, carrying a bowl, overheard Stone's words and looked directly at Luo Qiao. Won't that affect your studies? Luo Qiao replied, Anyway, I have to cook. Besides, you guys will help too. And I really dislike washing dishes. She finished and smiled. Lu Yichen was already very happy inside, but he forced himself to say, All right, I will handle the chopping vegetables and washing the dishes. Shirtu quickly also expressed his determination. I can help too. I can do the chopping and washing. The two brothers from the Luo family sat nearby, watching their interactions. With a hint of jealousy, they looked at Lu Yichen and Shirtu with displeasure. Luo Xiyuan walked over and said, Qiao Qiao, isn't it better to go back to the capital with fourth brother? There is a nanny at home, so you don't need to do these things. Just focus on studying well. Luo Qiao looked at Luo Xiyuan and replied, I didn't plan to move again after high school. City number 1 high school is good enough. After a meal, the Luo brothers were completely convinced by their sister's cooking skills, perhaps even better than the family nanny. After dinner, Lu Yichen and Shirtu took the initiative to clear the dishes. Luo Xiyuan said, Qiao Qiao, can we talk? Luo Qiao nodded, brewed 3 cups of tea, and placed them on the small table. The 3 siblings sat down. Luo Xiyuan asked, Qiao Qiao, do you resent us? Luo Qiao picked up her tea and asked, Why do you ask that? Luo Xiyuan looked at the darkening sky and let out a sigh before speaking, because our family lost you back then, and if there hadn't been rumors outside, we wouldn't have known that the person we raised wasn't our real sister. Your father told us everything about you. You've really suffered over the years. We're sorry, Qiao Qiao. Luo Qiao said, It's not your fault. No one expected such despicable and shameless people. But I didn't plan to go back during high school. Luo Xiyuan asked, Qiao Qiao, do you want to take the exam to get into Beijing University yourself? Luo Qiao looked at her fourth brother, Luo Xiyuan. He seemed smarter than the third brother. She nodded, You probably know my situation. If everything goes well, I should be able to get into Beijing University. The main reason is I want to give myself some time to adjust. We don't know each other well, and it would be uncomfortable for me to go back and live with you all suddenly. Besides, I've grown used to a free and easy life. Luo Xiyuan and Luo Xian exchanged glances. Luo Xiyuan said, All right, as long as Qiao Qiao is happy. During the National Day holiday, can she come back to Beijing? Grandpa, Grandma, and the rest of the family really want to see her. After thinking for a moment, Luo Qiaoxi nodded and said, Okay, but I might only go on the 2nd. I want to visit the farm to pay respects to Grandma Luo, tell her I am in high school now, and reassure her. I will also tell her that we are all moving on with our lives. Luo Xian knew how much his sister cared for Grandma Luo and understood that if not for the old lady's protection, her life might have been even harder. He said, All right, third brother will ask for leave to pick you up then. Luo Qiao smiled and said, No need. I can take the train by myself. Seeing their worried looks, Luo Qiao chuckled. I have some fighting skills, so don't worry about me. Feeling the mutual understanding between them, the 3 siblings suddenly smiled. Under the moonlight, everything felt warm, peaceful, and natural. Louis Chen and Shirdu finished cleaning up in the kitchen and quietly left together, without disturbing them. The siblings kept talking and sharing stories about their childhood, relatives, friends, and the family courtyard, until they heard loud noises across the river. Then, they hurried together to the village. Luo Xian and Luo Xiyuan quickly joined the firefighting team. They never expected that Zhao Jinning's efforts to bring things back from Beijing would end up being completely burned. Maybe it was fate. After the fire was put out, Luo Xian and Luo Xiyuan left the crowd, feeling no sympathy for Zhao Jinning considering what she had done before. That night, the Luo brothers stayed at Louis Chen's place. Since it wasn't cold, the brothers and Shirtu shared a room. The next morning, Luo Qiao woke early and used her abilities to prepare the vegetables in the backyard, harvesting what could be gathered. She planted a new batch, watered them after they grew, then cleaned the fish from yesterday to make fish ball soup. She also made many scallion pancakes. By the time Louis Chen and the others arrived, breakfast was almost ready. Louis Chen looked at the already cooked scallion pancakes and asked, "Why so early today?" Luo Qiao replied, "Got up early to finish everything and leave on time, or I'd miss the bus. Luckily, the station isn't far from number 1 middle school. I just need to put everything back at home and catch my class." After everyone finished eating, tidied up, and locked the door, they headed to the commune. Only then did Louis Chen remember they had to leave early today. With just his bicycle and so many people, he knew they couldn't fit all of them. Usually, they would be late if they left at their usual time. After they went down the small road, they saw Zhao Jiajing standing at the village entrance. Luo Qiao didn't want to get involved in their matters, so she said to Louis Chen and Shirtu, "Let's go first." Then she got on Louis Chen's bike. However, Zhao Jiajing bypassed the Luo brothers and walked toward Luo Qiao, saying, "Wait, I have a few words to tell you." Luo Qiao turned her head to Louis Chen and said, "Let's go." "I have nothing to say to her." Seeing Luo Qiao ignoring her, Zhao Jiajing was a bit annoyed and said, "Don't think that just because you followed them back to the city, you can fit into city life. The people in the family compound will see you as a rural person from the countryside." Luo Qiao found this amusing and replied, "You have a problem in your head, but that doesn't mean others do too. What happens in the future is my own business.
You don't need to teach me.
You should think carefully about how you live in the countryside later." Louis Chen pedaled quickly and soon left the village entrance. Zhao Jiajing watched Luo Qiao's distant figure with resentment and anger. She then turned to the Luo brothers and quickly hid her resentment, saying, "Third brother, fourth brother, what I said just now is the truth. I just wanted to remind her, nothing more." The brothers' initial sympathy disappeared when she spoke those words. Luo Xiyuan said, "Don't call us brothers anymore. That was something you stole." After saying that, he turned to leave. Zhao Jiajing responded, "The things I brought back were burned yesterday. Can you leave me some money?" Hearing this, Luo Xiyuan sneered inwardly, thinking she still thought she was the young lady of the Luo family. Earlier that morning, they wanted to give Luo Qiao some money, but she refused to take a penny, saying she could support herself. Her brothers had no choice but to keep the money. Luo Xiyuan looked at Zhao Jiajing with disgust and asked, "On what basis are you asking us for money?" Zhao Jiajing hesitated for a moment and then said, "We have lived together for over 10 years. I called you brothers for more than 10 years. Now I am in such a miserable state. Don't you have any sympathy?" Luo Xian snorted and said, "Don't forget what you did when you left. Now you talk to us about sympathy? It's too late." After saying this, the brothers quickly left the village entrance. Zhao Jiajing was shameless indeed. Her actions were seen by a gossip-loving woman working in the vegetable plot on the hillside, and within half an hour, the news spread throughout Qingshan village. Everyone says that Zhao's sixth daughter is too shameless, but anyone with a little sense wouldn't say such things to Luo Qiao, nor would they ask Luo's brothers for money again. Luo Xiyuan's brothers didn't take many days off, so he didn't stay long in Jishur. After lunch, he bought a ticket back to Jing City. Before leaving, he wrote down the phone numbers of his workplace and home for Luo Qiao, repeatedly reminding her to call if anything happened. Then, reluctantly, He left with Luo Qiao, giving them mushroom meat sauce and cucumbers from the backyard. After the brothers returned to Jing, several families gathered again. They explained Luo Qiao's situation and learned she would come during the National Day holiday. Everyone was excited, and Ning Shuling looked full of anticipation. However, she finally asked, "Is Jianing doing well over there?" The good atmosphere cooled down with that question. Ning Shuling quickly tried to fix it. "I was just asking casually, not to interfere with her. After all, I raised her myself." Luo Siyuan said, "She's doing fine. When we left yesterday, she even asked us for money, but my third brother and I didn't give her any." Hearing this, everyone's faces looked unhappy. Zhao Jianing was really too much. She had moved out all her belongings from her house, and she had several hundred yuan in her private savings, probably more than many families' savings. She was truly greedy. Luo Siyuan deliberately didn't mention that Zhao Jianing's things had been burned. Anyway, she did take some things from Luo's house, and everyone saw that. Ning Lingyu said last time, she even boasted to me that she had more pocket money than I did, and said she had saved over 300 yuan. Now, how can she still ask for money? Everyone in the house was criticizing Zhao Jianing. When the women went to the kitchen to prepare food and left, the old master of Luo's family gathered everyone in the study. Once everyone was seated, he asked, "Hao Tian, what are your plans for Zhao's family in Qingshan village and Luo's family in Jishir?" Luo Hao Tian replied, "I've had people check on Qiao Qiao's situation again these days. These two families are really not good people, so I won't hold back." Starting the next day, Lui Chen and Shirtu came over again to eat with Luo Qiao. Since they were used to it before, Luo Qiao didn't find it troublesome. After asking around, she found out that Lui Chen's place and her own are only about 5 minutes apart, just across the street in an alley. They are not far, but the only problem is that there's a big road between them. Luo Qiao reminded Shirtu to be careful when crossing the road. Then she realized that there weren't many cars on the street now, mostly bicycles, and she felt relieved. Last week, most people in the class had become familiar with each other. Luo Qiao was good at studying, looked nice, and didn't cause trouble, so she was very popular with everyone. But her popularity made someone else unhappy. There was a girl named Yan Jejia in the class. She was quite pretty and did well in her studies. Seeing Luo Qiao being so well-liked, she felt annoyed. That day after school, Luo Qiao saw her cousin Jiangshan at her house. She ran over happily and asked, "Cousin, why are you free to come over today?" Jiangshan smiled and said, "Your brother-in-law asked someone to bring back some shrimp. I came to bring some for you." Yan Jejia smiled and said, "Wow, I love eating shrimp. Thank you, cousin. You're so great." Jiangshan laughed and said, "I knew you liked it, so I made a special trip. How's school? Are you adjusting well?" Yan Jejia nodded and said, "It's okay. I've only had classes for a week, and so far, I don't find anything difficult." Jiangshan patted Yan Jejia on the shoulder and said, "You must study hard. Our family depends on you. None of us went to college, so this is a good chance. You need to do well." Yan Jejia pouted and said, "If you say that to me, I feel a lot of pressure." Jiangshan stood up and smiled. "Your grades have always been good. Work hard, and you'll definitely get into a good university. Later, we'll each buy you new clothes, and we'll happily send you off to college." After speaking, Jiangshan called out to the kitchen, "Auntie, I'll head back now. Grandma is waiting for me." In the kitchen, Yan Jejia's mother, Zhang Yanwen, came out holding a bag. She said, "Take these Sichuan peppercorns back. A few days ago, Jejia's second aunt gave us quite a few. These are this year's new peppercorns. Your grandma loves this flavor." Jiangshan smiled and said, "My grandma definitely likes it." "Thanks, Auntie." Zhang Yanwen looked at Jiangshan and said, "Don't be so polite, Auntie. By the way, when are you planning to get things settled with Xiangdong? It's been so long. What does the Ding family say?" Jiangshan's face looked a bit unnatural. She said, "Xiangdong said before that he would wait until his grandma passed the 77, but the Ding family said it should at least be a year after. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. It's okay to wait a bit longer." Zhang Yanwen looked at her niece. "Shanshan, once something is decided, you need to act quickly. Ding Xiangdong's younger brother is also seeing someone. Their family is quite well off, but the house there doesn't have many rooms. Who gets married first will have priority in choosing. I'm not trying to interfere with your relationship with Xiangdong, but his younger brother is quite irresponsible. I heard he once took his little girlfriend to stay in a hotel. I'm worried that if something happens again with his little girlfriend, the Ding family might make them marry first. It's uncertain if the house can be reserved for you. Anyway, be more careful. Jiang Shan listened to her aunt and looked unhappy. She had heard about this a few days ago, but didn't think much of it. However, if something really happened, the Ding family would likely arrange a marriage for Xiangdong's younger brother first to save face. Thinking about the house in the Ding family's courtyard, besides the two brothers living there now, there was another room in the west wing. It had no windows at the back, and it was small, no sunlight in the afternoon. If they had to get married in the west room, it would be really unacceptable. She thought to herself that she needed to find a way to get her own marriage arranged before the third brother. In Beijing, Luo Haotian visited that tea house again, staying for over an hour. Gao Suhua's days in prison felt like years. Besides working, she had to undergo re-education. The worst part was the daily abuse from fellow inmates, and she dared not tell the guards. Gao Suhua didn't understand why the people sharing her room knew about her crimes. They looked down on her and even mocked her during rest times. She lived in constant fear. She saw that she looked 7 or 8 years older than when she first arrived. Every day, she mechanically did what the prison guards ordered, feeling hopeless about her future. In Qingshan village, Zhao Jining had been hiding in her house for several days. She only kept her household registration and student ID, which she had grabbed that day and stuffed into her clothes pocket before they were burned. Everything else was destroyed, including her bag. That day, afraid someone might steal from her, she hid her bag inside a bundle. But then something like that happened. Now, she was truly broke and empty-handed. The Zhao sisters hadn't bothered her these days. If they hadn't fought over her, they wouldn't have knocked the oil lamp onto her bag. They felt guilty and a little sad about losing those things. But this person stayed inside the house for several days without leaving and kept asking them to cook and serve her, which made them unhappy. One day, Zhao Pulin came home from work. Zhao Xiaxing immediately brought him a full bowl of rice, urging him to eat quickly. Zhao Pulin had earned full wages that day and was already hungry after working half a day. After finishing his meal and preparing to rest inside, Zhao Jiani just came out of the house and called toward the kitchen, "Is the food not ready yet?" Zhao Pulin paused his steps to the house, glanced toward the kitchen, and was about to speak when he heard Zhao Xiaxing say, "If you want to eat, make it yourself. We're not your servants. Do you think you're a young lady? Every day, we work to earn points, gather pig feed, and tend to our own land. Now, on top of that, we have to serve you who are used to living comfortably in the city." Zhao Jiani's face turned red with anger. She turned around and looked at Zhao Pulin, who was about to go inside, with a pitiful expression. Zhao Pulin looked at the other girls standing at the door of the kitchen, clearly united, then glanced at the girl who had just returned from the city. He softly said, "Since you're back, you need to try to adapt to rural life. If you can't stand it, you can go back to your foster parents." After speaking, he raised his hand to draw the curtain and went into his room. He couldn't let the fact that the sixth girl was from the city hurt the feelings of the other girls. They were right. It couldn't go on like this forever. Zhao Jiani was about to run back inside crying when she heard Zhao Xiaochao say, "Sixth sister, don't cry endlessly. We've been working all morning, resting a bit, and then going back to the fields to earn points. It's not like in the city, where you can rely on your skills to get food." Zhao Jiani had no choice but to run out of the Zhao family house crying and sat by the small river, crying sadly. She realized now that it was impossible for the Luo family to help her, and the Zhao family also saw her as a burden, thinking she couldn't do anything and teaming up to bully her. After crying and thinking it through, she decided her only way out was to go to school and get into college, so she could leave and escape a lifetime of living in the countryside. Having made up her mind, she got up and headed home, but at the gate, she heard a commotion. She listened outside for a while and finally understood that the family of Zhao Xiaxing's fiancé had come to break off the engagement. They didn't say Zhao Xiaxing was bad, only that they couldn't bear the village people's teasing and felt sorry for Zhao Xiaxing. In fact, Zhang's family, who had a marriage contract with Zhao Xiaxing, had long looked down on her. However, since Zhang's grandfather had already fixed the marriage, they had no choice but to accept it. Previously, when Zhao Guibao's issue arose, Zhang's family wanted to break off the engagement and come to cancel it. But Zhang Chongping's father was worried about gossip and suppressed the idea. Now, with Gao Suhua being sentenced and having committed such malicious acts, Zhang Chongping's mother could no longer tolerate it. Zhang Chongping's father agreed, but asked to delay the visit. Today, Zhang Chongping's mother was mocked in the fields and could no longer bear it. She returned home, ate, and then took people to go. Zhao Pulin was stunned, Zhao Xiaxing cried, and Zhao's sisters felt that Zhang's family was too unreasonable. Only Zhao Jining at the gate was happily laughing at their misfortune. No matter how unwilling Zhao's family was, Zhang's family withdrew the engagement. Now, it would be even harder for Zhao's daughter to find someone else. Zhao Xiaxing was so upset that she didn't go to work in the afternoon and stayed inside, crying all the time. Zhao Jining said, "What's the use of crying? Didn't you say the same thing to me before?" Zhao Xiaxing, feeling annoyed and looking for someone to vent her frustration, said, "Stop gloating. I was rejected by Zhang's family today, and it's not because of you. Our family ended up like this because of you. You're just a bad luck charm." Zhao Jining pouted and said, "Whatever you say, it's not me who was rejected." After that, she turned and left the yard, sitting in the shade, thinking about how to tell her cheap father about going to school. She couldn't delay anymore. It had been almost a month since school started, and she was worried she might fall behind if she delayed further. She needed to go to school now. She was now in the second year of middle school. She had heard from Zhao Xiaoyan, Zhao's younger sister, that Luo Qiao was already in high school. She felt very upset about it. In Jishir City, Luo's Tianming was inexplicably scolded by the team leader today. He was full of frustration. Since his son caused trouble, he was afraid that Director Geng would give him a hard time. He had always been diligent and careful at work, never late or leaving early, just to avoid trouble. But today, he was still reprimanded in front of everyone in the workshop by the team leader, which was very embarrassing. Meanwhile, Feng Hui lost her job today because she was caught by the security department hiding factory saws in her bag. She only took them because she saw others doing so. Those saws were defective. Today, there was a surprise inspection at the factory and she was caught red-handed, becoming a typical example. Not only was she embarrassed, but she also lost her job. Lu Tianming was already upset, and when he heard that his wife lost her job because of a torn shoe sole, he suddenly got angry and slapped Feng Hui. Feng Hui is a strong-willed person and couldn't accept this. The two started fighting inside the house. When the children returned, the house was already crowded with people outside. It wasn't until Lu Tiancheng and Qiao Wan came back and separated them that they learned what happened. After asking, they scolded them in disappointment, saying, "You are so careless." Feng Hui's situation quickly spread among the neighbors. Everyone had their opinions. Feng Hui cared about her reputation and didn't dare go out for a few days, but she was very anxious inside. The whole family of 5 relied only on Lu Tianming's salary, which was not enough. After thinking carefully, they decided to let 9-year-old Luo Fei go to the neighborhood committee to do some envelope sealing work at home, hoping to help a little with the family expenses. A few days later was National Day, and the school would have a 3-day holiday. Luo Qiao used to take the last bus back to the village every Saturday afternoon, go into the mountains on Sunday to improve her abilities, and then return to the city on Monday morning. Before the holiday, she bought a train ticket to the farm in advance. She wanted to visit her grandmother's grave and fulfill her original wish. At noon, she made fried noodles at home. When Shi Tu entered the yard, he smelled the delicious aroma. "Sister, are you cooking meat sauce?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "You really have a good nose." I heard you were praised at school today, so I specially made fried noodles to reward you. Shertu smiled shyly. Actually, it's nothing much. I just felt sorry for that old man and wanted to take him back, but I didn't expect him to come to school. Luo Qiao said, helping others is a good thing, but you should be more careful in the future so you don't get tricked. Maybe some scams from later times made Luo Qiao worried. While cooking, she told Shertu a few stories to help him stay alert and avoid being deceived. After finishing, Luo Qiao added, I don't mean to stop you from doing good, but you should protect yourself. It's best to find the police officers. Shertu smiled and said, Sister, I remember and understand now. Because of what Luo Qiao said today, Shertu avoided a disaster shortly afterward. After escaping, he realized that his sister really hadn't lied. Of course, that is a story for another time. Lui Chen also brought back some meat when he returned, including some ribs that Luo Qiao loves to eat. While serving rice, Luo Qiao said, I bought a train ticket for tonight to go back to the farm. I won't be in the city during the National Day holiday. Lui Chen helped serve the food outside and asked, What time is your train? I can see you off. Luo Qiao casually replied, No need to trouble you. The train station isn't far, and you know I have fighting skills. Lui Chen glanced at Luo Qiao but didn't say anything. He said, I'll clean the ribs later, and when I leave, I'll stew them so you can enjoy them when you return. I'll marinate the meat now, and it shouldn't spoil in a few days. After eating, Lui Chen told Luo Qiao and Stone to rest. He cleaned the dishes in the kitchen, then boiled the ribs to remove blood, set them aside, and planned to stew them when Luo Qiao left. This way, they could just cook them a bit more when she returned, and the meat would absorb the flavor. As the time approached, Lui Chen called Luo Qiao to wake her up. Luo Qiao stewed the meat, placed some chopped tree roots on the stove, cleaned up outside, then locked the door and left. As soon as she entered the classroom, she heard someone mention her name. When she entered, she noticed everyone looking at her strangely. Later, her desk mate Xiaoya told her that someone was spreading rumors at school that she was an orphan, questioning how she could afford to attend school, and claiming they saw her with a man carrying a child. Luo Qiao scoffed softly, saying, This person is quite capable, even investigating my background. If she finds out the truth, she might be embarrassed soon. Xiaoya didn't expect Luo Qiao to react like that, and hurriedly said, It's already that late. Stay calm and think about how to handle this. Luo Qiao replied, We need to attend class first. The lesson is about to start. Just then, footsteps approached, and the homeroom teacher entered. The teacher, Mr. Ge, looked around and saw some students whispering. He asked, What are you talking about? One student looked at Luo Qiao and said, Nothing much. Someone is spreading rumors that Luo Qiao's family money isn't clean, that she's an orphan, and that she has money to go to school. They also saw her walking very close to a man with a child. The teacher immediately frowned and looked at the student who was speaking. He asked, Who told you that? This is really nonsense. Yan Jiejia then said, She has already done it, and she's still worried about others talking. The teacher can't favor her just because she's good at studying. A former classmate from middle school who was with Yan Jiejia spoke up to support her. Exactly, Teacher Ge, we don't want to be in the same classroom with someone like that. Luo Qiao stood up and asked, So, are you saying that these rumors are spread by you all? The girl who spoke earlier was Jin Yi, who was quick-tempered. Don't wrongly accuse us. Besides, where there's no smoke, there's no fire. If you didn't do anything, how could rumors spread? Don't blame others for gossip. Luo Qiao chuckled and said, You all are really interesting. Do you have proof that I used someone else's money to go to school? Genie replied, Jiejia already said you're an orphan. Where did you get the money to study? Luo Qiao said, That's a good question. But I want to remind you, without investigation, you have no right to speak. Don't be used as a without knowing it. She then turned to Teacher Ge at the podium and said, Teacher, it's better for you to answer this question. Teacher Ge replied, Luo Qiao is this year's top scorer in our city's high school entrance exam. The reason we haven't widely announced it is because Luo Qiao requested it. Our city's #1 middle school has waived her tuition fees. Also, I want to add that Luo Qiao received awards from the city, county, and township before school started. I won't tell you how much, but I must investigate who is spreading rumors today. Jin Yi was stunned. The class knew Luo Qiao was the top scorer, but she didn't know Luo Qiao had received a prize.
So, what did Luo Qiao mean just now?
She turned to look at Yan Jejia. Luo Qiao didn't say anything more. She didn't want her personal matters to affect everyone's class. She said, "Teacher Ge, let's start the class. We can look into this later." No one noticed the coldness in Luo Qiao's eyes as she lowered her gaze. During this class, everyone was distracted and not really focused on studying. When they heard that Luo Qiao's tuition was fully paid by the city and that she had received awards from the city, county, and township, each student in the class had their own thoughts. Some sighed, some envied, some were jealous, and of course, some harbored resentment. Anyway, during this lesson, besides Luo Qiao, everyone was distracted. After class, Luo Qiao immediately chased after the head teacher and left the classroom. Teacher Ge heard the footsteps behind and said, "Luo Qiao, if you have something to discuss, let's go to my office." Luo Qiao nodded and walked ahead, saying, "Teacher Ge, I think this matter should be handled by the school. I want to see the school's response before the afternoon ends. If the school can't handle this properly, I don't see any point in staying at number 1 high school. I will solve it my way. As a student here, I can't bypass the school to deal with it directly." Teacher Ge understood that today's rumors had gone too far. Hearing Luo Qiao's words, he realized that if this issue wasn't resolved well, she might leave no 1 high school, which he couldn't allow. So, they went together to the principal's office. The principal's name was Li Wenqing. After Luo Qiao explained her purpose, Principal Li took it seriously. He believed that the school was a place for teaching and nurturing students, but those spreading rumors wanted to ruin someone's reputation. This was a serious matter. Principal Li told Luo Qiao to go back and focus on her classes, promising he would investigate the matter before the end of the day. Luo Qiao thanked him and returned to her classroom. On her way past Yan Jejia, she dropped some items as a small act of retaliation for her troublemaking. If you're wondering why Luo Qiao was so sure that Yan Jejia was behind this, it's because people with special abilities are very sensitive. Having attended nearly a month of classes, Yan Jejia had never shown her a friendly face. Every time she looked at Luo Qiao, there was disdain. Today, from Jin Ye's reaction, it was clear that Yan Jejia was responsible. Since she wanted to embarrass Luo Qiao at school, Luo Qiao decided to help her out by letting her succeed. Later, during the second break, Jin Yi was called away. After class started again, Yan Jejia was also called away by the disciplinary office. Everyone looked at Luo Qiao curiously. By the time 20 minutes of the 4th lesson had passed, Yan Jejia finally called out and entered the classroom, crying. Luo Qiao glanced at her and saw she looked upset, which she believed was her own fault. After class, the school loudspeaker announced that all students should gather on the playground. Once everyone was assembled, the head of discipline, Chao Xingming, first talked about safety during the National Day holiday. Next, he explained the rumors circulating at school and revealed the truth behind the incident. Finally, he asked the person responsible for spreading the rumors to come forward and apologize. The victim, Luo Qiao, was also invited to the stage. Yan Jejia saw Luo Qiao go on stage and blushed shyly, saying, "Luo Qiao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have believed others and spread false rumors at school." Luo Qiao looked at Yan Jejia and asked, "Do you mean you also heard from others and didn't check if it was true? You just open your mouth to ruin someone's reputation?" Yan Jejia felt a bit wronged and bit her lip, not wanting to answer. Luo Qiao said, "Since you don't want to answer, let's report to the police. There's no need to waste time here. From your expression, I can tell you're not truly sorry." Hearing Luo Qiao mention calling the police, Yan Jejia was startled and whispered, "Luo Qiao, don't be too harsh." But for some reason, Yan Jejia's words were louder than usual, heard clearly by all the teachers and students. She was so frightened that she quickly covered her mouth in fear. Jin Yi, standing at the front of the class, said, "Luo Qiao, Jejia has already apologized. We're classmates. Don't be so unreasonable." Luo Qiao turned to Jin Yi and said, "Last night, you went into the woods with someone." Jin Yi was surprised first, then shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. You went into the woods with someone, and you can't just falsely accuse others." Luo Qiao chuckled and said, "You can't stand it, huh? Haven't you heard the saying, 'Do not do to others what you don't want done to you'?" Jin Yi blushed and lowered her head. Luo Qiao turned to Yan Jejia and said, "I usually don't bother others, and I don't want to be bothered. If someone wrongs me, I will retaliate. Since there's a rumor today, I need to find out where it came from and clear my name. If you won't tell me, I'll ask the police to investigate." Luo Qiao was confident and never caused trouble for anyone. She just wanted to know who was spreading rumors behind her back and damaging her reputation. She didn't care what Yan Jejia, the teachers, or classmates thought right now. Her only goal was to find out who was talking about her. Yan Jejia was in a tough spot. She couldn't just reveal her older cousin. Yesterday, her cousin Jiangshan came to school to deliver a sleeve to her. From afar, Jiangshan saw Luo Qiao and recognized her as the girl who had insulted her that day. Seeing her cousin staring at Luo Qiao from a distance, Yan Jejia asked, "Cousin, do you know Luo Qiao?" Jiangshan looked at the person walking away with disgust in her eyes. When she heard her cousin's words, she felt a bit upset and said, "Her name is Luo Qiao." Yan Jejia looked at her older cousin's profile and replied, "Yes, she is in the same class as me. She was the top student in our city's high school entrance exam this year. I don't know what tricks she used, but all the boys in our class like her. She's really a clever girl." That day, Jiangshan heard Ding Xiangdong say he was a friend of his comrade, and he wanted to come to the city to look at houses. Thinking back, Ding Xiangdong also said she was naive and always caused trouble. So she said some ambiguous words to her cousin Jejia, just to vent her frustration. She didn't mean much by it, but when Jejia heard that the information came from her cousin's husband, she believed it was true. Plus, she had actually seen Luo Qiao walking with a man and a child one day. After thinking about it overnight, she came to school early today and told some classmates from nearby classes some misleading things to stir trouble. Luo Qiao saw that Jejia wasn't speaking, so she loudly said, "I don't accept your apology because it's not sincere. There's no real honesty. If you do something wrong, a fake apology won't fix it. From tomorrow, I'll talk badly about you every day, and then I'll just apologize to you." After saying this, Luo Qiao didn't look at Jejia's face. She turned and bowed to the school leaders and teachers on stage, saying, "I didn't think being excellent was a crime. It makes people jealous enough to want to ruin me. So I will definitely pursue this matter to the end." Principal Li looked at Jejia with disappointment. He didn't want to make things worse, but from Luo Qiao's perspective, if he also couldn't stand others spreading rumors and talking nonsense, he understood her feelings. After some hesitation, he nodded. Luo Qiao then addressed her classmates, saying, "Could one of you please go to the police station to report this case?" 2 male students immediately ran out. Jejia sat on stage, feeling worried. She didn't expect Luo Qiao to be so brave or so unforgiving. Luo Qiao thought that since everyone in the school now knew about it, she had to resolve it openly. She would be here for a few more years, and this issue couldn't be left unresolved. It was also a warning to others. She wanted them to know she was not to be messed with. The nearby police station quickly arrived. To protect Yan Jejia, who was still a student, they did not question her in front of her classmates, but took her to a side office instead. Soon there was a result. Principal Li initially wanted to handle the matter privately, but seeing Luo Qiao's cold expression, he asked, "Student Luo Qiao, how do you want to handle this?" Luo Qiao replied, "Let's have the involved parties come to the school and clarify everything in front of all the teachers and students." Luo Qiao explained her relationship with Yan Jejia's cousin Jiangshan and her brother-in-law Ding Xiangdong to the police officers and school leaders. She also asked the police to invite Chu Lily to join them. Half an hour later, Jiangshan, Ding Xiangdong, and Chu Lily were brought to the school. After clarifying the situation, Jiangshan, feeling embarrassed, apologized to Luo Qiao in front of all the teachers and students of City No. 1 High School. Ding Xiangdong also expressed his apologies, but was scolded by Luo Qiao. She said, "I hope you understand your mistakes deeply, Not just say sorry with your words, but not your heart. The 10-year turmoil is over, and using such tricks to harm others is wrong. Hearing this, Zhang Shan and Yan Jiejia's faces turned pale. Some students thought Luo Qiao might have gone too far. After all, it was just some gossip. But hearing this, they also remembered past hardships. They also felt that Yan Jiejia was not worth sympathy. She was just trying to ruin someone's reputation with her words. Meanwhile, students from City No. 1 High School learned that Luo Qiao had won many awards and felt envious. After today's events, they realized Luo Qiao was not someone to be messed with. The principal gave a final summary. Yan Jiejia was punished with a major demerit, and Jin Yi received a demerit. It was also announced that Luo Qiao was the first to receive the city's top scorer award in the high school entrance exam. Every year, the top scorers in the middle and university entrance exams would receive similar awards. It took nearly an hour and a half to resolve everything. Luo Qiao thanked everyone, and only then did the principal announce the end of the meeting. When Luo Qiao returned home, Lui Chen and Stone had already come back. Dinner was ready, and the dishes had been washed and prepared. Lui Chen looked at Luo Qiao entering and asked, "Did something happen? Why are you back so late?" Luo Qiao put down her bag, rolled up her sleeves to start cooking, and recounted what happened at school today. Lui Chen's deep eyes flashed with an unclear expression, but his face showed no change. "I will give you an explanation about this. You just focus on watching." Ruo Qiao silently snorted to herself, thinking, "Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. I haven't had time to deal with them these days. If they want to apologize and pass by, that's just wishful thinking." Lui Chen heard this and showed a faint smile, saying, "When you return from your National Day holiday, I will give you a satisfying answer." The ribs had already been cooked until tender, and a few vegetarian dishes were stir-fried. After dinner, Lui Chen cleaned up the dishes, while Ruo Qiao packed some things she needed to take. Once everything was ready, they arrived at the departure point. Sure Tu also wanted to go to see them off, but it was already quite late, and Lui Chen refused. Ruo Qiao comforted him for a while, and Sure Tu finally smiled and said, "Sister, come back early, and be careful on the road." The two of them took Sure Tu to the gate of Lui Chen's residence. This was Ruo Qiao's first time coming here, so she took a moment to recognize the place. Lui Chen bought a platform ticket and saw Ruo Qiao onto the train. He handed her the things he had prepared and said, "Be careful on the way. Call me when you get back. I'll come to pick you up." After saying this, he got off the train. He stood on the platform waiting until the train disappeared into the distance before turning around and leaving the station. As soon as he stepped out of the station, his expression grew serious. Inside, he thought, "Ding Xiangdong, you're really something. I haven't had a chance to settle the score with you last time, but you went out of your way to say irresponsible things just to comfort your partner." Lui Chen didn't go straight home after leaving the station. Instead, he went to the police station and made a phone call. Ruo Qiao waited until the train left the station before realizing Lui Chen was no longer there. She then finally opened the canvas bag he had just handed her. Inside were tangerine cans, fruit candies, white rabbit milk candies, and 2 packs of brown sugar. The small bag was packed full. For some reason, Ruo Qiao suddenly felt warm and sweet inside. Having someone care about her felt really nice. Without realizing it, some people had already begun to slowly enter her heart. The train wouldn't arrive until 5 a.m. the next morning. After arriving, she still had to walk over 50 miles to the farm. Usually, there would be donkey carts or ox carts across from the train station that could take her there. Ruo Qiao didn't put the things Lui Chen gave her into her bag, but carried them behind her back. Knowing they were gifts, he prepared to send her back to the farm. This was a small station, so after walking about 50 meters from the station, she was out of the train station. Looking around, she saw ox carts and donkey carts waiting across the street. These were brought by nearby teams doing side jobs. Ruo Qiao approached and saw a small stall selling wontons nearby. She gently lifted her foot and walked over. As she passed by the donkey carts and ox carts, someone asked her, "Young lady, do you want a ride?" Luo Qiao kindly replied, "I'll eat a bowl of wonton first." Those people smiled and looked at Luo Qiao. All right, go ahead." Old Wang's wontons are very tasty. After finishing a bowl of wonton, Luo Qiao smiled and said, "It really is very tasty, quite good." She then asked someone to pack another portion, planning to take it to honor her grandmother Luo Nai Nai, because she knew from the original owner's memory that her grandmother loved eating wontons and dumplings. Now was a good chance to do so, as a small gesture of respect. She found an honest-looking old man and agreed on a price. Then she took a donkey cart to the farm. Since it was a special trip and not a shared ride, it cost Luo Qiao 2 yuan, which was quite a lot. The road was not easy to travel, and after nearly 3 hours, they arrived at the farm around 9 o'clock. Luo Qiao paid the old man and looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar farm gate. Tears unexpectedly filled her eyes. She was startled by her own reaction, wondering if the original owner had not truly left. Could that be possible? Maybe it was a lingering thought within her body. She hesitated for a moment and then walked toward the farm gate. Over the past few years, many people had left the farm to return to the city, but a few still stayed to work. Luo Qiao approached the gatekeeper and looked inside. Seeing the people inside, she called out, "Grandpa Qin." Hearing her voice, the person inside looked over and stared at her for a long time before saying, "You are Luo Qiao, the eldest daughter of the Luo family's second branch." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Yes, it's me. Grandpa Qin still remembers me." Grandpa Qin chuckled and came out happily. "Quite a change. Looks like life back in the city has been good." Luo Qiao was a person who never forgot to seek justice. She didn't hide her story from Grandpa Qin and told him everything. Grandpa Qin patted his thigh and said, "The newspaper said that Luo Tianming is your father?" "Oh no, your adoptive father?" Luo Qiao nodded. Grandpa Qin then mumbled, "No wonder. Now it makes sense. Luo Tianming and his wife really aren't good people." Seeing how much Luo Qiao had changed, he asked, "Are you here to pay respects to your grandmother?" Luo Qiao nodded and said, "Yes, I came back to honor my grandmother. Without her, I might have been gone long ago." Grandpa Qin listened to Luo Qiao and said, "It's time to come back and visit. It's also time to pay respects. Your wife Luo protected you for many years, but now you've found your real parents. Good days are still ahead." Luo Qiao and Grandpa Qin said goodbye. Instead of heading into the farm, they took a small path toward Grandma Luo's grave. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived there. Luo Qiao placed a bowl of wonton she had bought with her own money in front of Grandma Luo's grave. The outside leather bag was already wet. She had just taken it out from her space just before getting off the car, worried that the soup might spill if she carried it outside for too long. She took out some canned food and a few candies from her bag, lit a candle, burned some paper, bowed to Grandma Luo's grave, and then started talking softly about what had happened over the past few months. Finally, she bowed deeply to the grave and said, "Grandma, I am leaving now. I will come back to see you when I have time. Thank you for protecting me all these years." Not long after Luo Qiao left, children who were out gathering grass saw the items on the grave. No one minded that they were offerings, and they happily shared and ate them. After descending the mountain, Luo Qiao headed toward the place where the original owner used to live. The old house had now been given to someone else. Even though a lot had changed in these months, some people still recognized her. More and more people gathered around. Luo Qiao took out candies from her bag and shared them with the crowd. When they learned that she was back to pay respects to Grandma Luo, everyone praised her as a good child. Someone invited Luo Qiao to their home for lunch, but she said she needed to visit the market and catch a bus later, so she politely declined. At the market, Luo Qiao saw Director Zhang looking at some documents. She gently knocked on the door and heard a voice inviting her in. She stepped inside. Director Zhang was surprised and asked, "Whose daughter are you?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Director Zhang, you don't remember me? I am Luo Qiao." In the original owner's memory, Director Zhang was a fair man who had helped her a few times. It wasn't easy to come here, so she wanted to thank him for his kindness back then. Director Zhang asked, "Are you Luo Qiao from Grandma Luo's family?" Luo Qiao nodded and said, "Yes." Director Zhang stood up and looked her over.
You've really changed a lot.
You've grown into a beautiful young woman. Are you here to pay respects to your grandma? Luo Qiao smiled and said, Yes, I came back to pay respects to my grandmother and also to see how everyone is doing on the farm. She then took out several bottles of mushroom meat sauce and 2 packs of brown sugar from her bag and said, Director Zhang, thank you for your protection all these years. Please don't refuse these. It's my little gift. Director Zhang replied, I haven't done much. You really don't need to remember it. Luo Qiao smiled faintly and said, Maybe it doesn't seem like much to you, but to me, it's a great kindness. She then bowed to Director Zhang and said, Thank you. Director Zhang chuckled and said, Oh, you're making me blush. Dear child, I'm happy just knowing you have such a kind heart. I really can't accept these. Luo Qiao smiled and said, The mushroom sauce is homemade by me. Please take it back and let Annie and the others try it. As for the brown sugar, I just heard that Sister Yuehong is resting after giving birth. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Also, in the future, I might need Director Zhang to take care of my grandmother's grave. Since I live so far away, I can't visit often. You should let me feel a bit more at ease. Seeing that Luo Qiao had said enough, Director Zhang couldn't refuse any longer and said, Don't worry. I'll go and clear the weeds at your grandmother's grave when I have time. Granny Luo, you really didn't waste your kindness on me. Actually, Luo Qiao was just being polite. A big director like him wouldn't have time to do such things. He was just offering to speak up if anything happened to ensure fairness. After finishing her business, Luo Qiao didn't stay long. She needed to catch a ride, so she left the farm office and headed toward the farm gate, hoping to meet a passing ox cart or donkey cart to save herself the long walk. Along the way, she saw many people but didn't stop, just greeting them briefly and walking on. When she reached the farm gate, she saw Grandpa Qin standing outside, looking around. Luo Qiao hurried over and asked Grandpa Qin, Why are you standing outside? Grandpa Qin smiled and said, You said you'd finish paying respects to your grandmother and then leave by cart, right? Earlier, old Zhao's family from Baijia village came back this morning. I think his eldest son will leave soon. He came back riding his bike. I was just thinking if he comes by, I could ask him to give you a ride. There are very few cars going out in the afternoon, and since the road is so far, I'm a bit worried about you, little girl. Listening to Grandpa Qin, Luo Qiao felt a warm feeling in her heart, and her eyes reddened. She nodded and said, Thank you, Grandpa Qin. Grandpa Qin chuckled and said, No need to thank me. I've watched you grow up. Come back often when you have time, and take a look around. Luo Qiao nodded. Yes, I will. While Grandpa Qin was waiting for his car at the gate, Luo Qiao entered the porch, placed 2 bottles of mushroom and meat sauce on the table, and also left a big handful of white rabbit candies. Then she quietly stepped back outside. After chatting a few more words at the farm entrance, they really saw Zhao's eldest son from the Bai family riding his bicycle over. Grandpa Qin called out to him, Zhao, wait a moment. Zhao Shun pressed his brakes and asked Grandpa Qin, Is there something you need? Grandpa Qin smiled and said, Zhao, can you help me take someone to the train station? Zhao Shun smiled. Sure, Grandpa Qin. It's not a big deal. Then he looked at Luo Qiao standing nearby. Is it this girl? Grandpa Qin nodded. Yes, just take her to the train station. It's easier than her walking, especially in the afternoon when there are fewer passing carts. I'm worried she might miss her train. Zhao Shun agreed. All right, let's go. After saying goodbye to Grandpa Qin, Luo Qiao got into the car to head to the train station. Grandpa Qin watched Luo Qiao walk away until she was out of sight, then turned back to the porch. He thought to himself that Luo's wife also didn't waste her love on this girl. When he entered the house and saw the things on the table, he was momentarily stunned. Then he remembered something and patted his thigh. Oh, this girl really. Why did she leave so many things behind? She's a good kid. Soon after, someone from the farm came to chat with Grandpa Qin at the gate. When the conversation turned to Luo Qiao, Grandpa Qin casually mentioned the matter involving Luo Tianming and his wife. Luo Qiao arrived at the train station smiling and thanked Zhao's eldest son. Before leaving, She grabbed a handful of candies from her pocket and hung them in the basket on Zhao Shun's bicycle handlebar. Then she ran off quickly. When she got off the train, she asked about a train heading to Beijing at 6 p.m. She bought a ticket directly and then went to a nearby wonton stall for a bowl of wonton. Afterward, she found a shady spot to sit and wait for her train. In Jishur City, Luo Tianming and Feng Hui had been arguing ever since their fight. The neighbors were unhappy and wished they would leave. In this situation, Luo Bin spent all day with the unruly young people on the street, doing nothing productive and occasionally engaging in petty theft. Luo's eldest aunt, Qiao Wan, heard from someone at her workplace that she should remind Luo Tianming and his wife. However, her sister-in-law, Feng Hui, sarcastically said she was trying to ruin Luo Bin's reputation, almost accusing Qiao Wan of meddling. This made Qiao Wan upset for several days. Before leaving by train, Luo Qiao looked back at the farm and thought she should come back to visit when she had time. She found her seat, sighed, and wondered what her meeting with the Luo family would be like. The train's clattering sound carried her thoughts away. She didn't know if the Luo family would fully accept her, but she set a rule for herself: always stay rational. The train arrived at the station around 7 a.m. the next morning. Luo Qiao only carried a shoulder bag with a change of clothes. She got off with the crowd. As soon as she stepped out of the station, she heard someone shout, "Qiao Qiao, over here. Fourth brother is here." Someone ran over. Recognizing the person, Luo Qiao asked, "Fourth brother, how do you know I'm on this train?" Luo Xiyuan replied, "You said the other day you'd arrive on the 2nd, right? I checked all the trains coming from that side, thinking you might take this one, so I came early to wait. I was planning to wait at the station today anyway. I didn't expect you to take this train."
"Thank you, Qiao Qiao.
"Let's go home." Luo Qiao nodded softly. Before getting off, she went to the bathroom for cover and tidied herself up, so she didn't look like she had been on a train all night. Luo Xiyuan looked at his delicate sister and said, "Third brother won't be back tonight. He's in the army, so he can't take leave during the day." Suddenly, Luo Qiao remembered their eldest and second brothers, whom she had only heard about once before. "Can I visit my eldest and second brothers this time?" Luo Xiyuan suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, he said, "Qiao Qiao, I'll talk to Grandpa and Grandma about it later. Don't mention it in front of everyone. I'm worried Mom might have another episode." Qiao Qiao replied, "I understand. If it's not convenient, I won't insist. I don't want to cause trouble." Luo Xiyuan sighed bitterly. "It's okay. I'll talk to Grandpa and Grandma. I think they'll agree." 1 hour later, Luo Xiyuan led Luo Qiao to the mechanical factory's residential area. On the way, they met many neighbors who came forward to greet Luo Xiyuan. "Xiyuan, who is this?" they asked. Luo Xiyuan, smiling happily, patiently introduced everyone. "This is my younger sister, Luo Qiao." "Oh, so she's the top student in this year's high school entrance exam in Jishur City. Xiyuan, your family might have a college student in the future. This girl looks so pretty, much prettier than Jining." No wonder Vice Factory Director Luo looked so happy today. It turns out his daughter is coming back. "Are you not leaving anymore? It's better to stay with the family." Amidst the greetings, Luo Qiao followed Luo Xiyuan into Luo's house. It was a small 2-story house with many flowers and plants in the yard, looking very elegant. As soon as they entered the gate, someone came out to greet them. An elderly couple with gray hair led the way. When Zhou Guifeng saw Luo Qiao, her eyes immediately turned red. "Child, welcome home." Luo Xiyuan quickly introduced, "Qiao Qiao, this is Grandma and Grandpa." Luo Qiao softly greeted, "Hello, Grandma and Grandpa." Zhou Guifeng couldn't hold back, and tears flowed down her face. She choked, Good, it's good to be back. It's good to be back." Luo Daran saw his wife crying and felt a bit emotional too. He hurriedly said, "Come inside quickly. The child is back, and we should be happy." Zhou Guifeng wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said, "I'm getting old. My eyes aren't good anymore. I can't see things clearly. Seeing my granddaughter come back makes me happy. Child, come on, your grandpa is right. We should be happy. Let's go inside." After everyone gathered around to welcome Luo Qiao into the house, Luo Xiyuan introduced each person. Luo Qiao, this is my eldest uncle Luo Haoxuan and Aunt Song Xia, my younger uncle Luo Haoqing and Aunt Gu Hongwan. Luo Qiao politely greeted, hello, uncle, aunt, younger uncle, and aunt. I am Luo Qiao. The elders all smiled and said, good, welcome home. Each of them also handed her a red envelope. Luo Qiao didn't want to accept it first, but Luo Xiyuan said, take it. It's a gift from the elders. The elderly couple, who had been so happy earlier, also took out their gifts. Grandpa gave her a red envelope, and Grandma presented a pair of jade bangles. Lu Qiao looked at her grandmother's gift and didn't want to accept it. The gift was too hot to handle and might cause trouble. She didn't lack these things in her own space. Grandma Luo could easily see her granddaughter's expression and thought she was a good girl. She said, just take it happily. Your older cousin and younger cousin also have one. They won't mind. At this moment, her older cousin Luo Jialin and younger cousin Luo Jiayue stepped forward. Luo Jialin smiled and said, cousin, I am your older cousin Luo Jialin. This is younger cousin Luo Jiayue. Please accept it. It's grandma's gift. Besides, Jiayue and I also have one. Lu Qiao had no choice but to thank them, accept the gift, and greet her older and younger cousins with a smile. Luo Xiyuan then introduced her to the eldest cousin from her father's side, Luo Sudong, his wife Shang Jie, nephew Luo Pingrui, niece Luo Xiao, second cousin Luo Xuanan, his wife Wang Lanxiang, niece Luo Ziqian, and her little uncle's cousin Luo Xufei. Lu Qiao called each person one by one, asked how they were, and everyone sat down. Afterward, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward because the main people of the family, the biological parents of the original owner, were not in the room. Grandma Luo spoke, your parents will be back soon. Your mom took leave, but early this morning, her work called and said there would be an inspection from above. She had to go and get the locked account book. Your dad will definitely be home soon. Their office building is not far from the residential area. Once he hears the news, he will come back. He's been excited for several days. As she finished speaking, someone outside ran in. Ciao ciao, sorry, Dad is back. The person who ran in was Luo Haotian, whom Grandma Luo had just been talking about. He was holding a bowl of tofu pudding and a big tray of fried dough sticks. He said, Ciao ciao, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? When Dad heard you were back, he ran to the breakfast shop in the alley to bring you some food. Come quickly and eat. Master Lu's cooking is especially good. Lu Qiao was touched, and her eyes welled up. Thank you. Luo Haotian grinned and said, as long as my girl likes it, there's no need to thank me. Come on, follow Dad. After eating, we'll talk. Grandma Luo nodded and said, go quickly. Grandma also prepared porridge for you. I'll serve a bowl. Whatever you like to eat, just choose. Soon, her older and younger cousins helped bring out porridge, eggs, cold dishes, salted duck eggs, small buns from the kitchen. Everyone's face was filled with kind smiles. Luo Haotian sat nearby, eating with his daughter and son. The others had moved to the living room to talk, occasionally glancing toward the dining area. Everyone thought Luo family members were admirable, much better than Zhao Jining. After Luo Qiao finished eating, Luo Haotian gave his daughter some water to rinse her mouth. He then tidied up the dining area, took his daughter to the living room, and sat down. Luo Xiyuan was ignored by his father the whole time. Cousin Luo Jialin said, Luo Qiao, I didn't expect you to be in high school already. I'm only my third year. Luo Qiao smiled and said, yes, I just wanted to save some tuition fees. I learned those things with my master and his team when I was on the farm. Jialin asked curiously, you have a master? Luo Qiao smiled again. Yes, they've all gone back to Beijing.
I plan to visit them this time.
Little cousin Luo Jiayue looked at Luo Qiao and said, second older sister, your skin is so nice. Luo Qiao touched her face and said, when I have time later, I'll make some skincare products for you. I've been using them myself, and they work pretty well. Aunt Luo also became interested and asked, Qiao Qiao, you can make skincare products? Luo Qiao looked at Aunt Luo and saw many spots on her face. She replied, yes, my master is a doctor, familiar with both traditional and Western medicine. He taught me quite a bit during those years on the farm. Aunt Luo was excited and asked, is there any way to treat the spots on my face? Luo Qiao said, I might not have time these days, but once I return to Jishur City and finish my work, I'll send some to you. Rest assured, there won't be any side effects. It can only lighten the spots, not completely cure them overnight. It might take a few months. Gu Hongwan was very happy to hear this. She was envious of anyone with clear skin. Her pregnancy marks had persisted for many years, and she had tried many remedies. Everyone asked more about Luo Qiao's life and studies. She answered honestly, which made everyone feel sympathetic and criticized the Zhao and Luo families. Luo Qiao smiled and said, things are in the past. I'm doing pretty well now. You don't need to dwell on old matters. Grandma Luo said that's right. My granddaughter is right. People should look forward. Isn't it okay for Qiao Qiao to go back to Beijing and finish high school? Li Qiao gently patted her grandmother's hand and said, I'm doing well at number 1 middle school in Jishur. When I went there, I didn't have to pay school fees. I can't just leave now. It's only a few years. I will work hard to get back to Beijing. Li Qiao doesn't want to return early. First, she feels she lacks freedom. Second, she's not used to it. Third, she doesn't want others to think she has changed from a common girl into someone special. She is fully capable of returning to Beijing on her own and doesn't want to face criticism. While everyone was talking excitedly, there was a noise at the door. Cousin Luo Jieyue stood up and looked outside. My second aunt has returned. Ning Shuling entered the yard, parked her bicycle, feeling a bit conflicted. She felt sorry for her daughter, but wasn't sure if she could get along well with her own child. She had thought about visiting her daughter herself, but hesitated. When she opened the door, she immediately saw her daughter sitting beside her mother-in-law. The girl looked very much like her mother, even more than her own biological daughter. Ning Shuling looked at Li Qiao and suddenly her eyes filled with tears. Her lips trembled as she said, Qiao. Qiao Qiao, I am your mother. Li Qiao stood up but didn't call anyone. Ning Shuling threw down her bag, and because of their blood relation, she quickly walked over and hugged Li Qiao. Qiao Qiao, my daughter. Then she burst into loud crying, making Li Qiao feel a bit overwhelmed. She could only let her hold her. Luo Haoyan, unable to watch anymore, came over and gently pulled Ning Shuling away. Don't scare Qiao Qiao. Ning Shuling finally stopped crying slowly. Sorry. I don't know why, I just want to cry. Li Qiao said, it's okay. Letting it out is good for your health. Once Ning Shuling calmed down, Zhou Guifang looked at the time and said it was getting late. She called the daughters-in-law into the kitchen to prepare the meal. Li Qiao also wanted to get up and help, but Grandma Luo said, let your fourth brother, cousin, and younger sister take you out for a walk. First, to help you recognize the area since this is your home, and you should get familiar with it. Second, let your fourth brother introduce you to people so you can make friends. Also, let the people in the courtyard see that our Luo family's girl has returned. Go ahead. When you come back, the food will be ready. Luo Siyun said, okay, I promise to complete the task. The group left the courtyard together. Luo Siyun acted as a guide, explaining the layout of the courtyard and the surrounding facilities to Li Qiao. Along the way, everyone they met was introduced to Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao politely greeted each person in turn. Soon, the family compound was discussing Luo Deputy Director's adopted daughter. After a while, it was almost lunchtime. They bought plenty of soda outside and prepared to head home. Just a few steps away, a group of young boys and girls approached. One girl, about 15 or 16, kept staring at Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao sensed hostility in her eyes, thinking she was probably a big fan of Zhao Jiajing, the stand-in. As Luo Siyuan and a few boys finished greeting the others and were about to introduce Luo Qiao, the girl spoke up, asking, are you the daughter that Deputy Luo recently adopted? Luo Qiao responded confidently, yes, I am Luo Qiao. The girl circled around Luo Qiao and said, you are quite pretty. No wonder they pushed Jiajing away. Hearing this, Luo Siyuan got angry and shouted, Qiao Meng, Mind your words. Our family's matters are not your business. The girl named Xiao Meng said, your family raised Jiajing for 15 years. Do you really need a few more years of support? Was it Jiajing's fault back then? Why did she have to be sent to the countryside? Luo Xiyuan replied, I'll say it again, Xiao Meng. This is our family's business. It's not your place to interfere. Don't forget, my sister suffered outside for many years, all because of Zhao Jiajing's biological parents. She is innocent, but my sister was the one who had to endure so much. Haven't you seen the newspapers? Are you blind or just heartless? Xiao Meng said, what does Jiajing have to do with this? She's also a victim. Have you ever thought about whether she can handle living in the countryside after growing up in Beijing? Luo Xiyuan was about to reply, but Luo Qiao, with a half-smile, asked, are you Zhao Jiajing's good friend? Xiao Meng replied, yes, we are the best of sisters. Don't think that just because Luo Deputy Director's daughter is with you, I'll be friendly. Luo Qiao smiled and said, from your clothes, it looks like your family is quite well off, right? Xiao Meng looked a bit proud and said haughtily, what does that have to do with you? Li Qiao chuckled twice and said, since you and Zhao Jiajing are good friends, and you're willing to stand up for her and cause trouble, why don't you just take her in and let her live with you? That would be the best solution for everyone. Xiao Meng's face immediately darkened, and she replied without thinking, why should I take her in? Li Qiao smiled and said, honestly, you're just superficial friends, only supporting each other with words. I thought your family lived by the seaside. Xiao Meng looked annoyed and asked, what do you mean by that? Li Qiao mocked, you're too nosy. If you truly care about her, you should bring her home to take care of her. If not, don't bother talking. She was about to leave when she added, oh, I forgot to tell you why Zhao Jiajing was sent away so quickly. It's because she tried to steal money from the Luo family and even hit her mother, who raised her for 15 years, with a lamp. That's why she was sent away urgently. Her tone was full of disdain. Such behavior. TSK. You're still friends, but people tend to hang out with those like themselves. Haha. After saying this, Li Qiao shook her head and turned to leave. She didn't think what she said was unfair to Zhao Jiajing. After all, it was her friend who started trouble first. Fine, let's just hurt each other. Xiao Meng wanted to rush forward and argue with Li Qiao, but remembering her aunt's warning, she didn't dare. If she did, Luo Xiyuan might not let her go. Behind Xiao Meng, a group of people saw how formidable the newly acknowledged daughter of the Luo family was. She didn't curse or swear, but her words hit hard. Watching the scene, Yuan Zihao, the son of the factory director, and Yan Jiapeng, the grandson of the secretary, exchanged glances. They both looked at Li Qiao with respect, thinking she was not someone to mess with. Seeing Xiao Meng's angry, red-faced expression, they turned and left disdainfully. A girl who came with Xiao Meng warned her, Xiao Meng, let's go. If we stay any longer, we'll miss them. Zihao and Jiapeng have already gone far. Xiao Meng glared fiercely at Li Qiao and the others walking away. She had made a serious enemy today. What she didn't know was that her companions, who were walking ahead, looked down on her behavior just now. They also discussed Li Qiao's accusations about Zhao Jiajing stealing money and deliberately kept their distance from Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng felt very upset. Not only did she fail to humiliate Li Qiao, but she also ended up hurting herself. It was really unlucky. Xiao Meng's original intention was not to take out her anger on Zhao Jining. She wanted to stand in front of everyone and defend Zhao Jining, hoping the people in the housing compound would see how much she cared for her friend. However, she didn't expect to lose her reputation. Xiao Meng was very angry. If her aunt-in-law found out about this today, she didn't know what she would say. Xiao Meng was not the daughter of factory workers. She was the niece of Xiao Haiqing, the deputy factory director in charge of production. Her biological parents had divorced years ago because of personality clashes. Soon after, both remarried, but neither wanted to raise Xiao Meng. Under her grandmother's care, Xiao Meng was fostered with her eldest uncle. Because of this, the deputy factory director's wife caused a lot of trouble. But since Xiao Haiqing had promised his mother and brother, he couldn't send her back, so they just kept her there. Xiaoming used to play often with Luo Jining, always trying to please her. Now that Luo Jining was in such a situation, she felt secretly happy. But today, seeing Luo Qiao, who was well-dressed and pretty and had been the top student in the city's middle school entrance exam, she felt a bit jealous. So she did something foolish today. When Luo Qiao and her friends returned home, dinner was already served. The old man was happy today and opened a bottle of wine, pouring drinks for the adults and soda for the younger ones. Old Mr. Luo raised his glass and said, "Come, today is a good day. Let's toast to welcoming Qiao Qiao home." The table was full of delicious food, and everyone was laughing and chatting happily. Even Ning Shuling, who usually looked serious, had a gentle smile today. During dinner, the elders first handed food to Luo Qiao with their chopsticks, saying, "Eat more." Luo's wife looked at Luo Qiao and said, although she suffered for over 10 years, she really inherited our family's big size. Qiao Qiao chuckled and lightly coughed, saying, "Some people used to say I was just a big fool." Luo's wife pretended to be angry and said, "That's something others envy." Big fool, indeed. Ning Shuling looked at her daughter's face, which resembled her mother's, and told her mother-in-law, "Mom, don't leave soon. We'll have dinner here tonight. My brother and the others will come after work, and we can all enjoy a lively evening." Luo's wife looked at the other two families and asked, "Are you free this afternoon?" The people from the first and third families smiled and said, "Yes, we took the day off today." Once everything was settled, the women began to clean up the dishes. Old Master Luo called Luo Qiao and his 3 sons into the study. After everyone found a seat, Old Master Luo asked, "Luo Qiao, do you really want to stay in Jishur to finish high school?" Luo Qiao nodded. "Yes. When I first enrolled, the school took good care of me. Before the holidays, they even risked damaging their reputation to help me, and the police got involved over some issues. I can't forget their kindness. Also, I like the atmosphere at Jishur No. 1 High School. I'm used to it now, and don't want to start over in a new place." Hearing that something had happened at school before the holidays, Luo Haoyan asked, "Qiao Qiao, what exactly happened at school?" Luo Qiao briefly explained the incident. Immediately, Luo Haoyan was so angry he wished he could go and confront Yan Jejia and Jiang Shan right now. Even Ding Xiangdong wasn't a good person. Luo Qiao said, "It's all been taken care of now, so you don't need to worry about me." In Jishur, after Yan Jejia returned home that day, news of what happened at school spread quickly among neighbors. Everyone thought she was a kind girl normally, but it turned out she was quite different. Yan Guiming came home from work and was mocked at the alley entrance. He then asked about the situation and, after learning the details, scolded his daughter harshly. If she weren't a girl, he might have lost his temper and hit her. Zhang Yanwen looked at her daughter and said, "Jejia, what happened today was your fault. If this gets back to your cousin and her husband's workplace, it could affect their jobs. Your aunt's family might blame us." She continued, "You really are hard to deal with. Why do you care about her? Look, she's fine now, but you've damaged your reputation. How will you study at school in the future?" Jejia realized she had embarrassed herself today. Instead of comforting her, her parents scolded her. She turned around and ran into her room crying. She didn't reflect on her actions, but instead resented her cousin Jiang Shan, thinking she had misled her. Naturally, she also hated Luo Qiao. Her father, Yan, said to his wife, Zhang Yanwen, who was standing nearby, "Look at what you've done, spoiling her so much. She refuses to learn anything good and only picks up bad habits. It's embarrassing." Zhang Yanwen felt wronged. She knew her daughter had been manipulated by her niece. If her niece hadn't said all those nonsense things, her daughter wouldn't have spoken so carelessly at school. Now that this incident has happened, Jiang Shan and Ding Xiangdong going to apologize at the school certainly can't be kept secret from their sister and others. There will be more trouble, which is really frustrating. The person involved, Jiang Shan, was told the next day that she would be transferred to the parcel sorting team. She was originally responsible for sending telegrams at her workplace, but now she was moved to the busiest position at the post office. She was already proud and demanding an explanation from her leaders. The leaders, considering her parents' reputation, didn't want to make the matter worse. But due to some pressure and because she had indeed embarrassed the postal bureau, they decided to transfer her as a warning. Unexpectedly, this girl has a problem with her mind. She insisted on making the issue bigger. At first, not many people knew about her embarrassing actions, but now, after causing a fuss, the leaders lost their patience. They exposed what Jiang Shan had done. Seeing her expression change, everyone realized she had already offended many colleagues from her partner's workplace. Now she even targeted a student who was just a friend of her partner's comrade. Not only did she embarrass the person on their first meeting, but she also tried to ruin their reputation afterward. People like her should stay far away in the future. She really isn't a good person. The incident caused a big fuss and was very embarrassing. After an emergency meeting, considering Jiang Shan's usual performance at work, the postal bureau leaders decided to have her clean the storeroom. Jiang Shan was stunned. Things seemed to get worse the more she caused trouble. The leaders didn't care how she felt. The decision was final. When her parents found out, it was already too late to change anything. Although they blamed their daughter for being narrow-minded, they also disliked their niece. Of course, Zhang's parents mainly blamed Luo Qiao, who studied at one middle school in the city. They didn't expect such a young girl to be so vicious, forcing Jiang Shan and Ding Xiangdong to apologize publicly to the entire school staff and students. Luo Qiao didn't know about the incident in Jishir City. She had just come out of the study and was about to contact the Yuan and Yang families to visit them tomorrow. Meanwhile, the people in the study continued talking for a while. Luo Haotian also recounted some previous events to his father, older brother, and younger brother. The old man said to his second son, Luo Haotian, Luo Qiao is a clever girl. Luo Haotian nodded and replied, I understand. I will respect her choice. The eldest, Luo Haoshuan, said, after all, she's a Luo family member. She seems more thoughtful than Jiajing. The third, Luo Haoqing, said, Jiajing is really muddle-headed. How could she do such things? Hao Tian Luo said, please don't bring this up again. The person has already been sent away, and it doesn't concern us anymore. I'm telling you this today to remind you. I worry that Jia Ning might contact you to find a way back to the city. Just a heads up. Later that afternoon, the Ning brothers and their families arrived. When they saw Luo Qiao, they were momentarily stunned. Auntie Zhang Yuhua looked at Luo Qiao and said, this child looks so much like my mother-in-law. Everyone was surprised at first, then for some reason, they all started to laugh. Ningling stepped forward and said, hello, I am your cousin Ningling. Luo Qiao smiled and replied, hello, I am Luo Qiao. Ningling said, what a coincidence. The family that raised you also has the surname Luo. Luo Qiao smiled and said, yes, they do. Zhang Yuehua, still thinking about why everyone was laughing, suddenly heard her husband say, honestly, Luo Qiao really looks a lot like her grandmother. Luo Qiao thought about the original story. In the original book, many years later, her cousin from her uncle's family discovered she looked exactly like her grandmother. That led to an investigation and a DNA test, which finally confirmed their relationship, though it was too late then. In this life, she had come here and everything was different. Luo Qiao smiled gently at the Ning family. Not long after, her third brother from the army also returned. He entered the house first and looked for Luo Qiao, saying, Qiao Qiao, your third brother is back. Luo Qiao happily took what he handed her and said, there's tea on the table over there. Have some first, your lips look dry. Luo Xiang smiled and said, good, our Qiao Qiao is the best. In the past, Zhao Jialing didn't get along well with her two brothers. Luo Xiang and the others had never been so close to Zhao Jialing before. It seemed that blood ties really do matter. That evening, the Ning and Luo families gathered happily. The eldest aunt's family had one cousin sister and 3 cousins brothers. The second uncle's family had 2 cousin sisters and 2 cousins brothers. Now, each family had quite a few children. Everyone was smart and friendly. No one mentioned Zhao Jialing, and all showed kindness toward Luo Qiao. After dinner, Ning Lingyu quietly whispered to Luo Qiao about Zhao Jialing's past misdeeds and how she often caused trouble for her before. Luo Qiao then learned that her cousin had suffered from Zhao Jialing's mischief before. That night, the old couple from the Luo family still didn't stay overnight. They sent their youngest son's family home along the way. Luo Qiao saw everyone off at the door before returning to her room. The room Luo Qiao stayed in was prepared in advance by Hao Tian Luo. All the furniture and supplies inside were new, showing that he had put thought into it. Luo Qiao was quite satisfied. Ning Shuling didn't know how to get along with her daughter. She silently stood behind Luo Haotian, following and helping him. In her heart, she hated the Zhao family, but honestly, she couldn't let go of her daughter, who had been with her for 15 years. Luo Qiao saw her expression and guessed she was thinking of Zhao Jiajing. She chuckled inwardly. Understandable, after all. People are not made of stone, who can be completely unfeeling. The next day, Luo Qiao got up early, finished breakfast, and told the Luo family, "I'm going out today on some errands. You don't need to prepare lunch for me." Luo Haotian asked, "Is it far? I can ask your second brother to go with you." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "No need. I met some people at the farm before. They will send someone to pick me up. You all still need to go to work, so there's no need to keep taking leave for me." After packing up, Luo Qiao left with the Luo family. Just as they exited the compound, Yuan Weiqing got out of his car and approached them. "Luo Qiao, I'm here to pick you up." Luo Qiao smiled and asked, "Little Uncle Yuan, are you off work today?" Yuan Weiqing chuckled, "Yes. The old master called me last night, saying you've arrived in Jing City, and asked me to take leave to come back. I came straight from the military early this morning to pick you up." Luo Qiao said sweetly, "Thank you, little Uncle Yuan." Then she introduced her family. "These are my biological parents. This is my third brother, Luo Xian, who is also in the military. And this is my fourth brother, Luo Xiuan, who works at the water plant." Yuan Weiqing smiled and said, "Hello, I am Yuan Weiqing. I'm here to pick up Luo Qiao. Don't worry, I will make sure she gets back safely later." Initially, Luo Haotian was a bit worried, but when he saw the military vehicle and soldiers, he felt somewhat reassured. He also saw Luo Xian salute him with a military greeting. "Hello, Captain Yuan." Yuan Weiqing responded, "Hello. Do you know me?" Luo Xian replied, "Yes." After a few words, everyone realized they belonged to the same military unit, but different regiments. Luo Qiao said with a smile, "So, you guys are comrades in arms." Yuan Weiqing laughed and said, "Yes, real comrades. It's impressive. You're already a platoon leader at such a young age." He then looked at Luo Haotian and said, "If there's nothing else, we'll head out first." According to Luo Qiao's seniority, she should call Luo Haotian Brother Luo. But since she and his son are comrades and not much older, she couldn't bring herself to call him brother. Luo Haotian smiled and said, "All right, let's go. Drive carefully on the way." Luo Qiao and the Luo family waved goodbye and turned to get into the car parked by the roadside. This scene was just seen by a group of people, including Qiao Meng. Qiao Meng whispered, "She really is talent. She's only been back in the capital for a few days and already hooked up with an officer. She's really clever." This comment was overheard by Yuan Zihao and Yan Jiaping standing behind her. They looked at Qiao Meng with disdain, thinking she was not thinking straight and had bad intentions. It's better to stay away from her. Yuan Weiqing's car arrived outside the courtyard. After registering as a visitor, they were allowed in. When Luo Qiao arrived, Old Master Yuan was already waiting outside. Seeing Luo Qiao get out of the car, Old Master Yuan smiled warmly and said, "Oh, I've been waiting for you to arrive." Luo Qiao was happy to see Old Master Yuan. After carefully looking at him, she smiled and asked, "Grandpa Yuan, I came to see you. Are you happy?" Old Master Yuan's face was full of smiles. He replied, "Yes, yes. I've been looking forward to your visit. Come inside. I've prepared lots of delicious food for you." Luo Qiao went inside and immediately saw the snacks on the coffee table. Her eyes welled up with tears, and a warm feeling flowed through her heart. She thought to herself that the original owner was truly unfortunate. She had so many people who cared for her, yet she left early. With so many protectors, why did she end up like this in the story? Even if she hadn't found her biological parents, where did those people go? Did they stop contacting her after returning to Green Mountain Village? In theory, after learning about her situation, the Yuan and Yang families wouldn't ignore her unless she was incapable of helping herself, which would disappoint them. That's probably the only reason for her downfall. Otherwise, Luo Qiao couldn't understand why such a strong support would end up in such a bad situation. Maybe she ran away later and didn't have the face to contact the Yuan and Yang families anymore.
She really didn't know what to say.
After they sat down, Yuan Weiqing asked, "Dad, will my brothers come back for lunch?" Old Master Yuan said, "They'll be back at noon. Your eldest brother has been busy these days. Your eldest sister-in-law's colleagues are getting married today, so she went to give her gift. They'll be back soon." While they were talking, someone outside entered and asked, "Grandpa, is Luo Qiao's sister here?" As soon as the words finished, a girl ran in. She looked about a year or two older than Luo Qiao, with bright eyes, looking at Luo Qiao sitting beside Grandpa Yuan. She smiled and asked, "Are you Luo Qiao's sister?" Luo Qiao smiled and replied, "Yes, I am Luo Qiao." The girl smiled as she walked over. "Little sister Luo Qiao, you are really tall. I'm 2 years older than you, but look, I'm still half a head shorter than you. It's so enviable, jealous, and frustrating." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Drink more milk, eat eggs and vegetables. You still have potential." Old Master Yuan looked at his mischievous granddaughter and said, "We've been talking for a while, but you haven't introduced yourself. When will you change your careless attitude?" Yuan Weiqing smiled and introduced Luo Qiao. "This is Yuan Jianing, the daughter of my older brother's family." Luo Qiao said, "I've heard Grandpa talk about you and your brothers before." Yuan Jianing giggled and asked, "Did Grandpa say anything bad about me?" Luo Qiao replied, "Not really, but every time he mentions you, Grandpa's face is full of happiness." Yuan Jianing happily ran over to Grandpa Yuan, hugging his neck. "I knew Grandpa is two-faced. He always complains about us. From now on, we need to be honest with each other. Otherwise, my brothers and I won't talk to you." Grandpa Yuan chuckled, "You're flying high now. If I don't show some dislike, what will happen in the future?" The grandparent and grandchild were joking around when 4 boys entered the door, followed by a girl. Seeing them, Yuan Jianing said, "Third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, let me introduce you. This is Luo Qiao. The girl your grandpa said is even more talented than you." After introducing, Yuan Jianing said to Luo Qiao, "Little sister Luo Qiao, is it convenient for you to spar with my brothers? They've been looking forward to meeting you. Grandpa always uses you to criticize us. They've been eager for a match." Luo Qiao looked at the 4 newcomers. Yuan Weiqing stood up and said, "These are my older brothers and second brother's sons, plus 2 who are in the military and haven't returned. This is my second older brother's son, Yuan Jiaming, and the youngest, Yuan Jiajia. The 2 behind are my second brother's sons, Yuan Jiai and Yuan Jiaxing." Luo Qiao confidently said, "Hello, I am Luo Qiao." Li Qiao noticed that everyone had this idea and said, "Sure, this is a good chance for Grandpa Yuan to see if I'm lazy." A girl named Essie, who was standing behind, stepped forward and said, "Hello, I am Essie." Li Qiao had seen this girl earlier, but Uncle Yuan hadn't introduced her, so she didn't greet her proactively. Now that she was approaching on her own, Li Qiao smiled and said, "Hello, I am Li Qiao." Yuan Weiqing replied calmly, "This is Aunt Chen's daughter. She is attending high school here and is staying temporarily during the holidays." Li Qiao understood now. Aunt Chen knew about it. Yuan Weiqing had told her before that she was a nanny sent by the higher-ups to take care of old Master Yuan. Yuan Jiai also came over to flatter him and said, "Li Qiao, it's rare for us to meet. Let's spar a bit. It's almost become a worry for us brothers." Li Qiao smiled and said, "In that case, I accept your challenge. Please give me some guidance." Today, Li Qiao was dressed quite comfortably, so she turned to old Master Yuan and said, "Grandpa Yuan, this is a good chance for you to test me." Old Master Yuan smiled and said, "All right, let's go to the yard. I want to see how you young guys get beaten up and fall flat on your faces." Yuan Jiaxing helped the old man and said, "Grandpa, please be gentle. We haven't even started yet, and you're already embarrassing us. Old Master Yuan laughed and said, Okay, I'll see how impressive you guys are later. They left the yard and found a place where they usually trained. Yuan Jiaming stepped forward first and gestured, please. Li Qiao walked over, and the others naturally moved back to give space. Both of them didn't hesitate. Once ready, they started fighting. Li Qiao initially used only half her strength. She didn't expect Yuan Jiaming to fight smoothly, like flowing water. Because she was careless at first, she almost lost out. Although she didn't spend much time in the apocalypse in her previous life, she had real combat experience. Plus, during this period, she trained every night in her space, and because of her special abilities, her body's agility was far beyond Yuan Jiaming's. Soon, Yuan Jiaming made a mistake, and Li Qiao quickly took him down in one smooth move. Yuan Jiaming was convinced and admitted defeat. Everyone in the yard watched excitedly, their hearts pounding. Then Yuan Jia quickly went onto the field. Luo Qiao had never felt so free and happy since coming here. After the last match, she played even more confidently this time. At some point, the yard outside Yuan's house was filled with people. Luo Qiao and Yuan Jia fought fiercely, and Luo Qiao looked at him with admiration. Yuan Jia was clearly much better than Yuan Jiaming. When the fight reached an exciting point, people outside the yard clapped and cheered. Luo Qiao had been fighting for a while, so she decided to put in a bit more effort and speed up her punches. With this increase in speed, Yuan Jia quickly lost and was pushed back step by step. Seeing this, Yuan Jiaza and Yuan Jiaqing both stepped forward to help. Luo Qiao no longer held back. First, she had already fought twice, and second, it was a 2-on-1 match. She was worried about tiring out, so she decided to finish quickly. Next, her moves became even more aggressive and faster than before. After 20 minutes, Yuan Ning, with shining eyes, rushed at Luo Qiao and exclaimed, "Wow, Luo Qiao, you're so amazing. I admire you so much. From now on, I want to follow you." People watching outside said, "Old Yuan, where did this girl come from?" Although old Yuan didn't manage to get his 4 grandsons to beat Luo Qiao, he showed no signs of embarrassment. He smiled and said, "This girl was taught directly by me." Someone outside gave a thumbs up and said, "Her skills are really good. It's hard to find such a match in the big yard. You've truly trained a talented student." Old Yuan didn't take credit and smiled, saying, "It's mainly because she's talented. I can't really claim credit for that." Luo Qiao became famous in the yard. Someone stepped forward and asked, "Little girl, how old are you? Have you ever thought about joining the army?" Luo Qiao smiled and replied, "I'm still in school now. I haven't thought about that yet. I just want to get into a good university." Luo Qiao was thinking that in her previous life, she studied design. This life, she planned to either apply to a medical university or Beijing Foreign Studies University. Joining the army was never part of her plans. Old Yuan dismissed the people outside the yard and then said to his grandsons, "How about it? I wasn't bragging, right? Don't you believe me now? Are you convinced?" The grandsons quickly nodded. Jiaming said, "Grandpa, I think that even the top soldiers in the army might not be able to beat Sister Luo Qiao." Old Mr. Yuan nodded with a gentle smile and looked at Luo Qiao. He said, "I didn't expect you to improve so much in just a year. It seems you have better talent than I thought." Then he smiled and said, "You've worked up a good sweat. Go wash up quickly." He turned to the guard behind him and said, "Little Zhang, go find her some clothes to change into later." Luo Qiao replied, "Grandpa Yuan, there's no need. I brought a set in my bag so I can change later." Inside the house, Luo Qiao took out the mushroom meat sauce she had prepared earlier. She said, "Grandpa Yuan, this is my homemade mushroom meat sauce. I brought a few bottles for you to try. If you like it, I can send you more later." Old Mr. Yuan smiled and said, "That's a blessing for me." Luo Qiao followed the nanny, Aunt Chen, to the bathroom with her clothes. Aunt Chen showed her around the bathroom before leaving. She was still busy cooking in the kitchen. When she returned to the kitchen, she saw her daughter helping with the vegetables. She felt a little happy and said, "Cece, Mom is here now. There's enough time. Go play with them. You'll go back to school tomorrow." Aunt Chen continued chopping vegetables and asked, Mom, who is that girl? Luo Qiao's mother replied with a smile, she's the granddaughter of the old leader we met at the farm. He personally taught her martial arts. She came to visit during the National Day holiday. Cici said, it seems the Yuan family really likes her. Aunt Chen said while chopping, the Yuan family doesn't have many grandchildren. They only have Janning in both houses. Of course, they're happy to have another granddaughter. Plus, this girl is quite considerate. She sent some food to the old leader a few times before. You should see, everything she sent was delicious. The old leader was all smiles those days. Cici's vegetables were almost crushed from her grip, and she felt upset inside. She had been living in this house since middle school on Sundays and during holidays, but they always treated her politely but distantly. Especially Janning. No matter how much she tried to please her, it was useless. Janning still hesitated around elders but showed her dislike openly when they weren't watching. Today, however, Janning and Luo Qiao, whom she met for the first time, seemed to get along instantly. It made her feel uncomfortable. Aunt Chen turned and saw her daughter's actions. She was initially surprised, then thought of something and patted her on the shoulder. Cici, you've crushed the vegetables. We are living in difficult times. If it weren't for the old leader helping us because of your father's reputation, my daughter and I might not be alive today. We should be grateful and cherish our blessings. Mom understands your feelings, but some things are beyond our reach. Please don't do anything that would make Mom uncomfortable, or we might lose everything. Since Grandma passed away, your uncles haven't shown us much kindness when they visit. As for Grandma's side, they only come to ask for money and don't seem to think of us. Now, our life feels like it's stolen, so CC, you must treasure it. Study hard, and when the old leader is around, he will surely find you a good job. Then Mom can rest easy. AICC was annoyed to hear her mom talking about these things again, but she still said, I understand, Mom. Luo Qiao finished changing her clothes and packed the old ones back into her bag. She planned to wash them later in her space, knowing they would dry by the time she left, but since she was visiting someone's house, she didn't want to cause trouble. After leaving the bathroom, Yuan Jianing was already waiting outside. Seeing Luo Qiao, she hurried over and said, Quick, quick, quick. My parents and second uncle and aunt are back. They went to the living room, and everyone looked over. When they saw Luo Qiao, Yuan Weizhou and Yuan Weihan's couple smiled. Song Huizhen stood up and said, I've heard the old master mention you many times. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Second Aunt Zhang Shulan hurried over and smiled. Big sister-in-law, now that Yuan Jianing is here, since the old master has recognized her as a goddaughter, why not let her be our second family's daughter? Look at my 3 naughty boys, they don't have a little girl's coat. As soon as she finished speaking, second uncle Yuan Weihan also smiled and said, I think that's a good idea, but it depends on Luo Qiao's opinion. Zhang Shulan smiled and said, Luo Qiao, you know the family situation. Since I had Yuan Jiaqing, I haven't had any other children. I've always dreamed of having a daughter. When I saw you today, I thought, could you be my daughter? Would that be okay? Honestly, Luo Qiao didn't know how to respond. She had never thought about adopting a goddaughter. It seemed too complicated. If things went well, it would be fine, but if not, it could be awkward. Old Master Yuan said, I think it's a good idea. From now on, this will be Luo Qiao's home, her rightful family. These brothers, sisters, and younger brothers will protect her in the future, and I, old man, can rest assured. Old Master Yuan has spoken, so Luo Qiao could only smile and say, since second aunt doesn't mind, I humbly accept. Zhang Shulan smiled and said, don't call me second aunt anymore. Call me mom. Ah, now I also have a daughter. Luo Qiao felt a bit shy. She hadn't even called Ning Shuling mom yet, so it was hard to say. But seeing Zhang Shulan's hopeful eyes, Luo Qiao tried her best and said, Godmother. Zhang Shulan happily laughed and said, Oh, from now on, just drop the God and call me mom, like Jiaxing and the others. Luo Qiao smiled and then called out again, Mom. Zhang Shulan was pleased and said, Oh. After a moment, she turned to Yuan Weihan and said, Come over quickly. We have a daughter now, and you're not being enthusiastic enough. Yuan Weihan walked over with a smile and said, I'm just trying to let you enjoy it first. Zhang Shulan then said to Luo Qiao, come on, Qiao Qiao, call Dad. Luo Qiao liked Zhang Shulan's personality. Since she had already called her mom, she didn't mind being formal and simply said, Dad. Yuan Weihan smiled and said, now I can show off to others. I also have a daughter now. If Luo Haotian had been there, he probably would have felt heartache. Ha! The atmosphere instantly changed. Zhang Shulan took Luo Qiao to the old Master Yuan and said, Dad, thank you. You found such a good daughter for us. Zhang Shulan's words were sincere. She had always wanted a daughter, but after having 3 sons, she hadn't had another. Previously, Zhang Shulan's cousin wanted to bring her little daughter over to be her daughter, but Zhang Shulan didn't agree. Over the years, their second branch treated Jining from the main branch like their own daughter, but today, upon seeing Luo Qiao, they probably just liked her at first sight. As for her character, Zhang Shulan was not worried at all. The old Master Yuan was very shrewd. If he approved of someone, her character was definitely trustworthy. So, today's first meeting quickly turned into a family recognition day. Since it was a family introduction, old Master Yuan thought it should be taken seriously, so he sent a few grandsons to act separately. Yuan Jiai was sent outside to bring back some hearty dishes. Yuan Jiaxing and Yuan Jiazhe went to notify Yuan Lao's old friends and colleagues to come and witness. Yuan Jiaming was tasked with buying candies, drinks, and beverages, and also bringing over the elderly couple from the Yang family. Yuan Jianing stayed with Luo Qiao in the courtyard to get familiar with the environment. Song Huizhen finished listening to the old master's arrangements and said, Shulan, let's go. We'll help Sister Chen so she won't be overwhelmed and worried. Old Master Yuan saw everyone leaving and took his 3 sons into the study. AC in the kitchen naturally heard the noise outside. She thought to herself, after living here so long, why haven't I had such good luck? She felt that the Yuan family still looked down on her and her daughter. When they saw Song Huizhen and Zhang Shulan come in, their enthusiasm was gone. They only politely greeted them and then continued with their own tasks. Zhang Shulan was still happy and didn't notice, but Song Huizhen did. She grew more disapproving of Sister Chen, thinking the girl was too scheming. Yuan Jianing was walking around the courtyard with Luo Qiao. Every time she met someone, she would say Luo Qiao was her sister, which made the people in the yard curious about Luo Qiao. Some who had seen Luo Qiao's skills before even greeted her proactively. At noon, the Yuan family became lively. Those invited learned that the Yuan family was recognizing a granddaughter and asked her to be a witness. The elders happily agreed. Yuan Jiaming also brought the old couple from the Yang family. They had called yesterday afternoon, saying they would come later. Yuan Jiaming arrived and learned that the second branch of the Yuan family was adopting Luo Qiao as a goddaughter. When they entered, Luo Qiao was just coming down the stairs with Yuan Jianing. She paused for a moment and then smiled as she approached the two. Old Master Yuan also came over and said, Brother Yang and sister-in-law, please come and sit. After sitting down, they exchanged greetings with the people in the yard and introduced themselves. Luo Qiao and Jianing stayed nearby, and everyone enjoyed chatting happily. When the formal part began, Luo Qiao received several big red envelopes. Zhang Shulan also gave her a jade pendant, carved from high-quality Hetian jade. Zhang Shulan had already prepared a gift for the meeting. She also asked Luo Weihan to pack 2 large red envelopes. Luckily, they had a room here where many things were stored. Luo Qiao thought she would accept the big red envelopes, but the jade pendant was too hot to hold. Zhang Shulan insisted on giving it to her. Old Master Yuan said, just take it. It's their heartfelt gift. Luo Qiao thanked them and accepted the pendant. Everyone raised their glasses and happily enjoyed the family reunion banquet. That afternoon, everyone in the yard knew that the second branch of the Yuan family had adopted a daughter. After everyone finished eating and the elders in the courtyard left, Aunt Chen took AC to the kitchen to tidy up. The elderly couple from the Yang family then asked about Luo Qiao. Song Huizhen, for some reason, sat opposite the kitchen door, so she could see everything happening inside. Luo Qiao told her story in detail, including the incident that happened at school. Old Mr. Yuan listened and said, "Good job. We are honest and not afraid of shadows. If there's anything difficult to handle, just call us. As long as you're right, you won't suffer any loss." Old Mr. Yang also said happily, "It will be better when you go to university. Then we can see you more often." Hearing this, we feel more at ease. Song Huizhen noticed that AC kept listening at the kitchen door, her eyes showing displeasure. Her actions and expression were noticed by Yuan Weizhou. Yuan Weizhou, pretending to go to the bathroom, sat beside Song Huizhen and asked softly, "What's wrong?" She quietly told him what was happening. Yuan Weizhou looked toward the kitchen and saw AC slightly opening the door. But Anshin pulled her back and closed the door. Yuan Weizhou's face looked serious. Their family couldn't afford any mistakes. Even a small slip could cause trouble. If someone in the family had outside interests, it would be like a ticking time bomb. Having gone through that difficult period, they had become very cautious about everything. They talked until after 4 p.m. Since they didn't rest at noon, the young couple decided to leave. Luo Qiao offered to go with them, to see them off and get to know their home. The Yuan family knew Luo Qiao had a train to Jishir tonight and had classes tomorrow. Though they were reluctant, they understood the importance. Zhang Shulan, feeling a bit sad, packed some things for Luo Qiao to take. She also told her to call if anything happened and wrote down her and her husband's work phone numbers, as well as her eldest son Yuan Zhou's number. They agreed that Luo Qiao would visit again during the New Year holiday before she left. Yuan Jia drove Luo Qiao and the young couple to their destination. After they arrived, he said, "Luo Qiao, fourth brother will go in with you. He'll take you back to Luo's house later." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Fourth brother, Jining said you had plans with friends today." Yuan Jia said, "I took you back to the Luo family. It's not too late to find them later." Luo Qiao didn't stay long at the Yang family. She accepted their hospitality, left a few jars of mushroom and meat sauce, and then left. The old couple from a Yang family knew she had a train at 10 p.m. to Jishir City, so they didn't keep her. When she left, they also carried 2 big bags of things for her. Luo Qiao returned to the mechanical factory's residential area around 5 p.m. Yuan Jia drove his car straight in. Luo Qiao had told him to just drop her at the gate, but Yuan Jia insisted on taking her to the Luo family door. He did this on purpose to show the Luo family and the factory residents that Luo Qiao was not someone they could bully. When they got out of the car at the small yard of the Luo family, many people nearby looked over. Not many people in this era could afford a small car. Seeing Luo Qiao get out of the car and the person who brought her back carrying things, some curious women approached and asked, "Who is this person who brought you back, Luo girl?" Luo Qiao was about to reply when she heard the Luo family's door open. She turned and saw her grandparents coming out. She smiled and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back." Grandma Luo smiled and said, "It's good that you're back. Dinner will be ready soon. There's a party at the factory tonight, and after watching the show, you can catch your train. Perfect timing." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "That's great." Then she saw Yuan Jia carrying things over and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, this is Yuan Jia, grandson of Grandpa Yuan." Grandpa Luo looked at Yuan Jia and said, "Thanks for making this trip. Come inside and rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. Eat first, then go back." Yuan Jia handed over the things he was holding and said, "Qiao Qiao is my sister too. It's right to bring her back. I won't go inside. I was planning to see her off at the station tonight, but Qiao Qiao said no need to make a fuss, so I'll leave it to you." Just then, Luo Siyuan, who was coming home from work, overheard Yuan Jia and said, "Don't worry, Qiao Qiao is my sister. I've asked for leave from work, and I will personally see her to Jishir City." Yuan Jia clearly sensed the hostility in his words and smiled. "That's good. I can rest assured." He then turned to Luo Qiao and deliberately said affectionately, "Qiao Qiao, Brother Si will leave first. Remember to call home if you need anything. Don't suffer too much." Luo Qiao smiled and replied, "Got it, Brother Si." Hearing this, Luo Siyuan was very angry. He looked at his grandparents and said somewhat angrily,
Qiao Qiao can't call him fourth brother. I am her real fourth brother. Grandma Luo found her grandson's anger amusing and said, just ask Qiao Qiao later. You'll find out. Why are you so upset? After Yuan Jiayi left, old Master Luo asked, how was your time over there today? Qiao Qiao smiled and replied it was pretty good. She didn't plan to mention the Yuan family's formal adoption because Yuan's family was quite influential. Since she had only recently returned and didn't know much about the family, she didn't want to cause trouble for them. They didn't stay long after entering the house before Luo Haotian and Ning Shuling also returned. Seeing that Qiao Qiao was already home, Luo Haotian happily approached and asked, Qiao Qiao, did you have a good time over there today? Qiao Qiao nodded and said, yes, it was good. Yuan fourth brother sent me back. Luo Siyuan cleared his throat and sat down. Qiao Qiao, I am your fourth brother. How can you casually call someone else fourth brother? Qiao Qiao immediately smiled. Fourth brother, Yuan fourth brother is also the fourth in his family, so I just call him that. Luo Haotian glanced at his son and asked, did you buy the tickets? Luo Siyuan took out 3 sleeper tickets from his pocket. Don't worry, Dad. I've taken care of everything. The 3 of us will sleep all the way to Jishur. Qiao Qiao asked 3 tickets? Luo Haotian took the tickets and looked at them. Yes, your third brother and I are taking you to Jishur. We'll catch the afternoon train tomorrow and come back. Qiao Qiao said, you just asked for leave recently. Isn't it bad to ask for leave so often? Luo Siyuan replied, it's okay, just one day. It's not a problem. Luo Haotian thought to himself, we're going on official business. If they bully my daughter and think they can just get away with it, humph. Luo Siyuan smiled and said, Dad, and I will take you to school early tomorrow and also visit your principal. It's a good chance to meet your classmates. When Qiao Qiao heard this, she understood what they were planning. Since the tickets were already bought, she didn't say much. She kept their good intentions in her heart. Ning Shuling went into the kitchen to help after she returned. She felt that doing chores in the kitchen was a good way to avoid facing Qiao Qiao. She really didn't know how to get along with her. I just heard Luo Siyuan's words as I came out of the kitchen. Suddenly, I thought of Zhao Jiajing not far from Jishur City. I feel conflicted and troubled inside. I want to suggest they visit Jiajing to see how she's doing, but I also feel it's unfair to Luo Qiao. I originally gathered my courage to come out and talk to Luo Qiao, but now I've turned back to the kitchen. I'm somewhat glad Luo Qiao doesn't want to go to high school in Jishur City. Otherwise, being together every day would be too awkward. As a mother, I think she's really remarkable. Luo Haotian glanced at Ning Shuling's actions and sighed inwardly. She's hopeless. Her daughter is leaving tonight, so it's best to try to strengthen their bond now. I really can't understand her. Luo Haotian stood up and said, I'll go check if the food is ready. Let's eat early, then we can find a good spot. After the evening show, we can come back to pack and catch the train. Everything fits perfectly. Grandpa Luo and Grandma Luo kept reminding Luo Qiao to call if she needed anything after returning to Jishur City. Luo Siyuan was packing his things to take away. Luo Qiao had said she had too many things and wanted to leave some behind, but her parents stopped her. Once Luo Siyuan was ready and the food was served, Ning Shuling came over and said, Mom and Dad, Qiao Qiao is eating now. During the meal, Ning Shuling surprisingly served Luo Qiao a few dishes. Luo Qiao nodded in thanks and said, Thanks, I can serve myself. Ning Shuling replied, Eat more. Luo Haotian thought to himself that at least his words hadn't been in vain. If they didn't get along well this time, it would be hard to have a good relationship in the future. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the family headed to the big auditorium. There was a party at the factory tonight. Since the factory officially opened on October 3rd, the annual celebration is always scheduled for that day, which is perfect for everyone. Luo Haotian sat near the front, so the Luo family also had good seats close to the front. Not long after they sat down, the auditorium was filled with people. The party started promptly at 7 p.m. and ended at 9 p.m. Luo Qiao had a train at 10 p.m., so the timing was just right. The factory isn't far from the train station anyway. Many family members around greeted Luo Haotian and Ning Shuling, but their eyes kept drifting to Luo Qiao.
Some people even approached her, pretending to look for their seats after seeing her. After the party began, Luo Xiao kept feeling like someone behind the scenes on stage was watching her, but when she looked over, she saw no one. Luo Haotian kept a close eye on his daughter's expression. "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong?" Xiao Xiao whispered, "Someone keeps looking this way from backstage during the show. I don't know if it's intentional or not." As she spoke, the auditorium lights dimmed, and someone on stage announced, "Our evening event will start in 5 minutes. Those who haven't found a seat, please do so quickly." Luo Haotian said, "It's okay. Many people in the courtyard know you've returned. Maybe they haven't seen you before and are just curious about what you look like." Xiao Xiao thought that might be true, so she didn't mind much. The show officially began at 7 o'clock. The program mainly consisted of singing, dancing, quick talk, and a group chorus. As someone from later generations, Luo Xiao wasn't very interested in these. Halfway through the program, the host, smiling, walked to the center of the stage and said, "Now we will try something different from previous years. We will interact with the family members in the audience. We will select one person from the crowd to come on stage and perform. Is that okay with everyone?" A group of young people cheered yes. Then the host laughed and asked who should we pick next. Many eager to go on stage raised their hands and shouted, "Me.
Me. Me."